Chapter 1. A Glimpse into Eternity, Sudden Enlightenment. In the sacred land of Qingxian, within the grand hall of the sect, the atmosphere was stiflingly tense. Master, today, all the celestial cranes of his Wapik have perished. It was Guxiu who deliberately mixed in the bone dissolution powder. I witnessed it with my own eyes and can testify. Master, I have also investigated, and it is indeed the bone dissolution powder that caused the deaths of those celestial cranes. I even found this vial of bone dissolution powder at Guxiu's residence. The accusations echoed in Guxiu's ears, pulling him back from his momentary daze. Guxiu, tell me, is what they said true? Seated in the position of the sect leader was an extraordinarily beautiful woman clad in a phoenix robe, her demeanor regal and solemn as she fixed her serious gaze upon Guxiu. Was I just trapped in an illusion, a dream spanning eons? Guxiu murmured to himself, his eyes wide with shock as he surveyed the surroundings, which felt both familiar and alien. Just moments ago, he had been fervently defending himself in the grand hall regarding whether he had poisoned the celestial cranes. Yet, he was suddenly dragged into an illusory realm. In that realm, he became an observer, witnessing the entirety of his life unfold before him. Guxiu, now that the evidence is irrefutable, what further defense can you muster? Surely, you believe that the sect's task of nurturing spirit beasts is beneath you, and you resorted to such a drastic measure to vent your frustrations, did you not? Master, I have always stated that Guxiu is unworthy of remaining as Wapik, let alone caring for spirit beasts. The junior sister, Lu Qingyao, launched into a tirade, while the third sister, Su Wanqing, shook her head in disapproval beside her. Guxiu, 500 years ago, you were indeed a person of standing, yet who would have imagined you would descend to such a state? If you are unwilling to remain at Wapik to tend to spirit beasts, you should have said so directly instead of resorting to such extreme methods. I once thought that over the past 5 centuries, you had merely lost your cultivation and innate talent, yet it seems you have even discarded your original resolve. These two were both Guxiu's senior sisters. Junior sister Lu Qingyao was a renowned beast tamer, while third sister Su Wanqing held the esteemed title of chief alchemist of the Qingxian sacred land. As for the figure seated in the leader's position, she was Guxiu's master, the supreme being of the Mahayana stage, the sect leader of Qingxian, Guxiulan. Her demeanor was cool and composed, rarely engaging in frivolity. The trio's gazes were remarkably aligned in their contempt. The looks they cast upon Guxiu seemed not to regard him as the sect's hero who had bound himself in isolation for 5 centuries, ultimately suffering the ruin of his cultivation and innate talent for the sake of the sect. Instead, they regarded him as a piece of detritus that ought to be discarded, unworthy of tainting the sect's celestial essence. These disdainful glances stirred within Guxiu, who had grown accustomed to such treatment over the past 3 years, memories of the visions he had witnessed in the illusion. In the external world, mere moments had passed. Yet, within the illusory realm, eons had elapsed. In that illusion, Guxiu had become a passive observer, or perhaps a listener of tales, witnessing the myriad stories that transpired across the realm over millennia. The events unfolding in the present were but a minuscule fragment of that extensive narrative. The death of the celestial cranes was, in fact, the handiwork of his third sister, who had poisoned them, with the junior sister's assistance. And the motives behind their actions. It was intended to expel herself from the humble abode of Zwafeng, as that place was to be repurposed for her junior disciple, Jiang Exine, to construct a training ground for mastering the art of beast taming. As a prominent disciple of the esteemed Qingxian sacred land, it was undoubtedly inappropriate to forcibly seize the quarters of another direct disciple without just cause. At the very least, a legitimate reason was required. Whether this reason was contrived or whether the party involved would accept it mattered little. After all, Guxiu's cultivation was entirely obliterated, rendering him powerless and incapable of resistance. According to the subsequent developments within the illusion, Guxiu would certainly not concede to this framing, but would instead seek every possible means to gather evidence to exonerate himself. However, he was unprepared for the revelation that awaited him. After enduring numerous trials, when he finally uncovered evidence and presented it to his master, Guanxulan, in a desperate bid to prove his innocence, he discovered that his master had already disowned the truth. Moreover, it was revealed that his third senior sister, Su Wanxing, had poisoned the celestial spirit crane under Guan Xuelan's directive. She was, in fact, the mastermind behind it all. Although Gu Xiu witnessed these events in the timeless illusion, the indifferent gaze of Guan Xuelan conveyed a disheartening reality. It was not merely an illusion, but a stark truth one that evoked profound sorrow. Master, Gu Xiu has always been responsible for the care of spirit beasts. If something were to happen to them, according to sect rules, it would inherently fall upon him. Moreover, he actively poisoned the spirit beast, and thus he must face severe punishment, asserted junior sister Lu Qingyao with righteous indignation. Master Guan Xuelan furrowed her brow. Gu Xiu, you have previously rendered great service to the sect. Speak honestly, and I shall not impose excessive punishment upon you. This time, Gu Xiu remained silent. Gu Xiu. Guan Xuelan was about to continue when she noticed Gu Xiu suddenly lift his head. The fault lies with the disciple. Oh, Guan Xuelan was momentarily taken aback by his unhesitating admission, yet she nodded in acknowledgement. Then explain, why did you poison the celestial spirit crane? I did not poison the celestial spirit crane. You have changed your tune again? It is not a change of tune, Gu Xiu replied, shaking his head calmly. The disciple has always been responsible for feeding the celestial birds, and in this instance, the poisoning of the celestial spirit crane does indeed reflect my negligence. Upon hearing this, Guan Xuelan, as if mocked, erupted in fury. You dare to toy with me. Since you are so obstinate, you shall be punished in the water prison. I hereby sentence you to 7 days of confinement in the water prison. Furthermore, you are to immediately vacate Zuofeng and must not reside there again, nor approach the spirit beasts in any capacity. These words elicited relieved smiles from Su Wanqing and Lu Qingyao, who stood nearby. Gu Xiu cast a glance at them, ultimately saying nothing more. He simply averted his gaze and exited the grand hall of the sect. In his heart, there was no sense of injustice or indignation at being wronged. Instead, he found the situation somewhat absurd. He reflected on the years he had diligently safeguarded the sect and treated his master and senior sisters with utmost care, and he felt a sense of ridicule at himself. He was an orphan taken in by the previous sect master of Qingxian. Upon his arrival at the sect, the elder master entrusted the young Gu Xiu to Guan Xuelan's care. Those were the happiest days of his life that he became the beloved disciple of the heir to the sect, Guan Xuelan, cherished by his master and adored by his 7 senior sisters. In those days, Gu Xiu was a paragon of excellence, the hope of the sect. However, 500 years ago, when the forbidden land of Fuyuan emerged, the Qingxian sect faced imminent destruction. It required a representative to enter that perilous domain, enduring 5 centuries of torment to seize the boundless fortune within. Gu Xiu, as the sect's holy son, stepped forward, offering himself as a sacrifice, willingly binding himself to the forbidden land. For 500 years, Gu Xiu endured in human suffering, resolutely persevering to secure the sect's fortune. Ultimately, he succeeded. He seized the entire reservoir of luck and fortune, elevating the Xintian sect from obscurity to a prestigious holy ground within a mere 500 years. Yet, this triumph came at an immense cost. The battles and bloodshed over those 5 centuries left him with countless wounds, his very soul on the brink of shattering, barely clinging to life. His cultivation dissipated, his innate talents obliterated, and the lingering injuries inflicted upon him brought relentless agony. In Gu Xiu's eyes, all this suffering was worth it, for it was for his sect, the place where he held dear ones. Yet 500 years passed in the blink of an eye, transforming everything. The Qingxian sect had become the Qingxian Holy Land. Guan Xuelan had ascended to the status of Supreme Xuelan, and even his senior sisters had garnered immense prestige in their respective fields of alchemy, talismans, and artifacts. Everything had changed. Upon his return, the anticipated accolades and applause were absent. He was met with a stark proclamation. Gu Xiu, your Dantian has been utterly destroyed, your innate talents have been rendered useless, and the position of Holy Son has been bestowed upon another. That is your junior brother, Jiangqin. His cultivation is still modest, yet his potential rivals your former self, with the promise to elevate the Qingxian Holy Land to even greater heights. You may now reside peacefully within the sect, rest assured. The sect will care for you in your twilight years. These words inflicted deep anguish upon Gu Zai not from the attitudes of his master and senior sisters, but from the realization that he could no longer contribute to the sect's glory. Little did he know at that time, he had become the most superfluous burden to the sect. After the initial courtesy upon his return, it did not take long for him to become an ignored and despised figure. This was already tragic enough, yet the glimpse of the future he had seen in the illusion hinted at an even more sorrowful fate. In his current state, he would ultimately sacrifice himself for the sect, only to find that not a single person mourned his passing. Instead, they rejoiced for Jiang Qin's breakthroughs. No one shed even a single tear for him. It was only when that junior brother revealed his fangs, turning against them, leading to the total annihilation of the Qingxian Holy Land, that they finally felt regret. But what significance does that hold? If that illusion represents the future, then upon reflection, my life is indeed quite lamentable. Shaking his head, Gu Xiu gathered his thoughts. Had it not been for this fleeting dream, I might have unwittingly embarked upon the path of demise as depicted in that vision. However, having glimpsed the celestial truths, I can no longer tread the same misguided path. As for this sect, it is better left behind. Once a man of blind loyalty, Gu Xiu, upon his sudden enlightenment, yearned to transform his existence. If that fleeting glimpse spanned an eternity in a past life, then in this present life, he need not continue to live for the sake of the Qingxian sacred ground. He wished to live for himself. With this resolve, Gu Xiu hastened back to his dwelling. To live for oneself, the first step must be to sever ties with the Qingxian sacred ground. Yet, before extricating himself from its grasp, he had two treasures to reclaim. Two treasures that belonged to him. As he sprinted back, Gu Xiu encountered many disciples of the Qingxian sacred ground. However, upon seeing him, they all chose to selectively ignore him, pretending he was invisible. This was the norm. By seniority, he could be considered an uncle to them, yet it was evident that these inner disciples, at least at foundational level, were unwilling to acknowledge a man whose cultivation had been rendered null and who was disregarded by both masters and seniors. Gu Xiu paid them no mind. At this moment, his thoughts were solely focused on reclaiming his two treasures, especially one of them. For, according to the timeline of the illusion, that particular treasure was to be seized by another today. He must safeguard his fortune. With urgency, Gu Xiu finally reached his residence at Zhuo Peak, but upon arriving at the entrance, his brow furrowed in concern. Though he had exerted every effort to return, his opportunity had already fallen into another's grasp. The one holding his fortune, noticing Gu Xiu's hurried return, displayed a worried expression. "Brother, are you well? I heard you were punished by the master. Your junior was quite concerned and came to check on you." Clad in a blue robe, with a countenance as refined as jade, though his cultivation was not yet formidable, the aura he exuded seemed to embody an innate resonance of the Dao. He was none other than Jiang Sun, Gu Xiu's profoundly reserved and astutely contemplative junior disciple. Chapter 2. What I do not give, you cannot seize. It is difficult to imagine that this seemingly innocuous junior disciple could be the very individual who, within the realm of illusions, robbed him of his opportunities, deceived the entire Qingxian sacred land, and ultimately, to achieve his nefarious aims, successively forced or blood-sacrificed all the senior sisters and the master. Yet, Gu Xiu understood that everything within that illusion was likely true. For according to the subsequent developments within the illusion, upon his return to the sect, he would continuously find himself at odds with his master and senior sisters. And his daily torment from the injuries inflicted during the midnight hours was, in fact, the handiwork of this junior disciple. He had been plotting long before Gu Xiu's return. Why would the junior disciple show concern for him? Just as Gu Xiu was about to respond, an impolite voice interjected, "Such a useless person. Remaining in our Qingxian sacred land is nothing but a disgrace to our sect, a burden to our development. If I were him, I would not only consider self-immolation for the sect, but at the very least, I would leave the sect to fend for myself." The speaker was none other than the seventh senior sister, Lu Qingyao, who had previously conspired against Gu Xiu in the sect's main hall. In the absence of Guan Xuelan, Lu Qingyao showed no restraint in her disdain for Gu Xiu, as if she were confronting a bitter enemy rather than the brother who had once cared for her the most. Jiang Jin, however, defended Gu Xiu. "Sister, although Gu Xiu's cultivation has been rendered useless, he is still my senior brother. He is not worthy of being your senior brother." Lu Qingyao interrupted Jiang Jin. You, my junior brother, are far too kind. You must remember that kindness should be reserved for the virtuous. As for worthless scoundrels like Gu Xiao, never show an ounce of compassion, otherwise you will only bring harm upon yourself. But sister, Jiang Jin seemed intent on continuing to persuade her, yet ultimately, he could only sigh helplessly and, with an apologetic tone, addressed Gu Xiao. Brother, please do not take offense. Gu Xiao had heard such words many times before. To be honest, he had previously thought Jiang Jin was quite commendable. However, upon hearing it again now, Gu Xiao felt a wave of nausea wash over him. For it was all merely an act on Jiang Jin's part. Disregarding the verbal exchange between the two, Gu Xiao's gaze fell upon an object in Jiang Jin's hand. Are you holding my possession? Jiang Jin was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Gu Xiao's sudden cold demeanor, but he quickly smiled and replied, I found this bamboo stick of yours rather unique, so I thought I would play with it for a while. Gu Xiao raised an eyebrow. Have you played with it enough? If you have had enough, could you return it to me? Jiang Jin was momentarily stunned, glancing down at the stick he was holding. It appeared to be an ordinary green bamboo stick, vibrant in color, seemingly unremarkable at first glance. However, in reality, this bamboo stick had accompanied Gu Xiao during his time guarding the forbidden grounds and had emerged alongside him from that place. It seemed imbued with the power of rules, capable of restoring itself no matter how much it was damaged. After Gu Xiao returned to the sect had studied this bamboo stick for quite some time. Ultimately, they discovered that aside from its self-restorative properties, it possessed no other remarkable effects, and thus returned it to Gu Xiao. Initially, Gu Xiao was unaware of the true purpose of this item, as he was responsible for nurturing celestial birds. He casually employed the bamboo stick as a tool to drive away ducks, believing it to be quite convenient since it could be restored after breaking. However, after witnessing the illusion, Gu Xiao came to understand its genuine significance. This was not merely a tool for herding poultry, but an unsealed divine artifact. Yet, Jiang Jin seemed somewhat reluctant. I have heard that this object was brought back by you from that dreadful forbidden place, senior brother. It is truly remarkable, and I dare to request its temporary use. Might you grant me this favor? Without hesitation, Gu Xiao shook his head. I am not fond of others touching my belongings. I have grown attached to this bamboo stick over time. Nonetheless, Jiang Jin still appeared disheartened and turned to Lu Qingyao beside him for assistance. Lu Qingyao did not let him down and immediately retorted, Gu Xiao, it is merely a worthless bamboo stick. If the junior brother finds it appealing, that is its fortune. Do not be ungrateful. Whether it is a worthless stick or a valuable one, it remains mine. Gu Xiao raised an eyebrow, disregarding Lu Qingyao's words, and fixed a penetrating gaze on Jiang Jin. If I were to give it to you, you may take it. However, should I refuse, you cannot seize it. As he spoke, a surge of overwhelming killing intent erupted within Gu Xiao's eyes. Though his cultivation had long since dissipated, the 500 years spent in the Forbidden Land had immersed him in slaughter every day. Despite lacking any power now, this killing intent was indelible, etched into his very being. At that moment, it burst forth unabashedly. Even someone as gifted as Jiang Jin, with an aura of Dao, could not help but be momentarily stunned. Seizing this moment of distraction, Gu Xiao swiftly snatched the bamboo stick back. Gu Xiao, what are you doing? Lu Qingyao was the first to react, glaring at Gu Xiao in anger. How dare you? You actually dare to exhibit killing intent towards a junior brother? You have the audacity to seize something cherished by him? Lu Qingyao's words dripped with hostility, and her terrifying aura as a golden core cultivator was laid bare, as if it were meant to engulf Gu Xiao. However, regrettably for her, Gu Xiao feared no one. As for her oppressive aura, truthfully, even though his cultivation had been rendered null, the mere pressure of a golden core was of little consequence to him. In the face of Lu Qingyao's fury, Gu Xiao clutched the bamboo stick tightly, his gaze calm as he met her eyes unwaveringly. This is my possession. Your possession? Are you aware that throughout the entire sect, every resource and treasure must be devoted to fulfilling Zhang's needs? He is merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to him. Do you wish to harm our sect's prodigy? Lu Qingyao questioned. This heavy accusation caused Gu Xiao to furrow his brow. Nevertheless, he remained resolute. I will not relinquish this bamboo stick to anyone, least of all him. Are you not afraid of death? Lu Qingyao asked bitterly. Gu Xiao replied, unyieldingly, do you dare to kill me? As Lu Qingyao was about to utter another word, Jiang Jun interjected with a gentle persuasion. Senior sister, let it be. I am merely curious about that green bamboo rod and have no intention of imposing any difficulties. Since senior brother appreciates it, I shall forego it. We must not jeopardize our camaraderie." His words provided a graceful exit for Lu Qingyao. She indeed hesitated to harm Gu Xiu, as infighting among peers is a grave taboo, especially since Gu Xiu had contributed to the glory of the Qing Xian Holy Land. A slight grievance could be overlooked, but to slay him outright would tarnish the reputation of the Holy Sect irreparably. "Humph, Gu Xiu, look at you." And then at Jiang Jun. The disparity is evident. With gritted teeth, Lu Qingyao muttered under her breath, then turned to Jiang Jun. "Say, do not fret, junior brother. I shall seek out our master at once. With the master's decree, not only will that flimsy bamboo rod be relinquished, but even if you desire the entirety of the bamboo grove at Shofeng, he would not dare obstruct you." Jiang Jun replied, "Such thoughtfulness from senior sister is appreciated. I shall forego the green bamboo rod." Lu Qingyao retorted, "Forfeit? Some individuals lack decorum. I must teach him some manners." With that, she summoned a cloud and departed, evidently to seek permission from Guan Shuolan. Jiang Jun, not daring to delay, swiftly drew a flying sword and called out to Gu Xiu, "Senior brother, I apologize profusely. I shall persuade senior sister Lu to return. Please do not take offense." With that, he mounted his flying sword and pursued her. Once Jiang Jun had completely departed, Gu Xiu could not help but marvel at the impressive performance. Truly remarkable. Such acting prowess. Had he not been observant, he might have genuinely believed that this junior brother possessed a commendable character. However, as he watched the two fade into the distance, Gu Xiu withdrew his gaze and could not resist examining the green bamboo rod in his hand. This bamboo rod had revealed a terrifying ability within the illusion, fishing across the heavens. It was originally Gu Xiu's own fortune, which he had later gifted to Jiang Jun. Now, this opportunity had returned to him. Yet, this was not the time for contemplation of the bamboo rod. He hastily entered his dwelling and immediately spotted an ancient tome resting on his desk. He quickly tucked it into his embrace. This was Gu Xiu's second great fortune, also derived from that forbidden ground. Upon his return to the sect, he had promptly presented it to them. However, it had similarly been dismissed as worthless after a cursory examination and returned to him. Now, with both fortunes in his possession, Gu Xiu picked up paper and brush. Beginning to write, he wrote slowly, each character deliberate, taking a considerable time before inscribing the final stroke. Concurrently, a formidable pressure enveloped Gu Xiu within the room. Soon after, Guan Shuolan's cold voice echoed, "Gu Xiu, do you know your transgressions?" Under normal circumstances, Gu Xiu would have been flustered and anxious. Yet this time, upon hearing those words, he felt no tremor within. He calmly grasped the paper and stepped out of his wooden abode. At a glance, one could see Guan Shuolan standing outside his courtyard, her brow furrowed in concern. Behind her stood Jiang Xian and Lu Qingyao. Jiang Xian wore an expression of excessive apology, which was rather nauseating, while Lu Qingyao regarded him with a smug, mocking expression, as if to say, "Look, you have offended me, and now you shall pay." Gu Xiu felt no anger. Instead, he was reminded of Lu Qingyao's tragic fate within the illusion, which brought him a sense of amusement. The wheel of fate indeed turns with poetic justice. "Gu Xiu, you are still smiling," Lu Qingyao remarked, her discomfort palpable in response to his smile. She turned to Guan Shuolan and said, "Master, Gu Xiu is simply envious of junior brother. He is a jealous person and deserves severe punishment." Jealous? Gu Xiu found it even more amusing. Since returning from the Forbidden Realm 3 years ago, he had never harbored jealousy towards his junior brother. Rather, he had always sought to selflessly assist him. Now, merely refusing to give him a bamboo stick had been twisted into an act of jealousy? Nevertheless, Gu Xiu remained silent, directing his gaze towards Guan Shuolan, eager to see how his esteemed master would adjudicate this matter. After all, she was his mentor, and to claim he felt no anticipation would be disingenuous. Regrettably, Gu Xiu, as an elder brother, you should support your junior brother, yet you seem to harbor jealousy towards Jiang Xian, even deliberately stirring up this situation. "I am quite disappointed in you," Guan Shuolan stated. Chapter 3. The Abandonment of the Sect's Spirit Pact. The dragon enters the sea. "Disappointed? You say you are disappointed in me?" Guan Shuolan's words elicited a smile from Gu Xiu, one tinged with bitterness, yet also a sense of relief. "Ah, Gu Xiu, your master is questioning you, and yet you dare to smile." Lu Qingyao exclaimed angrily from the side. "Master, Gu Xiu is provoking you. He must be punished severely. Guan Shuolan frowned. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, Gu Xiu, why do you laugh? I recalled something amusing, Gu Xiu replied. Guan Shuolan's expression turned cold. In such a time, you still have the presence of mind to think of trivialities. Do you truly feel no remorse? Master, I would like to inquire why I should feel remorse, Gu Xiu questioned. Is it because I did not grant junior brother this broken bamboo stick? Or perhaps it is because my continued presence in the sect obstructs junior brother's future ascension to the position of sect leader? What are you saying? Guan Shuolan exclaimed in shock, staring at Gu Xiu in disbelief, while Lu Qingyao beside her gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Gu Xiu would bring this matter to light. Before entering the Forbidden Realm, Master, you promised that if I returned safely, the position of sect leader would be bestowed upon me, Gu Xiu continued, slowly retrieving a jade token from his robe. At that time, you even entrusted the sect leader's token to me as a gesture of your sincerity. Guan Shuolan replied indifferently, indeed. You possess the potential to inherit the sect leader's title at that time, but given the current circumstances, have I been rendered useless? Gu Xiu inquired with a smile. Guan Shuolan furrowed her brow slightly. You are aware of your own limitations. What face do you have left to cling to this sect leader's token? Lu Qingyao harbored no such reservations and directly rebuked. What you are doing is no different from a mangy dog. Qingyao, be silent. Guan Shuolan immediately admonished. Master, this time you may scold me, but I must speak. Lu Qingyao was infuriated and continued her tirade against Gu Xiu. Do you think that the current Qingxian Holy Land is still the same as the Qingxian sect of your? Do you believe you possess any qualifications to inherit the Qingxian Holy Land? You are nothing but a waste, a person whose cultivation, talent, and roots have all been rendered useless. Even an inconsequential rogue cultivator could easily slay you. Can you truly not see the dire situation? Do you not realize that your best fate lies in dying valiantly in the forbidden grounds, becoming a hero remembered by all? I said, be silent. Guan Shuolan could no longer restrain herself and reprimanded once more. This time, she unleashed the oppressive aura of a Mahayana cultivator. Lu Qingyao, with her mere golden core cultivation, was utterly powerless to resist, instantly silenced by the overwhelming force. Yet her eyes, filled with rage, remained fixed on Gu Xiu. Faced with her piercing gaze, Gu Xiu suddenly understood. So that was the reason. Guan Shuolan cast a glance at Gu Xiu, hesitated briefly, and then remarked indifferently, what your junior sister said may indeed be somewhat harsh. Master, I find that my junior sister's words resonate profoundly, akin to the resounding chimes of a great bell. Awakening one to reflection, Gu Xiu replied softly. He lifted his gaze, surveying the three individuals present. In response to his gaze, Jiang Jin maintained her apologetic demeanor, reminiscent of a pure white lotus, while Lu Qingyao met his eyes without flinching, her expression betraying unabashed resentment. As for Guan Shuolan, her eyes were as indifferent as water. Gu Xiu smiled, the last vestige of longing in his eyes dissipating completely as he gently said, in truth, I had long intended to sacrifice my life to sever the ties of the sect's jade token once Jiang Shidi ascended to the golden core stage and gained the qualifications to inherit the position of sect master. This revelation took Guan Shuolan by surprise. Lu Qingyao scoffed, clearly skeptical of Gu Xiu's words. Yet, Gu Xiu had not expected them to believe him. He merely smiled again and added, however, my thoughts have changed. I now value my life. This declaration caused Guan Shuolan to frown momentarily. Even Jiang Jin displayed a fleeting glimmer of resentment. Gu Xiu disregarded their gazes and simply extended the paper he had prepared earlier. What is this? Guan Shuolan furrowed her brow. Gu Xiu replied, the sect abandonment spirit agreement. At this, Guan Shuolan's hand, which had been outstretched, trembled slightly. She looked up at Gu Xiu, her eyes revealing emotions beyond mere indifference for the first time. You intend to abandon the sect? Indeed, Gu Xiu nodded. Once this sect abandonment spirit agreement is signed, I shall automatically sever my ties with the sect and the Qingxian Holy Land, leaving no remnants. Thus, the bond established with the sect master's jade token will also be severed, sparing you, sect master Guan, from further worry regarding the matter of the jade token. At this moment, Guan Shuolan and the two others wore expressions of sheer incredulity. The disengagement spirit contract, typically utilized by disciples when they withdraw from their sect, is rarely invoked. as its signing signifies a definitive severance of all ties and grievances between the individual and the sect. It implies a complete disassociation, even extinguishing any lingering sentiments of kinship, rendering the person unbound by the sect's future endeavors. Generally, even those who truly depart from their sect would refrain from signing such a contract, preserving some semblance of emotional connection and camaraderie. After the initial shock, Lu Qingyao was the first to display excitement, while Jiang Sun, though more reserved, could not entirely conceal his surprise. This vexatious individual was finally on the verge of leaving. However, Guan Shuolan furrowed her brow, casting a disapproving glance at Gu Xiu. "Is this your method of resistance?" "Resistance?" Gu Xiu replied, perplexed. "You are fully aware that I would never consent to this, yet you present such a document. What else could it be but a form of defiance?" Guan Shuolan coldly interrogated. "Do you believe that my judgments upon you have been excessively harsh? Or do you feel that the sect has wronged you? I must admit, your strategy of retreating to advance is quite clever." Gu Xiu remained baffled. "Retreating to advance? Is that truly the case? Do you consider me a fool or a blind man?" Guan Shuolan let out a derisive laugh. "As a core disciple of our sect and a hero renowned in the outside world, you are acutely aware that should you withdraw from the sect, it would incite widespread criticism, branding our Qingxian sacred land as one that burns bridges. Presenting this disengagement spirit contract now, are you not attempting to coerce me?" The weight of her words caused Lu Qingyao's disdainful gaze towards Gu Xiu to intensify. Initially, she had hoped her junior brother would show some understanding, but to her dismay, she realized his cunning was far deeper than anticipated. How audacious of him to threaten the sect in such a manner. As for Gu Xiu, he felt a twinge of surprise. Although he had harbored no expectations since Guan Shuolan had confronted him, it was unexpected that upon producing the disengagement spirit contract, her first thought would be this. Truly, his master was remarkably astute. "Humph," Guan Shuolan scoffed. "Though your actions over the past 3 years have profoundly disappointed me, I had still held on to a shred of hope for you. Yet, I am astounded by the depths of your jealousy. Since that is the case, you need not endure punishment in the water prison. Instead, you shall reflect upon your wrongdoings at the cliff of reflection for 3 years." Gu Xiu remained unmoved. Guan Shuolan frowned. "Do you harbor further grievances? I wish to sever my ties with the Qingxian sacred land, and hope that Sect Master Guan will grant my request." Seeing Gu Xiu's unwavering stance, Guan Shuolan's eyes flashed with intensity. "Do you still wish to threaten me?" The oppressive aura of the formidable ascendant stage bore down upon him, causing even Gu Xiu to stagger slightly, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yet Gu Xiu did not kneel. Instead, he braced against the overwhelming pressure and slowly bowed in respect. "I hope Sect Master Guan will grant my request. Do you truly believe that I am someone you can manipulate at will?" Guan Shuolan's fury escalated, and the pressure intensified even further. A formidable force caused Gu Xiu's bones to emit a series of creaking sounds, and a dull ache resonated in his chest, compelling him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. As if this were insufficient, Guan Shuolan let out another furious snort. Gu Xiu, struck as if by a heavy blow, had his white hair cascade down like a waterfall. Yet he still did not kneel. He merely took a half-step back, his posture remaining as upright as a javelin. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he once again raised his voice, proclaiming, "I implore you, Master Guan, to grant me this wish." In Guan Shuolan's eyes, a murderous intent flickered, but ultimately, she responded with a cold snort. "Very well, you are indeed impressive." With that, the immense pressure dissipated. Gu Xiu felt a release from the burden, yet he could not suppress another cough of blood. However, at that moment, he was beyond concern, for he beheld Guan Shuolan genuinely picking up the discarded sect contract, subsequently transforming it with her aura, inscribing her name upon it. As she was about to complete the final stroke, she cast a glance at Gu Xiu. Her expression icy. "If you believe that I am a person easily manipulated and threatened, you are gravely mistaken. I shall ask you once more, are you truly willing to abandon the sect?" There was no hesitation in Gu Xiu's heart. According to the transformations he had witnessed in that illusion, this sect was merely a prison binding him, a lair that siphoned his essence. Thus, he proclaimed once more, "I implore you, Master Guan, to grant me this wish." This time, it was Guan Shuolan who hesitated momentarily. Yet, upon seeing the hopeful expression on Gu Xiu's face, she steeled her resolve and completed the final stroke. In an instant, the once ordinary white paper upon which the sect contract was inscribed erupted with golden light. ascending slowly into the skies above the Qingxian sacred land, whereupon a manifestation of heavenly rules emerged. Gu Xiu felt as though something was being stripped away from him. It was the power of fortune bestowed by the sect. As this power was severed, the sect leader's jade token in his possession soared into the air, landing in Guan Xuelan's hands. With Gu Xiu having renounced the sect, he could no longer claim the right to inherit it. To the eyes of the sect disciples, this scene represented the severing of a monumental opportunity, but to Gu Xiu, it symbolized the shattering of shackles. He felt no regret. Rather, he experienced an unprecedented sense of liberation. The tiger roars in the deep mountains. The dragon lies waiting in the shallows for the tide. Now, the winds have arrived, and the tides have come. The tiger returns to the forest, and the dragon plunges into the sea. Ahead lies a clear path. Thank you, Master Guan, for your benevolence. Gu Xiu immediately bowed once more and declared, according to sect regulations, one who abandons the sect must return its treasures and forsake its teachings. Fortunately, I returned all the sect's gifts 3 years ago, and as for my cultivation, it has long been rendered null. Now, we can consider it a clean break. I shall take my leave today. With that, Gu Xiu turned and departed, leaving without a trace of reluctance. As he walked away, Lu Qingyao and Jiang Qian finally came to their senses. With Lu Qingyao brimming with excitement, her gaze fixed on Gu Xiu's retreating figure, filled with exhilaration. Jiang Jin, understanding the need for restraint, wore a troubled expression. Master, Brother Gu is merely confused at the moment. Let us not dwell on this matter any further. Guan Xuelan waved her hand, her demeanor icy and resolute. If he wishes to threaten me, let him understand. I, the one and only, am never to be intimidated. Relay this order. From this day forth, Gu Xiu and our Qingxian sacred land shall have no further ties. All disciples are forbidden from offering him any form of assistance or protection. I shall observe how he survives without the sanctuary of the Qingxian sacred land. Her words resonated loudly, reaching even the ears of Gu Xiu, who had just stepped beyond the mountain gate. Yet, he merely smiled faintly, casting a final glance at the gates of the Qingxian sacred land before averting his gaze. This parting, he wished, would be eternal. As for the treacherous path ahead, it was merely to be traversed. As Gu Xiu completely departed the mountain gate, a stunning woman dressed in a dark robe, with features resembling a masterpiece, stood in the Wentian pavilion of the Qingxian sacred land. Suddenly, she coughed up blood, her complexion as pale as paper, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. What has transpired? Why has the fortune that has blessed our sect for 500 years suddenly dissipated? Could it be that the sect has committed some act deserving of divine retribution? Chapter 4. Innate Sacred Melody. Supreme Daobon. This woman is Nian Chaoshi, the esteemed leader of the Wentian Pavilion and Gu Xiu's elder sister. She possesses profound knowledge of celestial mechanics and divination, having accurately foretold the fortunes and misfortunes of the sect on numerous occasions, earning her great respect. Even Guan Xuelan, the sect leader, treated this rarely seen elder disciple with utmost regard. Yet now, this revered leader wore a face of fear and unease. This cannot be. There must be some error. Nian Chaoshi murmured, hastily producing 6 copper coins. However, as the hexagram divination was barely underway, the coins shattered into dust, as if crushed by a powerful hand. Unwilling to accept defeat, Nian Chaoshi retrieved a tortoise shell for divination. Yet, as the inquiry commenced, the shell suddenly collapsed, as if shattered by a fist. Gritting her teeth, she brought forth a starry chessboard, only to witness an even more horrifying sight. The board fractured almost immediately, as if cleaved by a blade. These were all precious items she had painstakingly refined with her life force, and their destruction caused her to involuntarily spit blood. She was suffering a backlash. At that moment, however, Nian Chaoshi could not afford to dwell on her injuries. A flicker of determination crossed her eyes as she took out an ancient copper mirror. The mirror remained intact, but her life essence continued to drain away. She dared not delay and employed her celestial mechanics once more. This time, she succeeded. The mirror revealed a figure, a person in white, with white hair, standing with their back turned, exuding an air of solitude and transcendence. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the figure turned to glance at the mirror. With just that one look, the mirror shattered with a deafening crash. Nian Chaoshi, in a moment of utter desperation, expelled a mouthful of vital essence, collapsing to the ground, rendered unconscious by the backlash of the bronze mirror. Time slipped by unnoticed until an anxious voice broke through the silence. Senior sister, how are you? Please wake up. Upon opening her eyes, Nian Chaoshi saw her third junior sister, Su Wanqing, gazing at her with palpable concern. As soon as she regained consciousness, Su Wanqing fretted, Senior sister, the art of divination defies the heavens. Had you not halted at a critical moment today, you would have surely drained your life essence and perished. What could possibly compel you to inquire so recklessly? Nian Chaoshi hesitated, ultimately refraining from revealing her thoughts. The mere act of divination had nearly cost her life. Should the oracle disclose its secrets, it would not only endanger her, but also Su Wanqing standing before her. Yet, recalling the startling glimpse she had caught in the oracle's vision, Nian Chaoshi abruptly regained her senses and hastily prepared to leave. Senior sister, your life essence has been greatly depleted today. You must recuperate. Su Wanqing urged. There is no time. I must see him. See whom? I can assist you in finding anyone, Su Wanqing offered. I seek my junior brother. Your junior brother has entered the sword pavilion for training. You will not find him there now. Gu Xiu has gone to the sword pavilion? Nian Chaoshi frowned. Gu Xiu? He is no longer our junior brother. I refer to Jiang Qin, who is now our sole junior brother. What do you mean by not being our junior brother? Nian Chaoshi inquired, perplexed. Su Wanqing explained. Senior sister, you were in seclusion and unaware. Gu Xiu has signed an abandonment contract with Master today, leaving the sect. What did you say? Nian Chaoshi gasped in shock. Su Wanqing continued. Gu Xiu, envious of Jiang Qin, believes that Master and we, his senior sisters, favor the younger junior brother. He threatened to leave the sect, and Master, unable to contain his anger, agreed to his abandonment contract. Thus, he is no longer considered a disciple of Qingxian sect, nor a junior brother. Nian Chaoshi barely registered the latter part of Su Wanqing's words. Her mind was consumed by the image she had seen during the divination, as well as the recent dispersal of the sect's fortunes. She immediately pressed, when did Gu Xiu leave the sect? It seems it was during the SI hour. The SI hour. Nian Chaoshi calculated the time, realizing it coincided with the moment the sect's fortunes began to wane. Her heart filled with certainty. Where could Gu Xiu be now? Senior sister, what are you? Su Wanqing expressed surprise, but upon observing Nian Chaoshi's urgency, she replied. Gu Xiu has invoked the abandonment contract. The sect can no longer trace his whereabouts. Moreover, it is likely that no one is monitoring where he has gone since leaving. Nian Chaoshi erupted in fury. Gu Xiu has endured 500 years of torment for entering the forbidden grounds on behalf of the sect. And now he is allowed to leave without anyone to ensure his safety? This is a matter of master. Su Wanqing hesitated. Gu Xiu has just departed today, and he possesses no cultivation now. He is merely immortal and surely cannot go far. His only possible destination would be the Qingxian city below the mountain. Senior sister, if you, before she could finish her sentence, Nian Chaoshi vanished, swiftly soaring away from the Wenyang pavilion. She must find Gu Xiu. Regardless of why the figure in the mirror was Gu Xiu, or why the sect's fortunes had suddenly betrayed them, everything was evidently connected to him. She had to locate Gu Xiu and bring him back to the sect. Alas, her journey was destined to end in futility, for Gu Xiu, after departing from the Qingxian sacred land, did not follow the customary route to Qingxian city. Instead, he turned resolutely towards the opposite direction, towards the perilous and treacherous Tianqi mountain range, teeming with dangers and ferocious beasts. Having glimpsed the future within a vision, Gu Xiu would not underestimate his junior disciple. In the illusion, he had been oppressed within the sect to such an extent that Jiang Kun sought his demise, fearing his resurgence. Now that he had withdrawn from the sect, Gu Xiu could not guarantee that Jiang Kun would spare him. Hence, for the sake of prudence, Gu Xiu preferred to venture into the seemingly more hazardous Tianqi mountain range. However, what was deemed perilous was merely from the perspective of others. 500 years prior, Gu Xiu had traversed the Tianqi mountain range multiple times, becoming intimately familiar with its terrain. Although 5 centuries could alter the hearts of men, the savage beasts that roamed the Tianqi mountain range had remained constant. At this very moment, Gu Xiu found himself in an exceedingly concealed cave, igniting a campfire to prepare his meal. This cave, established 500 years ago, served as a refuge for him during his training and occasional seclusions. Its location had been chosen for its obscurity, fortified with numerous formations. Additionally, in anticipation of any inadvertent incursions by those from the Qingxian sacred land, Gu Xiu had thoughtfully placed several spirit stones within for the convenience of his fellow disciples. Little did he expect that, after 5 centuries, this cave would remain untouched by anyone save for a colony of snakes and insects, with the spirit stones he had stored still intact. After expelling the intruding creatures and activating the concealment formation with the spirit stones, Gushio tidied up the space, transforming it into a relatively secure hideaway. While waiting for his meal to cook, Gushio busied himself by examining 2 items before him, a green bamboo rod and an ancient, nameless tome. These relics had accompanied him from the Forbidden Realm, yet he had never learned to utilize them, allowing them to languish until now. Even his sect had abandoned their study after a brief investigation. However, having witnessed the passage of millennia within that vision, Gushio had finally perceived the true nature of these 2 treasures and recognized them as his great fortune. First, there was the green bamboo rod, reputed to be capable of fishing from the heavens, usable once every 10 days. However, it required a special technique to activate. And with his current depletion of cultivation and absence of spiritual energy, Gushio could not wield it at present. Setting this aside, he picked up the ancient tome. Upon opening its first page, he read, "To harmonize with the principles of heaven and earth, thus one can weave the essence of the universe into matter, and the wandering souls into transformation. Hence, one can comprehend the states of spirits and deities." The words inscribed therein were already familiar to Gushio after 3 years of study, yet he had previously grasped them only superficially, yielding no tangible understanding. In that ethereal realm, this ancient tome had been in Jiang Sun's possession for several years, yet yielded no insight until the brink of Gushio's demise, when he suddenly grasped its meaning. With this nameless ancient text, he recommenced his cultivation, nearly ascending to immortality. Alas, later the Qingxian sacred land faced dire tribulations. In his haste to assist his sect, he forcibly unleashed powers beyond his control, ultimately perishing in a confrontation with a formidable foe. That enigmatic realm, if it were to be considered a cohesive narrative, would cast me as a tragic figure, destined to play a supporting role from the very moment of my birth. Fortunately, I need not tread the sorrowful path as depicted within that illusion. Gushio murmured to himself, casting one last glance at the ancient tome. Resolutely, he dispelled his distractions, retrieved a dagger, and, after a moment's hesitation, plunged it into his own heart. As a mere mortal, this strike caused the fleeting remnants of his lifespan to evaporate in an instant, the excruciating pain rendering Gushio breathless. Nevertheless, he dared not falter. Instead, he dipped a finger into his own blood, gritting his teeth as he began to inscribe upon the blank cover of the nameless tome. Within the illusion, he had performed this act to relinquish the sect leader's jade token. With his heart's blood, he inscribed 2 characters upon the ancient text: "No regrets." This was to convey to others that he bore no remorse for his actions. In retrospect, how absurd. However, at this moment, as the characters were etched, Gushio's spirit surged with clarity, transforming the intended character for regret into shame. No shame. As the final stroke was completed, Gushio's vitality extinguished, his hands falling limply to his sides. Yet, at that instant, the 2 characters he had inscribed suddenly erupted in a resplendent golden light. Following this, as if drawn by an unseen force, the nameless tome began to levitate above him. Subsequently, the tome began to fragment from the corner of the first page, shards swirling like countless butterflies, settling around Gushio's form. When the last page disintegrated completely, those butterfly-like fragments seemed to respond to a summons, gradually penetrating Gushio's flesh. Upon entering his body, these fragments began to traverse along his meridians, breathing life into the once withered pathways. The damaged channels, akin to parched earth receiving life-giving rain, swiftly repaired and even transcended their former state, growing increasingly robust. His veins expanded, and intricate patterns of primordial Dao rhyme began to emerge upon them. This was the innate Dao rhyme, an exceptionally rare cultivation body, reputedly seldom seen throughout the ages. Gushio's junior disciple had been blessed with innate Dao rhyme, which significantly enhanced his cultivation speed and potential compared to ordinary individuals. Yet, even Jiang Sun, though endowed with Dao rhyme, was merely touched by it. Unlike Gushio, whose Dao rhyme was subtle and entwined within his meridians. Strictly speaking, this was no longer simply innate Dao rhyme. It was the sacred resonance of the innate. After the meridians were meticulously repaired, the ancient tome butterfly astonishingly did not cease its movement. Instead, It burrowed into Gu Xiu's skeletal structure. The torment endured in the forbidden ground for 5 centuries had left Gu Xiu's war-torn bones marred with cracks and scars. Now, amidst the fluttering of the ancient tome butterfly, these fissures and blemishes transformed into profound imprints. As the butterfly danced, these imprints gradually coalesced into intricate patterns. Should anyone witness this scene, they would undoubtedly exclaim in awe, "This is the supreme Dao bone." For an ordinary person, possessing even a fragment of such a bone would ensure their ascension to supremacy in this lifetime, without fail. Yet, Gu Xiu, with his 206 bones, found them all metamorphosed into supreme Dao bones. More astonishingly, after reforming Gu Xiu's entire skeletal structure and meridians, the ancient tome butterfly did not halt its journey. It continued to drift towards Gu Xiu's dantian, the reservoir of qi. Chapter 5, The Wordless Canon. The Fusion of Techniques. The dantian is the foundation of a cultivator's practice. For a mortal to embark on the path of cultivation, the first necessity is to open their dantian. Without the ability to do so, the prospect of cultivation remains elusive throughout their lifetime. Gu Xiu's dantian was, regrettably, the area most grievously injured, now utterly devastated. In the 3 years since returning from the forbidden ground, Gu Xiu had contemplated its restoration more than once. Alas, the severity of his injuries rendered any recovery impossible. Even Guan Xuelan, a supreme being of the great ascension stage, had examined him 3 years prior and ultimately declared it beyond salvation. But now, with the arrival of the ancient tome butterfly, the once utterly desolate dantian, long devoid of vitality, began to undergo gradual restoration under this enigmatic force. Moreover, it was not merely restoration. The ancient tome butterfly seemed to be expanding its domain, mending everything in its path, while rapidly enlarging its reach. For ordinary individuals, the dantian resembles a small pond, while those with extraordinary talents can cultivate theirs into vast rivers. Yet at this moment, Gu Xiu's dantian was evolving towards the expanse of an ocean. Furthermore, it appeared poised for continued expansion. Awakening in euphoric disbelief, Gu Xiu was soon overtaken by a sense of trepidation. For his dantian, amidst its boundless expansion, had yet to cease its growth. A larger dantian is undoubtedly advantageous, as it serves as the foundation of cultivation. The greater the dantian, the more abundant the spiritual energy, enabling one to overpower peers of the same rank in both consumption and combat. However, an excessively large dantian also proportionately elevates the difficulty of cultivation and the requirements for advancement. Without the support of top-tier techniques, the pace of cultivation could become excruciatingly slow. This concept is easily grasped. If we liken an ordinary person's dantian to a cup of water, then the process of cultivation is akin to filling that cup drop by drop. Once the cup is filled, one has reached the state of consummate perfection. Subsequently, one may commence the journey to transcend to the next realm. However, if the energy reservoir within the dantian transforms from a mere cup to a vast bucket, and the rate at which drops of water enter the bucket remains unchanged, then naturally, the time required to attain the grand completion will be significantly prolonged. The sole variable lies in the cultivation technique. The more advanced the technique, the more it can expedite the flow of energy, akin to the opening of floodgates. Yet, even with the cultivation of a supreme technique that gathers spiritual energy with the force of a torrent, if the dantian is excessively expansive, the accumulation required at each stage will also be immense. Fortunately, as the dantian expands to an expanse akin to an endless ocean, the ancient tome of the butterfly finally pauses its endeavor to forge the dantian and instead begins to converge towards the central position, gradually piecing itself together to once again resemble that mysterious ancient text now suspended above the dantian. Gu Xiu waited for a moment, a flicker of surprise igniting within him. Where's the technique? According to the visions he beheld in the illusion, this ancient tome should transform into a profoundly enigmatic celestial grade technique. Upon its opening, it ought to reveal intricate details of the cultivation secrets inscribed within. Yet, the words "no regrets" still lingered on the tome, but upon opening it, all the text had vanished, replaced instead by blank pages. What could this mean? Has the celestial grade technique simply disappeared? Could it be that my error in writing "no regrets" as "no guilt" has led to this alteration? But if there is no technique, why does this tome continue to float within the dantian? Is it possible to write upon these blank pages? With a thought, Gu Xiu decided to test this notion. Instantly, He employed his will to inscribe upon the nameless tome. The ancient sages, breathing the balance of yin and yang, were revered by all beings. As each character began to materialize upon the pages, Gu Xiu's eyes sparkled with realization. He could indeed write the technique within this ancient tome. Moreover, as he completed this initial passage, a gentle breeze stirred within the dantian, and an enlightening sensation enveloped him, causing his eyes to brighten with newfound clarity. He resumed his writing. The ancients, having been discovered yet lacking a scroll, ruled the realm with virtue, their essence giving life without destruction. The wise kings of yore, drawing inspiration from the heavens above and measuring the earth below. This tome is known as the Tao of Mystical Understanding. It is said to have been authored by an ancient sage, serving not only as a means of cultivation, but also as a source of enlightenment for others. Thus its widespread circulation. Many have stumbled upon their path to cultivation through this very text. Now, having departed from his sect, Gu Xiu's continued practice of the Qingxian sect's techniques would entangle him in karma, potentially invoking divine retribution. Although the Tao of Mystical Understanding may not rival the techniques of the Qingxian sect, it serves as a temporary measure until he encounters a superior technique to replace it in the future. Initially, Gu Xiu harbored such thoughts, yet, with each character inscribed upon the nameless tome, an overwhelming sense of enlightenment surged within him. The Tao of Mystical Understanding, which he had believed to comprehend fully, now appeared to him in a new light, revealing that his previous understanding had been somewhat superficial. As these insights arose within him, Gu Xiu instinctively closed his eyes. The scattered spiritual energy from the outside world began to be sensed by him, and was subsequently absorbed into his body, flowing naturally along his meridians. Boom! At the moment the last word of the Tongxian Sutra was uttered, the first wisp of spiritual energy completed a full circulation through his meridians and surged into his dantian. It transformed into his own. Gu Xiu opened his eyes, a hint of surprise illuminating his expression. He could cultivate once more. In the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, has always been an unchanging truth. This, he had deeply realized during the 3 years since returning from the Forbidden Grounds. More than once, he had felt despondent due to his inability to continue his cultivation. Now, he had finally stepped back onto the path of practice. Even if it was merely a wisp of spiritual energy, or even a simple spell that he could not yet employ, it was enough to fill Gu Xiu with joy. Amidst his elation, Gu Xiu let out a soft exclamation as he noticed that the few pages inscribed with the Tongxian Sutra had suddenly detached themselves, transforming into a brand new manual, which floated beside the wordless tome. It bore the 4 grand characters, Tongxian Dao Jing. What could this mean? It was clearly the Tongxian Sutra, yet it had morphed into the Tongxian Dao Jing. Gu Xiu flipped open the pages and was immediately taken aback. The content had undergone some changes. The Tongxian Dao Jing before him was more concise and intuitive compared to the previous sutra. When Gu Xiu began to cultivate according to the methods outlined in the Tongxian Dao Jing, he discovered that the cultivation speed, which he had previously found somewhat slow, had markedly accelerated. This was remarkable. The Tongxian Sutra was a cultivation method devoid of any rank, yet now it had reached the threshold of the yellow tier techniques. Could it be that this wordless tome possesses the ability to autonomously elevate the rank of cultivation methods? Gu Xiu pondered. He immediately began to transcribe the characters from the Tongxian True Sutra onto the wordless tome. However, this time, as soon as he finished writing, the ink vanished, as if it could not be inscribed upon it. Was it because the method had already been elevated in rank, thus unable to further rely on the nameless tome for enhancement? Perhaps I should try a different one. With this thought, Gu Xiu began to mentally inscribe another technique. There is existence in non-existence, and transformation in non-transformation. The non-existent can give rise to existence. The untransformed can transform. This was another technique similar to the Tongxian Sutra, known as the Chongshu Sutra, which, like the Tongxian Sutra, had long been disseminated and was accessible to all. This time, a transformation indeed occurred. Upon completing the full text of the Chongshu Sutra, just like before with the Tongxian Sutra, several pages gradually manifested, transforming into a technique named Chongshu Dao Jing. Upon perusal, Gu Xiu found it to be even more refined and powerful, building upon the foundation laid by the previous work. After reading through it, he felt a profound clarity and enlightenment. Moreover, just as Gu Xiu fully comprehended the Chongshu Dao Jing, He observed the Chongshu Dao Jing slowly gliding towards the Tongxian Dao Jing. Subsequently, the two techniques began to merge together. Ultimately, it has transformed into an entirely new martial art. The mysterious void scripture. Can it truly amalgamate martial arts? Gu Xiao's eyes widened, his heart brimming with astonishment. It is crucial to understand that the emergence of each martial art requires profound insight and comprehension of the path of cultivation to create. Even after its inception, countless attempts and modifications are necessary. A moment's carelessness could lead one astray into the depths of madness. While merging two martial arts may appear simpler, the reality is that it is far more challenging, as it demands not only an understanding of the cultivation path, but also a thorough familiarity with both martial arts. The difficulty is elevated. Yet now, these two martial arts have seamlessly merged with the aid of the nameless scripture. If merging is possible, could it mean that if I amalgamate all martial arts into one, I would ultimately become even more powerful? Gu Xiao pondered. He opened the nameless scripture once more, observing that the previously written pages had replenished, appearing ready for further inscription. Gu Xiao was no longer concerned about running out of pages. He promptly retrieved a book titled Yellow Court Scripture, which, like the previous two scriptures, was a widely disseminated martial art. After transcribing it, Yellow Court Scripture transformed into Yellow Court Tao Scripture. However, this time, the two martial arts did not merge. Gu Xiao instantly comprehended. It was because he had not yet grasped the two new martial arts, thus rendering the fusion impossible. He then commenced his study. The Yellow Court Tao Scripture was nearly comprehended after a single perusal, emanating a golden light. Gu Xiao immediately began to delve into the mysterious void scripture, which was even more formidable than the previous three martial arts. Nevertheless, the core concepts were somewhat similar. Remarkably, Gu Xiao required only a brief moment to fully understand it. A golden light also manifested at that instant, and in that moment of brilliance, the two martial arts indeed began to merge once more. Before long, they transformed into a brand new martial art, Mysterious Court Void Scripture. As Gu Xiao perused it, he could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief. This scripture was a profound-level martial art. It is notable that even the Qing Xian sect imparts to its inner disciples the Qing Xian formula, which is merely a profound-level martial art. Yet, at this moment, he possessed a martial art that was not inferior to the Qing Xian formula. More importantly, this was merely the fusion of three already widely circulated martial arts. If he were to continue merging other more powerful martial arts in the future, what would the outcome be? Furthermore, if cultivation techniques can be fused, could other sword techniques and methods also be merged? Gu Xiao speculated boldly. Regrettably, he lacked such items on his person. Previously, Gu Xiao had learned numerous sword techniques, but all were derived from the Qing Xian sect, which were closely guarded secrets. Now, having signed the abandoned sect's spiritual pact, any further cultivation or leakage would bring upon him heavenly retribution. At present, he had no choice but to refrain from further attempts. However, Gu Xiao remained unhurried. The immediate priority was to concentrate on his cultivation, as he needed to reach at least the third level of qi refinement. His gaze turned towards the green bamboo rod nearby. Utilizing this bamboo rod required special means, which could only be activated upon attaining the third level of qi refinement. Therefore, it was imperative for him to first advance to that level. Chapter 6. Drawing boundaries and severing ties while Gu Xiao was immersed in his arduous training. In the grand hall of the Qing Xian sacred land, the sect leader, Guan Shulan, sat in a position of authority. Her expression grave and her mood somewhat agitated. Is there still no news of Gu Xiao? Report to the sect leader, there is no news yet, came the reply. What of Qing Xian City? They have conducted a thorough investigation. Within the past 5 days, Gu Xiao has not entered the city. And the more distant cities? Currently, both Chuishi City and Datan City have confirmed that there are no traces of Gu Xiao. He is a mere mortal, stripped of his cultivation. Where could he possibly go after leaving the sect? Guan Shulan reprimanded angrily. Her words plunged the elders present into a solemn silence. Guan Shulan, increasingly agitated, inquired, What of Nian Chaoshi? What is the current situation? Elder Su just conveyed that although the Nian sect leader suffered a backlash from heaven's machinations, timely medical attention has ensured there is no grave danger, despite her still being unconscious. The reporting elder hesitated. However, what? Guan Shulan pressed. Elder Su mentioned that after falling into a coma, the Nian sect leader continuously called out for junior brother Gu Xiao. Guan Shuolan was instantly filled with rage. It had been 5 days since Gu Xiu signed the contract to abandon the sect. Initially, she had not taken it to heart. Not only did she neglect the matter herself, but she also ordered her disciples to refrain from aiding Gu Xiu. In her view, Gu Xiu's abandonment of the sect was merely a tactic to coerce her into submission. He could never truly desire to leave. Surely, after facing difficulties outside, he would return obediently. However, 2 days after Gu Xiu's departure, Nian Chaoshi suddenly encountered a crisis, nearly losing her life. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that the eldest disciple, Nian Chaoshi, had sought Gu Xiu and overstepped her bounds in probing the mysteries of heaven, ultimately provoking divine retribution. Had it not been for the timely assistance of the third disciple, Su Wanqing, she might have perished. This incident finally prompted Guan Shuolan to recall her wayward disciple. Considering the elapsed time, she believed enough pressure had been applied, and it was nearly time to bring him back. Upon his return, she would annul the abandonment contract and confine him to the cliff of reflection for 3 years as a form of punishment. Yet, Guan Shuolan did not anticipate that the sect would take 3 entire days to locate someone who should have been easily found, resulting in no news whatsoever. This was the first time in 500 years that Guan Shuolan felt a sense of losing control over the situation. This feeling was decidedly ominous. After much contemplation, Guan Shuolan commanded, "What of Mo Ran? I recall she is within the sect. Summon her." Qin Mo Ran, Guan Shuolan's 5th disciple, though not highly skilled, served as the chief elder of the talisman division, possessing exceptional talent in talisman crafting. Before long, clad in a gray and white simple dress, Qin Moi approached gracefully, reminiscent of a poetic painting. Upon reaching the seat of Guan Shuolan, she performed an exceedingly proper bow before gently inquiring, "Master, did you summon me? Do you have any news of Gu Xiu?" "Gu Xiu?" Qin Moi responded with curiosity, "I have no news of him." "Are you quite certain?" "Absolutely, and moreover, I have no connection with Gu Xiu, as you are well aware, Master." Guan Shuolan's skepticism was evident as she fixed her gaze intently on Qin Moi. "I recall that in years past, you greatly admired Gu Xiu's literary talent and calligraphy, and you spent a considerable amount of time in his company. That was merely a reflection of my youthful innocence 500 years ago," Qin Moi replied candidly, shaking her head. "Since Gu Xiu's return from seclusion, he has been enveloped in a fierce aura, devoid of the talent he once possessed. I have avoided him at all costs. How could I possibly maintain contact? Did you bestow upon him any talismans when he departed the sect, such as a concealment talisman or a disguised talisman?" Guan Shuolan inquired, her brow furrowing. She suspected that Gu Xiu had received assistance to evade the search efforts of the disciples. Qin Moi shook her head once more. "Gu Xiu has been within the sect for 3 years and has previously sabotaged my talismans. My disdain for him has reached its zenith. Why would I provide him with any talismans?" Guan Shuolan's frown deepened. "If you did not assist him, then who could it be?" "Master, are you concerned for Gu Xiu's safety? How could I worry about a forsaken disciple?" Guan Shuolan replied, shaking her head. "However, he was once a prodigy of the sect. And 500 years ago, he ventured into the forbidden realm for our sake. If we disregard him now, what will the world say of our Qingxian holy land?" Qin Moi remained silent, merely shaking her head slightly. "Do you hold a different perspective?" Guan Shuolan asked with curiosity. "My thoughts indeed diverge from yours, Master." "Oh, pray tell?" "While it is true that Gu Xiu was once a prodigy, he is now effectively a cripple. The sect has shown him ample mercy by sustaining him for 3 years. As for his foray into the forbidden realm 500 years ago," Qin Moi shook her head. "Forgive my candor, but although the forbidden realm is said to offer opportunities for the sect, the true nature of these opportunities remains shrouded in mystery. In truth, the flourishing of our sect over the past 5 centuries has been the result of your leadership and the diligent efforts of our senior and junior sisters. As for the so-called opportunities, I have yet to witness them. Thus, to label Gu Xiu a hero of the sect seems overly hasty." Guan Shuolan hesitated, contemplating the validity of these words. "Indeed," she mused, "this topic has been broached on several occasions since Gu Xiu's return. What do you imply?" "My implication is singular." "What is it?" Guan Shuolan inquired with intrigue. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Moi spoke softly, "To draw a line in the sand and sever all ties. To abandon all affections and never reunite. Is that not too heartless?" Guan Shuolan hesitated. Qin Moi shook her head. "Gu Xiu's talents are extinguished, and he possesses no further potential for cultivation. This signifies that he and we inhabit entirely separate realms. Departing from the sect and facing his own fate is the rightful destiny of a mortal. Furthermore, as you mentioned, Master, Guxiu has threatened the sect with his abandonment of our spiritual pact. This is indeed a significant taboo. If that is the case, let him go. The sect has never owed him anything and need not trouble itself. Moreover, to speak candidly, the disciple feels that it will not be long before Guxiu earnestly beseeches to return. Oh, Guan Shuilan raised her brow. Guxiu has grown up in the Qingxian sacred land, devoid of kin or acquaintances in the outside world. Now, rendered a mere shell of his former self with little time left to live, the sect's continued support for him is already a considerable act of kindness. His venture into the world is sheer folly, and he will undoubtedly endure the harsh trials of life. When he can no longer bear it, he will find a way to seek the sect's understanding, Qin Moran analyzed. As a learned individual steeped in the teachings of sages, she had previously served as the sect's advisor. Her words now struck Guan Shuilan as quite reasonable. Indeed, Guxiu is courting his own suffering. Should he truly be unable to survive in the outside world and plead for a return, let me see how I shall properly deal with him. Guan Shuilan declared with indignation. Dispatch orders immediately to recall all those searching for him. There shall be no further expenditure of sect resources on this individual. This harsh command caused the elder to hesitate momentarily. Guan Shuilan frowned. Does Elder Chen have something to say? Elder Chen, after a moment's hesitation, ultimately shook his head. I shall follow your orders. Though he was an elder in charge of internal disciple resources, he was but a minor figure, his voice lacking weight. Despite his differing opinion, he ultimately felt unqualified to speak. However, as he exited the grand hall of the sect and glanced at the departing Guxiu, Elder Chen let out a faint sigh. It seems Master Gu will not be returning this time. Guxiu, at the Dan Peak of Qingxian Sacred Land. A startled exclamation arose as Nian Chaoshi, who had been in a coma for several days, sat up in bed, drenched in cold sweat. Senior sister, you have finally awakened. The third senior sister, Su Wanqing, rushed over, promptly taking Nian Chaoshi's wrist to check her pulse. After a moment, her furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Thankfully, although still quite weak. Your injuries have healed, and no lasting afflictions remain. Master sister, you must rest well over the next few days and refrain from any divination practices. Nian Chaoshi disregarded her advice and inquired eagerly, Where's Guxiu? Has he returned? Su Wanqing smiled wryly. Senior sister, why are you still concerned about Guxiu? He has been away from the sect for half a month, and the sect leader has already ordered a cessation of the search. Why do you still think of him? What? How long have I been unconscious? Nian Chaoshi exclaimed in shock. It has been 13 days. 13 days. Nian Chaoshi was taken aback, her expression turning frosty. Then why has Guxiu not sought us? Did I not previously insist on bringing him back to the sect? Never mind. I shall seek out Master. Noticing Su Wanqing's hesitation, Nian Chaoshi uttered a hasty remark and swiftly departed toward the main peak. Today, Guan Shuilan was engaged in sect affairs. Upon hearing of her eldest disciple's awakening, a warm smile graced her face. Chaoshi has awakened. How do you feel now? Thank you for your concern, Master. I am now well. Nian Chaoshi replied, then eagerly asked, Master, I wish to know why the sect is not searching for Guxiu. Upon hearing Guxiu's name, Guan Shuilan's brow furrowed. The time has come. He has suffered enough and will return of his own accord. What need is there for a search? But what if he does not return? Nian Chaoshi questioned. If he does not return, would that not be just fine? Guan Shuilan replied coldly. In any case, he merely adds a burden to the sect, unnecessarily consuming its resources. This indifferent response left Nian Chaoshi momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at her master. She possessed the art of divination, and her cultivation of the way of destiny destined her for a life of solitude, as entanglements with karma could harm both herself and others. Hence, she rarely ventured out over the past few centuries, and even interactions with her master and fellow disciples were scant. She had heard whispers that her master and the other disciples were not particularly fond of Guxiu, but she had never anticipated such a callous remark from her master. The realization was astonishing and hard to believe. But master, he is Guxiu. Unable to restrain herself, Nian Chaoshi began, 500 years ago Yet the moment she spoke, Guan Shuilan interjected coldly, do not speak of the past. The path of cultivation concerns the present and the future. Dwelling on bygone days ultimately leads to self-entrapment, offering no benefit to one's cultivation. Nian Chaoshi felt as if struck by lightning, staring at her master, who seemed unchanged from 500 years prior, momentarily engulfed in confusion. No benefit to cultivation, echoed in her mind. Chaoshi, 500 years ago, you and Gu Xiu were not particularly close, thus lacking in karmic ties. Though I do not comprehend your sudden concern for him, one must move forward in life. Those who linger in the past will inevitably be forsaken. This is not cruelty on my part, but simply the nature of the world. Guan Shuolan spoke with a calm demeanor, still shrouded in indifference. Seeing that Nian Chaoshi remained perplexed, she sighed. As the sovereign of the Qingxian sacred land, my considerations extend beyond personal feelings. I must contemplate the entirety of the sect. Gu Xiu's cultivation has been rendered ineffective, and he consumes a substantial amount of the sect's resources each month for healing and sustenance. Many disciples have expressed their dissatisfaction regarding this matter. His departure, from the perspective of the sect, is indeed a fortunate occurrence. This is the truth. Since Gu Xiu's return from the forbidden area, burdened by severe injuries and lingering afflictions, he often suffered immensely, necessitating the consumption of significant resources from the sect for his survival and recovery. Many of the junior sisters had voiced their grievances regarding this, which Nian Chaoshi had heard but had not given much thought. Yet, she was taken aback that Guan Shuolan would bring it up at this moment. Feeling a surge of indignation, Nian Chaoshi mustered her courage to confront her master. But he is a disciple of our sect, your personal disciple. He entered the forbidden area for the sake of the sect, striving for its prosperity. A sect as grand as Qingxian sacred land is unwilling to spare even a modicum of resources for someone who nearly sacrificed his life for it. Is this not disheartening for the disciples of the sect? A modicum of resources? Guan Shuolan replied, displeased. Do you know how much Gu Xiu's monthly stipend amounts to? Elder Chun, please enlighten her. Guan Shuolan's voice remained cold as she turned her gaze towards the elder in charge. Elder Chun hesitated. Sovereign, this matter, state it plainly. Guan Shuolan urged with an icy demeanor. Elder Chun glanced at the sect master and then at Nian Chaoshi. After a moment of hesitation, he lowered his head and murmured, Uncle Gu receives a monthly salary of 10 low-grade spirit stones. Did you hear that? Gu Xiu consumes 10 spirit stones each month from the sect. Guan Shuolan, who was about to speak, suddenly froze, staring at Elder Chun. Did you say his monthly salary is how much? 10 low-grade spirit stones, Elder Chun replied, shrinking his neck. Of course, there are times when it's even less. The least he has received was 3 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Guan Shuolan stood dazed. Nian Chaoshi gasped in disbelief. The lowest-ranked disciples in the inner sect receive a monthly salary of 200 spirit stones. Ordinary deacons and elders earn thousands, and direct disciples receive at least 10,000 spirit stones. How could Gu Xiu have so little? Chapter 7. Master, he is also your direct disciple. Faced with Nian Chaoshi's inquiry, Elder Qin glanced at the sect master Guan Shuolan, then looked down at the ground, stammering and unable to speak. What is going on? Why are you looking at me? Guan Shuolan demanded, furrowing her brows. Though Gu Xiu may be a wastrel, he is still a direct disciple. Is it possible that you have been withholding his salary? Elder Chun was so frightened that he knelt on the ground, exclaiming, I assure you, I have not withheld anything. Even if I had such intentions, I wouldn't dare to do so. Please, sect master, judge me fairly. Then explain why Gu Xiu's salary is so low, Guan Shuolan pressed. It was set by you, sect master, Elder Chun stammered. These words caused Guan Shuolan to shudder, while Nian Chaoshi's brow furrowed even deeper. Nonsense. When did I ever? Guan Shuolan's anger flared, but as she attempted to refute, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words. As a cultivator at the great ascension stage, she had long since developed an extraordinary memory, although she hadn't recalled it before. Elder Chin's reminder sparked a vague recollection that left her speechless. However, the unfortunate Elder Chun, in his attempt to clear his name, continued, 2 years ago, Uncle Gu was punished by you, sect master, for damaging spirit stones, resulting in a salary reduction. Even with a reduction, how could it possibly be only 10 spirit stones? Nian Chaoshi interjected with a frown. Elder Chin glanced at Guan Shuolan again, hesitating before continuing. 3 years ago, when Uncle Gu first returned to the sect, the deacons did not recognize him. Seeing him cleaning the main hall daily and lacking any cultivation, they classified him as a menial disciple. Thus, his salary was set at 20 spirit stones, half to 10. Such a significant matter, and you did not inquire further? Nian Chaoshi bit her lip in anger. I did inquire, Elder Chen replied softly, glancing at Quan Shualan. At that time, I asked the sect master, and Elder Lu Qingyao was present. She stated that Uncle Gu was merely a menial disciple, and you did not refute her. And then, Nian Chaoxi's fury erupted as she shot a glare at Quan Shualan before fixing her gaze back on Elder Chen. Did you not realize Gu Xiu's true identity over the course of 3 years? The understanding of this matter is clear. However, once the sect's stipend is established, any changes require the command of the sect leader. At that time, the sect leader declared, "Let it be," and urged with a sense of urgency. The leader remarked that Brother Gu was merely a waste of talent, deeming it unnecessary to expend excessive spirit stones, suggesting that a moderate approach would suffice without any special alterations. What? Nian Chaoxi could no longer contain her frustration. Her gaze towards her master now laced with coldness. The thought that she believed he was being treated according to the standard stipend for inner disciples, only to discover he was regarded as a mere servant disciple, was utterly shocking. Quan Shualan's eyes flickered with evasion. After a moment's contemplation, she attempted to justify. Moreover, Gu Xiu is simply an unqualified waste, and since all his daily needs are met within the sect, spirit stones are of no use to him. This argument had its merits. Yet, he is your direct disciple, a disciple of esteemed standing, albeit devoid of cultivation, receives a monthly stipend inferior to even that of a servant disciple. While it is true that in the Qinxian sacred land, daily expenses do not necessitate spirit stones, this only applies to basic needs. Should he require anything beyond that, such as medicine for an ailment, he would need to use spirit stones or barter with other disciples. Surely, this is a point that Master cannot refute? Nian Chaoxi questioned, each word enunciated with a palpable intensity. Her heart felt like an icy void, overwhelmed by profound sorrow. She was aware, she had always known, that Gu Xiu was not well regarded in the Qinxian sacred land, and her master and fellow disciples held little affection for him. Yet, she never anticipated that he endured such a dismal existence within the sect, a direct disciple of great stature, relegated to a status beneath that of a servant disciple. Why does he receive only 10 spirit stones a month, and can it be further diminished? Nian Chaoxi suddenly recalled Elder Lu's earlier words, suggesting that Gu Xiu's monthly allowance could be even lower. Elder Lu hesitated again in his responses. It was clear, this was the doing of the master. At this moment, Quan Shualan conceded, acknowledging, Gu Xiu often acts recklessly and makes frequent mistakes, hence this master has consistently halved his stipend. In that instant, Nian Chaoxi felt a chilling despair. He is your direct disciple, the one you nurtured with your own hands. This master is often preoccupied. How could such trivial matters occupy my mind? Quan Shualan replied somewhat uncomfortably, adding, furthermore, as a mere mortal, if he seeks no luxury, spirit stones are inherently useless to him. Besides, upon his return to the sect, he consumed a significant amount of resources for his healing. The spirit stones spent were certainly not negligible. Elder Chen hesitated, then lowered his gaze, stating, in truth, the spirit stones consumed for Master Gu's healing did not exceed 1,000. What? Nian Chaoxi was taken aback. Quan Shualan frowned even more, exclaiming, preposterous. How could that be? Master, you personally treated Master Gu. After realizing his potential for cultivation was extinguished, you indeed ordered medicinal aid for his recovery. Yet at that time, Junior Master Jiang Qian was on the verge of a breakthrough, and many resources overlapped with what Master Gu had utilized. In this matter, Master Su Wanqing had specifically sought out Master Gu to discuss it. The details of their conversation remain unknown, but ever since, Master Gu has ceased to request any medicinal stones. In truth, even the mention of 1,000 spiritual stones was an exaggeration. At this moment, Nian Chaoxi stood within the grand hall of the sect, yet she felt an icy chill wash over her, leaving her back cold and shivering. This was soon followed by a surge of anger. Master, Gu Xiu is not only your direct disciple, but also a hero of the sect. Are you truly unafraid of disheartening your disciples with such treatment? Faced with her disciples' pointed inquiry, Quan Shualan felt displeasure rise within her and coldly retorted, are we revisiting this matter? Gu Xiu is merely a useless individual devoid of cultivation, and his injuries are irreparable. To refrain from squandering sect resources merely demonstrates that he possesses self-awareness, does it not? The sect's ability to shelter him and provide him a haven is already beyond the reach of many. Nian Chaoxi was taken aback, gritting her teeth as she pressed on. And what of his status as a hero of the sect? 5 centuries ago, Gu Shidi ventured into the forbidden grounds, driven solely by the desire to benefit the sect. Fortune? Can you truly clarify the existence of this so-called fortune? Guan Xuelon furrowed her brow. Of course it exists. Ever since Gu Xiu entered the forbidden grounds, the sect's fortunes have steadily accumulated, leading to our current prosperity. Is it possible that you still refuse to acknowledge this, Master? I find this matter to be irrelevant to the so-called fortune. Master, Nian Chaoshi was utterly stunned. Do you not even believe your own disciple? Chaoshi, I naturally believe in your words. You have divined the sect's path on numerous occasions. However, the matter of fortune is too nebulous, and to this day, no one has been able to substantiate its existence. It remains an enigmatic concept. Even the most accomplished practitioners cannot ascertain what this fortune truly is, nor can anyone elucidate its arrival or departure. Seeing that Guan Xuelon still harbored doubts about the notion of fortune, Nian Chaoshi found herself at a loss for words. After a moment's hesitation, she said, Master, I cannot persuade you regarding the existence of fortune. However, I wish to remind you of something. When Gu Shidi departed from the Qingxian sacred ground, the accumulated fortune of 5 centuries began to dissipate. This was a statement she had previously refrained from making, as it pertained to the secrets of heaven that were not meant to be revealed. Yet, in her urgency to awaken her master, she cast aside her reservations. Guan Xuelon, however, appeared unfazed and replied, If you say the fortune has already dissipated, then let us observe what transpires next. I, too, am curious to see what this so-called fortune truly entails. Master, while fortune may persist and gradually accumulate the sect's destiny, should it dissipate, calamities will surely follow. Such a jest cannot be taken lightly. Nian Chaoshi cautioned. You should never have been allowed to pursue the path of heavenly secrets. Guan Xuelon dismissed Nian Chaoshi's earnest counsel. Shaking her head, you must understand, the cultivator defies the heavens, relying solely on the so-called fortune, ultimately resembling a flower in a mirror or the moon reflected in water. One must believe that human determination can triumph over destiny. This assertion was made with unwavering confidence by Guan Xuelon. Nian Chaoshi hesitated, wanting to speak but refraining. In the end, she shook her head. Disciple takes her leave. She understood that her master was now entirely resistant to her words, and further arguments would be futile. Leaving the grand hall of the sect in a daze, she cast a glance at the sky, where the fortune was rapidly dissipating. At this rate, it would not be long before 500 years of fortune completely vanished. But what should she do next? Senior sister, how are you? Senior sister, I heard you had a quarrel with the master. Are you all right? Gu Xiu was truly detestable. Even in his departure, he managed to sow discord within our Qingxian sacred land. How could such a person escape divine retribution? Indeed, that wretched Gu Xiu. At that moment, a few junior sisters approached. The warmth that had just blossomed in Nian Chaoshi's heart turned into an icy chill upon hearing their curses directed at Gu Xiu. Junior sisters, when did you develop such animosity towards Gu Xiu? This question left everyone momentarily stunned. Then they dismissed it. Gu Xiu has always been despicable. Is it wrong to harbor animosity towards him? We were simply too naive 500 years ago. That's right, senior sister. You have failed to see Gu Xiu's sinister nature. The junior sisters chattered among themselves, and in their words, Gu Xiu had transformed into a profoundly wicked villain. Nian Chaoshi felt a sense of disorientation. She understood that her master and the junior sisters held a considerable prejudice against Gu Xiu. If she wished to persuade her master, she must first find a way to convince these junior sisters, or at the very least, help them comprehend that Gu Xiu was not as malevolent as they claimed. But how could she prove it? As Nian Chaoshi pondered how to vindicate Gu Xiu, a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy suddenly flickered in the uninhabited forbidden zone of the Tianxi mountain range, only to vanish in an instant. Within the cave, Gu Xiu opened his eyes, surprise glimmering within them. He had broken through. After a full month, he had successfully ascended to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. To be honest, if one were to consider merely the speed of his breakthrough to the 3rd layer, Gu Xiu's progress could hardly be deemed swift. However, this was solely due to the vastness of his dantian, which made the elevation in his realm seem less pronounced. In truth, the spiritual energy accumulated in his dantian was already comparable to that of a practitioner at the 7th layer of late-stage qi refinement. Viewed from this perspective, Gu Xiu's cultivation speed could be considered extraordinarily rapid. Nevertheless, Gu Xiu did not feel overly exhilarated, as he had previously reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement with ease. There was little to celebrate about this minor advancement. What truly mattered to him was that he could now begin to utilize his green bamboo rod. Chapter 8. Painting Bamboo as a Rod. Heavenly Book Talismans. The Chi refinement stage is the dividing line between mortals and cultivators. Before reaching the third level of Chi refinement, the distinction between cultivators and ordinary mortals is not markedly significant. At best, cultivators possess slightly greater physical strength, enhanced endurance, and superior recovery of stamina, making them less susceptible to illness. This is primarily because, at this stage, their dantians have just begun to open, and their reservoir of spiritual energy is insufficient, rendering them incapable of actively controlling the Chi within their bodies. They rely instead on the passive nurturing of their physical forms by the innate spiritual energy. However, upon attaining the third level of Chi refinement, a transformation occurs. This stage signifies that the dantian has fully formed, and the cultivator has accumulated a certain amount of spiritual energy. Simultaneously, they gain the ability to harness this energy, enabling them to perform simple spells. And what Gushio requires is precisely such a modest incantation. At this moment, Gushio sits cross-legged, a green bamboo pole resting horizontally before him. With a series of hand gestures, he channels the spiritual energy coursing through his meridians. In an instant, he opens his eyes, which gleam with a flash of brown light. "Drive the vines," he murmurs softly. As he continues to gesture with his left hand, his right hand brings two fingers together upon the bamboo pole. An extraordinary scene unfolds. The once still bamboo pole begins to tremble violently upon his touch. Waves of regulatory force surge forth, fiercely resisting Gushio's spell. This is the drive vines technique. Belonging to the wood element, it allows for basic manipulation of ordinary plants, albeit at a sluggish pace and with severely limited control. It is considered a rather mundane and impractical spell, seldom utilized by practitioners. Yet at this moment, as Gushio employs this drive vines technique with his right hand, his left hand swiftly forms another incantation. Spirit Thread. In an instant, a delicate thread of spiritual energy materializes above his left hand. Without hesitation, he deftly employs both hands. The right continues to command the bamboo pole, while the left weaves the spirit thread around it. Each wrap is meticulously placed. However, the bamboo pole does not passively submit to Gushio's control. Indeed, the forces of the spell flicker and struggle, severing the spirit thread time and again. Gushio remains unperturbed. Each time the spirit thread snaps, he promptly recommences, engaged in a tug-of-war with the bamboo pole. Finally, just as his internal spiritual energy nears depletion, the spirit thread successfully wraps around the end of the bamboo pole. Now, without a moment's delay, Gushio flicks his right fingers with conviction. Just as the bamboo pole is on the verge of breaking free, a drop of his blood falls at the 7-inch mark of the pole. In an instant, the bamboo's struggles begin to wane, and moments later, it grows docile once more. Success. By blood, he claims dominion, transforming the bamboo into a fishing rod. The spirit thread, which once required Gushio's continuous energy to sustain, now appears to have become one with the bamboo pole. Even if Gushio relinquishes his control, the spirit thread remains entwined, morphing into the line of a fishing rod. Upon lifting the newly forged fishing rod for a closer inspection, Gushio notes that it retains its simple appearance, yet when held, it exudes an enigmatic aura, an ineffable sensation. "Shall I attempt to fish the heavens? Let me give it a try," Gushio murmured to himself, then swiftly flicked the green bamboo rod, causing the silk line to descend instantly, its end inexplicably vanishing into thin air. At first glance, it appeared as though Gushio was fishing in the cave, conjuring fish from nothingness. While he waited, he continued to speak softly. "I wonder if this method is correct, and whether the bamboo rod requires any bait." The technique for using the bamboo rod was something Gushio had observed as a bystander in a dreamlike realm. A millennium after Jiangjin had taken the rod from him, he had inadvertently discovered the proper method for its use, yet he remained uncertain of its accuracy. Fortunately, just as anxiety began to gnaw at him, the bamboo rod suddenly dipped, the sensation akin to that of a fish biting the hook. Gushio's eyes brightened, and he lifted the rod. To his surprise, it did not budge. A tremendous force emanated from the other end, as if a great fish was thrashing about. Gushio tugged several times, but to little avail. Fishing, after all, was a test of patience and a contest of wits with the great fish. He silently reminded himself to remain calm and engaged in the struggle. When the opponent surged, he would yield slightly, and when it relaxed, he would pull with vigor. Thus, time slipped by, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Evidently, the fish on the other end was beginning to tire. Seizing the moment after a particularly vigorous struggle, Gushio sensed it was the perfect time to act. He exerted a sudden force to lift the rod, and faintly, he could hear what seemed like the roar of an ancient deity. However, as the rod was completely raised, the roar was abruptly silenced. Gushio gazed along the silk line and was astonished to find an ancient tome with a dark cover. A martial arts manual? His heart raced. What he required most at this moment were various martial arts scriptures. Without hesitation, Gushio grasped the manual, but upon closer inspection, he was momentarily stunned. The dark cover bore only 4 large characters: Heavenly Book of Talismans. Was this real or an illusion? Could it truly be this fabled tome? Had it not been lost to time eons ago? Gushio found it hard to believe. The path of talismans is one of the 6 disciplines in the realm of immortality. Talismans masters can inscribe symbols that hold myriad mystical uses. In the realm of immortality, talisman masters are held in high esteem. For the talismans they create can be utilized not only by themselves, but also by ordinary cultivators for protection and survival, endowing them with infinite utility. Moreover, a powerful talisman master may be referred to as a talismanist, and it is said that the pinnacle of talismanists can inscribe supreme power within mere inches. A single talisman could lay waste to a city or annihilate a nation. Gushio's former 5th senior sister, Qin Moran, was a formidable talismanist. 500 years ago, she shared a close bond with Gushio and had imparted much knowledge about the art of talismans. Among the tales she shared was a saying regarding the path of talismans. He who possesses the heavenly book of talismans may ascend to the pinnacle of talismanic mastery. According to legend, the heavenly book of talismans contained the essence of the great way's evolution and recorded the truths of the talisman path. Along with all the talismanic formations known to the world, there have been numerous conflicts between heaven and earth ignited by the celestial script talismans. Unfortunately, these talismans have vanished without a trace since the ascension of the esteemed talisman master, Su Mozi, a millennium ago. Rumors suggest that he took them to the celestial realm, while others claim he concealed them with powerful enchantments. Regardless of the truth behind these tales, the celestial script talismans have indeed disappeared, and no supreme talisman master has emerged in the last 1,000 years. In the past, when this was discussed, Qin Moran often lamented her fate. Gushio had once vowed to devote his utmost efforts to assist her in the quest for the celestial script talismans. However, it is ironic that he has since departed from his sect, severing all ties and the oaths he once held dear, only to unexpectedly acquire this very celestial book. Qin Moran, it seems you are destined to be estranged from this tome in this lifetime, Gushio mused, shaking his head as he began to peruse the celestial script talisman. Upon examination, Gushio could not help but be astounded. This celestial script talisman was immensely powerful yet remarkably intricate. Its contents did not merely instruct on the art of talisman writing. It delved into the very essence of talisman craft, tracing its origins from the beginning of all things. The material was so profoundly obscure that it elicited gasps of astonishment, suggesting that comprehending its full breadth would require an extraordinary investment of time. It is no wonder that throughout history, those who attained the celestial script talisman spent centuries achieving any significant progress. Merely deciphering the text would demand vast periods of contemplation. Gushio reflected on this with a sense of regret. His current circumstances necessitated rapid cultivation, as his lifespan was dwindling. Only through swift advancement could he extend his years. He could not afford to dedicate extensive time to the study of talismanry. Just as he was lamenting, a thought struck him. Could my fearless ancient tome inscribe this celestial script talisman? Gushio had witnessed the formidable power of the ancient tome within his dantian. By inscribing cultivation techniques upon its pages, not only could he enhance his spells, but also accelerate his understanding. If he were to transcribe the celestial script talisman into this ancient tome, even if it did not undergo further simplification or advancement, it would surely shorten his time for comprehension, which would be quite advantageous. Resolutely, Gushio began his endeavor, turning his focus inward to his dantian. Opening a page of the fearless ancient tome, and then initiating the inscription with his will. His reasoning was straightforward, regardless of success. He would at least give it a try. However, unbeknownst to Gushio, as he meticulously transcribed the celestial script talisman word by word onto the ancient tome. Tremendous upheaval was unfolding in the external world. Chapter 9. The Dawn of 10,000 Rhythms. The Emergence of Imo Han Tower. At the Qing Xin Sacred Land. On Imo Shu Peak, Qin Imo Ran, the chief talisman master of the sacred land, donned her elegant black and white long dress as she elucidated the principles of talismanry to her gathered disciples below. The path of talismanry is to harness the spirit as a guide, to evoke the rhythms of heaven and earth, and inscribe the laws upon the talisman paper. The rhythm of the cosmos embodies the inherent principles of force that reside within the universe. As a talismanic master, one must comprehend this celestial cadence and transcribe it, employing techniques to unleash its boundless potential. To embark on the path of a talismanic master, one must first attain proficiency in the art of calligraphy, followed by an ample reserve of spiritual energy, and ultimately, a profound understanding of the celestial rhythm. In the esteemed Qingxian sacred land, the cultivation of disciples is held in high regard. Qin Muran, as the foremost talismanic master of this sacred realm, is tasked not only with crafting potent talismans, but also with imparting knowledge of talismanic arts to her students. As she spoke, Qin Muran reviewed the characters inscribed by her disciples on paper. After a brief examination, she could not help but shake her head in dismay. This cohort of students was truly disappointing. Their handwriting was abysmal, far from the mastery of calligraphy, lacking even the most fundamental grace of brushwork. Reflecting upon it, she realized that the most exquisite script she had ever encountered belonged solely to Gu Xiao. It struck her as peculiar that this individual, whom she deemed a failure and believed she had long forgotten after leaving the sect, resurfaced in her thoughts. Surely, this was prompted by her senior sister's frequent mentions of him. Perhaps it was time for her to sever that attachment and practice letting go. Regaining her focus, Qin Muran continued to guide her students and began instructing them on the creation of their first talisman. Yet, with each lesson, her expression grew increasingly grave. Not a single student among them could produce a complete talisman. Even 5 centuries ago, when Gu Xiao first ventured into talisman crafting, he had not performed so poorly. Shaking her head, she forced herself to dismiss thoughts of Gu Xiao and retrieved her multicolored crystal pen. Pay close attention, she instructed. The essence of talisman crafting lies in the comprehension of the celestial rhythm. With each stroke, you must channel your spiritual energy, intertwining it with the rhythm of the cosmos. As she spoke, Qin Muran began to write. Possessing exceptional talent, she demonstrated an extraordinary aptitude for the talismanic arts. As her brush danced across the paper, the celestial rhythm was immediately engaged, gradually manifesting and drawn toward the talisman. The sight astonished her students, who gasped in awe. Such fluidity. Elder Qin is truly a once-in-a-millennium talismanic genius. This is remarkable. So this is how talismans are created? Their exclamations made Qin Muran shake her head internally. The art of talismans demands a tranquil mind, and if one's thoughts are scattered, true mastery remains elusive. As her thoughts crystallized, Qin Muran completed the final stroke. The talisman was complete. In an instant, the cosmic rules surged forth, and the celestial rhythm, previously attracted, descended upon the talisman. The moment of fusion marked the completion of the talisman. Qin Muran was well acquainted with this process, eagerly awaiting the moment of full realization. Yet, just as the talisman neared completion, an unexpected disturbance arose. The celestial rhythm, which had been poised to enter the talisman, suddenly quivered violently, catching Qin Muran off guard. Suddenly breaking free from the talisman, she leaped into the air, yet did not depart. Instead, she turned towards a certain direction. What could this mean? Qin Imo Ran was utterly perplexed. Even more bewildering was the fact that not only was there this singular rhythm of the heavens and earth. On the contrary, within her perception, new rhythms began to manifest one after another. The rhythms of the heavens and earth are the very essence of universal laws. As long as the cosmos remains unchanged, so too will these rules. Theoretically, these rhythms should be inexhaustible. However, they are invisible to ordinary individuals. And even the most adept talisman masters require special methods to summon and connect with them. So what was happening now? The rhythms of the heavens and earth were appearing autonomously. What could have caused this? Why had such an anomaly occurred? Qin Imo Ran felt a rising panic, her eyes reflecting a hint of terror. The scene before her had surpassed her comprehension. Even more alarming was that, as a multitude of these rhythms manifested, They simultaneously turned towards a specific direction. Then, astonishingly, they bowed slightly. It was as if these rhythms were welcoming the arrival of a revered old friend. This was a vivid and breathtaking display. This was the homage of myriad rhythms. Qin Imo Ran's eyes widened, and she could barely contain her trembling. These rhythms seemed to long for someone to inscribe them, automatically materializing to express goodwill and draw near in reverence. But how could such a phenomenon occur? Could it be that a supreme talisman master had appeared? That seemed impossible. Could it be that an extraordinary prodigy had been born? A natural talisman master? Countless thoughts raced through Qin Imo Ran's mind, leaving her utterly disoriented. She felt an inexplicable fear. Many believe that talisman masters control the rhythms of the heavens and earth, yet only those who have truly become talisman masters understand the truth. Talisman masters do not merely wield these rhythms. Rather, they collaborate with them. It is the talisman master who attracts the rhythms to emerge. And then the rhythms acknowledge the talisman master, willingly assisting in the creation of talismans. Therefore, the most crucial measure of a talisman master's potential lies in their affinity for the rhythms of the heavens and earth. Qin Imo Ran possessed exceptional talent and a strong affinity for these rhythms. Years of diligent practice had allowed her to advance swiftly in the art of talismans. Yet, even she lacked the ability to foster such profound harmony with so many rhythms. It was inconceivable to achieve the homage of myriad rhythms. To put it another way, since the art of talismans was established as one of the 6 paths by the ancients, there has been no record of such an occurrence until now. Even though the concept of myriad rhythms paying homage exists, it has merely been speculation among talisman masters. This was unprecedented, but now it had come to pass. What did this signify? This indicates that the heavens and the earth have undergone a transformation, or perhaps an individual has experienced a change. Who could it be? Where are they? Why has this occurred? At this moment, Qin Moyan remains utterly oblivious, yet his emotions are intensely complex. 3 parts fear, 3 parts admiration, and 4 parts reverence. Many others share Qin Moyan's sentiments. The worship of myriad rhythms is indeed a profound phenomenon. We must ascertain the source of this disturbance immediately. Has a terrifying existence descended upon the world? I find myself gripped by fear. If a human being is the catalyst for all this, could this individual one day render me incapable of even inscribing talismans? It is hard to believe. If they are indeed human, what extraordinary affinity must they possess? On this day, countless talisman masters set aside their pressing matters, stepping outside to gaze toward the east. All understood, something monumental has transpired. While the ordinary talisman masters were merely shocked and speculating about the cause of these events, at this very moment, in the vicinity of the burial of Immortal's Valley, beside a forbidden area, within an ancient hall that has stood for countless years, an elder, seemingly long since transcended, suddenly opened his eyes. He gazed toward the east, as if seeking to pierce through all mysteries. Moments later, the elder burst into raucous laughter. He has arrived. He has come. After 3 millennia of waiting, I have finally awaited this moment. The destined one of the Imo Han Tower has appeared. Chapter 10, Embarking on a New Journey. Powder of Spirit Stones. Unbeknownst to Gu Xiu, who remains engrossed in transcribing the celestial tome of talismans, the external changes are unfolding. While it is termed transcription, it is, in essence, a profound experience. The power of this enigmatic ancient text transcends mere advancement techniques or the amalgamation of methods. It possesses another function, the capacity for rapid comprehension. Gu Xiu had previously discovered this while copying the 3 ancient scriptures. By inscribing the techniques from this tome, he attained a deeper understanding. However, with the earlier scriptures, Gu Xiu had already studied them meticulously, hence the effects were not readily apparent. Yet this time, the celestial tome of talismans revealed its significance with remarkable clarity. To grasp this celestial tome in a conventional manner would typically require at least a year. To fully comprehend, it would necessitate even more time. However, in this moment, aided by the ancient text, Gu Xiu found that with each character he inscribed, his connection to the celestial tome deepened. In just a day and a night, Gu Xiu inscribed the final character. In an instant, the ancient text within his dantian erupted in a radiant glow, and the pages began to float, ultimately coalescing into a complete book that hovered beside him. Yet, the cover bore only 2 characters, Talisman Book. As Gu Xiu opened it, he was taken aback. For the talisman book at this moment was even more formidable than the already powerful celestial tome of talismans. A cursory glance revealed a profound realization. The common path of talismans involves awakening the rhythms of heaven and earth, collaborating with them to harness their support. The celestial script and talisman are not merely tools to awaken the rhythms of heaven and earth. They enable a harmonious connection with these forces, allowing them to actively assist the talisman master, encompassing a profound understanding of the celestial rhythms. Although Guxiu had only skimmed through the talisman manual, he discerned that its contents transcended the existing celestial rhythms, delving into the intricate construction of these forces. This revelation left him quite astounded. The rhythms of heaven and earth embody the very essence of cosmic laws, and even the mightiest transcendental beings dare not claim the ability to conjure such forces from thin air. The techniques inscribed within this manual seemed nothing short of divine. However, Guxiu quickly shook his head and closed the manual. It was not due to a lack of potency in the text, but rather the steep difficulty of comprehension it presented, which far surpassed that of the celestial script and talisman. Having once reached the pinnacle of cultivation, he understood that for a practitioner, the most crucial aspect remains the self. Currently, he found himself too weak, merely a novice at the third level of qi refinement, and the prospect of forcibly comprehending such advanced material was utterly unattainable. The more he examined, the more detrimental it became to his present state. Withdrawing from his introspection, Guxiu cast a glance at the nearby green bamboo rod, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. This bamboo rod was indeed formidable. According to his observations within the illusion, Jiang Sun had utilized this rod numerous times, catching a variety of rare materials and elixirs, though most often it yielded nothing of value. Initially, Guxiu harbored low expectations. He merely hoped to reel in some resources for cultivation. To his astonishment, on his very first attempt, he had managed to catch such an extraordinary celestial script. He was tempted to continue fishing. However, upon trying, he found that the bamboo rod did not activate any further effects. Evidently, like in the dream, it could only be used once every 10 days. Exceeding this limit would yield no results. Guxiu felt no regret, for to a cultivator who might retreat for months, 10 days was but a fleeting moment. Shaking off his thoughts, he began to pack his belongings, preparing to depart. For the past month, he had devoted himself to rigorous cultivation in pursuit of breaking through to the third level of qi refinement. Having achieved this milestone, he could no longer remain in this cave. Not only was this location perilously close to the Qingxian sacred land, risking discovery, but the spiritual energy here was also far too sparse, rendering it unsuitable for prolonged habitation. In the practice of cultivation, the essence of spiritual energy is paramount. A place rich in such energy naturally facilitates swifter progress. This cave, with its thin spiritual essence, had compelled Guxiu to rely on the spiritual stones he had saved during the past month. With those stones now depleted, he could no longer stay. After restoring the cave to its original state, Guxiu cautiously exited. Yet, the moment he stepped outside, he could not help but furrow his brow. Above him, a radiant beam of light flashed across the sky. Though it was but a fleeting glimpse, he recognized the figure as his former senior sister, Nian Chaoshi. How could she possibly be here? Guxiu furrowed his brow, feeling certain that Nian Chaoshi was not in search of him. His impression of this senior sister had always been rather faint, as Nian Chaoshi had been reclusive for 5 centuries, and their paths had rarely crossed. After his return from the sect 500 years later, their interactions had become even more infrequent. However, despite his puzzlement over Nian Chaoshi's presence, Guxiu pondered for a moment before carefully rearranging the formations within the cave dwelling, subsequently departing into the forest with utmost caution, striving to avoid an encounter with Nian Chaoshi to prevent unnecessary complications. This time, he had his own objective, Yinshao City. This city lay far from the Qingxian sacred land and was a haven for rogue cultivators, free from the control of any faction. Upon leaving the Qingxian sacred land, Guxiu had resolved to embrace the life of a rogue cultivator, shedding excessive burdens and living solely for himself. This place appeared to be an excellent choice. More significantly, if the vision he had witnessed a millennium ago had not aired, there would soon be a great opportunity awaiting in Yinshao City, an opportunity that would ultimately aid Jiang Sun. However, as a rogue cultivator, Guxiu was determined to seize this chance. Half a day after Guxiu's departure from the cave, the entrance which had only been visited by him for 500 years, was now graced by a second visitor. It was none other than Nian Chaoshi. A month had passed since Guxiu left the sect, and Nian Chaoshi had spent the entire month searching for him. Although she often succumbed to a coma due to the backlash of her divinatory arts, and her injuries remained unhealed even now, her perseverance had finally borne fruit. Gazing at the cave before her, Nian Chaoshi's eyes sparkled with excitement. This place bears traces of formations. And my divination was not mistaken. Guxiu did not go to Qingxian City after leaving the sect, but came here instead. With her thoughts affirmed, Nian Chaoshi took a deep breath and refrained from barging into the cave. Instead, she called out softly, "Junior brother?" The cave fell silent, with no response. Unable to contain herself, Nian Chaoshi called again, "Junior brother, it is I, your senior sister Nian Chaoshi." The silence persisted. "Senior sister has something to discuss with you. May I enter?" Her voice trembled slightly, and the stillness of the cave tightened her heart. Could it be that something had happened to her junior brother? With this thought, Nian Chaoshi hastened into the cave. Yet, there was no sign of her junior brother. The entire cave was covered in dust, devoid of any evidence of recent habitation. How could this be? This cave was clearly crafted by her junior brother, and according to my divination, he should be right here. Could it be that there was an error in my divination? Nian Chaoshi found it inconceivable. She had always held unwavering confidence in her divinatory skills. Yet, throughout this month, every time she attempted to divine Guxiu's whereabouts, she had faced relentless backlash, leading her to question her own abilities. Is there truly an issue with my divination skills? No. This cave dwelling harbors a mystery. Despite the thick layer of dust, why has it remained undisturbed for so long without a single snake, insect, or rodent? Moreover, there are signs that the formation has been activated recently. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Nian Chaoshi, and her eyes sparkled with delight. It is my junior apprentice. He has always been cautious, wary of being traced, and took special measures before departing. He must be in the vicinity. Having cultivated the art of divination, she seldom formed close bonds with others to avoid causing harm to herself or others. Yet, she had always held a good understanding of Guxiu. This junior of hers had been of a prudent disposition for 5 centuries, so his actions were not entirely surprising. Confirming her suspicions, Nian Chaoshi immediately began to search the cave meticulously. Indeed, she soon uncovered something. A blue powder nestled in the corner, mingled with dust. Could this be spiritual stone? A completely drained spiritual stone? Nian Chaoshi was taken aback. Spiritual stones are directly usable for cultivation, and they shatter into pieces once all their spiritual energy is absorbed. However, what perplexed her was why this stone had crumbled into such a powdery form. Typically, when utilized to activate tools or formations, spiritual stones, due to their rapid depletion of energy, break into chunks. Yet, if a cultivator absorbs the spiritual energy slowly until exhausted, it could indeed result in this state. Could it be that my junior apprentice has restored his cultivation? Has he resumed his training? Nian Chaoshi felt a pang of sorrow. When cultivators absorb the energy from spiritual stones, they often discard them at the last vestige of energy to avoid soiling their garments when the stones break. Those who leave no energy unutilized are typically scattered cultivators lacking sufficient stones, which made her heart ache as she recalled Guxiu's meager monthly stipend at Qingxian Sect. "Little junior, I will find you. I will make amends." Resolving her determination, Nian Chaoshi finally departed from the cave. Stepping into the air, he surely has not been gone for long. However, just as she prepared to pursue once more, the Sect token hanging at her waist suddenly vibrated. Nian Chaoshi furrowed her brow. The master summons urgently. Looking again at the endless Tianqi mountain range, she turned and hastened towards the Qingxian Holy Land. Meanwhile, Guxiu, having paused in the forest, sensed something amiss. He glanced back over his shoulder. Yet, he quickly refocused his attention, frowning as he gazed ahead. Before him, a malevolent creature barred his path. Chapter 11. The master calls the disciple back for this matter? Before him stood a one-eyed wolf demon, robust and powerful, with a grotesque wound across its face, blood dripping from it. It was evident that the wolf demon regarded Guxiu as a meal. Drooling with its single eye fixated on him. Upon sighting this fierce creature, Guxiu couldn't help but furrow his brow. In the Tianqi mountain range, it was commonplace to encounter ferocious beasts. However, this area was on the periphery, where the strength of ordinary demons was not overly formidable. Yet, the wolf demon before him emanated the aura of a second-tier beast. The The cultivation levels of human practitioners can be broadly categorized into Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, void refinement, and great ascension. The methods of cultivation differ between the demon and human races, leading to distinct classifications at the early stages. Nonetheless, a second-tier demon possesses strength comparable to a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner, and from the pressure exuded by this beast, it was evident that its power rivaled that of an 8th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. However, faced with the wolf demon's fierce gaze, Gu Xiu was not intimidated. Instead, he shook his head and spoke softly. Your cultivation is arduous, and you hold no value to me. I do not wish to slay you. Unfortunately, the wolf demon exhibited a rather low intelligence. At that moment, a glint of cold light flashed in its eyes, and it lunged towards Gu Xiu. Seeing this, Gu Xiu could only shake his head and retrieve a wooden stick he had picked up earlier. Concentrate. Steady your mind. The bloodthirsty aura from 500 years of combat began to subtly manifest. Although his cultivation was merely at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, the relentless battles over the centuries had granted him immeasurable experience. What of a second-tier demon? If it obstructed his path, he would strike it down. Yet, just as the wolf demon was about to close the distance, Gu Xiu's imposing aura suddenly receded. In the next moment, a red-tasseled spear flew from a distance, landing directly in front of the wolf demon. Had the beast not sensed the danger and halted in time, it would surely have been impaled to the ground by the spear. Turning his head, Gu Xiu beheld a striking figure approaching, a woman clad in a crimson battle robe. Her beauty was remarkable, imbued with a touch of heroic spirit, while her long black hair, tied into a ponytail, danced in the wind, adding to her allure. After hurling the spear, she swiftly rushed towards Gu Xiu, arriving almost instantaneously. With a graceful gesture, she summoned the spear, which buzzed as it leapt into her grasp. With the spear now in her possession, she raised it defensively between Gu Xiu and the wolf demon. After this, the woman offered Gu Xiu a slight nod, apologizing. I am sorry. I was pursuing this demon and did not intend to drive it to the periphery of the mountains. Are you injured, friend? Gu Xiu shook his head and glanced at the jade token hanging from her waist, a remarkably intricate and ancient insignia inscribed with the 2 archaic characters, Tian Su. As Gu Xiu appraised her, the woman similarly scrutinized him, though her gaze was predominantly marked by astonishment at his flowing white hair. Just then, Gu Xiu suddenly spoke. The wolf demon is about to launch a surprise attack. The woman paused, turning her head to see the wolf demon, now highly vigilant due to her arrival. Unbeknownst to her, power had been quietly accumulating, and she suddenly unleashed a blade of wind towards herself. This wind blade was evidently the wolf demon's utmost strength. As the woman intended to evade, she remembered that Gu Xiu was still beside her, thus gritting her teeth. She grasped her spear and braced herself against the oncoming wind blade. After a strenuous effort, she managed to block it. However, upon glancing back, she discovered that Gu Xiu had, at some point, already positioned himself beyond the reach of the wind blade's assault. Was this mere coincidence? While she was still in a daze, Gu Xiu alerted her once more. It is attempting to flee. Turning her head, she indeed saw the wolf demon. Realizing its ambush had failed, swiftly turn and run. You think you can escape a second time after eluding me once? With a cold snort, the woman hurled her spear, and in an instant, her figure flickered, appearing before the wolf demon. 3 strikes. In mere 3 strikes. Beneath the fierce onslaught of the crimson-clad woman, the wolf demon collapsed to the ground, its eyes wide open in death. Upon witnessing this, she instinctively turned back to observe Gu Xiu's reaction. Yet, she found that her exquisite battle had seemingly failed to capture the slightest attention of the white-haired man, who had already turned and departed. In such a short time, he had even distanced himself. What a peculiar individual. Yi Hongling felt a sense of strangeness, hesitating momentarily before she decided to temporarily abandon her spoils and pursue him. I am Yi Hongling, from the Tian's mansion. May I inquire about your status as a rogue cultivator? Rogue cultivator? Yi Hongling was taken aback. Gu Xiu had faced the wolf demon with such composure, exhibiting a demeanor that suggested mastery. This hardly resembled that of a rogue cultivator. Yet, the world of cultivation is rife with eccentric individuals, and Yi Hongling refrained from probing further, merely stating, the wolf demon was startled due to my pursuit, causing you inconvenience. As an apology, I would like to offer you the demon's corpse. Gu Xiao appeared surprised, but ultimately shook his head. Your kindness is appreciated. But this wolf demon holds no value for me. Since it was you, Miss Yi, who vanquished it, it rightfully belongs to you. If there is nothing else, we shall part ways here. Ah, very well. Yi Hongling instinctively took a step back, observing Gu Xiao nod slightly before he resumed his journey forward. Yi Hongling, perplexed, cast a deep glance at Gu Xiao's retreating figure. She sensed that he was far from ordinary, although he was merely at the third level of qi refinement. His aura exuded an unusual quality. In contrast, Gu Xiao had no such contemplations. Upon sensing that Yi Hongling had withdrawn her gaze, he quickened his pace, weaving through the forest. After a few hours of relentless running, ensuring he was not being followed, he finally relaxed a bit. It was not that he doubted the renowned Tian's mansion, but in such remote wilderness, the most perilous threats are not always the formidable beasts. The gravest danger lies in humans. As a rogue cultivator, one must possess the awareness that comes with the title. Trust no one, especially in circumstances where one cannot ensure their safety, and maintaining vigilance towards one's surroundings is the wisest course. With his direction firmly established, Gu Xiao continued on his path. Meanwhile, as he pressed onward towards Yuxiao City, another scene unfolded at the Qingxian Holy Land. Nian Chaoshi hastened back to the sect, breathlessly addressing her master. Master, I wonder what urgent matter prompted your summons for me to return. At last, you have returned, Chaoshi. I was beginning to worry about your absence from the sect. Guan Shualan replied with concern. Thank you for your care, Master, Nian Chaoshi responded, quickly inquiring, what is the matter? Please feel free to speak candidly. She was eager to return to the Tianqi mountain range to pursue Gu Xiao. There is indeed a significant matter requiring your assistance, her master stated. Please, Master, go on. Your junior brother has just emerged from the sword pavilion after a month of rigorous training. He has made notable progress in his swordsmanship, and I intend to present him with a sword, hoping you can use your celestial insights to bless it. Upon hearing this, Nian Chaoshi was momentarily taken aback. Is that the reason for the urgency? Is there a problem? Guan Shualan asked, perplexed. Is there a problem? Of course there is. To summon the sect leader merely for the blessing of a sword is quite excessive. Master, I recall that such urgent summons are reserved for the most critical matters within the sect. Are you truly invoking it for this? Nian Chaoshi's expression soured. Guan Shualan furrowed her brow. What do you mean? Merely for this? Your junior brother is currently the most vital person in our sect, and indeed the future of the Qingxian sacred land. His advancements in swordsmanship necessitate utmost care in his sword selection. This is of paramount importance to our sect. Nian Chaoshi took a deep breath, suppressing her rising anger. She longed to reprimand her master. You have another disciple who has been missing from the sect for a month. Do you not harbor even a trace of concern for his safety? He was once a pride of the sect and its future, having devoted countless efforts to it. Yet ultimately, she refrained from articulating these thoughts, for she understood that in her master's eyes, Gu Xiao and Jiang Qin were worlds apart. Moreover, Jiang Qin was indeed the focus of the Qingxian sacred land's cultivation efforts. Guan Shualan's words were irrefutable. After a moment of silence, she softly acquiesced. I accept the command. Master, may I inquire where the sword is? I can assist my junior brother with the blessing immediately. Do not rush. Your second junior sister is still forging it. It should be completed shortly, Guan Shualan replied. Not finished yet. It cannot be that simple. The sword for your junior brother has been crafted from countless rare materials by me and your sisters. Even with your second junior sister's adept skills in forging, it will still require considerable time and effort. This revelation left Nian Chaoshi once again enveloped in silence. Return to your Wenyang pavilion for now. I will summon you once your second junior sister completes the forging. And remember, do not leave the sect. You should know better than I that the blessing of a magical artifact must be performed immediately after its completion. Delaying it will diminish the effect significantly. After providing a few final instructions, Guan Shualan gestured for Nian Chaoshi to depart. Nian Chaoshi hesitated, torn between her pressing matter of seeking Gu Xiao and the imminent opportunity to find him. Yet ultimately, she could only sigh, bow slightly, and turn away from the grand hall of the sect. Perhaps it was the brilliance of the sun outside that was too dazzling. Upon stepping out of the hall, Nian Chaoshi was immediately struck by the intense sunlight, causing her discomfort. Even the corners of her eyes felt slightly moist. Little junior brother, it is not that senior sister is unwilling to seek you out, but rather that she wishes to avoid any conflict with the master over your affairs. This concern is not for her own sake, but out of fear that the master might unjustly direct her ire towards you. Since the last debate with Guanshuolan, Nian Chaoshi had pondered carefully on how to persuade the master. However, she ultimately realized that the master was quite stubborn, impervious to her attempts at persuasion. To speak on Gu Xiu's behalf recklessly could, in fact, intensify the master's disdain for him. Gu Shidi, wait a moment. Once senior sister concludes her current task, she will promptly come to find you. Nian Chaoshi murmured to herself, but the distant chatter of several disciples suddenly reached her ears, causing her heart to surge with tumult once again. Have you heard? The house at Zhuopeak has already been demolished. Zhuopeak? Isn't that the residence of that Gu Shirshu? Hush! Gu Shirshu has already used the sect's abandonment spirit pact to leave the sect. We can no longer refer to him as Shirshu, but must call him by name. I actually think Gu Shirshu is quite a good person, even if he has departed. Was it truly necessary to dismantle Zhuopeak? Don't you understand? When a person's gone, the warmth dissipates. Moreover, this matter is not for us to decide. We must refrain from making unfounded judgments. The group of disciples gradually moved away. However, upon hearing this, Nian Chaoshi froze in place. The residence of Gu Xiu at Zhuopeak was to be torn down? Regaining her senses, Nian Chaoshi swiftly stepped forward to intercept the two ordinary inner disciples. Master Uncle, Nian Pavilion Master. The two disciples were startled and quickly bowed in greeting, feeling somewhat perplexed by this sudden approach from Nian Shirshu, who generally preferred to keep her distance from others. Even in past encounters, she had never initiated conversation. What could have prompted her now? But just as they were musing, they heard Nian Chaoshi's voice, cold as frost, pierce through the air. You say the house at Zhuopeak is to be demolished? The two disciples were momentarily taken aback, but they hastily replied, Yes, Master Uncle. Who is responsible for demolishing Gu Xiu's residence? Nian Chaoshi asked with icy composure. The two disciples hesitated before answering. It is 5th Master Uncle and 7th Master Uncle, Qin Moran and Lu Qingyao. Nian Chaoshi's brows immediately knit together upon seeing the two disciples' expressions of trepidation. She pressed further, they have their own residences. Why would they seek to dismantle Zhuopeak's house? The two disciples hesitated, yet under the penetrating gaze of Nian Chaoshi, they ultimately surrendered, confessing. It was 7th Uncle who said that a place is needed to teach Elder Uncle Jiang the art of beast mastery. The Zhuopeak happened to be vacant, so we decided to use that location. 5th Uncle is also involved, claiming he will utilize talismanic powers to assist Elder Uncle Jiang in constructing a perfect domain for beast mastery. The effort it took for them to utter these words was immense, as they felt an overwhelming pressure, a terrifying force that nearly brought them to their knees. It was the oppressive aura emanating from Nian Chaoshi. Unable to maintain their composure any longer, they promptly fell to their knees, pleading, Forgive us, Uncle. We dare not further speculate on your matters. We shall no longer speak the name Gu Xiu. They perceived that Nian Chaoshi's wrath was likely due to their recent conversation, and upon their cries for mercy, the suffocating pressure abruptly lifted. They hurriedly expressed their gratitude, but after a prolonged silence, when they dared to look up again, they found that Nian Chaoshi had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Nian Chaoshi had no inclination to engage with these ordinary disciples. She was rushing towards Zhuopeak with all her might. Although Gu Xiu had already departed from the sect, her thoughts were solely occupied with the hope of finding him and bringing him back. If the dwelling at Zhuopeak had been dismantled by then, how would she explain it to Gu Xiu? How would she face him? Regrettably, despite her rapid flight, employing all her cultivation to enhance her speed, she ultimately arrived at Zhuopeak only to discover that she was too late. With a resounding crash, the modest wooden house atop Zhuopeak, which had never been particularly luxurious, finally collapsed. In the blink of an eye, it was reduced to rubble. Before the fallen structure, Gu Xiu's junior sister, Lu Qingyao, danced with joy, while Qin Moran, though less exuberant, wore a smile on her face. Sister, now that this dilapidated house has been torn down, can we proceed to prepare the beast enclosure for our junior brother, as we envisioned? She exclaimed. Let us first destroy these filthy remnants. The beast enclosure for our junior brother must be crafted with utmost care, ensuring no errors occur. You are right, sister. I shall now proceed to obliterate all the debris. Why go through such trouble? Allow me to use a fire talisman. It will effortlessly incinerate this place, Qin Moran interjected. As they spoke, Qin Moran produced a talisman from her robes and, with a flick, summoned an unrelenting inferno that surged toward the remnants of the wooden house. Witnessing this scene, Nian Chaoshi, who had been lost in despair, finally regained her senses and immediately positioned herself before the ruins, shouting, "Stop!" Her sudden intervention startled both Qin Moran and Lu Qingyao. Qin Moran hastily controlled the talisman, redirecting the blazing fire away from the wooden house to an adjacent clearing. "Sister, why did you appear so suddenly?" "Sister, it is fortunate that I had just used the talisman. Otherwise, you could have been harmed." Qin Moran and Lu Qingyao spoke in succession, their hearts filled with trepidation. However, as the conversation unfolded, both began to falter, for they beheld Nian Chaoshi glaring at them with a frosty demeanor, which startled the two women into a hasty apology. "Senior sister, we did not see you, and thus nearly caused you harm. We did not mean it." As the eldest disciple, Nian Chaoshi's reputation among her junior sisters was second only to their master, Guan Shuolan. Under her intense gaze, both Qin and Lu felt a pang of fear. In response to their apologies, Nian Chaoshi coldly inquired, "What are you two doing?" The two were momentarily taken aback. Yet, Nian Chaoshi pressed on. "Do you not realize that this Jubwa Peak belongs to junior brother Gu, and this wooden cabin is his dwelling?" The two were momentarily stunned. And Qin Moyan was the first to respond. "Senior sister, Gu Xiu has already signed the abandonment pact. He is no longer a member of our Qingxian sacred land." "Indeed. Senior sister, Gu Xiu has departed. It is unreasonable for him to occupy space after leaving." Lu Qingyao concurred, nodding vigorously. Nian Chaoshi's voice turned icy. "Though junior brother Gu signed the abandonment pact due to a misunderstanding with our master, he will surely return. By destroying his abode now, where do you intend for him to stay upon his return? Even if he does return shamelessly, he can always reside in the outer sect," Lu Qingyao murmured. "What did you say?" Nian Chaoshi exclaimed in disbelief. Beside her, Qin Moyan added, "Senior sister, you may not be aware of this due to your absence from the sect, but our master has decreed that if Gu Xiu wishes to rejoin the sect, he should be relegated to the outer sect as an ordinary disciple. Yes, he thought that by brandishing the abandonment pact, the sect would look favorably upon him, but that is merely a fantasy. Upon his return, he won't even qualify for the inner sect." Lu Qingyao chimed in, nodding fervently. As the two exchanged words, Nian Chaoshi stood rooted in disbelief. She found it hard to accept that her master held a bias against Gu Xiu, and due to her decisiveness, was particularly harsh with him. This she could reluctantly understand. However, these were Qin Moyan and Lu Qingyao. "You two were once the closest to Gu Xiu, were you not? Moyan, did you not often insist on having Gu Xiu accompany you to practice calligraphy? Qingyao, did you not used to cling to Gu Xiu, seeking solace from him even after being reprimanded by our master, and request his assistance in subduing demonic beasts?" With incredulity, Nian Chaoshi inquired, "When did you both become so heartless?" Regrettably, in response to her questions, Qin and Lu merely frowned. "Senior sister, you speak of events from 500 years ago. Why bring them up now?" "Indeed, senior sister, we were young and naive back then, unable to see through Gu Xiu's true nature, deceived by his facade. Why do you still remember it? 500 years? A facade?" Nian Chaoshi found it hard to believe. Having spent her days in the Wenyang Pavilion, she had a vague awareness of the discord between her junior sisters and Gu Xiu. The attitude towards Gu Xiu has undergone a transformation. However, she never anticipated that this change could reach such extremes. "Senior sister, you often remain within Tiange and are thus unaware of the outside circumstances. Gu Xiu is no longer the same Gu Xiu from 5 centuries ago." Qin Mo Ran observed Nian Chaoshi's expression and promptly interjected, "Indeed, senior sister, you must be unaware of the situation, which is why you would say such a thing." Lu Qingyao nodded in agreement. "Since Gu Xiu's return, he has committed numerous wrongdoings. He even caused the demise of my newly tamed spirit beast, and worse still, he sabotaged the heavenly talisman that 5th senior sister had painstakingly comprehended, rendering her enlightenment futile. His misdeeds are so numerous that they defy enumeration. A person like him is nothing short of a vile villain. To whisper a secret, us few senior and junior sisters secretly wish for Gu Xiu's demise." "What?" Nian Chaoshi's eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced at Qin Mo Ran, whom she presumed, given her literary prowess and extensive knowledge, would hold a different perspective. Yet, to her astonishment, Qin Mo Ran also nodded. "While Lu Junior sister's words may be somewhat extreme, we have indeed long harbored discontent towards Gu Xiu." In that moment, Nian Chaoshi found herself at a loss for words. Just as she was rendered speechless, Lu Qingyao suddenly gasped and dashed towards the ruins of the wooden house. With a swift motion of her hand, she cleared away a significant amount of debris, revealing the foundation of the house. What lay there was a dense array of blood-red symbols, appearing exceedingly sinister. Even under the blazing sun, the sight of these markings sent chills down one's spine. Look, senior sisters, Gu Xiu must have done something nefarious, employing some dark sorcery to harm our Qing Xian sacred land. This formation is evidently wicked. Although Lu Qing Yao lacked knowledge of formations, she could still sense a malevolent aura emanating from the remnants. However, upon observing the markings, both Qin Mo Ran and Nian Chao Shi furrowed their brows in unison. Is this the earthly fiend soul-binding formation? It is a method of soul sacrifice. It is indeed the earthly fiend soul-binding formation. Gu Xiu has laid such a deadly formation within our sect. Being a talisman master, Qin Mo Ran possessed profound insights into formations. Although she had merely glimpsed the tip of the iceberg, she immediately deduced the nature of the formation. Her countenance filled with shock. Curious, Lu Qing Yao inquired, "Fifth senior sister, what is the earthly fiend soul-binding formation?" It is an evil formation. An evil formation? Yes, it is an exceptionally malevolent one. Qin Mo Ran replied gravely, "The so-called earthly fiend soul-binding formation is a formation commonly employed by demonic sections." At the mention of the demonic sect, Lu Qing Yao instantly felt a sense of foreboding. Indeed, Qin Mo Ran continued, "This earthly fiend soul-binding formation, as the name implies, is a wicked array set at the earthly fiend position to bind souls and dispatch spirits. This formation is exceedingly malevolent. Any lingering soul that wanders here will be immediately absorbed into the array, transformed into nourishment to sustain itself." What? Lu Qing Yao was taken aback. Why would Gu Xiu possess such a formation, and why would he establish it within the sect? He must be unwilling to resign himself to a life of impotence, yearning to cultivate. Qin Morden's expression darkened like turbulent waters. How could a disciple of our Qingxian Holy Land learn the formation of the demonic sect? Lu Qing Yao was instantly filled with indignation. Moreover, this is our sect. Does he intend to capture the souls of our disciples and treat us as mere sustenance? Qin Morden remained silent, merely glancing at Nian Chaoshi, senior sister. If previously there was no evidence, then at this moment, this formation should reveal Gu Xiu's true nature to you. Should it not? This matter requires no further elaboration. Establishing such a nefarious formation within the sect inevitably raises suspicions about its purpose. In response to Qin Morden's words, Nian Chaoshi furrowed her brow, rendered speechless. Her intuition told her that this could not have been set by Gu Xiu. He could not possibly wish harm upon the sect. But what then was the purpose of this formation? Particularly when she recalled the spirit stone powder she had seen in that cave. It was highly probable that Gu Xiu had indeed regained his cultivation. Why had Xuelan previously asserted that Gu Xiu had no chance to recover? Yet he had suddenly done so. Moreover, this formation just happened to be here. Could it be that he had truly employed some demonic means? I refuse to believe that Gu Xiu would engage in such actions. Ultimately, Nian Chaoshi spoke. Although she had not been deeply acquainted with Gu Xiu, she had always held a favorable impression of this junior brother. Furthermore, she had consulted him on numerous occasions, while uncertain about other matters. Gu Xiu's fate had consistently aligned with the principles of respecting one's master. She could not believe that one with such a fate would commit such deeds within the sect. Observing Nian Chaoshi's resolute demeanor, both Qin Morden and Lu Qing Yao felt somewhat exasperated. Senior sister, this formation has already revealed everything. Indeed, senior sister, we are well aware of who Gu Xiu is. This is merely a fragment of the formation. How can you claim to perceive the entirety? Nian Chaoshi queried Qin Morden. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Morden replied, I possess some knowledge of this formation. Many formations share commonalities. And to attempt to discern the greater array from just a fragment seems rather hasty, does it not? Nian Chaoshi spoke up. This time, Qin Morden found it difficult to refute, for the senior sister's words were indeed truthful. However, did it require further examination? Though it was merely the tip of the iceberg, it was evident that this formation was undoubtedly related to the 7 souls and 6 spirits. Placing such a formation in this location was, by any measure, highly suspicious. Nian Chaoshi was not oblivious to this reasoning, yet she remained obstinate. Since this formation has already been revealed, why should we not seek to understand it fully? As she spoke, Nian Chaoshi approached the remnants of the wooden structure, meticulously gathering the debris into her storage ring. as if determined to excavate the entirety of the grand formation. Beside her, Qin and Lu exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of helplessness. Why is this senior sister so stubborn? It must be Gu Xiao's fault. His acting was so convincing that even the senior sister was deceived. Both of them thought this way, but it was impossible to let Nian Chaoshi handle everything alone, so they joined in the cleanup of the wooden house ruins. In truth, according to their plan, they could have easily set the place ablaze without the need for such meticulous effort. However, Nian Chaoshi would not permit it, and they had no choice but to follow her lead, painstakingly collecting every fragment of debris into their storage rings. In the process, they discovered numerous items. I wondered why my talisman book was missing. It turns out it was here with Gu Xiao. He must have stolen it. Qin Mo ran furrowed her brows in discontent. Beside her, Lu Qingyao echoed her indignation, saying, "Senior sister, look, isn't this the horn of my deceased spirit beast?" He once had the audacity to deny any connection to it. Both of them uncovered several items, some even linked to other senior sisters, and their anger surged. As Nian Chaoshi listened to their enumeration of findings, her heart sank further into disbelief. Gu Shidi would never do such things. He couldn't possibly be capable of this. Gritting her teeth, Nian Chaoshi found herself unable to refute their claims. So she cast aside these chaotic thoughts and decided to collect the remnants of the wooden house all at once. As she gathered the debris, the great formation before her gradually began to take shape. When 3/10 of the formation emerged, Qin Mo shook her head. "Senior sister, I think we need not investigate further. This formation is clearly the soul-binding array, a complete soul-binding array." "I refuse to believe it," Nian Chaoshi replied, continuing her task. Before long, 6/10 of the formation was visible, prompting Qin Mo to speak again. "Senior sister, this is the earthly fiend soul-binding array. This part goes beyond simply binding souls. It is about merging and refining them. Any soul ensnared by this array will directly become nourishment." Nian Chaoshi felt uncertain, but still gritted her teeth. "I refuse to believe it." However, when 90% of the formation was revealed, her heart plummeted to an abyss. "Senior sister, this part transforms the refined souls into sustenance. The one who set this array maximized its effect, ensuring that the souls used as nourishment would not even have the chance for reincarnation. I believe we should cease our efforts. Such a wicked formation should be eradicated at once," Qin Mo asserted. Beside her, Lu Qingyao began to curse vehemently. "This Gu Xiao is utterly ruthless. We once catered to him with the finest, and the sect invested resources to nurture him, yet he shows no gratitude and resorts to such deeds. This is the sect, and to set such a formation here is clearly intended to harm others. Such a person deserves to perish." Hearing these words, Nian Chaoshi's expression fluctuated between green and pale. She wished to defend Gu Xiao, but found herself at a loss for words. Glancing at the final remnants of the formation, she gritted her teeth. "I still do not believe it. I will see it through to the end." This statement prompted both Qin Muron and Lu Qingyao to shake their heads in disbelief. However, they refrained from further persuasion. The revelation of the truth may indeed be harsh, yet it would be preferable for the senior sister to discern Gu Xiao's true character. Just as the remnants of the wooden cabin were cleared away and the entire formation was unveiled, Nian Chaoshi suddenly burst into tears. "Senior sister, please do not be sorrowful. It is not worth your anguish over someone like Gu Xiao." Lu Qingyao hurriedly consoled her, growing increasingly disdainful of Gu Xiao. If it were not for him, how could the senior sister be so heartbroken? It was not as if Gu Xiao had never considered harming others. He had always prioritized the sect in his heart, and she was certain of that. Nian Chaoshi shook her head repeatedly. As she spoke, she could not help but cover her face and weep, her pain striking Lu Qingyao with perplexity. How could it be that, despite everything, the senior sister still held on to her trust? What kind of enchantment had Gu Xiao cast upon her? At that moment, an incredulous voice from Qin Muron reached her ears. "How is this possible? How can this be? This is clearly the earth fiend gathering spirit formation. Why can it still transform?" Lu Qingyao, bewildered, turned to see Qin Muron staring in disbelief at the formation. "Transform? What does that mean? Is this not the earth fiend soul restraining array? What has it changed into?" Just as she was about to inquire, she noticed Nian Chaoshi, with reddened eyes, asking, "Junior sister Qin, can you discern what formation this is now?" Qin Muron examined the array, and then Nian Chaoshi, ultimately whispering, "This is the dissipation and transformation of soul's array. Dissipation and transformation of soul's array. Lu Qingyao was at a loss, unable to grasp the meaning of this formation. Yet she heard Nian Chaoshi proclaim, "Dissipate my power, transform my spirit, solely to bless the land." This was not the Earth Fiend soul restraining array. It was not an evil formation. It was a grand array willingly sacrificing oneself for the sect, allowing one's spirit to contribute to the continuation of the sect's blessings. The souls being restrained and refined were all aimed at him. Gu Xiu's intention was to bind his own spirit after death, transforming it. With the cost of not entering the cycle of reincarnation, the soul scattered. To sacrifice his soul for the path, to pray for blessings upon the sect. After uttering these words, Nian Chaoshi could no longer contain herself and fell into tears once more. Lu Qingyao stood there, utterly stunned and incredulous. What? This sinister formation is solely directed at Gu Xiu himself? How is that possible? How could someone like him possess such awareness? Chapter 14. Encounter with Hong Ling. Feathers plucked from passing wild geese. My soul has been gravely injured, far too severely. Meanwhile, in a cave nestled within the mountains, Gu Xiu murmured to himself, his complexion pale. In this moment, he appeared exceedingly disheveled, his robes soaked with sweat, his breath weak to the utmost degree. He had just endured a harrowing ordeal, the torment of injuries to his soul and path. 5 centuries of battle in the Forbidden Lands had inflicted upon Gu Xiu a soul injury that was nearly insurmountable. 3 years have passed since his return, and Gu Xiu occasionally finds himself besieged by the torment of his past injuries. Each episode a harrowing ordeal that he endures with gritted teeth. Although an ancient, nameless tome had transformed into a butterfly to mend his corporeal wounds, it merely restored his physical form. His spiritual injuries remain unhealed. Just moments ago, while traversing the forest, the pain flared anew, compelling him to hastily seek refuge in a cave to withstand the agony. Now that the torment has subsided, a lingering sense of dread still haunts him. Fortunately, since leaving the sect, the afflictions have only manifested twice over this extended period. A stark contrast to the relentless recurrence he experienced at Zhua Peak, where they would strike every few days. My young junior brother is truly formidable, Gu Xiu mused. Though his spiritual injuries are difficult to remedy, with careful attention, they need not recur so frequently. All of this is the doing of Jiang's son, who tampered with the conditions of Gu Xiu's abode. This grudge has not been forgotten. Steeling himself, Gu Xiu donned a fresh set of garments. He was determined to hasten his journey to Yunshao City to seize that fortuitous opportunity. Setting forth once more, 5 days had elapsed since Gu Xiu encountered Yi Hongling, and during this period, he had been advancing along the periphery of the forest. At this pace, with a little more haste, he should reach Yunshao City within a month at most. However, after yet another half-day of travel, Gu Xiu suddenly furrowed his brow. Before him lay a scene of devastation. Numerous trees and underbrush lay in ruins. Even stones bore the marks of destruction, and a faint aura of spiritual energy lingered in the air. The ground was stained with blood and scattered footprints, indicative of a formidable practitioner being besieged. It appeared the attackers had resorted to poison, and the skilled individual had managed to flee. From the traces at the scene, Gu Xiu surmised the situation. Conflicts among cultivators are undoubtedly ill-fated for a lone practitioner. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to take a detour, opting for a longer, yet presumably safer route. The cultivation world is perpetually fraught with peril. As a solitary cultivator, one must possess the awareness that meddling in others' affairs can lead to one's own demise. To assert oneself without sufficient strength may result in becoming naught but dust. Yet, sometimes, despite one's desire to evade trouble, it seems that misfortune lingers like a shadow. Not long after setting off again, a gentle breeze carried with it a metallic scent of blood, which caused Gu Xiu to frown. Just as he contemplated altering his course, a familiar voice reached his ears. "Wait. Help me." Turning his head, he beheld Yi Hongling, the valiant heroine of the Tianxi Pavilion, bloodied and concealed within a thicket. Having not seen her for several days, it was evident that Yi Hongling was in dire straits. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, her complexion was as pale as parchment, and her internal energy was in utter disarray. Upon noticing Gu Xiu's approach, she implored, "You have indeed discovered me, fellow cultivator. Might I ask for your assistance?" "I cannot assist you," Gu Xiu replied resolutely, shaking his head. Yi Hongling paused, taken aback, and then inquired, "Why not?" "I am but an ordinary solitary cultivator, unfamiliar with you, and I have no desire to become entangled in your troubles, Gu Xiao stated with unwavering clarity. Yi Hongling felt a moment of bewilderment, completely at a loss for how to counter his words. With a wry smile, she said, since you are a solitary cultivator, you must be lacking in resources. If you assist me, I can offer you a reward. Gu Xiao pondered for a moment before shaking his head. That won't do. Why not? She inquired. Your strength far surpasses mine. If you cannot resolve your own troubles, my attempt to assist would be nothing short of folly. He shook his head once more and turned to leave. Yi Hongling watched his retreating figure, biting her lip, feeling a twinge of disappointment, yet understanding his stance. His cultivation level was indeed not high, and it was reasonable for him to wish to avoid trouble. Just when Yi Hongling was engulfed in despair, Gu Xiao returned. Ignoring her surprised gaze, he directly asked, what benefit will you provide me? 800 spirit stones, as well as some medicinal pills. That's insufficient. The risk is too great. Is your life worth so little? I only possess this many spirit stones, Yi Hongling replied, somewhat embarrassed. Moreover, I merely need you to guard me. I have been poisoned and require urgent detoxification, necessitating someone to protect me during this process. If you find this amount lacking, you can state your price. And once I am safe, I will compensate you further. Meeting Yi Hongling's hopeful gaze, Gu Xiao eventually relented. Very well, I will require 800 spirit stones. To be given now. Yi Hongling was momentarily taken aback. The white-haired solitary cultivator had struck her as remarkable upon their first encounter, exuding an aura of ethereal grace, reminiscent of a transcendent being. Yet, she never anticipated he would act in such a manner. Despite her internal musings, she promptly produced a storage ring and tossed it to him, declaring, all my spirit stones are within. Gu Xiao accepted it and extended his consciousness to inspect its contents. Indeed, there were 800 spirit stones, along with 2 vials of basic recovery pills. Observing his serious demeanor, Yi Hongling, somewhat perplexed, asked, didn't you just say you wanted to avoid trouble? Why the sudden change of heart? Because I am already embroiled in trouble, Gu Xiao replied, shaking his head. The pursuers have already arrived. Yi Hongling's expression shifted to one of shock. Gu Xiao continued, I can either kill and break through, or I must move forward. But I will inevitably be discovered. There is no escaping this predicament. Yi Hongling exclaimed. So, your change of heart was not out of kindness, but rather because you found yourself unable to extricate yourself from the situation? Wait, do you still want my spirit stones? Why not take advantage of a situation where profit is assured? I cannot avoid trouble, but I might as well earn something from it. Gu Xiao responded candidly, without a trace of deceit. Hearing this, Yi Hongling felt a pang of hurt. Was this man merely taking advantage of her misfortune? As she contemplated this, Gu Xiao had already approached her. Can you walk? If so, we must make haste. I can. Yi Hongling reined in her thoughts. Though she felt somewhat disheartened by Gu Xiao's opportunism, the urgency of their circumstances demanded immediate action. Without further ado, the two began to navigate through the forest. Yi Hongling found herself somewhat bewildered by the unfolding events. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Gu Xiao led her with an air of reckless abandon, weaving through the trees as if he were utterly oblivious to the presence of others, or indeed, lacking any sense of their existence. Yet, at certain moments, Gu Xiao would suddenly call for a halt, promptly changing direction. They meandered through the woods for 2 full hours. What are we doing? Yi Hongling inquired, her confusion palpable. Without casting her more than a fleeting glance, Gu Xiao remained vigilant, responding, those pursuing you are drawing near. We must exercise caution to evade them. Yi Hongling was perplexed. Surveying the surroundings, she noted the dense foliage, devoid of any signs of life, and felt no other presence nearby. How could Gu Xiao perceive their approach? Unbeknownst to her, while Gu Xiao too could not sense anyone else, he possessed his own methods. His greatest asset lay in his innate affinity with the celestial rhythms of the surrounding world. This ability, acquired through his comprehension of the celestial script and talismans, primarily served in the realm of talismans. However, it also enabled him to discern potential dangers in the vicinity to a certain extent. This was why Gu Xiao had traversed the woods for 5 days without encountering any peril. Initially, he had failed to detect Yi Hongling due to her use of a special technique to conceal her presence, compounded by Gu Xiao's focus on guarding against greater threats. Their journey continued until midnight, when Gu Xiao finally halted. We are surrounded. Unless we break through, escape is impossible. How much time do we have? Yi Hongling asked. Gu Xiao attuned himself to the celestial rhythms. Here, At most 2 hours, before we are likely to encounter them. 2 hours? Yi Hongling inhaled deeply. I need to tend to my wounds and treat the poison first. Very well, Gu Xiao nodded, leading her into a relatively concealed cave. This will suffice. All right. Yi Hongling agreed, though she remained uncertain about Gu Xiao's confidence. However, this was not the time for such musings. The fact that they had navigated half a day without danger was already the best evidence of his competence. The priority now was her healing. As Yi Hongling settled into a meditative position to consume her medicine and gradually dispel the poison, Gu Xiao produced 2 spirit stones, cradling them in his palm as he slowly absorbed the spiritual energy within. Compared to 5 days prior, Gu Xiao's cultivation had progressed significantly, despite the arduous journey. He had not neglected his practice during moments of respite. For a time, the cave was enveloped in silence. The tranquility lasted less than 2 hours before both opened their eyes simultaneously, exchanging a glance before directing their attention toward the entrance of the cave. Someone's coming. Indeed. Before long, voices echoed from outside. What happened? Where did that woman go? I don't know, but she must have fled this way. There are signs of another person on the path. They should be nearby. Search carefully. After a brief discussion, 3 cultivators dispersed, beginning a meticulous search of the area. Yi Hongling's expression darkened. She underestimated the toxins within her body. Even with her relentless detoxification over the past 2 hours, these toxins clung to her like parasites, proving impossible to eliminate in such a short span of time. At that moment, a presence gradually approached, causing Yi Hongling to hold her breath in fear and glance furtively at Gu Xiao beside her. To her surprise, Gu Xiao remained seated in a meditative posture, a wooden stick resting on his lap, his expression impassive. The footsteps grew increasingly closer. Yi Hongling stealthily gripped the spear in her hand, bracing herself for a fight at any moment. Just as the figure was about to reach the cave entrance, it suddenly halted, then turned and departed. Yi Hongling quietly exhaled in relief and glanced again at Gu Xiao, who remained utterly still, his expression unchanged. Such composure he exuded. Just then, she heard Gu Xiao's voice break the silence. Can you still muster your full strength? If I disregard the consequences, I can manage to strike with all my might at most twice, Yi Hongling replied. Gu Xiao pondered for a moment. Twice, you say? Once will suffice. Huh. Yi Hongling was perplexed, thinking the person had already left. Why was Gu Xiao asking this now? But then, Gu Xiao stood up suddenly and stepped towards the cave entrance. Chapter 15. When did this cultivator become so easy to kill? Gu Xiao moved with remarkable grace, reaching the cave's mouth in just a few steps. Yet he did not immediately venture outside. Instead, he stood quietly in place, still gripping the wooden stick he had picked up earlier but had yet to use. With his back to Yi Hongling, his disheveled white hair glimmered in the moonlight, imparting an air of arrogance. For some inexplicable reason, the word proud surfaced in Yi Hongling's mind, intensifying her curiosity about Gu Xiao. Although their interactions had been minimal, this was merely their second meeting. Each encounter revealed an extraordinary aura about him. I remember your name is Yi Hongling, correct? Gu Xiao suddenly spoke. Yi Hongling was taken aback, and Gu Xiao continued. When I call your name, unleash your full power towards me. Yi Hongling was bewildered. Towards you? Yes. Just do as I say. Do you understand? I understand. Though still somewhat hesitant, she felt an inexplicable trust blossom within her, inspired by Gu Xiao's steady demeanor. It was peculiar. Despite Gu Xiao being merely a third-tier qi refining cultivator, she instinctively overlooked his cultivation level in his presence. Since the 3 of you have arrived, you might as well come in, Gu Xiao suddenly called out loudly. Yi Hongling was momentarily stunned, her heart racing with alarm. It was only then that she realized the 3 faint presences, previously undetected, had somehow appeared outside the cave. The earlier figure had clearly sensed something amiss, choosing to retreat without alarming them. It appears that the cave has not been discovered, but in reality, someone secretly signaled for their companions. Unable to contain her surprise, Yi Hongling cast another astonished glance at Gu Xiao. How did he manage that? Just then, voices from outside the cave reached her ears. So there really is another person. And they are actually with that wretched woman. You certainly know how to hide. You've made a search for so long. Kid, you have some skills. At the 3rd level of qi refinement, you've managed to evade us for this long. However, it's unfortunate that you encountered this woman. You cannot escape death now. You can only blame your ill fate. From her position, Yi Hongling could not see the 3 individuals outside the cave, yet she sensed the peril that loomed. She was acutely aware that the trio possessed formidable strength, one at the pinnacle of qi refinement, and two others at the 7th level. Meanwhile, Guxiao was merely at the 3rd level. This was not just a numerical disadvantage, it was a crushing disparity in power. Yet, in the face of these evidently superior opponents, Guxiao maintained his calm demeanor, seemingly unaffected by their presence. He simply inquired, "Who among you will enter first? Or shall we all enter together?" This statement, devoid of any discernible emotion, nevertheless left the three outside feeling somewhat uncertain. They were certainly not intimidated by Guxiao. The true reason for their hesitation lay in the fact that Yi Hongling was hidden within the cave. This woman was remarkably powerful. If not for her current poisoning, she could easily dispatch them. Even in her weakened state, they felt a degree of uncertainty. However, those who dared to come for Yi Hongling could not afford to remain indecisive. Soon, footsteps approached, and judging by the aura, it was one of the Qi Refinement 7th level practitioners. The individual was cautious, taking deliberate steps. Yi Hongling's heart sank as she gripped her spear tightly, ready to strike as soon as the intruder entered the cave. Closer, closer. She could even discern the figure's shadow now. Yet, it seemed the intruder remained vigilant, hesitating at the entrance. In the next moment, the figure suddenly accelerated and rushed into the cave. Yi Hongling was on high alert, prepared to attack in haste. But then, with a thud, the intruder collapsed to the ground, rolling forward due to momentum. As the body came to a stop, Yi Hongling gasped in shock. This person was dead. A gaping hole had formed at the heart, the result of a sword piercing through. Life had been extinguished instantaneously. Suddenly, Yi Hongling looked up at Guxiao, only to find him standing quietly at the cave entrance, motionless, holding a wooden stick from which blood dripped. Were it not for the blood, she might have doubted whether he was involved at all. She had not seen how Guxiao had executed such a feat. In fact, she hadn't sensed any spiritual energy fluctuations from him at the moment of the strike. This is indeed a practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refinement, considered to be in the later stages of this discipline. And what of Guxiao? He is merely a novice at the initial stage of Qi refinement, a mere 3rd level practitioner. Logically, the former should have been able to effortlessly overpower Guxiao. How could it be that the white-haired rogue managed to slay him so inexplicably? How did he accomplish this? As Yi Hongling was engulfed in astonishment, the two individuals outside the cave also discerned that their companion had encountered difficulties within. Their aura had become somewhat disordered. Indeed, that woman was inside. She must have taken action. You must go in. Her injuries cannot withstand another strike. Eliminate her. The voices of the two resonated through the air, and soon after, another practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refinement stepped forward, slowly making his way into the cave. Yi Hongling focused her attention once more, but this time, her gaze fell upon Guxiao. She had yet to comprehend how he had managed to achieve his earlier feat and wished to observe closely. The second practitioner moved at a more languid pace. Nonetheless, even at this slow tempo, he eventually arrived at the cave's entrance. Yi Hongling could not help but gather her concentration once again. At that moment, the second individual suddenly accelerated, charging into the cave. Yi Hongling held her breath, eager to witness Guxiao's response. However, at that instant, Guxiao called out, "Yi Hongling." She did not understand why he summoned her to act at this moment. Yet she recognized her opportunity was fleeting. Without hesitation, she hurled her spear toward Guxiao. In the instant the spear was cast, Yi Hongling suddenly realized why Guxiao had beckoned her to strike. For that practitioner at the 7th level was merely a diversion. The other, who was supposed to be the main force, a fully realized master of Qi refinement, had taken advantage of the distraction to launch himself forward. As he entered the cave, Guxiao had already stepped back. When the spear reached its destination, the master of Qi refinement seemed to meet Yi Hongling's spear head-on. Indeed, Yi Hongling's prowess was formidable, and the master, aside from displaying fleeting shock and terror, had no strength left to resist. Bang! In the next moment, he was pinned to the cave wall by Yi Hongling's spear. What sort of calculation is this? How could one judge so precisely? Yi Hongling was incredulous, but a glance to the side left her momentarily stunned. Where was Guxiao? Just moments ago, he had merely taken a half-step back without striking. Yet now he had vanished without a trace. By the time Yi Hongling realized this, she saw Guxiao stepping back into the cave, his wooden staff still dripping with blood. Had that practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refinement met his end? As the question surfaced in her mind, Yi Hongling's pupils constricted. for she observed that Gu Xiu was holding an unfamiliar storage bag in his other hand. Moreover, upon entering the cave, he had immediately begun to loot the storage bags from the two corpses. Was this truly how one slaughters? He just went out and killed the Qi Refinement Stage 7 cultivator outside the door? That couldn't have been an ordinary person, could it? How could he die without a sound? Yi Hongling felt an overwhelming shock within her. As a prodigy of the Tianzi mansion, she had witnessed instances of the weak triumphing over the strong, but such an effortless victory was truly unprecedented. Don't just stand there. This is merely one of our teams. If we wish to break through, we must leave immediately. Gu Xiu's voice pierced through her astonishment. Yi Hongling paused for a moment, then suddenly snapped back to reality, forcing her weakened body to rise. Drawing her spear, she noticed the Qi Refinement Stage 7 cultivator outside, who had not even had the chance to flee into the cave. Like the first, his heart vein had been pierced through. Turning to glance at the other two corpses within the cave, Yi Hongling was struck by an absurd realization. When did killing cultivators become so effortless? Chapter 16. Entering the subtlety. He once destroyed me. In an instant, Yi Hongling's gaze towards Gu Xiu transformed. Yet, in response to her look, Gu Xiu instinctively shielded the storage bag in his hand. Let me make it clear. Although you killed this man, I played a role in luring him. I should at least receive half of what is in this storage bag. Yi Hongling replied, It's nothing. I don't need the storage bag. If you require it, take it. Gu Xiu immediately smiled. The Tianzi mansion indeed possesses great wealth, so I shall not be polite. With that, he accepted all 3 storage bags with a grin. Yi Hongling remarked, Goodness, could you refrain from speaking? When you open your mouth, I am left uncertain whether to regard you as a master or as a petty rogue. Gu Xiu, clearly misunderstanding, saw her still staring at him and added, Don't look at me. This storage ring contains no antidote. The person who attempted to kill you was initially worried you would kill for the antidote. Yi Hongling, feeling helpless, shifted the topic. What shall we do next? This question was, of course, redundant. With the pursuit still ongoing, the only option was to continue fleeing. Thus, the two resumed their flight through the forest, embarking on a new round of escape. However, this time, they quickened their pace. Occasionally, Gu Xiu would guide Yi Hongling to change direction before continuing their rapid retreat. During this escape, Yi Hongling noticed another peculiar aspect about Gu Xiu. He rarely utilized his spiritual power. Or rather, whenever he did, it was in such minimal amounts. Just enough to suffice without wasting a single bit. This realization astounded Yi Hongling. Do not underestimate this ability of Gu Xiu. In reality, the deeper one cultivates, the more one comprehends. The most challenging aspect for cultivators is not merely cultivation itself, but the application and control of their own spiritual power. This technique is often referred to as entering the subtlety. Only those with ample experience and mastery over their spiritual power can achieve such a level. Reflecting on Gu Xiu's 2 previous actions within the cave. To be candid, Yi Hongling had never perceived Gu Xiu's fluctuations of spiritual energy. This observation only suggested one thing. It was not that Gu Xiu refrained from utilizing his power when he acted. Rather, his mastery over spiritual energy had reached an exquisite level, with not a trace of energy escaping his control. Involuntarily, Yi Hongling cast another glance at Gu Xiu. Who exactly is this individual? Meanwhile, at the Qingxian sacred land, on the Mo Shu Peak, Qin Em wore an expression of helplessness as she spoke to Nian Chaoshi, her senior sister. Senior sister. Asking me to plead for Gu Xiu is something I truly cannot do. He has already departed, and the abandonment contract has been signed. This signifies our irrevocable separation from the Qingxian sacred land. Ever since I discovered that the grand formation surrounding Gu Xiu's residence was not the earthly fiend soul-binding formation, but rather the dissipating power soul formation, senior sister Nian Chaoshi has been persistently pressing me. Her sole request was to persuade our master, Guan Shuolan, to intercede on Gu Xiu's behalf, beseeching her to allow his return to the sect. And she even envisioned the sect itself stepping in to seek out and protect Gu Xiu. However, how could I possibly acquiesce to such a demand? Yet, senior sister appeared resolute, continually pursuing my agreement, as if determined to sway me. As I firmly rejected her, Nian Chaoshi implored, Fifth junior sister. Among those who were closest to Gu Xiu in the past, you were one of them. Moreover, you are well-read and possess great wisdom. When it comes to reasoning, our master will undoubtedly heed your words. If you are willing to persuade her, you can certainly convince her. Even though the abandonment contract has been signed, A new contract for his return could still be established. This was Nian Chaoxi's proposed solution. She realized that her individual strength was far too feeble to alter the master's decision based solely on her own words. However, if she could enlist others, particularly the one most adept at articulating profound truths, her fifth junior sister, Qin Mrn, the chances of success would surely increase. Regrettably, Qin Mrn shook her head decisively, stating, "Senior sister, let me be clear, I will not plead with our master regarding Gu Xiao's situation." "Why not?" Nian Chaoxi inquired, taken aback and incredulous. At that moment, Qin Mrn clenched her teeth, choosing to clarify her stance. "I know you will argue that I had a close relationship with Gu Xiao in the past, and now that he has left, I should wish for his return. Is that not the case?" Nian Chaoxi questioned. "Certainly not," Qin Mrn replied, shaking her head. "I have previously stated that my fondness for him stemmed from my youthful naivety, having been deceived by Gu Xiao. Moreover, even if I had not been misled, 500 years have elapsed. I have remained unchanged, while Gu Xiao has transformed. He is no longer the person who treated everyone with kindness, who regarded us as family and was willing to sacrifice everything for the sect." Nian Chaoxi could not help but furrow her brow in rebuttal. "Junior sister, have you forgotten the soul-dispelling array set up by Gu Xiao that we witnessed not long ago?" "Of course, I have not forgotten," Qin Moi replied, shaking her head. "Then that settles it," Nian Chaoxi argued passionately. "If Gu Xiao harbored no loyalty towards the sect, how could he possibly establish such a perilous formation within his own abode, a formation that could be deemed an absolute kill against himself? He is willing to forsake reincarnation and sacrifice his soul for the sake of the sect. Such a person, how could he ever change?" Nian Chaoxi contended fervently. She could not fathom why her junior sisters suddenly harbored such animosity towards Gu Xiao. She hoped to persuade them with all her might. "However, senior sister, I do not deny the existence of the soul-dispelling array, but there is a flaw within that formation. Upon closer inspection, one can see that it has been deliberately damaged," Qin Mai articulated clearly. "If Gu Xiao truly employed this formation, the dispersion of his essence would indeed be real. Yet it would not replenish the sect, it would merely extinguish his own soul. Thus, it is quite possible that Gu Xiao once had the intention to serve the sect, but has since changed his mind." Qin Mai spoke slowly, enunciating each word. Nian Chaoxi could not help but frown. Indeed, the Great Array had been intentionally sabotaged at a critical point, rendering it ineffective in bestowing blessings upon the sect. "Do you not find that suspicious?" Nian Chaoxi pondered aloud. If Gu Xiao truly changed his mind, why would he retain the array's function to extinguish souls? Should he not simply destroy the formation outright? Who knows? What if he intends to perish within our sect and curse it with his soul's power? Qin Mai shook her head. Nian Chaoxi was ready to object when she heard Qin Mai continue. "Senior sister, you have no idea what Gu Xiao has done to me. Otherwise, you would understand the depth of my animosity towards him." Nian Chaoxi was taken aback, gazing at Qin Mai in disbelief, for she realized that at this moment, there was no trace of the gentle and cultured demeanor she once possessed. Instead, her eyes were filled with resentment, and her aura was rife with malice. "Senior sister, you reside in the lofty Ask Heaven Pavilion, detached from worldly matters, yet you come to blame me for not cherishing our past friendship. But have you ever considered that if Gu Xiao merely experienced a decline in his cultivation, how could I possibly disregard him? Am I that kind of person?" Qin Mai spoke emphatically. Under her piercing gaze, Nian Chaoxi felt somewhat uneasy. "Fifth junior sister, do you know?" Nian Chaoxi began, but Qin Mai interrupted her abruptly, her gaze intense. "The junior brother you have been desperately searching for during this time. The one who would even self-destruct for the sect, once." "Once what?" Nian Chaoxi was momentarily stunned, incredulous. Suddenly, she recalled something. "Are you referring to that incident from 3 years ago? So, senior sister, you are aware?" Qin Mai smiled coldly, her expression tinged with mockery. Faced with that derisive smile, Nian Chaoxi fell silent. Although she seldom ventured outside, as the senior sister of the sect, she was not entirely oblivious to the affairs of the clan. She had heard, to some extent, about the conflict between Gu Xiao and Qin Mrn, particularly due to the considerable uproar it had caused. Indeed, at one point, Qin Mrn had nearly taken Gu Xiao's life. 3 years prior, upon returning from the Forbidden Grounds, Gu Xiao found himself bereft of his cultivation, which rendered him incapable of resuming his path in the realm of cultivation. However, as a direct disciple of Guan Xuelan, Despite the emergence of a junior disciple to succeed him, it was inconceivable that he would be utterly inept. Therefore, Guan Xuelan resolved to have Gu Xiu study the 6 paths. The 6 paths refer to 6 special disciplines within the cultivation world, aside from traditional cultivation, akin to supplementary professions. These paths encompass the way of alchemy, the way of artifact refining, the way of talismans, the way of beast mastery, the way of puppet control, and the most unique, the way of source observation. Mastery of the 5 paths, excluding the way of source observation, necessitates a foundation of cultivation to attain the level of a grandmaster. However, this does not imply that one cannot embark on learning without cultivation. In fact, even a mortal, if willing to endure hardship and possessing a modicum of insight, could gain entry into these paths to some extent. Guan Xuelan's intention was clear. Although Gu Xiu could not cultivate, he should not be rendered a useless member of the sect. Coincidentally, several of his senior sisters were adept in their respective paths. Thus, Guan Xuelan assigned Gu Xiu to study with the other 6 senior sisters, excluding Nian Chaoshi. For a period of time, among them, Gu Xiu had the opportunity to learn the way of talismans with Qin Mo Ran. The way of talismans is particularly unique. It is based on the resonance of the Dao of heaven and earth. While cultivation may sometimes provide assistance, it is distinctly less reliant on cultivation compared to the other paths. The crux of the way of talismans lies in obtaining the recognition of the Dao of heaven and earth. This recognition is classified into 9 tiers, with each ascending tier representing increasingly rare and powerful acknowledgments from the natural order. The rank of a talisman master correlates with the tier of the Dao they have attained. The practice of a talisman master fundamentally revolves around continuously seeking the acknowledgement of the Dao, and only upon achieving the corresponding tier of recognition can they successfully ascend to a higher level. Qin Mo Ran was a formidable 6th-tier talisman master, regarded as a pillar within the realm of talisman masters, capable of establishing her own sect. However, to ascend to the next level, she would need to gain recognition from the 7th-tier Dao of heaven and earth and successfully inscribe 7th-tier divine talismans. This endeavor is fraught with difficulty, as the Dao from the 7th tier onward is exceedingly rare, mysterious, and powerful. Most critically, these Dao are seldom willing to acknowledge talisman masters. While many aspire to be talisman masters, 6th-tier masters are scarce, and those who ascend beyond that tier are a mere fraction of the population. Before reaching the 6th tier, success could be achieved through sheer effort, persistence, and guidance, employing various methods and strategies. With immense willpower, coupled with a modicum of talent and fortune, one could indeed attain their goals. However, the landscape changes dramatically beyond the 6th tier. At this level, the essence of the celestial and earthly harmonies demands destiny itself. The intricacies of the celestial and earthly harmonies at this stage cannot be conquered by mere tricks or techniques. They require recognition from the very forces of nature. Some individuals may toil for a decade to become a 6th-tier talisman master, only to endure countless hardships thereafter, ultimately dying without ever ascending further. Conversely, there are those who, after arduous cultivation, barely attain the status of a 6th-tier talisman master, yet on the very night of their advancement, they may attract the affinity of 7th-tier celestial and earthly harmonies, stepping into the 7th tier in the blink of an eye. This phenomenon is dictated by fate. It hinges on whether the harmonies of the subsequent 3 tiers are inclined to resonate with the talisman master, willing to be utilized by them. Such extraordinary affinity with the celestial and earthly harmonies is referred to as divine attraction. The average person may not encounter this divine attraction even once in their lifetime, while a fortunate few may only experience it a single time. Qin Muran is fortunate indeed, for she encountered divine attraction 3 years ago. Yet she is also unfortunate, as that particular instance of divine attraction ended in failure. It is not uncommon for divine attraction to fail, and the probability of this occurring is significant. The onset of divine attraction merely signifies that the celestial and earthly harmonies acknowledge a specific talisman master, willing to approach and understand them. However, this is merely the beginning of acquaintance. Ultimately, whether the extraordinary celestial and earthly harmonies will be willing to serve this talisman master requires ongoing affinity and even communication of the spirit. Thereafter, the talisman master must inscribe the divine talisman corresponding to these celestial and earthly harmonies onto a pre-prepared empty talisman, thereby establishing a contract. Only then can divine attraction be deemed successful. This path is indeed arduous, I have heard the patriarch speak of it. Nian Chaoshi nodded in acknowledgement. 3 years ago, Qin Muron, blessed with a sudden opportunity for divine attraction, found herself in an unexpected situation. Fortunately, after advancing to 5th-tier talisman master, she had already prepared the necessary elements for both 6th and 7th-tier talisman mastery. The onset of divine attraction was abrupt, yet she was well prepared and commenced the process immediately. It is said that the proceedings were quite smooth, and Qin Muron had already garnered the affinity of the celestial and earthly harmonies. However, just as she was poised to inscribe the divine talisman recognized by the celestial and earthly harmonies, binding herself to them irrevocably, an unforeseen interruption occurred. Nian Chaoshi sighed softly and remarked that it was rumored Gu Xiu had inadvertently intruded upon her moment of divine attraction, startling the harmonies and ultimately resulting in Muron's failure. Eldest sister, are you not well aware of this? Qin Muron retorted with a cold smile, her tone laced with deep resentment. Indeed, her grievances were warranted. The opportunity for divine attraction is a rare blessing that most individuals may not encounter even once in their lives. To stumble upon it once is a sign of profound fortune. Yet, once such an opportunity is missed, the likelihood of obtaining a second chance is nearly impossible. This implies that for Qin Mai to advance to the 7th rank of Talisman Master has become nearly impossible, effectively severing the path ahead. I can understand your resentment towards Gu Xiu. Anyone in your position would undoubtedly harbor feelings of bitterness and be unable to let go. Nian Chaoshi sighed. Yet after a moment's hesitation, she spoke. However, I have heard that this incident was not intentional on Gu Xiu's part. Are you suggesting that he fell into madness due to the resurgence of his Dao injury, inadvertently disrupting my opportunity to summon the divine? Qin Mai coldly interrupted Nian Chaoshi. She was taken aback, but eventually nodded. Yes, this matter was mentioned to me by my master. You know Gu Xiu's Dao injury can be quite unpredictable at times. I understand that you are filled with anger, resentment, and bitterness. These feelings are entirely valid. However, blaming Gu Xiu entirely for this situation is unjust. During the eruption of his Dao injury, he was not in control of himself, and I have heard that he struggled to regain lucidity, even leaving deep claw marks on his body in the process. This indicates that he truly made an effort to prevent any disruption. Nian Chaoshi herself felt that her words carried a hint of insensitivity. Nevertheless, compared to Qin Mai's lifelong hatred for Gu Xiu, she still hoped that Mai could eventually find peace. The resonance of the Dao with the world is indeed a rare opportunity in one's lifetime, but Mai, you are innately attuned to the Dao, and there will surely be a second chance. This is merely the darkness before dawn. You need only prepare yourself to await the arrival of daybreak, senior sister. Once more, Qin Mai interrupted Nian Chaoshi, fixing her with a serious gaze. As she looked intently, a complex smile suddenly appeared on her lips, tinged with self-mockery, pity, and a hint of hatred. Nian Chaoshi sensed something ominous. Indeed, Qin Mai said, it is well known that Gu Xiu suffers from a Dao injury. But why is it that he does not experience a resurgence of this ailment at other times, but rather at such a critical moment? The recurrence of such an old affliction is inherently capricious, Nian Chaoshi instinctively replied. You are mistaken. Qin Mai shook her head. I mean, senior sister, you are mistaken. What do you mean? Gu Xiu's Dao injury did indeed manifest at that moment, Qin Mai asserted. While the timing seems too coincidental to dismiss doubt, I was certain that he had indeed succumbed to his injury. Nian Chaoshi's eyes brightened. That would mean exactly. No, as I said, senior sister, you are mistaken. What do you mean? If it were truly due to a resurgence of his injury, I would feel resentment, but not hatred. I would merely sigh at the heavens for obstructing my path. Are you suggesting? My implication is that Gu Xiu acted with intent, deliberately sabotaging my Dao connection. What? Nian Chaoshi was taken aback. But did you not just say that Gu Xiu was out of his mind due to his Dao injury? What I stated is that he indeed suffered from a Dao injury, and it was not insignificant. Yet, Qin Mai continued quietly, but in truth, before Gu Xiu destroyed my opportunity, he had already regained his clarity. He not only awakened, but also became acutely aware of how significant that moment was to me. What? Nian Chaoshi was taken aback, feeling incredulous. How could this be? Didn't the master say? Master? Qin Moran let out a bitter laugh. The master merely believed that Gu Xiu was a direct disciple, and that during that period, Gu Xiu was facing disdain from his fellow disciples. The master feared I might reveal the truth, leaving Gu Xiu with nowhere to turn. However, in reality, when Gu Xiu sought to destroy me, He was remarkably clear-headed, perhaps more so than ever. From the very beginning, he intended to ruin me. Chapter 18. Parting Ways. Pursuing individual virtue. Gushio, you have shattered my path to enlightenment and severed my future. I swear, I shall never wish to see you again in this lifetime. Today, I spare your life only out of respect for the bond we shared 500 years ago. Yet henceforth, I shall harbor a lifelong hatred for you, cursing you to endure endless cycles of reincarnation, eternally deprived of rest or burial. In the depths of night, within a cave in the forest, Gushio suddenly opened his eyes, sitting upright and wiping his forehead, which was drenched in cold sweat. Had he dreamed of those from the Qingxian sacred land again? Gushio sighed, feeling a tumult within his heart, and softly uttered, I have no regrets toward anyone in this life. The only one I feel remorse for is myself. Upon speaking these words, the turbulence within him began to subside. However, despite regaining some tranquility, Gushio could not help but reflect on Qin Moran, who, 500 years ago, had so delighted in composing poetry and exchanging verses with him. He then recalled the myriad attitudes Qin Moran had displayed towards him over the past 3 years. Shaking his head, Gushio murmured, though I have disrupted your fortune, it was solely to save you. Our fates are now exhausted. From this point onward, we owe each other nothing. With these words spoken, Gushio's heart achieved complete peace, and he felt no further turbulence, even when the thought of Qin Moran crossed his mind. At that moment, footsteps approached, and shortly after, Yi Hongling returned, brandishing her crimson spear, her face aglow with excitement. We have successfully shaken off our pursuers. It has been 5 days since that fateful night of the 3 killings. During these 5 days, Gushio and Yi Hongling had been fleeing and hiding in the woods, encountering enemies along the way, but each time they had narrowly escaped. As for the poison within Yi Hongling, it had been completely neutralized by the 3rd day of their escape. The enemies likely sensed this, resulting in a noticeable decrease in pursuit over the following 2 days. By today, they had not encountered a single foe. Yi Hongling had just gone out to assess the situation and confirmed that there were no more trackers in the vicinity. This indicated that they had successfully broken through and evaded their pursuers. With a long sigh of relief, Yi Hongling was filled with joy, but when she glanced at Gushio, she found him still as composed as ever, his expression as tranquil as water, seemingly impervious to any disturbance. To be honest, Yi Hongling had grown somewhat accustomed to this demeanor. At that moment, Gushio maintained his indifferent demeanor, yet she remained undeterred. Instead, she presented several freshly caught wild rabbits, saying, Benefactor, I have specially captured a few wild rabbits for us to enjoy a hearty meal today and to allow you to savor my culinary skills. For 5 consecutive days, they had been on the run, enduring the elements without a proper meal. To say they had feasted would be an exaggeration. Merely having enough to eat was a luxury. Gushio did not refuse her offering, but continued to harness the affinity of the natural world, remaining vigilant for any potential dangers. Yi Hongling, oblivious to his thoughts, busied herself with skewering the rabbits over the fire and retrieved some seasonings. Benefactor, do you have any particular preferences for flavor? She inquired. I am not picky. Anything will suffice, Gushio replied. Yi Hongling nodded, and after a moment's hesitation, she could not resist asking, Benefactor, where are you headed on this journey? Nowhere in particular, just wandering about. This response elicited an eye roll from Yi Hongling. After 5 days, her understanding of Gushio remained utterly negligible. This was evident from her continued address of him as Benefactor, indicating her lack of knowledge even of his name. She had inquired about it once, but his only reply had been, Our relationship is merely a transaction, nothing worth remembering. This remark discouraged her from further probing. Soon, the wild rabbits were ready, and in the midst of their meal, Yi Hongling suddenly asked, Benefactor, you seem to have never inquired about the identity of those pursuing me? I have no interest, Gushio replied, shaking his head. Why not? He answered, as a wandering cultivator, one must possess the awareness that accompanies such a path. An excess of curiosity is not beneficial. Do you have friends? I used to. Used to? Gushio offered no further explanation. Yi Hongling was increasingly intrigued. The more time she spent with him, the less she seemed to understand, which only deepened her curiosity. This white-haired wandering cultivator appeared to be shrouded in countless mysteries. However, she understood the unspoken rules of propriety and refrained from pressing further. Suddenly, Gushio raised an eyebrow, announcing, Someone is approaching. Yi Hongling's expression tightened, but moments later, as they heard the sound of hooves thudding heavily, her demeanor relaxed once more. It is the sound of the hooves of barefooted black steeds. It must be my fellow disciples. Sure enough, it wasn't long before 3 riders arrived near the cave, guided by special markings Yi Hongling had left. Seeing that they were indeed her companions, she stepped forward. Upon spotting her, the 3 riders hurried over, exclaiming, "Hongling, are you all right? Have you been injured? We received word that the Chishui sect was pursuing you. Why did they suddenly take action against you?" The trio were formidable in strength, particularly one middle-aged man who exuded an overwhelming aura. He is a golden core. The other 2 were equally capable, sharing the same foundational cultivation level as Yi Hongling. While the 3 conversed with her, they rekindled their camaraderie. Gu Xiu's attention, however, was not fixed on the trio before him. Instead, he directed his gaze toward the warhorses beneath them. The steed was entirely jet black, its hooves ablaze with crimson flames, leaving behind a distinctive mark wherever it trod. This was a unique beast of the Tian's mansion. Although foundation-building cultivators could already soar through the skies using flying instruments, and golden core practitioners could traverse the air with ease, the mounts of the Tian's mansion not only possessed remarkable speed, but also received enhancements during combat, exhibiting an extraordinary mystique. Martial uncle, esteemed seniors, I will recount the matters concerning the Chishui sect to Hongling upon our return, Yi Hongling stated briefly, then recalled Gu Xiu, who had saved her life. This gentleman is my benefactor. Had it not been for him, I fear I would have perished in the Tianqi mountain range. In that fleeting moment, the trio also took notice of Gu Xiu. Though they were somewhat curious as to how a mere 3rd-layer Qi refinement cultivator could have rescued Yi Hongling, they nonetheless greeted him politely with nods. Among them was a young cavalryman, handsome and refined, who furrowed his brow at the sight of Yi Hongling standing so close to Gu Xiu. However, he said nothing further and approached Yi Hongling with a concerned expression. "Junior sister, are you injured?" "Thank you, Senior Zhao, for your concern. I have already recovered significantly," Yi Hongling replied instinctively, subtly distancing herself and denying him the opportunity to draw nearer. This instinctive action only deepened the frown on Zhao's brow, particularly as he observed Yi Hongling moving away from him and closer to Gu Xiu, prompting him to cast a sidelong glance at Gu Xiu. The Chishui sect's aggression towards our Tian's mansion is a matter of great significance. We must promptly report this incident, interjected the golden core practitioner nearby. The 3 immediately mounted their horses. Zhao was the first to extend an invitation to Yi Hongling, saying, "Junior sister, ride with me. Thank you for your kindness. But I shall follow behind you." Yi Hongling declined once more. Zhao's expression stiffened at her refusal, but a companion nearby attempted to ease the tension. "Haha, after all, Hongling is a lady. How about this? Hongling, you can ride my horse, and I shall ride with Senior Zhao." With that, he willingly relinquished his steed, a black-footed Wuzhu horse. This time, Yi Hongling did not refuse. However, once she had mounted, she promptly extended an invitation to Gu Xiu. "Benefactor, please mount. I shall take you away from this place." Her words momentarily stunned the 3 others, especially Zhao, whose gaze instantly shifted to Gu Xiu. Yet, to their surprise, Gu Xiu did not mount. Instead, he frowned and said, "Do not ride the horse." The 4 were taken aback. Yi Hongling smiled and explained, "Benefactor, this is our Tian's mansion's unique black-footed Wuzhu. Its speed rivals that of flying artifacts, and it conserves spiritual energy as well. Those who pursued us, knowing your identity, have not found us for so long and will undoubtedly seek reinforcements, especially considering that you possess a black-footed Wuzhu." Gu Xiu shook his head. "You mean to say that those hunting us have not given up?" Yi Hongling inquired, astonished. "Those willing to risk pursuing you must have compelling reasons to eliminate you. Do you truly believe they would relent?" Gu Xiu countered. This prompted Yi Hongling to furrow her brow in concern. Yet, Gu Xiu spoke again. "If I were them, I would certainly lay an ambush for your barefooted black steed." This statement left Yi Hongling astounded. An ambush? However, Brother Zhao beside her could not help but laugh scornfully. "Do you think we are merely lowly Qi refinement practitioners?" The other 2 also struggled to suppress their amusement. They believed Gu Xiu was oblivious to their true cultivation levels, a golden core leading 3 foundation establishment cultivators. Such strength was not something an ordinary person would dare to scheme against. Yi Hongling, equally curious, turned to Gu Xiu to discern his thoughts. Unexpectedly, Gu Xiu directly proposed to part ways. He did not argue or elaborate, but simply stated his desire to separate. Benefactor, Yi Hongling was taken aback. But before she could respond, Gu Xiu continued, I promised to assist you once, and now that you are safe and reunited with your companions, I have fulfilled my obligation. It is time for us to part ways. With that, Gu Xiu turned and walked away briskly. Observing his retreating figure, Yi Hongling wished to call out to him. But Brother Zhao urged her, Junior sister, the matters of the Qishui sect are of great importance. We must leave swiftly. Indeed, Junior sister, let us hurry, added the others. Although this person's cultivation is not high, he is exceptionally vigilant. Having him follow us would hinder our progress. Hearing this, Yi Hongling hesitated but ultimately nodded and called out to Gu Xiu's back, I am immensely grateful for your help these past few days. Should you require assistance in the future, you may seek me at the Tiansa mansion. I shall do my utmost to aid you. After her declaration, the three mounted their barefooted black steed and, accompanied by the sound of hooves, swiftly departed. On the other side, Gu Xiu, having confirmed that the three had moved far away, suddenly changed direction and continued on his path. As a loose cultivator, one must possess the awareness of a loose cultivator. Maintaining one's own well-being is invariably the wisest choice. In a situation like earlier, had it occurred 500 years ago, Gu Xiu might have argued his case, attempting to persuade the other party, and perhaps even clashed with Brother Zhao over trivial matters. But now, Gu Xiu's mindset had transformed. He acknowledged Yi Hongling's commendable character, but felt no need to say more. Moreover, noticing the impending twilight, Gu Xiu promptly sought refuge in a concealed cave and produced a bamboo fishing rod. This rod allowed him to fish once every 10 days, and now, 10 days had passed. Chapter 19, Divine and Demonic Finger Bones, Harmonizing with the Dao. What might he catch this time? He was indeed in need of many things. Whether it be spirit stones or various cultivation resources, acquiring a new technique would also be welcome. Within the cave, as Gu Xiu continued to fish, he contemplated the necessities for his future. Though it appeared that loose cultivators lived freely and unrestrained, this semblance of liberty was merely superficial. In truth, the lack of a sect as a support system revealed significant shortcomings. Regardless of guidance from mentors or the availability of cultivation resources, one must ultimately rely on oneself. Even without the protection of a sect, one may fall victim to unforeseen attacks along the path, and should death ensue, so be it. Gu Xiu, however, does not particularly require mentorship. Not only has he previously stood at the pinnacle, but now, embarking on this journey anew, he possesses ample experience. Moreover, Gu Xiu harbors ancient, unnamed tomes within his dantian, through which he can fully comprehend any technique or secret. Thus, he is even less in need of guidance. As for the protection of a sect, with carefulness and prudence, one can navigate the challenges quite well. What Gu Xiu truly lacks is but one thing: cultivation resources. In the realm of cultivation, the significance of wealth is paramount, as the term wealth precedes all others, underscoring its importance. There exists an abundance of resources. Sufficient spiritual stones can facilitate rapid growth, even for those of lesser talent. For Gu Xiu to cultivate, he must acquire resources. Relying solely on the meager spiritual energy of the heavens and earth would be exceedingly difficult given the vastness of his dantian. Thus, his need for resources is even more pressing than that of others. At this moment, holding the bamboo fishing rod, Gu Xiu's greatest desire is to acquire a substantial amount of cultivation resources, preferably spiritual stones or elixirs. Suddenly, his fishing rod vibrates, igniting a spark of excitement within him. He immediately focuses his mind and attempts to lift the rod. Expecting a struggle akin to his previous experience, he is pleasantly surprised to find that, although there is some resistance, it proves much easier this time. Before long, Gu Xiu raises the fishing rod, and the object at the end of the line slowly comes into view, leaving him momentarily bewildered. What is this? Contrary to his expectation of reeling in spiritual stones or medicinal herbs, what appears at the end of his rod is merely a fragment of a finger bone. Disappointment washes over him. He recalls having witnessed Jiang Sun catch various peculiar and worthless items in the illusion. He had hoped that his first catch would be something auspicious. Yet this finger bone serves as a stark reminder that the bamboo rod does not discriminate. Wait, is this finger bone absorbing the essence of heaven and earth? Just as Gu Xiu contemplates discarding the bone, he suddenly freezes, his gaze fixed in astonishment upon the fragment. He observes that at the tip of the bamboo rod, This seemingly unremarkable finger bone is, at that very moment, gradually drawing in the celestial rhythms of the universe. This occurrence is subtle. Even a powerful talisman master, skilled in the art of talismans, might overlook it if not for careful scrutiny. Yet Guxiao, having long since mastered the celestial talisman techniques and possessing a profound affinity for the essence of heaven and earth, perceives it distinctly. He realizes that the cosmic rhythms, which were once so harmonious with him, are now slowly gravitating towards this finger bone. It is important to note that even many talisman masters find it challenging to attract the essence of heaven and earth, let alone a mere fragment of bone. Yet, this very scene unfolds before Guxiao's eyes. This piqued Guxiao's curiosity immensely. He decisively removed the phalanx from the spiritual thread and scrutinized it closely. To be frank, to the naked eye, it appeared utterly unremarkable. This fragment of a human phalanx, presumably from the index finger of the right hand, seemed to be of considerable antiquity, as it bore the marks of weathering. At first glance, one might even doubt that it could withstand a firm grip without being reduced to powder. However, at that moment, while employing the celestial script talisman for a more thorough examination, Guxiao discerned something peculiar. It appeared that there was a force of order entwined within it. Surprised, Guxiao hesitated for a moment before applying pressure, yet the anticipated vision of the phalanx crumbling into dust did not materialize. On the contrary, this fragment remained entirely intact. It is worth noting that although Guxiao was merely at the third level of qi refinement, his strength was considerable. He could easily deform even a piece of iron. Yet, faced with this seemingly almost entirely weathered phalanx, he could not even budge it. After reflecting on the matter, Guxiao attempted various methods, burning it, submerging it in water, and even employing spells in an effort to destroy it. Yet, without exception, all attempts were in vain. The fragment sustained no damage whatsoever. After several more attempts, Guxiao reached a conclusion. There was indeed a governing force surrounding it, allowing it to be influenced solely by the power of time. No other force could alter this fragment. This realization astonished Guxiao. What manner of being did this phalanx belong to? Even after thousands or tens of thousands of years, even if the body had decayed, this mere fragment of bone remained impervious to destruction. A deity, or perhaps an immortal, Guxiao murmured to himself. Having once stood at the pinnacle and possessing a fundamental understanding of the power of cultivators. According to his knowledge, this sort of force was beyond the capability of an ordinary practitioner. Even if the Great Dao were to shatter and the sun and moon were to cycle, I shall not perish. Guxiao reflected, his heart shaken profoundly. Such power could be deemed supreme. Yet simultaneously, he was astonished by the very power of time, which even such an extraordinary individual could not escape. How lamentable, how regrettable. At that moment, Guxiao made another discovery. Oh, this fragment could absorb spiritual energy? Although this phalanx was an inanimate object, Guxiao had just noticed that when he activated his spiritual energy to probe it, the energy entered the fragment and was silently absorbed. Guxiao was somewhat taken aback. After pondering, he placed a spiritual stone beside the phalanx, yet it remained motionless. However, as he activated the spiritual stone, directing its energy toward the phalanx, he quickly realized that the energy entering the phalanx vanished as if it had sunk into the ocean. How intriguing! This fragment, devoid of any vitality, could autonomously absorb spiritual energy upon its entry. What purpose did it have in absorbing this energy? Guxiao murmured to himself, subsequently retrieving several more spiritual stones to further investigate the secrets of this phalanx. As the spirit stones transformed into fine powder, entirely absorbed by this fragment of bone, Guxiao began to feel a pang of regret. Alas, he was merely a wandering cultivator. Although he had profited modestly by acquiring 800 spirit stones from Yi Hongling, it was not sufficient to endure the relentless consumption of this bone. 20 spirit stones, an entire 20, were expended without yielding even a ripple. The bone resembled an insatiable abyss, welcoming all offerings. However, just as Guxiao contemplated surrendering, he suddenly sensed a shift in the resonance of the heaven and earth. His brow arched with intrigue as an instinct awakened within him. He swiftly pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of his essence to fall. Before the drop could reach the ground, he deftly intercepted it with his finger, using it as a quill and the blood as ink to inscribe profound runes upon the bone. In an instant, the atmosphere outside the cave shifted dramatically, tempestuous winds howling, Strange forces surged toward Gu Xiao as if to thwart his inscription. This was the allure of the divine. The obstructions he faced were manifestations of divine interference. Any ordinary talisman master, unprepared, might have missed this opportunity, but Gu Xiao was no ordinary individual. Having battled in the secret realm for 5 centuries, his aura of malevolence was formidable. With a mere sweep of his gaze, he let out a soft snort. Humph. In that moment, the terrifying forces disintegrated into powder at the sound of his disdainful exhalation, while the remaining strange energies trembled in fear, reluctant to advance. Witnessing this, Gu Xiao hesitated no longer and hastened to complete his writing. Moments later, as the strange forces stirred restlessly, he finalized the last stroke. A complete talisman was inscribed. Without pausing, he executed a series of hand seals and called out, "All." The seals descended upon the bone. Instantly, the blood talisman erupted in radiant brilliance, flowing slowly into the bone. In the next heartbeat, the howling winds ceased, the torrential rain halted, and the talisman inscribed with his blood vanished, leaving only fleeting glimmers in its wake. Concurrently, a connection began to form between Gu Xiao and the bone. This bond was established through the sudden resonance of the divine, a phenomenon he had forcefully invoked. This resonance, known as all, possessed the power to discern human hearts, bind their beings, and control their souls. In simpler terms, it resembled a common recognition talisman, which enhances the likelihood of successfully establishing a bond with a magical artifact. However, this all talisman was far more potent than a mere recognition talisman, capable of forcibly binding an artifact to its master. Although the bone was not an artifact, it had now been forcibly connected to Gu Xiao under the influence of the all talisman. Upon further examination, Gu Xiao comprehended the secrets contained within the bone. And as he grasped these revelations, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. This bone was a formidable weapon. In Gu Xiao's observation, he discerned that within this fragment of a finger bone resided the lingering essence of its original owner's strength. The reason for the substantial absorption of spiritual energy was that upon its entry into the bone, this energy was immediately captured by the lingering strength retained within, seemingly awaiting the accumulation of sufficient energy to be unleashed. Gu Xiao noted that this fragment had already stored a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Clearly, over the long passage of time, many individuals, much like Gu Xiao himself, had recognized its uniqueness and deposited some spiritual energy within it. However, after fruitless contemplation and the exhausting of numerous spirit stones without any results, they ultimately relinquished their efforts. Yet Gu Xiao was different. Under the influence of the character's power, he had established a connection with this finger bone fragment, allowing him not only to uncover its secrets, but also to gain the ability to wield its strength. This singular force was quite enigmatic. Its true potency remained elusive, yet it was likely formidable. Gu Xiao refrained from recklessly experimenting, as the intensity of the latent energy alone indicated that should this force be unleashed, it would indeed be immensely powerful. More crucially, Gu Xiao discovered that once this strength was activated, the accumulated spiritual power would be entirely expended, necessitating a fresh infusion of energy for subsequent use. This posed a dilemma for Gu Xiao, for the finger bone was akin to a gluttonous beast. Based on his estimates, even if he were to sacrifice all of his remaining spirit stones, over 700 in total, it would scarcely suffice to match the current reserves of spiritual energy. Nevertheless, Gu Xiao remained undeterred, for while spirit stones could be replenished, this artifact represented a vital weapon for survival. Meanwhile, as Gu Xiao busied himself with the finger bone, Yi Hongling and her companions were swiftly traversing the forest. The other 3 seemed unfazed, yet Yi Hongling frequently glanced back, her expression betraying concern. The golden core cultivator among them took note and inquired, "Junior sister, are you worried about that loose cultivator?" Yi Hongling nodded, then shook her head, yes and no. Intrigued, the golden core cultivator pressed further, "Oh, why is that?" Yi Hongling replied, "Though that fellow's cultivation is modest, he possesses a unique ability to gauge his opponents. If he wishes to remain hidden, I believe he can do so with ease. I am merely contemplating whether we should heed his advice against riding the barefoot black steed." At her words, the other 3 paused, exchanging bewildered glances, unable to suppress their amusement. "Haha, junior sister Yi. You can't possibly be swayed by that loose cultivator of the 3rd level of qi refinement, can you?" Zhao, the eldest brother, was the first to break into laughter. The other 2 remained silent, though their eyes reflected a shared sentiment. Yi Hongling frowned, asserting, "Brothers, do not underestimate that white-haired loose cultivator. He is far from ordinary." Far from ordinary? In what way? I cannot articulate it precisely, yet I sense that individual possesses formidable strength. Even what? I feel that if I were to oppose him, it might lead to. Yi Hongling pressed her lips together, her gaze serious as she turned to her 3 senior brothers. It could result in his demise and my grievous injury. What? The 3 senior brothers were momentarily taken aback. Although Yi Hongling's cultivation was the weakest among them, merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, this was merely due to her shorter duration of training. In truth, her designation as a prodigy of the Tiankai mansion stemmed from her exceptional innate talent. Moreover, she possessed considerable combat experience, akin to a female warrior. Even when facing ordinary cultivators at the mid-foundation stage, she would still possess the capability to fight. Yet, this remarkable prodigy of the sect, under circumstances where her cultivation utterly overshadowed Gu Xiu's, claimed that a confrontation with Gu Xiu would yield such dire consequences? Hongling, you have already attained the foundation establishment stage. At present, a mere flick of your hand could thoroughly suppress that rogue cultivator. How could you possibly be his match? Indeed, you possess an indomitable mindset. Such a state of being is not to be underestimated. How could a mere 3rd layer of qi refinement have such prowess? A rogue cultivator at the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Hongling, even if you regard him highly, there is no need to belittle yourself by elevating him so. The 3 spoke in unison, believing Yi Hongling had exaggerated Gu Xiu's strength. Yet, in response to her senior's words, Yi Hongling shook her head, her expression earnest. I understand that the 3 of you may not believe me. To be honest, I hardly believe it myself. However, this is indeed the feeling that arose within me when I faced that rogue cultivator. He is certainly not as simple as he appears. Her 3 brothers sighed helplessly. Ultimately, it was Brother Zhao who chuckled and said, "All right, we believe you. However, Hongling, even if what you say is true, it does not mean that what that rogue cultivator claims can also be trusted. Our Tiankai Mansion's Redfoot Wuzhu is a spirit beast unique to us. It is not so easily outwitted. Furthermore, we have Brother Chun, a golden core expert, safeguarding us. The Qishui sect would not dare to act against us unless they were utterly mad." Rest assured, this statement garnered nods of agreement from the other 2 brothers, and even Yi Hongling found it difficult to refute. Indeed, the Redfoot Wuzhu was a possession exclusive to the Tiankai Mansion, nurtured from a young age through special secret methods. Its innate power already rivaled that of a 2nd-tier demon beast, and it was exceptionally compatible with the Tiankai Mansion's techniques. The synergy between rider and steed was flawless, capable of unleashing strength beyond its own limits. Employing any special means against it was nearly impossible, as precautions had been taken during the Redfoot Wuzhu's upbringing to guard against poisoning and beast-controlling techniques. Not to mention, they had a golden core master protecting them. With 1 golden core and 3 foundation establishment cultivators, their strength was not something an ordinary person would dare provoke. Nevertheless, despite these reassurances, Yi Hongling could not entirely quell the unease within her heart. Subsequently, the trio continued their swift journey for an entire day. The speed of the barefoot black steed is indeed remarkable. As night descended once more, the trio arrived beside a small brook. After a brief respite of an hour, they planned to continue their journey, aiming to leave the Tianqi mountain range before dawn. The Tiansa mansion, adept in military maneuvers, understood the importance of swiftness in warfare. Thus, they did not intend to rest for the night, but merely to take a short pause before resuming their trek. Without hesitation, the 4 began to tend to their horses while extracting spirit stones to rejuvenate themselves. They remained vigilant while on the road. They would not allow the barefoot black steed to consume anything from the outside, as all provisions came exclusively from their storage rings. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing a refreshing chill. "Sister Yi, do you still believe that what the wandering cultivator said is true?" Zhao Shixiang inquired with a smile. Yi Hongling furrowed her brow in silence, while Zhao Shixiang continued, "That wandering cultivator may possess some skills, but he is merely a rogue cultivator. His experience and cultivation level are significantly lacking." He felt uneasy about Yi Hongling's closeness to such a cultivator and sought to diminish any fondness she might have for him. However, Yi Hongling simply shook her head. "Brother Zhao, I recall the commander mentioning that one should never underestimate anyone, regardless of the circumstances." Just as Zhao Shixiang prepared to counter her remark, a nearby golden core cultivator suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Who goes there?" The other three were startled. In the next moment, a flurry of arrows rained down upon them. "Form ranks." The golden core cultivator bellowed. Yi Hongling and her companions immediately sprang into action. Yet as they rose, their expressions changed in unison. Holding their breath, they realized the presence of poison. Unfortunately, they discovered this too late. The toxin had already infiltrated their bodies, hindering their abilities. Fortunately, the golden core cultivator was sufficiently formidable and swiftly waved his hand, blocking the barrage of arrows. After fending off the initial wave, he shouted, "Mount up. Prepare to break through." Without hesitation, the three mounted their steeds. It was at this moment they noticed that, unbeknownst to them, the area had become densely populated with adversaries. The Chishui sect truly dared to attack them. Moreover, after releasing the arrows, one of the cultivators had already leaped into the air, charging toward the golden core member of the Tianzi mansion. This airborne figure was also a golden core cultivator. The two golden cores immediately engaged in combat. "Thank goodness we brought the barefoot black steed," Zhao Shixiang remarked, his meaning clear. Though they were surrounded, with the barefoot black steed at their disposal, they could utilize their martial skills to break through and quickly dispel the poison gas. Yi Hongling frowned, instinctively glancing at the barefoot black steed. Yet a sense of unease lingered in her heart. Just as she cast her gaze, she suddenly sensed something amiss. "Brother, the barefoot black steed's demeanor is unusual." Before she could finish her sentence, the steed beneath her surged wildly, uncontrollably galloping away. Caught off guard, Yi Hongling nearly found herself thrown from her mount. Struggling to regain her composure, Yi Hongling raised her head, only to witness a scene that made her heart race with anguish. The barefooted black steed beneath Zhao Shixiang suddenly erupted in wild frenzy. He too was unprepared and nearly found himself thrown off. Yet, within the encirclement of the Zhuxue sect, it seemed they had anticipated this moment, as a poisoned arrow shot forth, striking Zhao Shixiang squarely in the back. It pierced his heart. As Yi Hongling glanced at him, he, too, happened to look her way, his eyes reflecting despair and regret. Alas, those emotions quickly morphed into the pallor of death. His heart vein severed. Even a foundational cultivator could not escape death. Meanwhile, as the group from the Tianzi mansion faced their ambush, Gu Xiu was seated in another cave, deep in meditation. Moments later, sensing something, he cast his gaze toward a certain direction, ultimately shaking his head. He felt the rhythm of the heavens and earth there pulsating with unusual vigor, unmistakably indicating a fierce battle, though he could not discern the identities of those engaged. Nonetheless, it was of no concern to him. Recollecting his thoughts, Gu Xiu resumed absorbing the spiritual energy from the essence in his palm. With each spirit stone consumed, it transformed into fine powder, and Gu Xiu felt a shift in his cultivation level. The fourth layer of qi refinement. He had advanced once more. Although this pace was not particularly slow, the consumption of spirit stones was alarmingly high. Gu Xiu murmured to himself. His Dantian's energy reservoir was vast. Achieving such rapid advancement relied solely on spirit stones. While this method was indeed feasible, it was undeniably extravagant. This was only the mid-stage of qi refinement. As he progressed further, the resources required would multiply, and at that time, Gu Xiu's current supply of spirit stones would prove insufficient. It was imperative to hasten his journey to Yunshao City. Resolving this in his heart, Gu Xiu refrained from hasty actions, instead dedicating half the night to solidifying his foundation at the fourth layer of qi refinement. The path of cultivation values incremental progress. Sometimes, haste is counterproductive. By the following dawn, Gu Xiu emerged from the cave, his cultivation thoroughly stabilized. Determined in his direction, he set forth once again. This time, he traveled for a full 7 days, covering half the distance to his destination, Yunshao City. However, as he traversed the midway point, he abruptly halted, swiftly pivoting to navigate through a thicket, arriving at a narrow path. As he approached, the overwhelming stench of blood compelled him to furrow his brow. Before him lay numerous corpses, sprawled in disarray. The assailants had been ruthless and swift, nearly all victims meeting their end by a swift severing of the torso. With the surroundings in utter disarray, the scene gruesome. Yet, what captivated Gu Xiu's attention was one particular corpse, whose lifeless arms clutched a wooden box tightly. The box appeared exquisitely crafted, adorned with intricate array patterns, clearly imbued with protective wards against theft. Upon sighting this wooden box, a glimmer of intrigue sparked in Gu Xiu's eyes. However, As he gazed upon the box, a chilling arrow was loosed. Chapter 21. The Mantis and the Cicada. The twin demons of spring and autumn merely at the 4th level of chi refinement. He dares to venture here alone, truly courting his own demise. Brother, shall we kill him? Not far from Gushio, 2 figures lurked in the shadows, one of them stringing a bow, aimed directly at Gushio's back. These individuals were formidable. One had reached the pinnacle of chi refinement, while the other, though slightly weaker, had attained the 8th level of chi refinement. Both were powerful practitioners in the later stage of chi refinement. However, their chaotic auras suggested they had recently endured a fierce battle. Indeed, the bloody scene Gushio had witnessed was wrought by these two. They were known as Tsinchunshan and Tsinxioshan, infamous as the twin demons of spring and autumn. Renowned in this region, they specialized in ambushing those with lesser cultivation. Whether solitary cultivators or disciples from prestigious sects, and even occasionally merchants, they targeted the weak. Though their cultivation levels were not particularly high, they were exceptionally elusive, especially in their escape techniques. They always chose to prey on the weak, and as soon as a formidable opponent appeared, they would flee without hesitation. This infuriated many, yet they remained powerless to retaliate. Today, upon hearing that a merchant convoy from Wanbao Tower was passing through, they swiftly laid an ambush and succeeded in slaying several individuals. However, Wanbao Tower was indeed powerful. Despite being a small contingent, they had a foundation establishment practitioner among them. Fortunately, the brothers had prepared in advance and, aided by a surprise attack and their seamless cooperation, managed to slay the early-stage foundation establishment practitioner. Nevertheless, they suffered considerable injuries and expended substantial energy, allowing many members of the merchant convoy to escape. They were well aware that lingering in this place was unwise, but the goods from Wanbao Tower were secured in special treasure boxes, impervious to external tampering or unlocking without secret techniques. As they busied themselves pondering how to break the restrictions of the treasure boxes, Gushio arrived. The brothers, already on high alert, concealed themselves at once and, upon seeing Gushio, realized that he was not a member of Wanbao Tower, but rather a mere chi refinement practitioner at the 4th level. In response to his brother's inquiry, Tsinchunshan squinted and observed for a moment before finally nodding. Kill him. Tsinxioshan prepared to act immediately, but Tsinchunshan abruptly stopped him. Wait. Tsinxioshan, puzzled, noticed Tsinchunshan pointing towards Gushio. That lad seems to possess some skill. He appears to be unraveling the restrictions. Tsinxioshan squinted, and indeed, he saw Gushio, oblivious to their presence, engrossed in writing, while the treasure box occasionally emitted a faint glow, which was gradually waning. To think they had underestimated this lad. Despite being merely at the 4th level of chi refinement, he understood how to dispel such restrictions. Could he possibly be a talisman master? Regardless of whether he is a talisman master, this indeed presents us with an opportunity akin to the mantis capturing the cicada while the yellow oriole waits in the shadows. It is fortuitous. I was at a loss regarding how to dismantle this barrier and unexpectedly encountered this lad. We shall allow him to toil in unraveling the restrictions, and then we can seize our chance as the yellow oriole. The two of them swiftly devised their plan. Instead of rushing to take action, they chose to keep a watchful eye on Gushio while slowly recuperating from their injuries. However, after a considerable wait, Tsinxioshan, still fixated on Gushio, could not suppress his frown. Is this fellow even capable? Why is he taking so long? Surely he won't still be struggling to break it when the people from Wanbao Tower arrive? Brother, why don't we just eliminate him and handle the barrier ourselves? Otherwise, we'll squander all our time because of this fool. Let us wait a little longer. Tsinchunshan shook his head. He too felt the urgency. Yet, recalling how helpless he and his brother had been against the Wanbao box, he doubted that even they could do better than this chi refining 4th layer cultivator. But waiting dragged on. Brother, it has been quite a while. I suspect the people from Wanbao Tower are drawing closer. Tsinxioshan pressed again. If we allow this fool to waste more time, we will lose our opportunity. There were instances of Wanbao Tower personnel previously escaping, and once their reinforcements arrive, the two brothers would find themselves in a precarious position. Enough waiting for this fool. Tsinchunshan cursed, preparing to wave his hand. Tsinxioshan immediately readied his arrow. But wait. Tsinchunshan suddenly halted Tsinxioshan once more. Tsinxioshan, turning back, he saw Gushio had once again unraveled a layer of the restrictions. Following that, Gushio murmured to himself, just 4 layers left. Alas, My cultivation is insufficient. If only I were at the late stage of qi refining, I certainly wouldn't take this long. Gu Xiu's words were softly spoken. Were it not for the spring and autumn twin killer's unwavering observation, they might not have caught it. The two exchanged glances, conveying the notion that this qi-refining fourth-layer cultivator is indeed capable of dismantling the barrier, but his cultivation is lacking, causing the delay. If only someone could lend a hand. They had no idea how much longer they would have to wait. Then, Gu Xiu spoke again, which further caused the brothers to waver. However, while they hesitated, Gu Xiu had already risen with a sigh. Forget it. What is meant to be will find its way. I shall take my leave. At this, the spring and autumn twin killers could no longer contain their impatience. After fumbling for so long, they were utterly clueless about the barrier. If Gu Xiu were to depart, how could the Wanbao box ever be opened? Friend, please wait. Without hesitation, Sin Chunshan leaped forth, blocking Gu Xiu's path. This sudden appearance clearly took Gu Xiu by surprise, and he looked on in astonishment before becoming alert. This expression amused Sin Chunshan. After all, what use was caution for a mere qi-refining fourth-layer cultivator? He had observed Gu Xiu for quite some time. Had Gu Xiu not revealed himself, would he have even noticed? Nonetheless, Gu Xiu's demeanor. Sin Chunshan was indeed convinced. Gu Xiu was utterly unaware of his existence. Fellow cultivator, I noticed you seem to be deciphering the restrictions on this box. Sin Chunshan inquired with a smile. Is there something you need, fellow cultivator? Gu Xiu hesitated slightly. Sin Chunshan continued with a grin. Do not worry, I am merely passing by. However, I overheard your murmurs. It appears you require a person of considerable cultivation to assist in unlocking these restrictions. Time was of the essence, and he did not wish to engage in lengthy discussions with Gu Xiu, opting instead for directness. Yet, Gu Xiu's frown indicated his apprehension. After a moment of silence, he replied, How do you propose to divide it? Divide it? Sin Chunshan chuckled. How about a 70-30 split? Would that be agreeable? Of course, he responded with a smile. You have genuine skills. I will merely contribute brute force. Let us proceed earnestly. Sin Chunshan urged, though inwardly he scoffed at the notion of a 70-30 split. What a dream. Once this treasure box is opened, I shall swiftly eliminate this mere fourth-layer qi practitioner. And he thinks he can have a share? He can go find the king of hell for that. Nevertheless, it seemed Gu Xiu was oblivious to Sin Chunshan's true intentions. Upon confirming the division, Gu Xiu promptly said, Since you are here, please lend your assistance. Your profound spiritual energy will surely suffice. What must I do? Sin Chunshan inquired. It is quite simple. Gu Xiu gestured towards a fragment of a finger bone that had mysteriously appeared atop the box. You need only to channel all your spiritual energy into this fragment. What is this finger bone? Sin Chunshan asked, puzzled. He had previously examined the treasure box and had not encountered this fragment. Gu Xiu casually explained, as he pointed around. It manifests after several layers of restrictions are lifted. It serves as the focal point of the restrictions. Sin Chunshan nodded. Although he found it peculiar that a finger bone constituted the restriction, he did not hesitate to pour all his spiritual energy into it. However, Sin Chunshan was momentarily stunned as he realized that the spiritual energy he ardently infused into the finger bone was instantly absorbed, as if it had plunged into an ocean. Is this truly that formidable? Is this indeed the restriction? Fellow cultivator, do not lose focus. Exert yourself fully, for I shall commence lifting the restrictions now, Gu Xiu instructed. Sin Chunshan, feeling helpless, could only comply, fervently channeling his spiritual energy into the finger bone, anxious that he might not exert enough force to assist Gu Xiu. Yet, this reckless expenditure of spiritual energy rapidly diminished what little he had managed to recover. Were it not for Gu Xiu genuinely lifting the restrictions in his presence and successfully unraveling 2 layers, Sin Chunshan would have doubted whether this fourth-layer qi practitioner was merely deceiving him. Nonetheless, even in light of this, Sin Chunshan found himself unable to endure any longer. Fellow cultivator, is it not yet complete? Please wait a moment. Your spiritual energy is still insufficient, Gu Xiu cautioned. Friend, you must not hesitate at this moment. For if you do, it will all be for naught. This remark caused Sin Chunshan to grit his teeth in frustration. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Just a moment, Sin Chunshan exclaimed, promptly retrieving a handful of spirit stones from his storage ring. Gritting his teeth, he began to replenish his energy, and then took out a bottle of elixirs, hastily consuming them. Despite being merely a cultivator at the 4th layer of qi refinement, he was determined to persevere. After all, once the box was opened, all resources would belong to him. It was a worthy endeavor. However, at that moment, Sin Chunshan failed to notice that Gu Xiu cast a lingering glance at his storage ring. Fortunately, hard work pays off, as Sin Chunshan's spiritual energy once again ran low. The shimmering restriction of the treasure chest finally unlocked. At the instant the restriction was lifted, a triumphant smile graced Sin Chunshan's face as he gazed at Gu Xiu with a mocking glint in his eyes. Unexpectedly, Gu Xiu turned to look back at him, mirroring the same smile. Chapter 22. The Cycle of Destiny. He may already be dead in the Qinxian Holy Land, at the Weniange Pavilion. A copper mirror levitated in the air, drawing forth strands of celestial essence and rich spiritual energy that converged upon it. Nian Chaoshi sat cross-legged beneath the mirror, her hands forming intricate seals. But in the next moment, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the floating copper mirror shattered instantaneously, leaving Nian Chaoshi feeling as if her strength had been utterly drained as she collapsed to the ground, pale as a sheet. Yet, after only a brief respite, she summoned another pristine copper mirror, her gaze resolute. Brother Gu, I believe you have been wronged. Wait for me. Once I successfully refine the mirror of destiny, I will certainly be able to clear your name. She was determined. With this thought, Nian Chaoshi clenched her teeth and activated the incantation once more, causing the copper mirror to levitate anew, manifesting profound energies. Before her lay a veritable mountain of shattered copper mirror fragments, a testament to her numerous failures. Yet, she persisted, resolute in her efforts. What she sought to forge was the enigmatic mirror of destiny, capable of glimpsing the future and probing the past, an instrument of immense mystery. Her sole purpose in this endeavor was to vindicate Gu Xiu. She felt deep sympathy for Qin Mianran's plight and understood it well. Yet she could not bring herself to believe that Gu Xiu could be such a person. Unable to argue against the circumstances, she placed all her hopes upon the mirror of destiny, praying for its successful creation, that it might aid Gu Xiu in clearing his name. Meanwhile, as Nian Chaoshi continued to expend her vitality in pursuit of a chance to vindicate Gu Xiu, on the other side, within the grand hall of the Qinxian Holy Land. Immersed in the affairs of the sect, Master Guanshuolan suddenly furrowed her brow and inquired, "Is your senior sister still preoccupied with the crafting of the celestial cycle mirror?" "Indeed, Master. You must persuade her. Senior sister appears utterly obsessed, disregarding all counsel. She insists that we have misjudged Gu Xiu, and no amount of reasoning seems effective. The celestial cycle mirror not only demands the cultivation of a celestial mechanist, but also consumes her lifespan. Each failure results in a loss of 10 years, swiftly diminishing hundreds or even thousands of years of vitality. If senior sister continues down this path, she will ultimately be drained of her life force." Standing beside Guanshuolan were Gu Xiu's 3 former senior sisters, the third sister Su Wanqing, skilled in alchemy, the fifth sister Qin Moran, adept in talismanic arts, and the youngest sister Lu Qingyao, proficient in beast taming. Each of them bore expressions filled with profound concern, reminiscent of frantic worry for a loved one. It was Gu Xiu again. Hearing this name cast a shadow over Guanshuolan's demeanor. Indeed, it was all Gu Xiu's fault. He had caused immense harm within the sect, leading many astray, and now that he had departed, he had left senior sister ensnared in obsession. "It's all Gu Xiu's doing," Lu Qingyao exclaimed first. Though Su Wanqing and Qin Moran remained silent, their expressions conveyed unanimous agreement with Lu Qingyao's sentiment. Guanshuolan frowned and asked, "Where is Gu Xiu now?" The 3 senior sisters were momentarily taken aback. "What? Are you 3 truly unaware?" Guanshuolan queried, astonished. Lu Qingyao scoffed, "He has left the sect. I would celebrate with firecrackers if I could. Besides, I am busy preparing a training ground for our junior brother, so I have no time to concern myself with Gu Xiu." Guanshuolan turned to Su Wanqing and Qin Moran. "I have been occupied with concocting pills for our junior brother, thus I haven't paid much attention," Su Wanqing replied, shaking her head. Qin Moran echoed, "I have been engrossed in crafting talismans for our junior brother." Upon receiving such responses, Guanshuolan could not help but frown. After all, Gu Xiu was once your junior brother. I had thought you might assist him in secret. Assist him with what? He has severed ties with us. Why should we offer him any aid? Lu Qingyao retorted, her disdain evident. Su Wanqing and Qin Moran, though silent, mirrored her sentiments in their expressions. "This is quite troublesome." Guanshuolan sighed. "Your senior sister has fallen into obsession, and breaking this fixation likely requires Gu Xiao's intervention. Without any trace of him, even I cannot persuade her. The three senior sisters frowned in unison, their disdain for Gu Xiao deepening. It was all his fault. He had left and still caused harm. If the master wishes to locate Gu Xiao, perhaps we could search the Tianqi mountain range. Previously, senior sister had used celestial arts to probe that area, Su Wanqing suggested. The Tianqi mountain range? Guan Shuolan frowned. With Gu Xiao's lack of cultivation, isn't he courting death by venturing there? Su Wanqing shook her head, indicating ignorance. However, Qin Moran hesitated before speaking. I have heard senior sister mention that she suspects Gu Xiao may still be cultivating. What? Upon uttering these words, Guan Shuolan and her two companions were momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Gu Xiao had restored his cultivation? How could that be possible? The specifics eluded me. I merely heard the senior sister mention it in passing, yet she did not elaborate, nor did I inquire further. However, I surmised that even if Gu Xiao were to begin cultivating anew, it would not be without its challenges, Qin Moran explained. Su Wanqing speculated. Since Gu Xiao returned 3 years ago, he has been unable to cultivate again. Perhaps he is simply reluctant to give up and continues to try. Guan Shuolan nodded, finding this conjecture plausible. Then it's futile to search for him. He is undoubtedly untraceable, Lu Qingyao remarked, shaking her head. The others looked perplexed until Lu Qingyao continued. If Gu Xiao were content to live as an ordinary mortal, finding a place in the mundane world to age and eventually pass away, he might still enjoy a few more years. Yet, should he overestimate his capabilities and aspire to embark on the path of cultivation once more, his life would surely be shortened. Seeing that her master and the two senior sisters remained puzzled, Lu Qingyao sighed and reiterated, consider who Gu Xiao is. How long has it been since he roamed the world of the martial arts? Over 500 years. He spent 5 centuries in the Forbidden Land, and now it has been 3 years since his return. A person like him is even less experienced than a novice cultivator. Should he encounter the formidable beasts of the Tianqi mountain range, he might meet a swift end. However, if he were to cross paths with other cultivators, his scant experience would likely lead him to be deceived, ultimately meeting a fate where he would have no grave. Her words elicited nods of agreement from the three. The cultivation realm extends beyond the confines of the Qingxian Holy Land. Within the sect, there may be some leniency, but outside, one encounters individuals with treacherous intentions. After so many years without traversing the world of martial arts and away from the sect, regardless of whether he has resumed his cultivation journey, the outcome is bound to be dire. Perhaps he has already met his demise. Meanwhile, at the Tianqi mountain range, before the Wanbao box, Sin Chunshan wore a broad smile as he inquired, my friend, the restrictions on this Wanbao box should have been fully lifted, correct? Indeed, they have been removed. Gu Xiao affirmed with a nod. Sin Chunshan continued, oh, so that means we can directly open it and retrieve the items within? Certainly, Gu Xiao replied, promptly opening the Wanbao box before him, revealing 3 storage rings inside. Upon sighting these rings, Sin Chunshan's eyes gleamed with fervor. Suddenly, the box snapped shut again, causing Sin Chunshan to express his dissatisfaction. Turning his head, he saw Gu Xiao grinning at him. My friend, since the Wanbao box is now open, shall we proceed with the agreed distribution? Sin Chunshan, unfazed, responded with a smile. How would you prefer to divide it? Did we not already reach an agreement? Gu Xiao replied, I take 7, you take 3. That was indeed our prior agreement. But there is a minor issue, Sin Chunshan stated. Oh, what issue? I find 3 parts to be rather insufficient, Sin Chunshan remarked. Gu Xiao inquired, then how many parts does my friend wish to claim? I am at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Surely, acquiring a 90% success rate should pose no challenge. However, I witnessed Sin Chunshan's entire aura surge dramatically as he enunciated with deliberate precision. Indeed, the final 10% belongs to my brother. As for yours, you must seek it from the King of Hell. With that declaration, Sin Chunshan had fully gathered his energy. He then raised his palm, striking directly towards Gu Xiao's face. This palm strike was a manifestation of a 9th level Qi refinement practitioner. It bore the potential to take a life. Chapter 23. Spring perishes, autumn flees. The fisherman gains on another front. While Sin Chunshan and Gu Xiao maneuvered to dismantle the restraints, Sin Chunshan had been vigilantly keeping watch over their surroundings. The imminent threat, of course, was the potential arrival of the Wanbao Tower's personnel. The longer they waited, the more anxious he became. After all, his elder brother had been absent for quite some time. If they delayed further, The arrival of Wanbao Tower's people would make it exceedingly difficult for the two of them to escape. As for the white-haired, fourth-level Qi refinement rogue, that was hardly worth his concern. Such a feeble practitioner was but an easy target for his elder brother, who could crush him with a mere finger. What was there to regard? Fortunately, just as Qin Xiushan was on the verge of losing patience, a powerful wave of Qi from the 9th level suddenly manifested. His elder brother had made his move. Qin Xiushan's eyes brightened. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and dashed towards his brother's location, intent on reuniting with him and fleeing together. As he rushed along, Qin Xiushan contemplated the illustrious reputation of Wanbao Tower. Their goods must undoubtedly contain many treasures. If resources were abundant, perhaps there would be foundational elixirs available, allowing both brothers to ascend to the foundation establishment stage simultaneously. Imagining two foundation establishment bandits sent a thrill through him. The names of the spring and autumn dual fiends would soon evoke terror, and with their path of murder and plunder, perhaps they could even attain the golden core stage in the future. What a promising prospect. Brother. Just as he envisioned their glorious future, Qin Xiushan spotted his elder brother's silhouette, standing still and gazing down at something. He must be inspecting the spoils of war. However, glancing ahead at Qin Xiushan felt puzzled. Brother, where is that young man's corpse? Surely you did not reduce him to mere dust with your power? It seems your skills have advanced again. As he spoke, Qin Xiushan arrived beside Qin Xiushan. Upon glancing over, he beheld his brother grasping the previously unattainable Wanbao box. The sight ignited a fervent flame in Qin Xiushan's eyes. Suddenly, a drop of crimson blood fell from above, striking the Wanbao box and transforming into a stunning bloom of blood. Qin Xiushan froze momentarily, his gaze lifting. With just a glance, an icy chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head, rendering his legs weak, and he collapsed onto the ground. For he had witnessed his elder brother, the notorious spring slaughter of the spring and autumn dual fiends, a ruthless practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement, has perished. A gaping wound, a bloody cavity, marred his left chest, from which fragments of a shattered heart were faintly visible. The drop of fresh blood that had just fallen originated from that very wound. Elder brother? How could this happen? At this moment, Qin Xiushan felt his calves cramping. A wave of icy dread engulfing him, pushing him to the brink of terror. Who could have done this? Who killed my brother? Was it that white-haired rogue? But he was merely a practitioner at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Suddenly, a stone shot through the air with a crack, startling Qin Xiushan. He turned to look, but saw no one who could have thrown it. Instead, he noticed a group of cultivators clad in the attire of the Wanbao Tower, hastening towards his direction. They clearly spotted Qin Xiushan and bellowed furiously. Thief, halt. Daring to slay a member of Wanbao Tower, you seek death. Qin Xiushan, filled with dread, felt his spirit wane. Although he did not comprehend the origin of the stone, the imminent threat compelled him to act. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of light, fleeing swiftly to the side. Witnessing this, some members of the Wanbao Tower immediately pursued him. However, a greater number hastened towards the Wanbao box, for the cargo was of paramount importance. Yet upon reaching the lifeless body of Qin Xiushan and discovering that the box's restrictions had been lifted, leaving 3 storage rings vanished. The cultivators' expressions darkened. The spring and autumn dual fiends have turned against each other. Qin Xiushan has slain his own brother and seized our cargo. Chase him down. Damn it. Spread the word. Issue a bounty for his capture. Regardless of where he flees, he must be eradicated. He dares to touch the property of Wanbao Tower. This scoundrel must be put to death. Soon, a chase unfolded within the Tianqi mountain range. Yet, none of this concerned Gu Xiu. At this moment, he walked unabashedly along a forest path, heading towards Yunxiao City. Indeed, he had been confined in the Forbidden Land for 500 years. After his return, he remained in the Qingxian Holy Land. However, this did not imply that he lacked any experience in the martial world, to the extent of being gullible enough to be sold while counting someone else's money. After all, it should not be forgotten that prior to entering the Forbidden Land, Gu Xiu had traveled widely, accumulating ample experience in the martial realm. Not to mention, the myriad visions he witnessed in that dream were sufficient for him to glean much knowledge. Although Gu Xiu merely observed as a bystander, he absorbed countless insights, ensuring he was far from inexperienced. In fact, due to his affinity with the Dao rhythm, Gu Xiu had discerned the spring and autumn dual fiends from the outset. Everything that transpired thereafter fell within his calculations, including depleting Qin Chuanshan's spiritual energy and exploiting his moment of relaxation to strike. This also encompassed the ultimate framing of Qin Chuanshan. Halt! At that moment, a radiant beam shot forth, causing Gu Xiu to halt in his tracks, his gaze alertly fixed upon the approaching figure. The individual, wielding a flying sword, gracefully descended before Gu Xiu. The ability to command such a sword signified that this person was a formidable foundational cultivator. Moreover, the attire they donned unmistakably belonged to the Wanbao building. However, despite his wariness, Gu Xiu remained composed and inquired, "May I ask, esteemed elder, the reason for your obstruction?" The stranger, instead of responding, immediately began to assess Gu Xiu's cultivation level. Upon discovering that this wandering cultivator was merely at the 4th layer of qi refinement, the stranger relaxed somewhat and posed a question. "Have you seen a cultivator of the 8th layer of qi refinement utilizing the wind escape technique to flee?" Gu Xiu shook his head, indicating he had not. With this answer, the stranger lost interest and promptly took flight on his sword, clearly deeming that a 4th layer qi refinement cultivator, ambling along this thoroughfare, could not possibly be connected to the notorious duo known as the Spring and Autumn Dual Demons. There was no need to squander time on him. Gu Xiu, unfazed, continued his journey after the figure departed. Subsequently, he encountered several more inquiries, all from cultivators of the Wanbao building. However, without exception, they relinquished their suspicions upon discerning his cultivation level. As nightfall approached and Gu Xiu sought a place to rest for the night, another radiant beam arrived, similar to the previous encounters. Upon receiving Gu Xiu's uninformed reply and realizing he was merely a 4th layer qi refinement cultivator, the visitor prepared to depart. Yet, just as they were about to leave, a thought seemed to strike them. Suddenly turning back, their gaze turned icy as they fixed it upon Gu Xiu. "Do you possess a storage artifact?" Gu Xiu raised an eyebrow, filled with vigilance. Ultimately, he nodded and gestured to the storage pouch at his waist. "Esteemed elder, this is my storage pouch. May I ask for your intentions regarding it?" The individual extended a hand, asserting, "I suspect you may be in league with that thief, Qin Chuanshan. You are required to surrender your storage artifact." The declaration, stern and righteous, belied a flicker of greed in the stranger's eyes, revealing their true motivations. Gu Xiu furrowed his brow, one hand discreetly gripping a fragment of a finger bone. This fragment was something Gu Xiu had hesitated to use, even when confronting a 9th layer qi refinement practitioner like Qin Chuanshan. After all, while the finger bone concealed a potent technique, its execution demanded a significant expenditure of spirit stones for recovery. Unless absolutely necessary, Gu Xiu preferred to refrain from employing it. However, the current situation might leave him no choice. He was uncertain if the power contained within the fragment could sever the life of the foundational cultivator before him. Chapter 24. The Severing of the Foundational Finger, the Punishment of Wanbao. What? Could it be that my suspicions are indeed correct? You are truly in collusion with that Qin Chuanshan. As Gu Xiu remained silent, the foundational cultivator's eyes glinted with malevolence. They advanced a step closer, clearly intent on making their move. Upon witnessing the current situation, Gu Xiu let out a sigh. Although reluctant, he prepared to unleash the power of the finger bone he possessed. His combat experience surpassed that of ordinary individuals, enabling him to strike fatally even against the unguarded Qin Chuanshan, whose spiritual energy was nearly depleted. However, this did not imply that he could succeed again when confronted by a foundation-building cultivator, endowed with ample spiritual energy and formidable strength. Just as Gu Xiu intended to take the initiative, a sudden sensation caused him to halt his movements. "Young man, I shall grant you one final chance." The foundation-building cultivator, seemingly oblivious to any shift in the atmosphere, inquired once more, "Will you hand over this storage bag or not?" In response to the pressing demand, Gu Xiu shook his head. "Though I am merely a 4th layer qi refinement cultivator, I refuse to be a mere lamb for slaughter. Yet, it is rather disheartening that someone from the Wanbao Tower would engage in such nefarious acts of murder and theft. Are you truly unafraid of tarnishing the reputation of the Wanbao Tower?" The foundation-building cultivator scoffed derisively. "You possess a silver tongue, but alas, should you perish here, who would know the cause of your demise?" With that, the cultivator ceased his words, pointing a finger decisively towards Gu Xiu's brow. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy simultaneously locked onto Gu Xiu, rendering him immobile. Gu Xiu's expression remained as calm as water, yet he tightly grasped the finger bone, refusing to unleash its power. At last, just as the finger was about to pierce his brow, a commanding voice echoed, "Renqing, halt." The words carried a soul-stirring force, causing the foundation-building cultivator, poised to commit murder and theft, to freeze in place. Meanwhile, a graceful figure swiftly appeared beside Gu Xiu, accompanied by a waft of enchanting fragrance. She promptly pulled Gu Xiu away, swiftly creating distance from the foundation-building cultivator. Once Gu Xiu came to a stop, the foundation-building cultivator regained his composure. However, his expression changed dramatically upon recognizing the newcomer, a woman clad in a violet dress, her figure curvaceous and striking. Though most of her face was concealed by a veil, the features that were visible exuded an innate allure, captivating those who beheld her. In the presence of this woman, Renqing became exceedingly anxious. "Su Surume." The woman raised an eyebrow. Renqing hastily corrected himself. "Manager Su." "Renqing," Su Surume spoke softly. "What were you doing just now?" "I was following orders to search for Xinshoushan's whereabouts." "What is Xinshoushan's cultivation level?" 8 layers of qi refinement. Su Surume's demeanor turned cold. "If you were searching for an 8-layer qi refinement cultivator, why did you attack a fellow cultivator of only 4 layers? Renqing swallowed hard. "I suspected that this person." "This person what?" Before Renqing could finish, Su Surume interrupted. "Are you suggesting that this 4-layer qi refinement cultivator has a connection to Xinshoushan? Or do you intend to claim that the spring and autumn twin fiends are merely a misnomer, and they are actually the spring and autumn trio, with a 4th-layer cultivator as their accomplice?" Faced with the probing questions, Renqing stammered for a long time without managing to respond. "Humph." Surume let out a cold snort. "Renqing, you are well aware of the rules of Wanbao building, which strictly prohibit acts of murder and smuggling. Yet you continue to break the law. Therefore, in my capacity as the overseer, I hereby impose a punishment upon you. You shall lose a finger." "What?" Upon hearing this, Renqing immediately lifted his head, disbelief written all over his face. "Lose a finger?" Even Gu Xiu cast a surprised glance at Surume. "Since you knowingly committed an offense, attempting to take a life with your fingers, you shall pay for your transgression by sacrificing a finger. Do you dare to object?" Surume stated calmly. "Object? Of course I object." Renqing replied immediately. "I admit that I was momentarily blinded by desire. But he is merely a small cultivator at the 4th level of qi refinement. Moreover, I did not succeed. How could you demand such a punishment? Once a cultivator reaches the nascent soul stage, they can regenerate lost limbs. However, if a limb is lost before reaching the golden core stage, even upon achieving the nascent soul realm, the possibility of regeneration vanishes. This punishment is indeed severe. It seems you still do not comprehend the gravity of your actions." Surume spoke coldly. "Wanbao building gathers treasures from all corners and welcomes guests from afar, whether they be cultivators or otherwise. You, taking advantage of your own cultivation, have oppressed our guests and even attempted murder, tarnishing the reputation of Wanbao building. This is a grave violation of our rules. The loss of a finger is merely a light punishment. Should you dare to object further, it would not be just a finger." As she spoke, a terrifying aura emanated from Surume. A golden core. She was indeed a golden core cultivator. Faced with Surume's overwhelming presence, Renqing felt as if struck by lightning. His expression turned complex, and after much hesitation, he ultimately lowered his head. "I accept the punishment." With that, Renqing gritted his teeth, channeling his qi into a blade, and after a moment of hesitation, he sliced through his left pinky finger. In an instant, the finger was severed, blood gushing forth. Yet Renqing did not dare utter a sound, only casting a tense glance at Surume. Upon receiving her nod, he turned and hurriedly took to the skies on his sword, departing in haste. Throughout this ordeal, he did not dare express even a hint of resentment, not even towards Gu Xiu. Once Renqing had left, Surume turned around and offered a slight bow to Gu Xiu, her expression apologetic. She then produced a storage ring and handed it to him. "My friend, I sincerely apologize. The mismanagement of Wanbao building nearly led to a disaster. I present this storage ring to you, and I hope you will not take offense." Gu Xiu was somewhat taken aback. He had heard of the esteemed Wanbao building 500 years ago, recognizing it as a time-honored establishment with an excellent reputation. He had anticipated that they would protect him, but he was surprised to find their strictness towards the assailant as well. "Thank you, Senior Su, for your timely assistance. Wanbao building truly lives up to its reputation. As for this storage ring, I must decline." In the end, Gu Xiu shook his head, refusing the gift. Su Rumei, however, remained courteous. Today, Wanbao Building has indeed wronged you. If I can alter your perception of our establishment, it would be a significant achievement. I implore you not to be modest. Moreover, a mere storage ring pales in comparison to the dangers faced by my fellow cultivator. I implore you to graciously accept it. I must admit, the demeanor and poise of the enchanting Su Rumei left Gu Xiu thoroughly impressed. Observing her unwavering insistence, Gu Xiu ultimately nodded in agreement and accepted the storage ring she offered. In truth, he had been discreetly concealing 3 other storage rings he had recently acquired. But to avoid the possibility of Wanbao Building employing special means for tracking, he had refrained from revealing them. Now that Su Rumei presented this ring, it was fortuitously timely for Gu Xiu. As for the 3 rings he had hidden, there was no rationale for returning them. Not only could revealing them potentially attract unwanted attention, but they were also hard-won treasures that he had risked his life to obtain, making their return out of the question. Upon seeing Gu Xiu take the storage ring, a smile blossomed on Su Rumei's face as she inquired, "Are you heading towards Yunxiao City?" Gu Xiu raised an eyebrow. "There is no need for concern. We too are bound for Yunxiao City. As a city of rogue cultivators, the journey is fraught with perilous bandits. In fact, Wanbao Building routinely seeks to recruit cultivators to accompany us on our travels. Should you not mind, you could join us, ensuring mutual safety along the way. And there would be a form of remuneration, making it a win-win situation." Her proposition stirred Gu Xiu's interest. His sole purpose was to reach Yunxiao City, and he had no desire to squander time on the road. He had heard that as one neared Yunxiao City, the prevalence of murder and treasure theft intensified. Thus, traveling alongside Wanbao Building seemed rather advantageous. Contemplating this, Gu Xiu promptly dispelled his hesitation. "In that case, I would be honored to accept your invitation." Meanwhile, at the Qingshan sacred ground, within the Wentian Pavilion, a radiant 7-colored light illuminated the surroundings, swiftly drawing in a multitude of celestial rhythms, all converging upon a remarkably exquisite bronze mirror. Nian Chaoxi's countenance gleamed with excitement. "It is done. The heavenly mechanism reincarnation mirror has been forged. My junior brother and sister will seek justice for you." Chapter 25. Autumn Frost and White Hair. All this is worth it. The heavenly mechanism reincarnation mirror, regarded as one of the 3 sacred artifacts within the realm of celestial mechanics, is a divine object that consumes the lifespan of its creator during the forging process. With a remarkably low success rate, many celestial mechanics masters have perished without ever successfully crafting this item, underscoring its rarity. Furthermore, even if successfully forged, most celestial mechanics masters seldom utilize it, for not only does its creation deplete their lifespan, but its use does as well, further dissuading practitioners from crafting it. Even among those who succeed, few are inclined to employ such a powerful artifact. Nonetheless, the heavenly mechanism reincarnation mirror, wrought at such a great cost, is undeniably formidable. This object possesses the ability to glimpse into the future and probe into the past. When wielded with celestial mechanics techniques, it can exert significant influence, particularly in divination, where its prowess is unparalleled. Had it not been for the immense toll it exacted on one's lifespan, the celestial cycle mirror could indeed be deemed the most formidable artifact of the most powerful celestial diviner. At this moment, upon acquiring the celestial cycle mirror, Nian Chaoxi's eyes sparkled with delight. Although she had sacrificed several hundred years of her life for this mirror, every moment of it felt worthwhile to her. Without a trace of hesitation, she made her way directly to Mo Shu Peak. Upon her arrival at Mo Shu Peak, many disciples were engrossed in their studies of talismanic arts. When they spotted Nian Chaoxi, they rose in unison, exclaiming their respects to their esteemed senior. However, their astonishment was palpable. Ignoring their gazes, Nian Chaoxi quickened her pace towards the grand hall of Mo Shu Peak. The timing was fortuitous, for not only was Qin Muron present, but so were Su Wanqing and Lu Qingyao. "Senior sister, your hair. How could this happen to you, senior sister? Senior sister, why has your hair turned white?" Upon seeing Nian Chaoxi, the 3 women could not contain their exclamations, with Lu Qingyao even bursting into tears. For the once lustrous 3,000 strands of hair that Nian Chaoxi possessed had transformed into a cascade of snowy white in just a matter of days. Morning tresses of dark silk had turned to evening strands of snow. This sight weighed heavily on the hearts of the 3 women. Yet, Nian Chaoxi merely smiled, saying, "Whether black or white, it matters not. Gu Xiu has white hair as well, does he not? He cannot compare to you." Lu Qingyao blurted out. and her words caused Nian Chaoxi's smile to fade. With earnestness, she replied, "Junior sister, Guxiu's white hair was a sacrifice for the sect. 3 years prior, upon returning from the Forbidden Grounds, Guxiu's hair had already turned completely white. Reflecting on it, Nian Chaoxi realized that when he first returned with his white hair, none of the junior sisters had discussed it, nor had anyone expressed surprise. Now, in comparison, her heart ached even more for her junior brother. Resolutely, she declared, "Since you three are here, I know you may not believe in my words regarding the sect's blessings, so I shall present the celestial cycle mirror to you." As soon as the mirror was unveiled, it elicited gasps of astonishment from the three junior sisters. However, a frown soon followed each exclamation. "If you forged this mirror for Guxiu, I would rather you had not made it at all. The cost is far too great." "Indeed, senior sister. Is it truly worth it for just Guxiu?" they voiced in succession. In response to their concerns, Nian Chaoxi simply smiled radiantly, exuding sincerity. "It is indeed worth it. Guxiu has endured far too much hardship. Not only has he sacrificed 500 years of his life, but he has also forfeited all his cultivation and has now departed from the place he once cherished the most. In comparison to him, what do my few hundred years of lifespan amount to?" Seeing her conviction, Qin Muron and the other two women exchanged glances, unable to suppress their headshakes. "Senior sister, this is obsession," Nian Chaoxi, devoid of excessive thoughts, eagerly remarked, "since this mirror has been successfully refined. I hope that my three junior sisters can patiently observe the forthcoming scenes within it." The three women exchanged glances, ultimately letting out a sigh. The eldest sister's obsession was too profound for them to dissuade her. They could only acquiesce for the time being. Upon seeing their nods of agreement, Nian Chaoxi's heart surged with joy, and without hesitation, she promptly activated the incantation. In an instant, the heavenly cycle mirror ascended into the air, devoid of any spiritual power. Yet it was infused with the rhythm of heaven and earth, continuously manifesting. The three women could not help but feel a tremor of awe within their hearts. This artifact was indeed remarkable. Among them, Qin Mo Ran was the most astonished, familiar with the rhythm of heaven and earth. She gazed at these manifestations and could not refrain from exclaiming, "I have long heard of the heavenly cycle mirror being a divine object, and now that I behold it, indeed it possesses the power of time. It can trace back through time, revealing what we wish to see. But does this operation consume one's lifespan?" Su Wanqing inquired. "Indeed it does," Qin Mo Ran affirmed with a nod. "However, viewing the past, unless obscured by heavenly secrets, does not consume an excessive amount of lifespan. If one desires to use this artifact to glimpse the future, the toll will be unimaginable." As she spoke, a scene suddenly materialized on the copper mirror under the incantation's influence. It depicted an exceedingly simple and humble sect nestled within lofty mountains. "It is our sacred ground. No, it is our Qingxian sect, from over 500 years ago. Wow, has it been 500 years? The changes in our sect are truly monumental." The three women instantly recognized the imagery within the mirror, recalling the once sacred Qingxian sect from 5 centuries past. "Wow, I was only 3 years old then. That was the eldest sister. She must have been around 15 or 16, right? Ha ha ha. I see the second sister. She indeed had a fiery temper, even as a child. Beating a little pig. Oh, look, the sixth sister has always loved playing with dolls. No wonder her puppetry skills are so remarkable now. Ha ha ha. Third sister, look. That's you. You were ruining the herb fields and got scolded by master. Ha ha ha. And fifth sister, you were such a mischievous child back then." The young junior sister, Lu Qingyao, with her boisterous nature, would exclaim at every scene that appeared in the copper mirror. Even Su Wanqing and Qin Mo Ran, standing beside her, could not help but smile, filled with nostalgia. After all, within these scenes lay countless cherished memories. Observing their smiles, Nian Chaoxi also found herself unable to suppress a grin. The camaraderie of yesteryears was truly delightful. The images began to shift rapidly, and soon, a swaddled infant was cradled in the arms of the old sect master of Qingxian and handed to Guan Xuelan. Guan Xuelan immediately became flustered, while the other 7 sisters were quite curious about the newcomer. "It is Guxiu. He had just entered the sect at that time," Nian Chaoxi remarked with a smile. However, her words were met with silence from the 3 women. The prior reminiscence and smiles began to fade, as if they could not bear to revisit that person. Even in memory, Nian Chaoxi sighed, hastening the flow of images in the bronze mirror. Within it, Guxiu gradually began to grow. His first role, his first steps, his first attempts at speech. The very first words he uttered were sister. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions on the faces of the three women became somewhat unnatural. Yet their gazes, in unison, softened. Observing all of this, Nian Chaoshi felt a sense of relief within her heart. She hoped that by presenting these moments, she might awaken the fond memories of Guxiu and her three junior sisters. And it seemed to be working. The images continued to play, and Guxiu, under their watchful eyes, grew day by day. Chapter 26. The intricately carved balustrades and jade structures still remain, yet the youthful visage has changed. In his childhood, Guxiu was exceedingly endearing. Not only was he as charming as a porcelain doll, but he was also remarkably obedient and intelligent. While ordinary children were still learning to speak, Guxiu was already capable of fluent conversation. When typical youngsters would cry for their needs, Guxiu would earnestly persuade his senior sisters and masters. Although many of his rationales brought laughter, he seldom cried or threw tantrums, often exhibiting a serene demeanor. Moreover, his innate talent was exceptional. While he may not have matched the legendary prodigies of yore, his abilities were undeniably extraordinary. He excelled in every practice, and later on, even assisted and guided Lu Qingyao, who was 3 years his senior. Most importantly, Guxiu treated his senior sisters with great kindness. He remembered each sister's birthday and crafted gifts for them with his own hands. Even Nian Chaoshi, who had begun to distance herself from others as she delved into the mysteries of the heavens, was not overlooked by him. As a child, Guxiu delighted in carving lotus flowers for me, remarking that I resembled the snow lotus upon the snowy mountains. Nian Chaoshi took out a wooden lotus carving, filled with nostalgia. Su Wanqing and Qin Moran, too, each retrieved their own wooden carvings, lost in thought. These images summoned many memories. Even those long sealed within their hearts began to surface with clarity. At that time, Guxiu truly was remarkable. He was sincere towards each sister, preparing gifts for them, remembering their preferences, and standing up for them when they faced reprimand from their master. Even as they grew older and developed their own interests, Guxiu accompanied each sister in exploring their passions, watching sunrises and sunsets with the eldest sister, secretly forging tools with the second sister, gathering flowers and herbs with the third sister, studying peculiar stones with the fourth sister, and composing poetry with the fifth sister. Accompanying the sixth sister, they dismantled and studied various cloth dolls and wooden puppets. Together with the seventh sister, they ventured to the brook to catch fish and feel for shrimp. This was the childhood shared by all of them, as well as Guxiu's. Growth, of course, is not a smooth journey. It is interwoven with laughter, tears, surprises, and anger. Yet, without exception, Guxiu would always take the initiative to bow his head in apology and assist his sisters in wiping away their tears. As Qin Mo ran and the others observed these poignant memories, their gazes softened. The third sister, Su Wanqing, could not help but feel her eyes welling with emotion. They all reminisced about their own stories with Guxiu during their childhood, those moments filled with warmth. Indeed, an unbidden thought emerged in their hearts. Why did things change? When they had once been so good, had Guxiu changed, or had they themselves transformed? The exquisite carvings and jade structures should still remain, yet the beauty had faded. Qin Mo ran murmured, and after a moment regained her composure, shaking her head and saying, "Sisters, there is no need to dwell on these things any longer." "Why?" Nian Chaoshi inquired. Qin Mo ran simply shook her head. "The hearts of old friends change easily, yet we claim that such hearts are fickle. The past has turned to smoke. These memories can remain as recollections, but why bring them forth at such a time? After all, I do not wish to recall that person from my childhood with malice." These words brought Su Wanqing and Lu Qingyao back to their senses. Indeed, the memories of the past were beautiful, and Guxiu had once been a remarkable individual. However, memories are ultimately just that, memories. The Guxiu of today is no longer the person he once was. He has irrevocably changed. Guxiu was indeed once admirable, but 500 years in the Forbidden Realm had transformed him completely. Su Wanqing sighed. Lu Qingyao added with malice, "Perhaps 500 years ago, he was merely pretending." Such words struck Nian Chaoshi painfully. Why, even now, did they still harbor such prejudices against Guxiu? Why resort to the most unflattering thoughts to speculate about the Guxiu of 500 years past? She understood Qin Mo Ran's implication. Their biases against Guxiu were not rooted in the past, but in the present, stemming from his return from the Forbidden Realm. Attempting to evoke memories from a century ago to realign their perceptions of Guxiu was, in itself, misguided. With this thought, Nian Chaoshi pressed her lips together and glanced once more at the mirror. At that moment, Guxiu, who was carving a wooden sculpture, seemed to sense something. Raising his gaze towards the window, as if meeting Nian Chaoshi's eyes. His own were clear, innocent, and full of expectation. Then he smiled. That smile, however, caused tears to stream down Nian Chaoshi's face, especially as she recalled the fleeting glimpse of the silver-haired Guxiu and the look he had cast back at her. The pain in her heart was overwhelming. With a wave of her hand, she ultimately dispelled the image of 500 years past from the mirror. Since her sisters believed that Guxiu had changed during those 500 years in the Forbidden Realm, then let them see who had truly transformed after 5 centuries. Nian Chaoshi opened her mouth to speak, but was interrupted by a violent cough that expelled a mouthful of fresh blood. As she urged the wheel of destiny to turn once more, a droplet of blood escaped from the corner of her lips, a testament to her waning lifespan. Witnessing this scene, the 3 women furrowed their brows, yet ultimately refrained from speaking out. The senior sister's obsession lay with Guxiu. Perhaps she envisioned the transformation he would undergo 5 centuries hence. She could truly perceive the essence of Guxiu. Henceforth, her fixation would dissipate. However, as they harbored this thought, the mirror revealed an altered image that left the 3 women momentarily stunned. The once humble and slightly dilapidated Qing Xian sect had transformed into the magnificent Qing Xian Holy Land, bustling with disciples and an unceasing stream of visitors. It was at this juncture that the fissure within the ancient forbidden ground, which had existed for 500 years, began to tremble. This signified the imminent closure of the Forbidden Realm. 5 centuries prior, they had eagerly anticipated the disappearance of this fissure, longing for the emergence of the person within. Yet now, as this scene materialized, it went unnoticed, unacknowledged, and unheeded. Even when Guxiu, now gray-haired and gravely injured, emerged with his spiritual energy completely depleted, there was not a soul to welcome him. Su Wanqing's expression turned uneasy as she spoke first. I remember I was refining pills for the junior brother at that critical moment, unable to afford any distractions. I was immersed in comprehending the rhythms of the universe, experiencing a surge of inspiration that demanded my full attention. Qin Mo ran added, avoiding eye contact. Instantly, the pressure shifted to Lu Qingyao. Stammering, she finally said, I was with the junior brother. I was just concerned that if I left him to see Guxiu, it might upset him. How was I to know none of you went? Senior sister, you didn't go either. Lu Qingyao directed her frustration at Nian Chaoshi. Unfortunately, she had misdirected her ire. Nian Chaoshi merely sighed. On that day, I was away from the sect. As soon as I received the news, I rushed back, only arriving that very night. You truly did not know this. Lu Qingyao stuck out her tongue and fell silent. Nian Chaoshi then cast a glance at Su Wanqing and Qin Mo Ran, both of whom felt a twinge of discomfort under her gaze, instinctively lowering their heads to evade it. In truth, even amidst their busyness, they were still within the sect and could not possibly have been oblivious to the closure of the forbidden ground and Guxiu's return. Their silence and inaction stemmed not from ignorance, but from their uncertainty in how to face Guxiu. I had promised Guxiu that upon his return from the forbidden ground, I would prepare for him an endless supply of exquisite elixirs. However, with the arrival of the junior disciple, many elixirs were bestowed upon him, leaving me with nothing of worth to present. Thus, Su Wanqing spoke first, her countenance betraying her discomfort. I thought everyone had gone. I truly did not anticipate that none of you would attend. Qin Moran stammered, I did not go either. The talismans promised to Guxiu. We merely failed to greet him promptly. Is there really any significance to that? Must he hold such trivial matters against us? Lu Qingyao, her expression equally strained, retorted, moreover, did we not all gather that very evening to dine together, welcoming him back in our own way? This statement elicited nods of agreement from Su Wanqing and Qin Moran. Yet, Nian Chaoshi could only manage a bitter smile, ultimately shaking her head. In that case, let us observe how things unfold. In the depicted scene, Guxiu finally encountered his first conversant, a disciple tasked with the menial duties of cleaning the sect. Shortly thereafter, Master Guanshuolan arrived, assessing Guxiu's injuries before escorting him to Zhua Peak, where that very night, she summoned the senior sisters from each peak. Coincidentally, someone had previously inquired of Guanshuolan regarding the necessary standards for the banquet, to which she replied succinctly, since Guxiu has returned, A simple gathering will suffice. Her words left the three women feeling quite chagrined. What further added to their embarrassment was the nature of the banquet. Chapter 27. Who speaks of old friends? The gentle rain and wind require no return. The simplest of gatherings, akin to a mere meal among acquaintances, required no attendance from the sect's esteemed elders. Naturally, there was no grand feast nor sumptuous delicacies. Indeed, even the warmth typically found in such gatherings was conspicuously absent. The atmosphere was distinctly frigid. Gu Xiu sat alone in what should have been the focal point of attention, yet his surroundings were devoid of company. All the senior sisters deliberately distanced themselves, with only the junior disciple Jiang Sun seated closest to him, yet even that distance remained considerable. At the time, they had not perceived anything amiss, but now, witnessing this tableau, they could not shake the feeling that Gu Xiu had been isolated. A shared thought quickly arose among the three. Is it not so? This was meant to be a lively welcome banquet, yet the dishes were unremarkable, the wine mediocre, and all present seemed to intentionally keep their distance from Gu Xiu. At this moment, the one who should have been the protagonist of the banquet appeared to have become an island unto himself. Moreover, it was not merely a matter of seating. Conversation with Gu Xiu was scant. Despite his enthusiastic attempts to engage with the others, he was met with nothing but evasive replies. This scene bore no resemblance to the warm reception one would expect for a long-lost friend. Rather, it felt as though they were conspicuously avoiding an unwelcome adversary. Yet, Gu Xiu had only just returned. 500 years prior, when he entered the forbidden grounds, there had been no conflict. The senior sisters, who once shared everything with Gu Xiu, now found themselves at a loss for words upon reuniting after such a long separation. Their silence spoke volumes. Even the words of Jiang Jin and Gu Xiu have not filled the silence as much as this moment. It was not until the banquet was nearing its end that Nian Chao Shi hurried back. It was evident that the reflection of Nian Chao Shi in the mirror was filled with excitement upon Gu Xiu's return. In fact, she embraced him tightly, tears streaming down her face. Despite their relationship being the most tenuous among the several senior sisters 500 years ago, at this moment, Nian Chao Shi exhibited the deepest joy and heartfelt emotion towards Gu Xiu's return, surpassing all the others. This scene rendered the three women speechless. Were it not for the excellent memories of cultivators, they might have shouted that this was all a fabrication, but it was not false. They were indeed isolating Gu Xiu through their tangible actions, not only during this welcoming banquet, but they continued to ostracize him thereafter. As the banquet concluded, Guan Xuelan began to examine Gu Xiu's condition, hoping to heal his wounds. Yet, by midnight, merely after a few hours, Guan Xuelan declared that Gu Xiu had entirely succumbed to being a cripple, with no possibility of further cultivation. She then turned and departed. For the next 3 days, Gu Xiu remained quietly at Zhuofeng. Why Zhuofeng? Because the place he once occupied, Qian Peak, had already been given to his junior brother Jiang Jin. During these 3 days, aside from Nian Chao, Shi visiting Gu Xiu once more before leaving the sect again, no one else had come to see him, not even for a fleeting glance. Upon witnessing this, Nian Chao Shi had already become a figure of tears, incredulously gazing at the three junior sisters before her. Why do you not go and see Gu Xiu? No one answered. The three women lowered their heads in silence, as if Nian Chao Shi's question was one they found difficult to address. Confronted with their silence, Nian Chao Shi could not suppress her growing anger and suddenly exclaimed, "He has returned. He is Gu Xiu. 500 years ago, we watched him suffer in silence, bound and tormented for the sect. He has clearly returned, so why do you treat him this way? Are you unwilling to even spare him a glance? Now tell me, has Gu Xiu changed, or have you? You speak of a changed old friend. Is it Gu Xiu, or is it you?" In the Tianqi mountain range, amidst the caravan of Wanbao Tower, the moonlight glimmered like water. Gu Xiu, deeply engrossed in his cultivation, suddenly felt a stirring in his heart and lifted his gaze towards the heavens. For a fleeting moment, he seemed to hear a woman's anguished cry of fury. However, after a brief pause, Gu Xiu shook his head and averted his gaze, closing his eyes once more to continue his cultivation. To let go is to have already released. To relinquish the past, to abandon former grievances, to release attachments, to cast aside love and hate. The highest virtue is like water. In an instant, a swirling vortex of spiritual energy emerged from Gu Xiu, as an immense quantity of celestial aura began to uncontrollably converge upon him. Following closely, a second, third, and fourth vortex appeared, summoning no less than 9 spirals of spiritual energy that fervently absorbed the surrounding heavenly essence. Beyond this ethereal energy, an enigmatic force continually flowed into Gu Xiu's body, nourishing his soul. This extraordinary spectacle immediately captured the attention of numerous fellow travelers, eliciting exclamations of astonishment. Is this the entrance to the Dao? Indeed, it was the entrance to the Dao. How could someone at the 4th level of Qi refinement, a mere loose cultivator, possibly attain such a momentous breakthrough? This was the entrance to the Dao, an unparalleled opportunity that could only be encountered by those deeply attuned to the Dao and who possess profound enlightenment. Such a monumental chance. While the entrance to the Dao primarily pertains to the heart of the Dao, it also greatly benefits one's cultivation level, as well as the state of mind and heart of the practitioner. The commotion stirred the entire caravan into a frenzy. Some were envious, others contemplative, and naturally, there were those who felt a twinge of jealousy, contemplating interference. However, before these ill-intentioned individuals could act, the response from Wanbao Tower was swift, commanding the caravan to halt immediately. Soon after, several foundation-building attendants appeared, standing vigilantly beside Gu Xiu. While those who had originally shared the carriage with him were quietly ushered away, Manager Su has issued a decree. The entrance to the Dao is a tremendous opportunity. No one may recklessly interfere with the Dao practitioner. Otherwise, it will be regarded as a provocation against Wanbao Tower. No one dared to oppose this command. As they stabilized the situation, Su Rumei approached, her gaze fixed in astonishment upon the carriage. Such a powerful entrance to the Dao. Who is this person? Unbeknownst to her, the identity of the Dao practitioner was simply a matter of Wanbao Tower's customary practice to protect those in such a fortunate position. For Wanbao Tower, fostering good relations is always preferable to creating enmity. Consequently, they have always treated others with exceptional kindness, provided it does not jeopardize their own interests. Reporting to Manager Su, it is said the person is a loose cultivator named Feng Bugui, one attendant relayed. Feng Bugui? Su Rumei blinked in surprise, unable to suppress her astonishment. Is he not merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement? Indeed, the attendant nodded. The cultivators in the same carriage have confirmed it is he. Su Rumei nodded and dismissed her subordinate. However, the awe in her gaze towards the carriage was unmistakable. This Feng Bugui was none other than Gu Xiu himself, a pseudonym he had chosen to evade the pursuit of the Qingxian sacred land, signifying that even in a gentle breeze and fine rain, one need not return. Chapter 28. Is this the reason you isolated Gu Xiu? Come back. Not long after she had dismissed her subordinates, Su Rumei summoned them back, whispering, have you ascertained the details regarding Feng Bugui? One attendant appeared somewhat troubled. Su Rumei raised an eyebrow. What? Is it still undiscoverable? The attendant sighed. Feng Bugui seems to have materialized from thin air. We have been unable to trace his origins, affiliations, or acquaintances. Even the name Feng Bugui eludes our investigation. Is that so? Su Rumei furrowed her brow. Wanbao Tower does not shy away from doing good deeds and fostering benevolent connections, yet its enduring existence over the years suggests it cannot solely be dedicated to altruism. At the very least, delving into the backgrounds of individuals is certainly within their purview. The outcome, however, is that we are entirely unable to uncover the identity of this Feng Bugui. Observing her frown, her subordinate immediately lowered his head in shame. It is my incompetence. I humbly request Manager Su to impose a punishment. This is not your fault. Su Rumei shook her head. He claims to be a loose cultivator on his way to Yunxiao City, indicating he has only recently become one. As for the name Feng Bugui, it is likely a pseudonym of his own creation. Not returning implies a sense of freedom, akin to the wind, yet forsaking ties. The meaning is rather clear. He is probably a disciple of a certain faction who has severed connections with his sect, opting for the life of a wandering cultivator. Given his intention to conceal his identity, it is only natural that we cannot locate him. Su Rumei's position as the steward of Wanbao Tower is not solely reliant on her cultivation, but rather on her astute intellect. She promptly deduced a considerable amount. Her subordinate found this somewhat amusing. Manager Su, a mere 4th-level Qi refining cultivator, even if he has distanced himself from his sect, is it truly significant? Does he really require a pseudonym for such triviality? Trivial? Su Rumei shook her head. If he were genuinely an inconsequential individual, he would hardly be able to withstand the intimidation of a foundation establishment cultivator like Renqing. If he were truly insignificant, It would be impossible for him to attain the Dao state at this level. This person is likely not only significant, but also exceptionally unique. Her remark left her subordinate momentarily speechless before he inquired. Then, Manager Su, should we continue to escort him on his journey? Why not? Su Rume retorted. After all, this individual's origins are unclear. He may pose a potential trouble for us. Trouble? Su Rume smiled. I believe we should not only escort him, but also extend him courtesy, arranging a private carriage for him upon his completion of entering the Dao. Her subordinate was taken aback, incredulous. A private carriage is a privilege reserved for those who have at least reached the pinnacle of qi refining. Does a fourth-level cultivator possess such qualification? Wanbao Tower seeks connections with the world's talents, not with mere mediocrities. Should he be an extraordinary figure, even if not a hero? He is certainly not an ordinary person. If we fail to befriend him before he rises, shall we wait until later to struggle to attach ourselves to him? Regarding the realm, Su Rume glanced at the carriage. Are you truly certain that this individual will remain merely a fourth-level qi refining cultivator after entering the Dao? Her subordinate was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized. Indeed, while entering the Dao offers significant benefits in establishing one's heart of the Dao, the spirals of spiritual energy in the 9 extremes continuously absorb spiritual energy. With such a terrifying absorption rate, to what extent could Guxiu advance? The path of entering the Dao during the qi refining stage is an exceedingly rare occurrence, and to do so at the 4th level of qi refining is almost unheard of. Typically, those who have established their foundation or are golden elixir cultivators can at least achieve a minor breakthrough, while a small cultivator at the 4th level of qi refining possesses a rather limited energy reservoir. The challenge they face is indeed formidable. Meanwhile, at the Qing Xian Holy Land, on Mo Shu Peak, faced with the desperate inquiries of Nian Xiaoxi, the expressions of Qin Mo Ran and her 2 companions were steeped in extreme embarrassment. The 3 of them lowered their heads, fixated on their toes, rendered speechless. They had always believed that it was Guxiu who had changed. Yet at this moment, gazing at the scenes reflected in the Wheel of Fate, they realized that it was perhaps they who had truly transformed. For a fleeting instant, doubts flickered in their hearts. Is this truly who I am? How did I become this way? 500 years ago, I was still a weeping mess, watching Guxiu enter the forbidden area, praying for his safe return. But why? When Guxiu finally returned, had everything shifted? What had gone awry? Speak up. Why have you suddenly fallen silent, my 3 junior sisters? After her piercing accusations, Nian Xiaoxi calmed somewhat, yet her words left the trio at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was Su Wanqing who broke the silence first. The once formidable alchemist now appeared flustered, unable to meet Nian Xiaoxi's gaze. With her head down, she stammered for a moment before confessing, I merely did not wish to upset our junior brother. Not wish to upset our junior brother? Nian Xiaoxi could not suppress a laugh tinged with anger. Is that your justification? What could possibly distress him? Why should he feel sorrow? Sister Qin Mo Ran hesitated, then spoke up. This is actually Guxiu's fault. What? Blame Guxiu? Nian Xiaoxi was taken aback, staring at Qin Mo Ran as if she were a monster. She could not comprehend why Qin Mo Ran would utter such words. Clearly, the fault lay with them. I know that when Guxiu returned, we indeed neglected and slighted him. But if we consider it from another perspective, can we truly say that Guxiu is without fault? Qin Mo Ran bit her lip and continued, Sister, Guxiu has been in the forbidden area for 500 years. A full 500 years. During that time, every time we spoke of Guxiu, we were in tears, consumed by grief. We lost our appetite, tormented by longing. Ultimately, we had no choice but to convince ourselves that Guxiu was dead, just to prevent ourselves from collapsing. This confession prompted Su Wanqing and Lu Qin Yao to nod in agreement. Even Nian Xiaoxi felt a pang of empathy. Then, the junior brother arrived. Yet Qin Mo Ran continued. We placed all our longing for Guxiu onto our junior brother, transferring everything we wished to give to Guxiu onto him. Simply put, we treated our junior brother as a stand-in for Guxiu. This is, in essence, quite selfish. Sister, have you ever considered what it feels like to be regarded as a mere substitute? Should Guxiu return in the end? What a profound blow it would be for the junior disciple. Nian Xiaoxi furrowed her brow, beginning to grasp Qin Moran's implication. They regarded Jiang Qian as a mere substitute for Guxiu, yet feared that upon realizing her role, Jiang Qian would be heartbroken. Thus, is this the reason for your isolation of Guxiu? Understanding this does not equate to acceptance. Do you not find it utterly absurd? Merely because you wish to spare the junior disciple from the sorrow of feeling like a mere replacement, you treat Gu Xiao in such a manner? You are all concerned for Jiang Qian, yet have you forgotten the sacrifices Gu Xiao has made for you, for the sect? This inquiry was met with a heavy silence from the three women. Previously, they felt no discomfort, but upon hearing Nian Chaoxi's question, they found themselves at a loss for words. They could not respond to this question. Chapter 29. The Grudge of Severed Paths, Binding Oneself. Regardless, the situation has reached this point. What more is there to say? Furthermore, Gu Xiao's past actions should suffice to demonstrate that our choices were justified. It was still Lu Qingyao, unable to confront Nian Chaoxi's questioning, but knowing how to justify herself. Perhaps we did indeed neglect Gu Xiao at first. We isolated him. And that was wrong. But does Gu Xiao bear no fault at all? Senior sister, look at what he has done thereafter. If he retaliates against us merely for having slighted him, then I believe we have no fault in our actions. This statement left Nian Chaoxi incredulous. She instinctively glanced at Su Wanqing and Qin Moran, hoping for differing perspectives. To her disappointment, they both agreed that Gu Xiao's subsequent actions were indeed inappropriate. Su Wanqing shook her head, while Qin Moran nodded emphatically. I have said it before, after that incident, I could never forgive Gu Xiao. At that moment, Nian Chaoxi felt a deep pang in her heart. Looking at the three junior sisters before her felt akin to gazing at strangers. As if for the first time she truly saw the three who had grown up under her watchful eye. Taking a deep breath, Nian Chaoxi refrained from reprimanding them or raising her voice. After a moment of silence, she softly stated, You say Gu Xiao has wronged you. If that is the case, let us see how Gu Xiao has indeed wronged you. With that, Nian Chaoxi prepared to activate the celestial cycle mirror to continue her observation. However, unexpectedly, Lu Qingyao interjected, I have matters to attend to, senior sister. Even if you wish to continue, I have no time. I must assist the junior disciple in completing the beast pens for the beast taming technique. I must take my leave. With that, the younger sister hurriedly departed. Su Wanqing, reminded by her, promptly rose to bid farewell. Senior sister, my batch of elixirs should be ready soon. I must return to oversee them. As for what you mentioned, we shall look into it another time. The two women exited in succession. Even upon departing, they did not grant Nian Chaoxi the opportunity to voice her thoughts. By the time Nian Chaoxi regained her composure, two of the original trio had already taken their leave. She understood that they were too apprehensive to witness what was to unfold. Or rather, they were likely already aware of the impending scenes in their hearts. Yet, despite her foreknowledge, Nian Chaoxi found herself powerless to intervene, her gaze turning towards Qin Moran. Surely, the fifth junior sister has her own matters to attend to? Qin Moran furrowed her brow, hesitating momentarily before deciding to be forthright. Elder sister, I am aware of your intentions. You wish for us to accompany you in pleading with the master to reinstate Gu Xiao into the sect, to have him return. While I do not oppose this notion, I cannot wholly endorse it. Given that you are aware of everything Gu Xiao has done to me, you must also recognize that he has irrevocably shattered my path, and the enmity stemming from that cannot be forgiven, no matter the circumstances. The path of her talismanic arts had come to a complete standstill due to Gu Xiao's actions. There was no room for forgiveness, nor any semblance of remorse towards him. Nian Chaoxi comprehended this reality. However, she did not feel disheartened. Instead, she declared, I have always believed that the junior brother must have his own reasons for his actions. Since you, fifth junior sister, feel wronged by Gu Xiao, why not utilize the heavenly cycle mirror to uncover the truth of the past? Elder sister, is this truly necessary? Qin Moran inquired, her brow knitted in concern. It is indeed necessary, Nian Chaoxi affirmed, her seriousness unwavering. I firmly believe that Gu Xiao is not as irredeemable as you portray him to be. Qin Moran frowned again. In truth, she was reluctant to engage in further debate with her elder sister, but this was moshifying her territory. Su Wanqing and Lu Qingyao could find excuses to depart. But where could she go? This mirror not only revealed the past, but also allowed for inquiries regarding it. The heavenly cycle mirror would provide answers based on the questions posed. Since you perceive Gu Xiao as having wronged you, I shall not deliberately control the inquiry into the heavenly cycle realm, but will simply pose a question to the mirror, Nian Chaoxi stated, beginning to invoke her incantation. This was the greatest function of the heavenly cycle realm, an inquiry mirror. Before long, radiant lights began to manifest upon the heavenly cycle mirror. As Nian Chaoxi took command of it, delving into bygone events to uncover the truth behind Gu Xiu's disruption of Qin Moran's spiritual guidance. The scene soon materialized. However, to Nian Chaoxi's astonishment, rather than showcasing Gu Xiu's interference with Qin Moran, the images began to rewind, transporting them back over 500 years. Junior brother, as we embark on our journey into the world of talismans, the first step is to memorize all the common rhythms of heaven and earth. We must continuously write and comprehend. This tome of talismanic lore was procured from our master. I have meticulously transcribed a copy for you, so we may learn the art of talismans together and one day become talisman masters. The images depicted the youthful Qin Moran and Gu Xiu. 5 centuries ago, Qin Mai commenced her studies in talismans, accompanied by her junior disciple, Gu Xiu. Nian Chaoxi found it peculiar. She sought to understand why Gu Xiu had disrupted Qin Mai's divine summoning. To her surprise, the response revealed in the mirror was enigmatic. What could this imply? Did Gu Xiu's interference with Qin Mai's divine summoning relate to his initial foray into the realm of talismans? Nian Chaoxi was perplexed. Meanwhile, the imagery within the mirror continued to unfold. Junior disciple, do not linger on the later sections. The talismans recorded thereafter pertain to levels above the 6th tier. Regardless of how extensively you study, it will yield no benefit, as these divine resonances only manifest with successful summoning. We should focus on the earlier sections. Junior disciple, why are you once again daydreaming over the advanced resonances? Quickly, turn your attention to the preceding material. Junior disciple, we must advance step by step. We cannot aspire to devour the entirety at once. Thus, their journey into the art of talismans began, yet, inexplicably, the youthful Gu Xiu did not adhere to a gradual approach. Instead, he fixated on the advanced resonances from the outset. Qin Mai remarked, he is too impetuous, yearning for immediate success, yet the path of cultivation abhors such lofty aspirations. Thus, he has made little progress in the art of talismans. Nian Chaoxi pursed her lips, feeling that Gu Xiu was not inherently such a person, yet the scene before her left her at a loss for words. Soon, the imagery in the mirror shifted once more. This time, it depicted the silver-haired Gu Xiu, clearly indicating that 5 centuries had elapsed since his return from the Forbidden Realm and his residence at Zhua Peak. Remarkably, Gu Xiu continued to peruse the talismanic tome gifted to him by the young Qin Mai, still fixated on the later pages. What could he be contemplating? Nian Chaoxi was somewhat bewildered. His cultivation had been rendered null, and this should have marked his initiation into the study of talismans at Zhua Peak. I've often wondered why he has made no discernible progress in the art of talismans over the years. It appears he has merely continued to gaze at the later sections. Qin Mai stated coldly, her eyes filled with disdain. Nian Chaoxi furrowed her brow, sensing that the matter was far more intricate than it seemed. An idea sparked within her, prompting her to rummage through her storage ring. Previously, when Gu Xiu's wooden cabin at Zhua Peak had been damaged, Nian Chaoxi had collected all the items therein. After a thorough search, she swiftly unearthed the talismanic tome that had appeared in the mirror. This was an introductory text on talismans, chronicling a wealth of known talismanic resonances, meticulously penned by Qin Mai herself. Mimicking Gu Xiu, Nian Chaoxi flipped to the later pages. Indeed, as Qin Mai had indicated, the contents comprised entirely of divine-level resonances, all of which were of the 6th tier or higher. Such resonances would be of no use to an ordinary individual, for unless one succeeded in summoning, even the most comprehensive writings would be futile. Even for the present-day Qin Mai, they would prove ineffectual. Nonetheless, the tome was relatively comprehensive, encompassing a vast array of known talismanic resonances, along with detailed explanations. Particularly intriguing were the divine-level resonances beyond the 6th tier. Could it be that each divine resonance possessed unique abilities? Nian Chaoxi was taken aback. Qin Moran nodded, acknowledging that the divine rhythm of the highest quality was indeed singular, inherently distinct from other rhythms. Her countenance remained grim, particularly as she gazed upon one specific rhythm. Nian Chaoxi lowered her head, realizing that the rhythm Qin Moran fixated on was one known as Jia, a divine rhythm that her 5th junior sister had once missed while attempting to summon a deity. This aura, it was the summoning of a deity. 5th sister was indeed invoking a deity. How wonderful, how splendid. 5th sister had finally achieved her long-desired opportunity to summon a deity. Once successful, she would step into an entirely new realm. As Nian Chaoxi pondered these thoughts, she noticed Gu Xiu in the mirror, who turned his head and began to speak. his face alight with surprise as he whispered to himself, having felt a sudden intuition. Nian Chaoxi's heart raced with anxiety, for she understood that the time within the mirror had arrived for Qin Mo Ran to summon the deity. This meant that Gu Xiu was on the verge of being controlled by the affliction of the divine soul, descending into madness. Indeed, as she considered this, she witnessed Gu Xiu, who was preparing to leave for Mo Shu Peak, suddenly let out a muffled groan, nearly losing his balance. The torment of the divine wound had begun. Gu Xiu writhed on the ground, clutching his head in agony. His gaze, once clear, now appeared clouded with pain. He was on the brink of madness. Just then, Gu Xiu abruptly rose and attempted to dash towards the door, but at the threshold, his hands clutched the door tightly. His expression fluctuated between clarity and madness as he struggled to articulate, "Today is the most crucial moment for Fifth Sister. I cannot succumb to madness. I must maintain control." With determination, he gritted his teeth, forcefully closing the door, and subsequently bound himself with chains. In a desperate act to prevent disrupting Qin Mo Ran's summoning, he endeavored to restrain himself. This scene brought tears to Nian Chaoxi's eyes. Even Qin Mo Ran's expression shifted slightly at the sight. Were it not for the celestial cycle mirror, no one would have fathomed that Gu Xiu would resort to such self-binding to avoid hindering Qin Mo Ran's divine summoning. Alas, all of Gu Xiu's efforts were in vain. Just as he was about to secure himself completely, the clarity in his eyes vanished entirely, plunging him into a state of madness. Almost immediately, Gu Xiu, adorned in chains, burst through the door, seemingly guided by an unseen force, heading straight for Mo Shu Peak. His journey was a tumultuous one, as he appeared to be in a constant struggle against the affliction of the divine soul, intermittently regaining lucidity in futile attempts to halt his forward momentum. Yet, how could a mere mortal contend with such a divine affliction? Ultimately, he staggered step by step until he arrived at Mo Shu Peak. Nian Chaoxi was overwhelmed with sorrow, feeling as if this entire sequence of events was predestined, inescapable. And despite Gu Xiu's fervent attempts to obstruct his path, he remained powerless against the inexorable tide of fate. Qin Moi's expression was equally complex, yet it was swiftly replaced by a chilling coldness. In the mirror, Gu Xiu had arrived at the entrance of a courtyard. At that moment, Qin Moi was in the courtyard, guiding the spirit. However, just as Gu Xiu was about to step inside completely, one of his hands suddenly grasped tightly at his own chest. This grasp was particularly fierce, causing flesh to tear with a single motion. He sought to awaken himself through self-harm, through pain. Nian Chaoxi immediately discerned Gu Xiu's intention. Indeed, in the mirror, Gu Xiu appeared to be intent on this course of action, his fingers, like hooks, frantically clawing at his own body. Each time, he would tear away a piece of flesh. Subsequently, he forcefully controlled his body, violently smashing his head against the stone wall. The scene was exceedingly bloody. In a matter of moments, Gu Xiu's body was left in a wretched state, resembling a tattered doll. Upon witnessing this, Nian Chaoxi had already dissolved into tears. She wished to prevent Gu Xiu from harming himself. Yet, this was a glimpse into the past. These events had transpired long ago. Now, she could do nothing but watch helplessly. She observed as Gu Xiu nearly tortured himself to death. Even Qin Moi's indifferent gaze betrayed a hint of compassion. This scene was too shocking, leaving her uncertain on how to continue harboring hatred. Anyone could see the immense determination Gu Xiu possessed. And in the mirror, amidst such self-inflicted torment, it seemed Gu Xiu's consciousness had finally regained control of his body. However, there was no time for him to catch his breath or cry out in pain. He merely cast a hurried glance at Qin Moi, who had her eyes closed, one hand sensing and inscribing the essence of divine rhythm. How fortunate, how fortunate. It appeared that senior sister had gained recognition from this rhythm. I nearly jeopardized her opportunity to guide the spirit, Gu Xiu murmured to himself. Then, he gently withdrew from the courtyard, pulling the door shut behind him, intent on leaving. Throughout, he had not once glanced at his own injuries. His thoughts were solely on not disrupting Moi's guiding of the spirit. Nian Chaoxi sighed in sorrow. Qin Moi's expression was somewhat unnatural. However, she quickly shook her head. Has senior sister ever considered that since Gu Xiu has already awakened, why would my guiding of the spirit still fail? Nian Chaoxi was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly realized. Indeed, since Gu Xiu had managed to regain control over his spiritual injuries, why did Qin Moi still fail? Just as she pondered this, she saw that as the courtyard door was about to close, Gu Xiu suddenly froze in place. his gaze fixed intently on the talisman in Qin Mai's hand. In the next moment, he unexpectedly pushed the courtyard door open again and strode purposefully towards Qin Mai. What does he intend to do? Nian Chaoxi's heart sank with an ominous premonition. She could see that at this moment, Gu Xiao in the mirror wore a frown, yet his eyes were strikingly clear. Clearly not under the control of any spiritual injury. He was fully awake. But why did the conscious Gu Xiao suddenly take such an action? While Nian Chaoxi was baffled, she noticed that Gu Xiao had already approached Qin Mai. At that moment, Qin Mai was invoking the divine essence of the Dao, enveloped in a state of sensory deprivation. Though one hand was relentlessly inscribing the divine script, she remained oblivious to her surroundings, entirely unaware that Gu Xiao stood beside her, gazing intently at the intricate talisman she was crafting. In the next instant, Gu Xiao abruptly reached out, attempting to snatch the brush from Qin Mai's grasp. What was happening? Why was this occurring? What had transpired? Nian Chaoxi's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. Just moments ago, Gu Xiao had been desperately striving to awaken, intent on not disturbing Qin Mai. Why then did he suddenly act in such a manner? Senior sister, should we continue to observe? Qin Mai inquired coldly. Nian Chaoxi parted her lips, understanding Qin Mai's implication. From the moment Gu Xiao decided to intervene, Qin Mai's attempt to summon the divine had already failed. The process of invoking the divine essence involved obtaining recognition from the celestial realm and subsequently inscribing it in its entirety. If this process was interrupted, the invocation would be irrevocably thwarted. Indeed, as Gu Xiao made his move, a look of struggle suddenly appeared on Qin Mai's face, and the skies above began to darken ominously. The next moment, Qin Mai coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, and as she fell, a crimson rainbow burst forth from her being, swiftly dissipating. Qin Mai's invocation had failed. How could this be? Why was this happening? Senior sister, I do not comprehend why you hold Gu Xiao in such high regard, but now that you have witnessed it with your own eyes, you should understand. All I harbor for Gu Xiao is hatred, Qin Mai stated coldly, her expression devoid of emotion. However, as Nian Chaoxi wished to respond, she saw Qin Mai sigh. Senior sister, I am weary. Could you leave? Nian Chaoxi opened her mouth, yet found herself unable to argue, biting her lip in silence as she retracted the wheel of destiny and turned away, lost in despair. Behind her, Qin Mai's icy voice echoed. Senior sister, I advise you. Gu Xiao is not a good person. He is merely a cunning and insidious individual adept at disguise. Do not be deceived by his facade. His departure would be the best outcome for the sect. Nian Chaoxi shuddered at her words, but then a thought struck her, and she turned back to ask, Junior sister, regarding your momentous invocation, why was there not a single other presence from the sect throughout the entire process? Qin Mai was taken aback, but Nian Chaoxi, with furrowed brows, pressed on. Gu Xiao is merely an ordinary person without cultivation, yet even he could perceive that you were invoking the divine. Did the others in our sect not notice? How was Gu Xiao able to traverse from Zhua Peak to your without any interference along the way? Junior sister, do you not find this matter rather peculiar from beginning to end? Chapter 31. The character of Zha. The truth revealed. Previously, I was consumed with concern for Gu Xiao, which led Nian Chaoxi to sense something amiss, yet refrain from pondering it too deeply. Only now does she realize why Gu Xiao had not encountered a single soul throughout this ordeal. Qin Mo Rant's guidance was perceptible even to a mortal like Gu Xiao. How then could not a single member of the sect have sensed it or come to investigate? Logically speaking, during such a time, the master and fellow sisters, even the disciples of the sect, would instinctively protect Qin Mo Ran. Yet, why was there no one to safeguard her? How could Gu Xiao have entered Qin Mo Ran's courtyard unimpeded and successfully obstructed her? Has senior sister already forgotten so quickly? Qin Mo Ran responded calmly. On that day, it was the grand birthday celebration of the old sect master of the Yin Tian sacred land. The master took the sisters to attend it. Did you not accompany us as well? The grand birthday celebration of the old sect master of Yin Tian? Nian Chaoxi recalled that indeed, it had been so. Yet she remained perplexed. But what of the other disciples? Although we were not at the sect, how could it be that none of the numerous disciples and elders of Qin Xian's sacred land came to protect her? Are you implying that you wish to shift the blame for my failed guidance onto others in order to exonerate Gu Xiao? Qin Mo Ran inquired, her brow furrowing. Certainly not. Nian Chaoxi quickly shook her head. I merely feel that this situation is exceedingly strange. What is strange about it? Qin Mo Ran's delicate brows knitted tightly, Regardless, I failed in my guidance, and it was Guxiu who directly thwarted it. Did you not witness it with your own eyes? Nian Xiaoxi found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Mo Ran, senior sister understands your reluctance to revisit the failure of your guidance, but this matter is indeed suspicious. I believe there may be other reasons at play. Whatever the reasons may be, they do not alter the fact that Guxiu destroyed my guidance, do they? But, Nian Xiaoxi attempted to continue, but Qin Mo Ran had already interrupted her. Senior sister, I hope you shall not speak of this matter any further. My path has been irrevocably damaged, and it is Guxiu who is responsible for this. What more is there to discuss at this juncture? Nian Xiaoxi opened her mouth. Yet seeing Qin Mo Ran's impatience, she ultimately fell silent. For reasons unknown, she sensed that Qin Mo Ran seemed unwilling to delve deeper into the underlying causes. Could it be that there were indeed hidden circumstances? However, with Qin Mo Ran having dismissed her, Nian Xiaoxi could not pursue the inquiry any further and could only leave the grand hall with a heart full of doubts. Upon exiting the hall, the talisman class had just concluded. Elder Zong, I have a question. A disciple approached the teaching elder, inquiring, I noticed that in the talisman scriptures, for descriptions of Dao rhythms above the 6th layer, there is an added note stating that if it were a normal guidance. Does this imply that there are alternative methods of guidance? Ground yourself. You should contemplate whether these questions are appropriate for your consideration, the teaching elder replied with dissatisfaction. However, Nian Xiaoxi, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. Once again, I turned the pages of the tome, meticulously transcribed by Qin Moden, a compendium of talismanic knowledge. This volume has appeared numerous times within the celestial mirror of reincarnation, captivating Guxiu's attention throughout. Just moments ago, Nian Xiaoxi had perused it as well, noting its descriptions, though he had not paid it much heed until now. At this moment, Elder Zeng intervened, halting the elder who was chastising his disciples about talisman instruction. Upon seeing Nian Xiaoxi, the elder was taken aback and quickly bowed in reverence, inquiring, What brings you here, esteemed master uncle? Nian Xiaoxi responded with curiosity. I wish to inquire about the same matter as that disciple earlier. Elder Zong, astonished, pondered why the head of the Asking Heaven Pavilion had suddenly taken an interest in this topic, yet replied promptly, To enlighten you, master uncle. The essence of talismanic arts lies in harmonizing with the rhythms of heaven and earth, thereby utilizing their energies. Although it is typically understood that once recognized by the heavenly rhythms, divine guidance will naturally descend, some individuals, feeling discontented at their lack of opportunity for divine enlightenment, may resort to unconventional methods to attract divine spirits. However, such tactics are not esteemed among talisman masters, for while they may indeed summon spirits, the costs are exorbitant. Costs? What kind of costs? Nian Xiaoxi inquired, intrigued. That is not definite. Elder Zeng shook his head. Noticing Nian Xiaoxi's persistent questioning, he continued, The repercussions are truly variable, as the divine essences attracted differ in nature. What is certain, however, is that it will invariably exert a profound impact on the talisman master. In fact, unless the divine essence descends of its own accord, even if the summoning is successful, the talisman master will be affected to varying degrees. Some may find their lifespans depleted, while others may experience a fall in their cultivation, losing all prospects for advancement. More often than not, however, their personalities undergo drastic transformations, rendering them nearly unrecognizable. Indeed, many 6th-tier and above talisman masters exhibit peculiarities in temperament, a consequence of such influences. What? Such occurrences exist? Nian Xiaoxi exclaimed, her studies in the domain of celestial mechanics having provided her with only a limited understanding of talismanic formations. The revelations from Elder Zeng were entirely unfamiliar to her. Yet upon reflection, she recalled that many high-ranking talisman masters she had encountered, aside from a few who appeared ordinary, exhibited rather eccentric behaviors. Some indulged excessively. Others were consumed by carnal desires, while some were mercilessly violent, akin to madmen. Could this be the result of forcibly summoning divine spirits through unconventional means? Suddenly, a realization struck Nian Xiaoxi. She hastily opened the talismanic manuscript and pointed to the character Jia, questioning what side effects might arise from forcibly summoning with this rhythm. This is the Jia character? Elder Zeng glanced at it and was immediately taken aback, exclaiming, This seal must never be used to forcibly summon divine spirits, otherwise, it would lead to calamity. What? Nian Xiaoxi gasped, startled. Elder Zeng elaborated, esteemed master uncle, you may not be aware, but the Jia character is an exceptionally unique entity among the 7th-tier divine essences, capable of subduing souls, sealing demons, and vanquishing evil, truly formidable in power. The ordinary act of summoning spirits may seem inconsequential. However, should one forcefully draw upon the power of the character Jia, it could spell disaster for the talisman master. Despite the fact that this talisman is intended to ward off malevolence, such a forceful invocation would elicit the wrath of malevolent entities, resulting not only in the talisman master being drained of a significant portion of their lifespan, but also becoming ensnared in a web of misfortune. Historical records indicate that several individuals have attempted to forcefully summon spirits through the Jia character, and without exception, these individuals have encountered dire consequences within 1 to 3 years. An elder had previously remarked, when Nian Chaoshi suddenly came to her senses, her figure flickered, and she returned to the grand hall. Qin Morden, who had been deep in thought, furrowed her brow upon seeing Nian Chaoshi's return. Is there something else, senior sister? I would like to ask you to examine something further. Nian Chaoshi replied. Before Qin Morden could decline, Nian Chaoshi produced the wheel of heavenly mechanisms and swiftly activated it. However, just as she began to invoke the divination technique, she was suddenly seized by a violent coughing fit, her vitality waning to an alarming degree. For a brief moment, she nearly faced annihilation. Senior sister? What did you inquire about? Please, cease this at once. Qin Morden exclaimed, startled, as she rushed to support Nian Chaoshi. Nian Chaoshi, equally astonished, realized that she had intended to ask about Gu Xiu's contributions to their sect and for her master and sisters, but before she could articulate her question, she suffered a backlash. This indicated that the heavenly secrets were obscured and could not be probed or scrutinized. I am fine, Nian Chaoshi thought, though she dared not voice her concerns, and swiftly rephrased her inquiry. This time, her question was straightforward. Gu Xiu, why did you disrupt Qin Morden's summoning? Upon this inquiry, the youthful Gu Xiu from 5 centuries past reappeared within the copper mirror. Gu Xiu, the path of talismanic arts must be approached gradually. One must begin from the beginning. For what lies beyond is of no use, Qin Morden advised him in the mirror, emphasizing the importance of studying the foundational texts rather than merely focusing on the latter sections. Gu Xiu did not respond, but muttered a quiet phrase. At that moment, this statement was magnified within the copper mirror, allowing the 2 observers outside to hear it clearly. Actually, senior sister, I do not wish to pursue the path of talismanic arts. What I desire is simply to be able to assist you when I grow up. Chapter 32. Gu Xiu's actions were all for your salvation. The words of the youth carried a hint of innocence and a touch of naive ambition. Yet, paradoxically, this very innocence radiated an unwavering determination. Both Nian Chaoshi and Qin Morden were momentarily taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment. It turned out that Gu Xiu's reason for focusing on the latter sections of the talismanic text was not due to a desire for lofty aspirations or a lack of self-awareness, but rather because he had never intended to pursue the path of talismanic arts from the outset. He was diligently recording those teachings with the pure hope of being able to assist his senior sister, Qin Morden, in the future, as the 2 women stood in shock. The scene in the mirror shifted once more, revealing that Gu Xiu had matured somewhat and had come to learn about the concept of forcibly summoning a deity, along with the repercussions that such an act could entail. He began to delve deeply into the various effects and functions documented in the scriptures of talismans, particularly focusing on the consequences of forcibly summoning a deity. Every detail was meticulously etched into his mind. At one point, Gu Xiu even inquired of someone, if a 6th-tier talisman master is unable to summon a deity, what means might I employ to redirect the backlash onto myself, ensuring that the 6th-tier talisman master remains unharmed while successfully summoning the deity? This question, though somewhat naive, evoked a fresh wave of tears from Nian Chaoshi. She understood the intent behind Gu Xiu's inquiry. He recognized the challenges posed by summoning a deity and sought to know if he could sacrifice himself to assist the future Qin Mashuan. Even Qin Mashuan, upon hearing this, exhibited a moment of emotional turmoil. Eventually, the mirror once again displayed the scene from the time Qin Mashuan attempted to summon the deity. However, this time, the imagery began at the moment Gu Xiu awoke, preparing to leave. Just as the courtyard door was about to close, Gu Xiu's expression suddenly shifted. No, this is a forced summoning. Senior sister is not summoning normally. She is forcibly summoning. After a moment of hesitation, he chose not to retreat. Instead, he pushed the door open once more and made his way towards Qin Mashuan, who was engaged in the summoning. He moved swiftly yet lightly. How foolish can she be? She is fully aware of the risks involved in forcibly summoning a deity, he thought. I hope that what she summons is not an unbearable divine resonance. As he whispered to himself, he finally reached Qin Mashuan's side. However, upon seeing the talisman she was inscribing, Gu Xiu's expression darkened profoundly. He recalled every divine resonance he had learned and instantly recognized the nature of the resonance before him. The talisman of Jia. How could it be the talisman of Jia? What should I do? How will senior sister bear this? Gu Xiu stood frozen, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. These should have remained unvoiced. Yet in this moment, within the celestial cycle mirror, they emerged audibly for all to hear. If the talisman of Jia successfully summoned a deity, senior sister would undoubtedly perish. Even the methods I learned to mitigate backlash would prove utterly ineffective. No, I cannot allow senior sister to tread this path of despair. Senior sister, I am sorry. With that thought flashing through his mind, Gu Xiu resolutely moved to snatch the brush from Qin Mashuan's hand. The summoning failed. The talisman of Jia began to drift away from her, and Qin Mashuan fell unconscious. Junior sister, do you still believe that Gu Xiu is harming you? Deliberately severing your path? Nian Chaoshi asked, enunciating each word. Qin Mashuan lowered her head in silence. From the very beginning, he wished to help you. He was the one who discovered that you were forcibly summoning a deity, and he recognized that you were attempting to summon the talisman of Jia, which is a harbinger of certain death. He was also the one who intervened to prevent your forced summoning. He does not seek to obstruct your path. Rather, he aims to assist you. Nian Chaoshi uttered these words almost through gritted teeth. Everything has become clear. The reason why Qin Moran's spiritual summoning went unnoticed is that she initially wished to conceal her forceful summoning from others. She employed special methods to obstruct the inquiries of her fellow disciples. In fact, she likely waited until Guan Shualan and the other disciples ventured into the sacred land of Yantian before she commenced her forceful summoning. Gu Xiu interrupted her summoning, not to destroy her path, but to prevent her from courting death. At this moment, confronted by every word from Nian Chaoshi, Qin Moran's body trembled slightly. Yet ultimately, she resumed her indifferent demeanor and softly spoke. Did I plead for his salvation? What? Nian Chaoshi was taken aback. I did not ask him to save me. Qin Moran declared. I do not require his help. I do not need anyone's assistance. What did you say? Nian Chaoshi was incredulous, sensing an unsettling strangeness in her junior sister. Yet Qin Moran, with a self-deprecating smile, remarked, Sister, you ought to understand that spiritual summoning relies on fate, not mere effort. I have been a 6th-tier talisman master for 300 years. For 300 years, I have exerted countless efforts, yet despite my endeavors, I have been unable to summon spirits, not even once experiencing the call of the spirit. Do you comprehend what this signifies? It means that my 300 years of toil have been rendered meaningless. My sacrifices have become a joke. Moreover, it signifies that if I continue to wait, it is highly probable that I shall never encounter the opportunity to summon spirits again. I must strive, I must fight, whether in victory or defeat. I am willing to accept the consequences. I had prepared for everything. I was on the verge of completing my summoning, yet because of Gu Xiu, it was all ultimately destroyed. All because of him. But he was trying to prevent you from dying. Nian Chaoshi exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, he was trying to prevent me from dying. But how could he know that I was unwilling to meet my end? Qin Moran retorted. To hear the way in the morning and to die in the evening. This is my own choice. What right does he have to interfere? To speak frankly, I have contemplated this matter more than once, and I have regretted countless times, yet never have I regretted my forceful summoning. The only regret I harbor is why I did not eliminate him sooner. I lament why, after devising intricate measures to shield myself from the scrutiny of all cultivators, I overlooked him, this powerless, useless fool. At this moment, Qin Moran's face was etched with malevolence and resentment. Witnessing such a transformation in her, Nian Chaoshi stood in stunned silence, her expression one of disbelief. You are utterly incomprehensible. Qin Moran scoffed. Indeed, I am incomprehensible. Sister, have you only just realized this? Nian Chaoshi was momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, a troubling realization struck. Why was the backlash of this talisman still ongoing? A sound emerged, capturing the attention of the two embroiled in their argument, and only then did they perceive that the scene of the cycle of heavenly secrets had yet to conclude. Gu Xiu, after disrupting Qin Mo Ran's forceful summoning of the divine, did not immediately depart. Instead, he cautiously lifted Qin Mo Ran in his arms, intending to lay her down on the bed for rest. However, as he gently set her down, he noticed a peculiar crimson glow emanating from her face, accompanied by faintly flickering symbols. This caused Qin Mo Ran, still unconscious, to display signs of anguish. Upon witnessing this glow, a wave of dread washed over Qin Mo Ran. The backlash. This was the backlash of the Jia character. Although the summoning had been forcefully interrupted, she had unwittingly become a victim of its retribution, which, albeit faint, was potent enough to potentially bring her to her demise. Yet soon, Qin Mo Ran found herself puzzled. If she were indeed suffering from backlash, she should have sensed it long before now. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she suddenly froze in place. Chapter 33. The Substitute of Li for Peach. Tears of Mo Ran. In the mirror, Gu Xiu had already seated himself in a meditative pose on the ground. He then produced the talisman brush he had just seized from Qin Mo Ran, laying it open in his palm. To her astonishment, he began to inscribe the essence of the Jia character's rhythm upon his own hand, stroke by stroke. As Gu Xiu wrote, the ever-elusive power of the Jia character's backlash began to emerge slowly from Qin Mo Ran's body, as if drawn by some unseen force, inching its way towards Gu Xiu. This was an act of self-sacrifice, a reversal of the backlash. This was the essence of Li substituting for Peach. Gu Xiu was aiding Qin Mo Ran by absorbing all the torment that the backlash was meant to inflict upon her, taking it upon himself. He was bearing the weight of the backlash for her. At that moment, Qin Mo Ran, who had been fuming due to a recent dispute with Nian Xiaoxi, stood frozen in disbelief. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to articulate something, yet found herself at a loss for words. This scene was overwhelmingly shocking to her. This was the backlash of the Jia character. Even if the backlash was not excessively severe, it was sufficient to inflict considerable suffering. Even cultivators struggled against it. Let alone Gu Xiu, who was merely immortal. How could he possibly endure this? He was fully aware of what the Jia character's backlash entailed. Qin Mo Ran mumbled to herself, her gaze betraying a rare hint of panic. She was uncertain of how to respond to this harrowing truth, which weighed heavily upon her. Nian Xiaoxi, however, was unconcerned with her thoughts and urgently pressed, what will happen if he absorbs this backlash? Qin Mo Ran hesitated in her response. Nian Xiaoxi insisted, speak. Qin Mo Ran bit her lip, I don't know. Although the interruption of the summoning weakens the backlash, even a diminished version would be quite distressing, especially since it is the Jia character. If a cultivator faces its backlash, they would be tormented night and day by vengeful spirits. What? Nian Xiaoxi gasped, taken aback. Tormented night and day by vengeful spirits? So, since Qin Mo Ran's summoning failed, Gu Xiu has been plagued daily by these malevolent entities? This is something even cultivators find hard to bear. How shall Gu Xiu endure? Though I fail to comprehend why. Despite Gu Xiu saving your life, you harbor such prejudice against him. I implore you to remember, he is sacrificing his own suffering to grant you a chance. Nian Xiaoxi coldly glared at Qin Mo Ran, uttering this statement before swiftly turning away. She could wait no longer. She must seek out Gu Xiu. Under no circumstances should such a person be left to wander the Tianqi mountain range and face peril. In the grand hall of the Mashifeng, silence now enveloped the space following Nian Xiaoxi's departure. Qin Moran's eyes remained wide with astonishment, still filled with disbelief. She indeed loathed Gu Xiu. Although deep down she understood that he was trying to save her, she had always felt that he was meddling in her affairs, obstructing her path. Yet, at this very moment, an unsettling turmoil began to brew within her. She reflected upon her demeanor towards Gu Xiu over the past 3 years, the biases she had harbored, and the harsh words she had once directed at him. Had she truly erred? A single tear cascaded down Qin Moran's cheek. This was the first time she had wept for Gu Xiu since his return from the Forbidden Grounds. Meanwhile, as Qin Moran shed tears for Gu Xiu and felt a sense of dread for him, on the other side, the Wanbao Pavilion's convoy in the Tianqi mountain range sat in solemn stillness. Everyone remained quietly seated, and when conversation arose, it was deliberately hushed to avoid disturbing a certain carriage. Surrounding the carriage stood several elite members of the Wanbao Pavilion, vigilant against any potential danger. Even the slightest rustle would prompt them to act swiftly. The esteemed reputation of the Wanbao Pavilion was built upon such meticulous care. This alone has convinced me that I shall patronize Wanbao Pavilion for my future purchases. Indeed, such a reputation is cultivated gradually. Yet that individual named Feng Bugue is truly fortunate. Not only has he attained enlightenment, but he has also received the protection of the Wanbao Pavilion during his journey to the Dao. To achieve enlightenment at the 4th level of Qi refinement is no mere stroke of luck. It speaks volumes of his formidable talent. Many whispered amongst themselves, their words tinged with admiration and envy as they cast glances toward the carriage housing Gu Xiao. It was impossible not to feel envious. Attaining enlightenment at the 4th level of Qi refinement and coincidentally encountering the rule-abiding Wanbao Pavilion, which grants sanctuary for cultivation, is a remarkable fortune. Every aspect of this scenario is worthy of envy. What do you think his next realm will be? Someone inquired curiously. The opportunity for enlightenment is exceedingly rare. Not only does it solidify one's resolve, but it also facilitates rapid advancement in cultivation, presenting an immense opportunity for any practitioner. However, discussing the Dao of a Qi refinement practitioner may still be premature, as such matters typically bear significance in later stages. Therefore, what merits closer attention now is the extent to which Gu Xiao's realm will elevate. I have heard that Qi refinement practitioners who attain enlightenment can experience some minor breakthrough. The foundation of cultivation requires diligence. Although there are few cultivators who have entered the path after establishing their foundation, it is not entirely unheard of. It is said that someone once transitioned from the late stages of foundation establishment and subsequently achieved the pinnacle of foundation perfection. The notion of entering the path at the Qi refinement stage, particularly at the 4th level, is unprecedented, leaving one to wonder if it is possible for him to leap directly to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Forget the 9th level. Given the speed at which he absorbs spiritual energy, I would believe he could at least reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment. A group of cultivators engaged in hushed discussions, speculating on what level Gu Xiao would attain once his entry into the path concluded. It was not only these ordinary cultivators who were intrigued. Even Su Rumei was keenly observing the situation surrounding the carriage. Entering the path is indeed a rare opportunity for cultivators, and the speed of spiritual energy absorption is astonishing. Su Rumei remarked, then turned to the shadow beside her, inquiring, "What do you think about this wayward wind? How much will his cultivation improve upon entering the path?" The shadow appeared devoid of a physical form, yet in response to Su Rumei's question, a figure emerged, contemplating momentarily before offering an estimation. Foundation establishment. "Oh," Su Rumei expressed her surprise. "You hold such high expectations?" His rate of spiritual energy absorption is rapid enough to fill his Dantian and Qi Si. Foundation establishment is inevitable. The figure in the shadow asserted confidently. Su Rumei nodded in agreement, but, after a moment of thought, stated, "I hope for nothing less than the pinnacle of Qi refinement." The figure inquired curiously. Su Rumei smiled. "In that case, my top-tier foundation establishment pill will finally be of use." As they conversed, a sudden surge of spiritual energy emanated from within the carriage. The entry into the path has concluded. Let us see what realm that young cultivator has reached. Could it truly be foundation establishment in a single day? Many voices exclaimed. Gu Xiao's entry into the path had come to an end. Su Rumei, equally curious, immediately extended her consciousness. Chapter 34. The Heart of the Wind, the Dantian like an ocean. In an instant, Su Rumei's expression froze, her demeanor turning as if she were a statue, a mix of peculiar astonishment and disbelief overtaking her. This realm is not what I expected. The figure beside her, equally astonished, gazed toward the carriage. After a lengthy contemplation, he spoke. This situation could signify one of two possibilities. What are those two? Su Rumei inquired. The figure pursed his lips before responding. Either he is a waste, incapable of even entering the path, or he is a genuine genius, destined for achievements that will leave us in awe. Outside, the dialogue between Su Rumei and the shadow continued, while within the carriage, Gu Xiao remained oblivious. At this moment, he sat cross-legged with closed eyes, deeply attuned to the transformations brought about by his recent entry into the path. The myriad paths of the Great Dao, the so-called heart of the Dao, represent the principles one steadfastly adheres to and believes in throughout their cultivation journey. This concept is profoundly intricate and, for ordinary cultivators, seems of little utility, casting doubt on its very existence. Even for some exceptionally powerful beings, the existence of a steadfast heart may appear to be either significant or inconsequential. as the presence of such a heart does not necessarily elevate one's cultivation, nor does it guarantee the ascent to the pinnacle of mastery. However, a greater number of individuals still acknowledge the importance of a resolute heart. They believe that while a strong heart may not assure one's rise to the zenith, it is indispensable for those aspiring to become true exemplars of strength and to genuinely embark on the path to greatness. A steadfast heart is an essential entity. The more robust and unwavering the heart, the more resolute one will be on the journey of cultivation ahead, surpassing the ordinary. Nonetheless, the veracity of this sentiment has long been a subject of debate. One thing that remains certain is that a firm heart undoubtedly contributes to greater strength. Perhaps its utility may not be immediately apparent, but as one progresses further, the significance of the heart will become increasingly evident. Gu Xiu is fortunate, for he had successfully embarked on the path 500 years ago and attained a singular resolute heart. Yet, he is also unfortunate, as 500 years prior, before entering the Forbidden Realm, his heart had but one purpose: to protect. He sought to safeguard his sect, his senior sister and master, and those friends journeying along the path. Alas, Gu Xiu's heart became a mere jest. This time, with a renewed opportunity to embark on the path, his heart has transformed. From the original intent of protection, it has metamorphosed into a state of freedom, akin to the wind, unfettered and carefree, as free as the breeze. Simultaneously, it possesses the capacity to be gentle as a spring rain or fierce as a thunderstorm. This is the path Gu Xiu has discovered in his renewed quest for enlightenment. He has found a new heart. This heart is not merely a goal to strive for, nor is it an imposition of character upon oneself. It is a profound realization. Furthermore, it transcends mere comprehension, allowing Gu Xiu to elevate his understanding of the path to new heights. At this moment, as Gu Xiu embarks anew on his cultivation, he feels an exhilarating sensation. The constraints that confined him 5 centuries ago have vanished. Should his cultivation be sufficient, he could ascend to a higher level immediately. This embodies the essence of a steadfast heart. 500 years of torment and 3 years of prejudice have bestowed upon him this heart. All of it is worthwhile. With a heart full of reflections and eyes gleaming with brilliance, Gu Xiu began to examine his Dantian's qi. His cultivation, which had only recently broken through to the 4th level of qi refinement, has now advanced to the 7th level, accompanied by his renewed journey on the path. This elevation may seem modest, even dismal at first glance, yet Gu Xiu's countenance radiates vitality rather than disappointment. For the enhancement of cultivation encompasses more than mere velocity of improvement. Fundamentally, it pertains to the Dantian's qi. The smaller the qi, the less spiritual energy required for cultivation. Naturally, unless one possesses exceedingly poor aptitude or utilizes inadequate techniques, the speed of cultivation would correspondingly increase. Conversely, a larger qi necessitates greater spiritual energy for cultivation. If one's aptitude for cultivation is not particularly high and the techniques employed are not extraordinarily powerful, there exists the possibility of stagnation for a lifetime. This implies that the speed of cultivation can be remarkably swift. Yet such rapid advancement may not always be advantageous, for it may signify that the individual's Dantian is rather limited in capacity. Although a faster pace in cultivation and elevation of realms can be achieved, one may rely on qualitative transformations to overwhelm quantitative changes, thereby suppressing those of superior talent who possess lower realms. However, such dominance is merely ephemeral, as their foundations remain inherently fragile. Much like a castle in the air, initial progress may be rapid, but as one ascends further, the disparities will only widen, ultimately resulting in a lower potential for future achievements. As for Gu Xiu, his Dantian is an expansive ocean in its truest sense, infinitely broader than that of ordinary cultivators. This will render his advancement more arduous, necessitating greater opportunities and requiring him to invest more time in his cultivation than others. Yet, on the flip side, his foundation will be far more solid than that of his peers, granting him unparalleled potential for the future. Indeed, he can engage in battles beyond his level, and even against those of equal standing, he can exhaust them to the point of collapse. This is evident from the immense spiritual energy attracted during Gu Xiu's recent entry into the path. For an ordinary individual, absorbing such potent spiritual energy would suffice to break into the foundation establishment stage. However, Gu Xiu has merely traversed 3 minor realms. Crucially, This vast spiritual energy has neither dissipated nor been wasted, but has instead become an integral part of Gu Xiu's dantian. This implies that although his cultivation is only at the 7th layer of qi refinement, the richness of his spiritual energy rivals that of a foundation establishment cultivator. This is the essence of true strength. Yet, aside from Gu Xiu, others cannot fathom these aspects. Consequently, those observing his entry into the path have begun to shake their heads in disbelief. Only at the 7th layer of qi refinement? This is undoubtedly the most disappointing entry I've ever witnessed. Indeed, such a dense concentration of spiritual energy, yielding merely a rise of 3 minor levels, seems woefully insufficient. This is not the fault of the entry itself, but rather a consequence of his perceived lack of talent, which hindered the complete absorption of the gathered spiritual energy. Perhaps the inadequacy lies in his cultivation method, which is truly regrettable. Many have expressed their lamentations, believing that Gu Xiu, due to his inferior aptitude, squandered this golden opportunity for entry into the path. Naturally, some revel in his misfortune. With such an entry, he is destined to become a laughingstock in the future. Indeed, they had anticipated a person of extraordinary aptitude, only to find a mere wastrel who cannot fully benefit from the opportunities presented to him. If his elevation is to be so minimal, then such an entry is hardly worth pursuing. Numerous onlookers, observing Gu Xiu within his compartment, harbor expressions of derision and mockery. However, these jeers abruptly ceased as Gu Xiu emerged from the compartment. Chapter 35. The gentle breeze may caress the mountain peaks, yet it can also stir the tempestuous waves of the sea. As Gu Xiu stepped out of the carriage, Su Rumei was already there to greet him, offering her heartfelt congratulations. Congratulations, fellow Taoist foe, on successfully entering the Dao and acquiring the resources to contend for the Great Path. If this statement did not suffice to silence the mockers, her subsequent words undoubtedly stirred deeper emotions. Fellow Taoist foe possesses an exceptional spirit and enviable talent. With his recent ascension in cultivation, it is only natural that he must now focus on consolidating his realm. Thus, it would be inappropriate for him to continue sharing a carriage with others. Therefore, I have prepared a private carriage for fellow Taoist Gu, allowing him to cultivate in peace when unoccupied. As she spoke, a carriage, distinctly more exquisite than the one Gu Xiu had previously occupied, was presented. This spectacle caused the mockers to change their expressions abruptly. A private carriage? Such privilege is typically reserved for those who have reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. Although he had entered the Dao, Gu Xiu was merely at the 7th level of qi refinement. How could he possibly merit such an opportunity? Many among the crowd began to voice their grievances, deeming Su Rumei's actions unjust and excessively biased. However, Su Rumei responded calmly, esteemed guests. It has always been the tradition of Wanbao Tower that only those at the pinnacle of qi refinement may ride alone, and naturally, those qualified to enter the Dao may also enjoy this privilege. Her words rendered the dissenting cultivators speechless. This was the established practice of Wanbao Tower, and the carriage belonged to them. They were under no obligation to justify their choices to anyone. Yet, despite their silence, many gazed at Gu Xiu with resentment, especially several cultivators at the 9th level of qi refinement, their looks brimming with dissatisfaction. The disparity was difficult to bear. Gu Xiu, with only the 7th level of cultivation, had earned the right to ride alone, inciting envy and indignation among them. Unperturbed by their glares, Su Rumei turned to Gu Xiu and smiled warmly. Fellow Taoist foe, if you do not mind, you may disembark now. Though her veil obscured her features, her smile was enchanting and captivating. Gu Xiu met her gaze deeply, yet without hesitation. He graciously replied, in that case, I am grateful to Manager Su. Having said this, he promptly switched to the private carriage, disregarding the disgruntled onlookers as if their glances were unworthy of his attention. Just before entering the carriage, however, he cast another lingering look at Su Rumei, his eyes reflecting something unique. As she met his gaze, Su Rumei felt her heart skip a beat, an unsettling sensation that he had discerned her unspoken thoughts. Are you attempting to gauge Feng Bugui? The shadow inquired as the caravan resumed its journey. Indeed, Su Rumei affirmed without denial. Neither of us can ascertain whether he is a natural-born inept or possesses extraordinary talent. Therefore, the most prudent course of action is to allow him to reveal his abilities through action. Her previous demeanor had seemed perfectly composed, yet in truth, she had effortlessly dismissed the disgruntled cultivators with mere words, and she could just as easily quell their discontent towards Gu Xiu. However, She chose the most straightforward and blunt approach, knowing that it would inevitably exacerbate their resentment. They might hesitate to offend Wanbao Tower, yet they would undoubtedly bear animosity towards Gu Xiao. Consequently, it was likely that some would intentionally target Gu Xiao, perhaps even compel him to act. Her methods were subtle, so much so that a casual observer would perceive no issue and would instead feel gratitude for the carriage she had provided. Yet now, contemplating Gu Xiao's penetrating gaze, Su Rumei couldn't help but smile wryly. It seems I've made a blunder. He has seen through my intentions. On the contrary, the shadow countered unexpectedly, shaking his head. Su Rumei, puzzled, listened as he continued. Since he has discerned your thoughts, he should have declined your carriage. Yet, he neither refused nor hesitated in the slightest. What do you imply? My implication is that this Feng Bugue is indifferent to your subtle machinations. Oh, the shadow elaborated. Moreover, he might not only be indifferent. He could very well desire to demonstrate his capabilities in hopes of earning greater favor from Wanbao Tower. Su Rumei was taken aback, but upon reflection, she found the shadow's reasoning compelling. After all, Wanbao Tower was a prestigious entity, and many wandering cultivators aspired to gain its favor and join its ranks. If Gu Xiao indeed harbored such ambitions, then there was much to anticipate. Meanwhile, as Su Rumei and the shadow engaged in this discussion, Gu Xiao remained composed, seated cross-legged within his secluded carriage. In truth, the shadow had only partially grasped the situation. Gu Xiao was indeed unperturbed by Su Rumei's subtle schemes. But his intentions were not to attract Wanbao Tower's attention through such means. His singular aspiration had remained unchanged. Like the wind, he sought to adapt and embrace the natural way of things. He recognized Su Rumei's intent to test him, yet he remained unaffected. As a protector, he had joined Wanbao Tower for this journey, and should the moment arise where action was required, Gu Xiao would not shy away from it. He was also aware of the discontent among the 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivators, yet he remained indifferent to their feelings. Their resentment would not disturb his inner peace, even if it manifested into tangible actions. After all, a single strike would suffice to resolve it. The wind is formless, unpredictable, and ever-changing. He can be as gentle as a breeze caressing the hills, yet equally as fierce as a tempest stirring the ocean waves. As for the comfort of the hills or the fury of the waves, what concern is that of the wind? Moreover, Gu Xiao now has matters of far greater significance at hand. The solitude of the carriage has granted Gu Xiao an even greater sense of freedom. In his hand, he once again wielded the green bamboo rod. It has been 3 days since he joined the Wanbao Pavilion Merchant Group, and 10 days since he last employed the bamboo rod. The time has come for the rod to be wielded once more. Without hesitation, as the clock struck midnight, Gu Xiao summoned the celestial fishing power from the bamboo rod once again. Having utilized the rod twice before, Gu Xiao felt quite at ease this time. As with the previous occasions, the fishing endeavor proceeded remarkably smoothly. It was not long before he sensed a slight tug on the rod. He focused his mind, preparing for a test of endurance as he braced against the force from the unseen quarry. However, unexpectedly, this time the entity on the other end seemed devoid of any resistance. In fact, with a mere gentle lift of the rod, Gu Xiao drew the catch from the void effortlessly. Yet, when the object of his fishing appeared before him, the previously unperturbed Gu Xiao could not help but reveal an expression of astonishment. For this time, the prize he had drawn was an opportunity that rightfully belonged to his junior disciple, Jiang Sun. Chapter 36. Jiang Sun. My opportunity has been seized by another. What is this? Before Gu Xiao lay an ancient jade pendant, and upon closer inspection, he discovered it was intricately carved with the likeness of the Big Dipper. Most intriguingly, this pendant emanated a peculiar and complex power. Although the pendant was inanimate, gazing intently at the 7 stars pendant evoked an undeniable sensation of the 7 stars shimmering and moving along a unique trajectory. Yet, upon a second glance, one would realize that the pendant appeared utterly still. Gu Xiao's eyes brimmed with astonishment, for he recognized this pendant. Or rather, in a dream that spanned eons, he had once witnessed this object radiating brilliance. This artifact, known as the 7 stars pendant, has an enigmatic origin and an unknown crafting technique. Yet it possesses an extraordinarily unique and potent function. It can dismantle formations. The Big Dipper engraved upon it can decipher myriad great formations, assisting its bearer in navigating any array encountered, thereby revealing an escape route. It is profoundly mysterious. In that dream of ages past, This 7 stars pendant was Jiang Sun's treasure. He too had relied on the power of the bamboo rod to reel in this jade pendant, and after acquiring it, he had shone brightly on multiple occasions. This pendant had aided Jiang Sun in overcoming countless crises and unraveling numerous formations, granting him boundless opportunities. But now, this pendant has been prematurely claimed by Gu Xiao. Moreover, I recall that in the dreamscape that spanned eons, my junior disciple spent a full 3 days fishing for this 7-star pendant. How is it that I managed to acquire it with such ease? Gu Xiao could not suppress his curiosity. As he held the pendant, he felt an enveloping warmth emanating from it. It was almost as if the pendant was exuding kindness towards him, eagerly urging him to make use of it. Gu Xiao found this perplexing. Was this pendant truly mine? Or was it that my Dao heart resonated with it? This question, it seemed, would remain unanswered. Deciding not to dwell on it further, Gu Xiao promptly pricked his finger, allowing a drop of his essence to fall upon the 7-star pendant. The moment the blood touched the pendant, it was entirely absorbed. The bond was established, and he had succeeded in claiming it as his own. At the very moment Gu Xiao acquired the 7-star pendant, thousands of miles away at the Qingxian sacred ground, on the peak of Out Cloud, Jiang Sun sat cross-legged, diligently honing his sword heart. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His previously steady aura dissipated in an instant, and a look of shock and disbelief flickered in his eyes. Why? Why do I feel that an opportunity meant for me has been seized by another? He could not comprehend why this sensation had suddenly arisen within him. Yet it was overwhelming, causing him great distress. Even the sword intent he had been refining nearly faltered. It was not until he spat out another mouthful of blood that the suffocating feeling in his heart began to ease. But the sense of having something that belonged to him taken away by another continued to torment him. It even brought forth a hint of malevolence in his gaze. Who dares to seize my fortune? However, this expression of emotion was fleeting, vanishing as swiftly as it appeared. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside, accompanied by a concerned voice. Junior disciple, the senior sister has sensed a change in your aura. Have you encountered a setback in your cultivation? Are you all right? Thank you for your concern, senior sister. I am fine. Jiang Sun quickly rose and opened the door to find his third senior sister, Su Wanqing, standing there, her face brightening with a warm smile. Thank you for your care, senior sister. I simply felt a disturbance in my heart regarding my Dao, which caused my lapse. I am well now. A disturbance in your Dao? Su Wanqing paused, a hint of worry crossing her features. Jiang Sun chuckled. There is no need for concern, senior sister. It was merely a manifestation of my inner demons, and it has now passed. Inner demons are no trivial matter. You must not take them lightly, Su Wanqing admonished, shaking her head as she produced a collection of vials and jars filled with medicinal pills, handing them to him. These are calming and soul-soothing elixirs, junior disciple. Take them as needed. Jiang Sun felt a surge of joy within, yet his expression reflected hesitation. Senior sister, I have already consumed so many of your pills. How can I accept more? Moreover, these calming elixirs are incredibly rare. Take them. Why are you being so polite with your senior sister? Su Wanqing disregarded his refusal and firmly placed the elixirs into Jiang Sun's hands. Sister, as my junior disciple, how could I withhold the elixir from you, when it would be unthinkable to offer it to others? Take it, for regardless of what you may lack on your path, know that our master and I shall provide you with the finest resources, even if it means exhausting all that the sacred land of Qingxian has to offer. Such words filled Jiang Sun with profound gratitude once more. Coincidentally, these sentiments reached Qin Moran, who had just arrived at Chuyan Peak, seeking solace in Jiang Sun's company. And they pierced her heart unexpectedly. She recalled the figure she had seen in the mirror earlier. Jiang Sun had acquired everything from the sect. But what of Gu Xiao? He had departed from the sect, his fate unknown. If he had resumed his cultivation, would he possess the resources to thrive? These thoughts, arising unbidden, intensified the turmoil in Qin Moran's already troubled heart. However, after a brief moment, she suppressed these chaotic musings and once again donned a mask of icy indifference. Gu Xiao acted to assist me, yet he ultimately severed my path. I must not allow my heart to waver because of him. He is now a thing of the past, and I cannot be in the wrong. With this resolve, Qin Moran turned, her countenance returning to its aloof demeanor. Yet she cast a glance at Jiang Sun, who was engaging politely in conversation with the third sister, Su Wanqing. Ultimately, she chose not to approach him, instead opting to depart alone, unable to articulate even to herself the reason for her exit. Meanwhile, in the carriage, Gu Xiu had successfully recognized the 7-star pendant as his own. Yet, there was no elation in his eyes, only an enduring calmness. Whether this pendant was originally his destiny or Jiang Sun's was inconsequential to him. He understood that this was merely the beginning. After witnessing that dream of millennia, Gu Xiu was already aware of all the opportunities that lay ahead. Naturally, over the next 10,000 years, he would endeavor to reclaim those fortunes that once belonged to Jiang Sun. Though the grievances between Gu Xiu and the sacred land of Qingxian had dissipated following his renunciation of the sect, he had never forgotten his junior disciple. This junior, who had cunningly usurped numerous opportunities and possessions that rightfully belonged to him. While these matters had become mere wisps of smoke for the current Gu Xiu, long since laid to rest, letting go did not equate to a warm reunion with Jiang Sun, where he would affectionately call him junior brother and forgive the past. Such a reconciliation was impossible. Sooner or later, Gu Xiu would wield his 3-foot Qingfeng sword and ascend the sacred land of Qingxian, destined to confront Jiang Sun. Thus, the 7-star pendant failed to evoke any significant emotional turmoil within him. He could grow even stronger. As Gu Xiu resumed his cultivation, the caravan of Wanbao Tower, which had been advancing without pause, suddenly came to a halt. Chapter 37. The Green Bamboo Traps the Dragon. A moment of transient beauty. What has transpired? Have we encountered an unforeseen situation? The Tianqi mountain range is fraught with peril, unpredictable in nature. Even a caravan as esteemed as Wanbao Tower travels incessantly, day and night, halting only under extraordinary circumstances. Thus, when the convoy unexpectedly came to a standstill, Su Rumei furrowed her brow in immediate concern. Her subordinates swiftly reported, "Manager Su, there seems to be an issue ahead on the road." Issue? Su Rumei raised an eyebrow, not waiting for further explanation, and promptly departed the carriage to investigate. Indeed, she discovered that a previously clear path had been obstructed by an unforeseen grove of bamboo, stretching endlessly and leaving only a narrow trail. This was the very route Wanbao Tower had consistently traversed, and typically, cultivators would follow this path all the way to Yunxiao City. Just 3 months prior, her subordinates had journeyed this way, encountering no such bamboo thicket, despite some minor obstacles. Listening to her subordinates, Su Rumei approached the bamboo grove for a closer inspection. The bamboo appeared ordinary, devoid of any peculiarities. She ventured a few steps further, but found nothing amiss. Yet, this lack of discovery only deepened her frown. While it is true that bamboo can flourish rapidly with the spring rain, such dense growth in such a short time was indeed abnormal. "Can we take an alternative route?" Su Rumei inquired. "Regrettably, no," her subordinate replied, shaking his head. "If we were to change course, we would have to retreat to yesterday's fork, which would lead us further afield and through more treacherous terrain. This would inevitably cause significant delays." Su Rumei's expression darkened. As cultivators, they possessed the ability to utilize flying artifacts to navigate the bamboo grove without issue. However, this was the Tianqi mountain range, a place teeming with unknown dangers. While a brief journey might be manageable, the risks associated with a large-scale caravan flying overhead were unpredictable. "Should we send someone to scout the path?" her subordinate suggested. "Very well," Su Rumei nodded in agreement. "Send a few individuals into the bamboo grove to ascertain if there are any problems." Her subordinate promptly set off to execute her orders. However, not long after, he returned with a troubled expression. "Manager Su, everyone is reluctant to go." "Why?" Su Rumei raised an eyebrow. "The individuals I approached are several qi refining cultivators accompanying us. Each one claims they lack the requisite cultivation level or that they are at a critical stage in their training, expressing unwillingness to proceed. They even suggested that since the cultivator who has attained the Dao is capable of traveling alone in a carriage, he must be more competent than they are, urging us to solicit his assistance." Upon hearing this, Su Rumei's brow knitted tightly. She had harbored suspicions that this group would seek to undermine Gu Xiu, eager to observe his capabilities. Yet, regrettably, Gu Xiu had scarcely emerged from the carriage, and she had nearly forgotten about him. To her dismay, this group had chosen such a moment to target him. Merely scouting the path should have been a simple task that a few qi refining practitioners could manage. As they were merely traveling companions, Wanbao Tower compensated them for their efforts, yet now they were all attempting to evade responsibility. This caused Su Rumei to furrow her brows momentarily, but after a brief hesitation, she finally spoke. "Please inquire if that friend of the wind is interested in taking a look. By the way, Inform him that should he accept, we shall provide him with a separate remuneration. Her subordinate quickly departed, and the shadowy figure appeared silently. Do you wish to grant him an opportunity? Indeed, Su Rume nodded. Since he is eager to demonstrate his abilities before our Wanfang Tower, I see no reason to impede him. As the steward, she could not be easily swayed by a mere group of loose cultivators. What appeared to be a concession was, in truth, more about providing Gu Xiu a chance. After all, she had always believed that Gu Xiu was awaiting an opportunity to showcase himself at Wanfang Tower. Now, that opportunity had arrived. She was confident that Gu Xiu would not decline. Sure enough, it was not long before her subordinate returned with the news that Wind Immortal has agreed. But he mentioned that this is within his duties and does not require additional spirit stones. This response further solidified Su Rume's suspicions. As she approached Gu Xiu's carriage, she saw him, clad in white with white hair, slowly emerging from within. However, he was met with a chorus of mocking gazes. Young man, this bamboo grove is unlike anything you've encountered before. You must tread carefully, lest you lose your life within. After all, the one who garnered Su Rume's favor and entered the path with merely a 4th level of qi refinement must possess formidable strength. There's no need for our concern, right? Indeed. Who knows, even if danger arises, he might effortlessly slay any intruders. The crowd's tone dripped with sarcasm, their gazes toward Gu Xiu rife with derision. Even Su Rume could not help but frown at their words. Yet, Gu Xiu remained unperturbed. His expression was as calm as the sea, as if these jibes were not aimed at him. He simply picked up the wooden stick that had accompanied him throughout his journey, nodded at Su Rume, and stepped toward the bamboo grove. Throughout the entire exchange, he did not spare a glance for the group of qi refinement cultivators. This only incited the crowd's ire further, as they felt as though their attempts to provoke Gu Xiu had landed as softly as a punch against cotton, leading them to become increasingly hostile in their remarks. Some even malevolently cursed Gu Xiu as he entered the bamboo grove, wishing him ill fortune. Su Rume frowned, contemplating reprimanding them to cease their antics. But before she could voice her thoughts, a series of exclamations suddenly erupted. This is not good. The bamboo grove is a formation. It has changed. It has truly transformed. What? Everyone was taken aback, and Su Rume rushed to the front of the bamboo grove. Indeed, she found that the once narrow passage had now completely sealed itself. The green bamboo remained ordinary in appearance, unremarkable in every way. Yet, had she not observed this grove just moments prior, she might not have realized the shift that had occurred. To achieve such a transformation could only be explained by one thing: a formation. Someone had set an elaborate array here, waiting for them to step inside. With this thought, Su Rume immediately soared into the air. For the sake of safety, she did not ascend too high, yet the moment she beheld the bamboo forest before her, an indescribable shock coursed through her heart. As far as the eye could see, the landscape was dominated by bamboo. Moreover, the bamboo grove was in a constant state of flux. Viewed from above, it resembled a rotating Bagua diagram, intricate beyond measure. This formation was the Qingzhou Kunlong array. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding gripped Su Rume, her eyelids twitching uncontrollably. This is bad. No sooner had she uttered the thought than she instinctively began to descend. In that fleeting moment of action, several bamboo poles emanating potent waves of spiritual energy shot toward her last position. Had her reflexes been even slightly slower, she would have been impaled by the bamboo, like a hedgehog. However, even though Su Rume narrowly escaped calamity, as she landed, a multitude of bamboo shoots erupted from the ground in rapid succession. They swiftly sprang up, instantly isolating the caravan of Wanbao Tower in layers. What is happening? Where did these bamboos come from? Is this a formation? Oh no, retreat, retreat. There is no way out. This sudden turn of events elicited gasps from everyone in the caravan. As Su Rume witnessed this scene, her heart sank even further. She realized they had unknowingly entered the grand array long before. The bamboo grove that had obstructed their path was not merely a recent discovery of the array. Rather, they had already stepped into the trap and reached a dead end. There was no possibility of escape. Now, the formation was fully activated and poised to strike. Su Rume had some understanding of the Qingzhou Kunlong array. It was immensely powerful. Yet, the construction of such a formation required considerable time and vast quantities of spirit stones. Clearly, the architect of this array had set their sights on the caravan of Wanbao Tower. We have ventured too deep into the array. With our retreat blocked and the path ahead obstructed, we are thoroughly ensnared. The shadow, too, re-emerged. Su Rumei furrowed her brow. The master of this array intends to completely divide our caravan, isolating and dismantling us one by one. This time, we are likely to suffer severe casualties. How can we break this formation? I do not know. The two exchanged hurried words, their expressions growing increasingly grim. This was a predicament, a veritable dead end. Someone had plotted for a long time against their caravan, aiming to annihilate them in one fell swoop. Even more terrifying was the fact that they were trapped within the formation, utterly helpless. Just as they deliberated on how to breach the array and preserve their lives within this grand scheme, a sudden exclamation broke the tension. "Hey, why are these bamboos withering?" This remark caused Su Rumei to pause, and as she turned her head, she indeed saw that the once mysterious and rapidly growing bamboo was now beginning to wither in rapid succession, visibly turning to ash. In the blink of an eye, the bamboo formation that had just separated the caravan disintegrated completely. Everything transpired with remarkable swiftness, leaving the members of the convoy bewildered and struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Even Su Rumei and Ingzi, the two who had discerned the intricacies of the formation, exchanged glances, their faces etched with confusion. What is happening? At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed, and soon, amidst the rapid decay of countless emerald bamboos into ash, a man clad in white, with white hair, strolled leisurely towards them. Chapter 38. Severing several bamboos, slaying a few individuals, it is Feng Bugue. The figure emerging was none other than Gu Xiao, who had ventured into the depths of the bamboo grove moments ago. Previously, upon realizing their entrapment within the formation, the group had been engulfed in chaos. Utterly preoccupied with their own plight, forgetting about Gu Xiao, who had been scouting ahead. To say they forgot would be inaccurate. Rather, many were acutely aware of the likely outcome. Feng Bugue was undoubtedly doomed. Although he had entered the Dao at the 4th level of Qi refinement, a feat indeed rare, he remained, after all, merely a cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement. What fate awaited one of such cultivation trapped within a formation that even golden core cultivators found insurmountable? Death was inevitable. Yet, here stood this seemingly doomed individual, now emerging unscathed from the ruins of the bamboo grove, much to everyone's astonishment. The most shocking revelation came from Su Rumei and Ingzi, who had already perceived the formation's enigmatic and perilous nature. Could it be that he was the one who dismantled the formation? Is he proficient in formation techniques? The Qingzhou Kunlong formation requires substantial resources and time to establish, and its operation would confound even golden core practitioners. Could he truly have unraveled it? If this formation was indeed broken by him, then forging an alliance with him would be imperative. He could become a distinguished guest at Wanbao Tower. Both of them swiftly reached this conclusion, their gazes towards Gu Xiao now filled with awe. Many cultivators possess some knowledge of formations, yet most only grasp the rudimentary ones. Even those with formation manuals merely replicate existing patterns. However, such individuals cannot be deemed true formation masters. A genuine formation master comprehends the nuances of formations and can identify their weaknesses through deep understanding, thereby dismantling them. Such individuals are exceedingly rare. The Qingzhou Kunlong formation is inherently formidable, capable of ensnaring even golden core practitioners. Should a typical formation master become ensnared, they would likely be equally helpless. What does this signify? It signifies that if Feng Bugue truly dismantled this formation, his mastery over formation techniques is undoubtedly formidable. Furthermore, it implies that Feng Bugue's value will rise exponentially, perhaps even surpassing his innate potential for entering the Dao. After all, potential alone indicates that one's future capabilities may be greater than those of an ordinary person. For a force like Wanbao Tower, he is worth cultivating. Yet there is no need for excessive flattery. However, if one were to consider the formation master, it would indeed be a tangible asset, capable of offering invaluable assistance to the Wanbao Tower at any moment. Yet, while Su Rumei and Ingzi were engulfed in shock, several scornful voices emerged from within the caravan. This fellow is still alive. Truly remarkable. It must be that some unforeseen mishap occurred with the formation earlier, otherwise, he would surely have been pierced through by the Wanzhou. The formation just now, if I am not mistaken, was the Qingzhou Kunlong array, reputed to be extraordinarily intricate and resource-intensive. However, should a mistake occur in its deployment, the entire formation would collapse instantly. It is indeed a matter of luck. These conversations caused Su Rume to frown slightly. She glanced over and recognized that it was the same group of loose cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement who had previously mocked Gu Xiao. At that moment, however, Su Rume chose to disregard them and hurriedly approached Gu Xiao. Friend Feng, are you unharmed? Upon seeing Gu Xiao shake his head in affirmation, she eagerly pressed on. What did you do just now? Nothing much, just cut down a few bamboo shoots and eliminated a couple of individuals, Gu Xiao replied matter-of-factly. Yet, it was this very calm response that left Su Rume utterly astounded. Had he truly severed the core of the Qingzhou Kunlong array? And as for the killing of a few people, could it be that the one who set up the formation had already been slain? Just as Su Rume was about to inquire further, Gu Xiao interjected. The path ahead is clear. We can proceed onward to reach Yunshao City as soon as possible. Oh, yes. Su Rume snapped back to reality and immediately ordered the caravan to resume its journey. After all, with an elaborate formation set against them, lingering in one place was fraught with uncertainty regarding potential dangers. However, once she had arranged everything and turned back, she noticed Gu Xiao had already entered his carriage with that wooden stick in hand. Su Rume hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not stop him, for she observed that the earlier group of loose cultivators was still debating. What are you saying? Do you truly believe that fellow disrupted the Qingzhou Kunlong array? What a joke. How could a mere 7th level Qi refinement cultivator possess such capability? The Qingzhou Kunlong array, regardless of its shortcomings, is still a legitimate grand formation. Even a skilled formation master would require time and cultivation to dismantle it, wouldn't they? Do they really think that merely chopping down a few bamboo shoots would suffice to break the formation? Absurd. As for the notion of killing 2 individuals, that was even more nonsensical. Perhaps the fellow was merely boasting to garner credit, or even if not, they could have been mere petty thieves. The speaker of these words was a robust, loose cultivator, bearing a scar across his face. Su Rume recognized him as Mao Xingxing, known by the moniker Mad Victory Blade. He had once battled a fully realized Qi refinement cultivator at the 9th level and emerged victorious. Since then, he had gained fame. Within the loose cultivator community, he commanded considerable respect. Mao Xingxing was adept at leveraging his reputation to gather a following, forming a small faction known as the Mad Victory Gang, primarily engaging in tasks requiring external assistance for merchant associations and sections. Initially, it was not very large in scale. However, as time progressed, the influence of the Guangxing Gang expanded significantly, with many nearby cities having their operatives. Consequently, numerous sects and factions, in need of external assistance for convenience, began to directly seek the aid of the Guangxing Gang. This led to the further strengthening of the gang. As it stands now, even many wandering cultivators must join the Guangxing Gang to be permitted to continue their pursuits. Moreover, the Guangxing Gang not only suppresses the powerless and insignificant wandering cultivators, but has also begun to exert pressure on certain sections. This was evident when the Wanbao Pavilion sought the assistance of the Guangxing Gang. Mao Xingxing not only hiked the price, but also demanded several of their own carriages to bolster their display of power. His insinuations were clear. Should they fail to accommodate the Guangxing Gang, Wanbao Pavilion would find it impossible to recruit wandering cultivators at the Qi refinement stage for assistance in menial tasks. This situation left Su Rume quite dissatisfied. However, after careful consideration, she ultimately agreed to the remuneration but refused the request for carriages as a form of admonishment. Mao Xingxing, it seems, was targeting her due to the carriages provided for Feng Bugui, as Shadow remarked. Perhaps more than that. Su Rume shook her head. I have heard that the Guangxing Gang has not been particularly stable of late. Mao Xingxing likely seeks to suppress this outsider, Feng Bugui, as a means of reprimanding his own gang members. A disorganized rabble, lacking in cultivation yet adept at scheming. This so-called Guangxing Gang is hardly worth the trouble of dealing with. That said, their cultivation may not be high, but they remain useful at times. As long as the Guangxing Gang behaves, it is beneficial for us, Su Rume reasoned. As a steward, there are numerous considerations to weigh. Shadow, understanding her concerns, deftly shifted the topic. Do you believe what he said regarding the Qingzhou Kunlong array is true? Was it indeed Feng Bugui who broke it? This caused Su Rume to furrow her brow, her mind inevitably plagued by doubt. After all, Gu Xiao's strength was undeniably weak. Although being at the 7th level of Qi refinement could be considered late stage, it still seemed insufficient against such a formidable array. The notion that he could have broken the Qingzhou Kunlong array was rather unbelievable. Perhaps a further examination would yield some insights. Ultimately, Su Rume could only respond. Did Feng Bugue not merely chop down a few bamboo stalks and slay a few individuals? We shall see what kind of bamboo he has cut and what sort of people he has slain. Shadow nodded in agreement, and both proceeded with caution. After a while, as Gu Xiu had previously indicated, the path ahead was clear, and they encountered no dangers along the way. Even the identity of the enigmatic individual responsible for the formation remained a mystery. As they advanced further, an unexpected sight awaited them. Halt! What is this? These few bamboo stalks. How have they been severed and left here? They have been cleaved. In front of the caravan lay several broken bamboo stalks, each as thick as an ordinary person's thigh, intricately inscribed with array patterns, pulsating with mysterious spiritual energy. All these bamboo stalks had been chopped down without exception. Is this what Feng Bugue referred to, the bamboo he claimed to have severed? Ha ha ha, he merely cut down a few worthless stalks, and this warrants special mention? Previously, I stated that the green bamboo trapping dragon formation could not possibly have been broken by him. With his cultivation level, he could only manage to chop a few worthless bamboo stalks. Upon seeing the broken bamboo, Mao Xingxing scoffed. The group of cultivators following him erupted into laughter. At that moment, someone suddenly inquired, why, amidst the countless bamboo groves that have turned to ashes, do these few broken stalks remain? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Then, those who had reached the broken bamboo first began to observe it closely, soon gasping in astonishment. Chapter 39. 10 Kills and 10 Steps. These broken bamboo stalks were inscribed with formation patterns and Dao runes. Indeed, there was an enigmatic power still lingering upon them. These few stalks were the focal points of the formation, the very essence of the array. It was not that the one who set up the green bamboo trapping dragon formation had erred, but rather that someone had targeted the focal points and thus dismantled the formation. As the astonished exclamations filled the air, many began to notice the intricate formation patterns and Dao lines on the bamboo, which still held a mysterious energy that had yet to dissipate due to the recent disturbance. Gasp! Someone inhaled sharply, instinctively glancing towards the carriage where Gu Xiu was seated. Could it be that the bamboo he had just claimed to have cut down were, in fact, these very focal points? After all, they are merely a few broken stalks. Perhaps it was just a stroke of luck, and he happened upon them. If it were me, I would have done the same and cut down whatever bamboo lay before me. Mao Xingxing remarked disdainfully. His words left the crowd momentarily speechless. Was there some truth to his reasoning? Could it truly be mere chance? Yet, how could it be so fortuitous? The green bamboo, trapping dragon formation, was profoundly intricate, with its focal points shifting constantly. How could an ordinary person coincidentally strike upon them? Moreover, the one who commanded the formation was undoubtedly manipulating its power. Could it be that the focal point was simply left unguarded before Gu Xiu, awaiting his strike? Was that not foolishness? For a time, the crowd found themselves at a loss for words. Even those from the victorious gang following Mao Xingxing fell silent. Huh, are you truly frightened by a few broken stalks? Do you genuinely believe that this 7th layer Qi refining cultivator, who was previously only at the 4th layer, comprehends such a formidable formation? Mao Xingxing continued. This time, the crowd nodded, acknowledging the reasoning, albeit reluctantly. Even Su Rume could not help but feel a twinge of doubt. Could it really be mere coincidence? These broken stalks were vexatious to behold. As Mao Xingxing sought to convince the crowd, he raised his hand and struck towards the green bamboo. However, to his astonishment, he found that his casual strike, which would have obliterated ordinary bamboo, had left the severed bamboo completely unscathed. What was this? Mao Xingxing cleared his throat and exerted half of his strength. Yet, with a soft sound, it felt as though his strike had landed upon cotton, absorbed and nullified. As for the green bamboo, it remained utterly unscathed, not even a single mark left upon it. This left Mao Xingxing in a state of bewilderment, as did the others around him, who began to cast doubtful glances in his direction, as if questioning his capability. It seemed the green bamboo possessed some formidable power, one he had underestimated. Feeling embarrassed, Mao Xingxing uttered a few words and, maintaining an impassive demeanor, unleashed another strike. Despite his calm exterior, he had secretly summoned all of his strength. A full-powered strike from a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refining, while not world-shattering, could easily reduce stone to dust. Yet, to his astonishment, a peculiar sound echoed, and he felt that much of his strength had been dissipated. Fortunately, the remaining force still struck the green bamboo. With a crisp crack, the point of impact on the bamboo collapsed and fissured. However, it merely cracked. His full-powered strike had failed to sever the green bamboo completely. At that moment, Mu Xingxing stood frozen, glancing between his own palm and the resilient green bamboo. Filled with doubt as to whether it was his own failing age or the bamboo's extraordinary resilience that was at play. But if the bamboo was indeed astonishing, how had Feng Bugue managed to accomplish such a feat? Looking back at the previously severed sections of bamboo, the cuts were clean, as if sliced by a sword, seemingly with excess force remaining. Was Feng Bugue truly that formidable? Although the bamboo had been broken, the formations and Dao rhythms still existed, continuously empowering those few sections of bamboo. If Mu Xingxing underestimated them, he would utterly fail to sever them. Someone spoke up, and Mu Xingxing nodded repeatedly, acknowledging, indeed, I have underestimated this green bamboo. With that, he drew his treasured blade, infusing it with all his strength, and struck down upon the bamboo once more. This time, the green bamboo finally responded and broke. Yet, the smile on Mu Xingxing's face was rather forced, for he sensed that even with his full-powered strike, he had barely managed to cleave it as cleanly as before, leading him to feel that something was amiss. Was this truly the work of that 7th-level qi refining cultivator? The white-haired loose cultivator? Was Feng Bugue truly that powerful? Witnessing this spectacle, Ingzi could not help but exclaim in Su Rumei's ear, "This is merely the broken bamboo." The formations having collapsed. Had the formations remained intact, the strength of this bamboo would undoubtedly be beyond Mu Xingxing's ability to sever. It would require at least the strength of foundation establishment to achieve that. Su Rumei furrowed her brow, instinctively glancing towards the compartment where Gu Xiu was located. Her eyes filled with astonishment. Not only had she realized this, but she also considered another point. Just moments ago, they had mentioned that the green bamboo was effortlessly severed by Feng Bugue, a stroke of immense fortune that had disrupted the core of the formation. But which 7th-level qi refining cultivator would wield such power to casually sever a green bamboo, let alone fortuitously strike the core of the formation? This could hardly be mere coincidence. It was evident that Feng Bugue had truly discerned the location of the core and had utilized power beyond his level to breach it. He was indeed a formation master, one capable of contending across tiers and employing foundation establishment strength. Proceed without hesitation, Su Rumei commanded without a moment's pause. Her gaze was imbued with fervor and astonishment, as she yearned to witness the identities of those whom Feng Bugue had claimed to have slain. Her anticipation brimming with curiosity regarding the surprises he might unveil. A premonition stirred within her. She had stumbled upon a treasure. Soon, the convoy resumed its journey, and before long, several corpses appeared ahead on the road. I recognized this individual, Xiu Liandong, a practitioner of the 9th level of qi refinement. This one is Fu Haijia, of the 7th level, and Wu Huanran, also of the 7th level. Here lies another, of the 8th level, Ko Wenyu. A series of gasps erupted, one after another. The Wanbao building's convoy comprised not only its own personnel, but also more than half of those who had come to assist for the bounty, the majority being loose cultivators. Many among them recognized individuals among the lifeless bodies, grasping their identities. A chill coursed through the hearts of the crowd. For those who now lay motionless on the ground were notorious figures in life, and now, without exception, they had met their demise. More chilling still was the nature of their injuries. All bore the same fatal wound, pierced heart meridians. A single strike had proven lethal. 10 paces to slay one. This was the terrifying extent of the power at play. What malevolent force could achieve such a feat? These were no mere trifles. Had these individuals charged into the fray, we would all have perished, utterly unable to withstand their onslaught. Was it truly Feng Bugue who had executed this? How formidable must his prowess be? Chapter 40. Even the talented can perish? At that moment, as they ventured further, trepidation gripped the hearts of the onlookers. The scene before them was overwhelmingly shocking. Every stretch of road revealed one or more bodies, and alarmingly, none of the deceased had been weaklings. Each was a master in their own right. 10 paces to slay one. While it sounds simple, the execution is fraught with difficulty. These are cultivators, not mere cabbages. As they proceeded, the gazes directed toward Gu Xiu's carriage became increasingly frequent. Even the wild faction of rogue cultivators could not suppress their trembling, their legs quaking with fear. Just moments ago, Feng Bugue had mentioned dispatching a few bamboo stalks and killing several individuals. Yet, who could have foreseen that he had vanquished such formidable foes, and in such numbers? Not only they, But even the foundation-building cultivators of Wanbao building, including the already golden elixir-level Su Rumei, found themselves trembling in astonishment. These individuals were renowned figures. And with the Qingzhou Kunlong formation prepared in advance, such a coalition posed a significant threat to them. If their plans had come to fruition, today would surely spell devastating losses for them. But the losses would not only be substantial. Beside them, the shadow was equally astounded, remarking, "This Qingzhou Kunlong formation is sufficient to ensnare the two of us. The best outcome may well be our escape with injuries, while the rest are entirely obliterated." Su Rumei nodded gravely. Indeed, while golden elixir cultivators are powerful, even a sea of qi refinement practitioners could not hope to overcome them. However, should additional formations be employed, along with certain means that may have been prepared in advance but not yet executed, the situation becomes far more uncertain. Instinctively, both individuals turned their gaze towards the carriage where Gu Xiu resided, their expressions laden with astonishment. This was indeed by Luo Huangquan, Tu Baiqiong. Alas, it truly was her. How could Tu Baiqiong, who had ascended to the foundation establishment stage merely 6 months prior, meet her demise here? At that moment, a group at the front of the caravan made yet another grim discovery. It was a female corpse. The woman possessed an exquisite beauty, her attire so alluring that one could hardly resist being entranced. Yet now, she had transformed into a mere crimson skeleton. What captivated the crowd's attention, however, was not her looks, but rather the fact that this woman was a genuine foundation establishment cultivator, known as by Luo Huangquan. Her infamous technique, the Yin Soul Piercer, inspired dread in all who heard its name. The several foundation establishment cultivators present could scarcely contain their anxiety, though they were of the same rank. They could not claim absolute confidence in facing a woman skilled in the arts of deception. More crucially, slaying her would not be an effortless task. The cause of Tu Baiqiong's death mirrored that of the previous victims, a single strike piercing the heart. It appeared she had not even comprehended her fate before succumbing, her face still bearing an expression of disbelief, as if she were still in shock. How could the one who dealt her death blow possess such formidable strength? Could this truly be the work of the esteemed foe? Someone murmured, their eyes wide with horror. Others shared similar sentiments, their faces etched with incredulity and disbelief. It was impossible. It could not possibly be the handiwork of that Feng Bugui. Mu Xingsheng spoke without hesitation, his own expression a mixture of astonishment and fear. Yet he maintained his composure as he declared, "This is Tu Baiqiong of Bai Luo Huangquan, a true foundation establishment cultivator. Can a 7th layer qi refinement practitioner truly overcome a foundation establishment cultivator? Do you all genuinely believe such a feat is possible?" The crowd fell silent for a moment, instinctively shaking their heads. To be frank, they found it hard to believe. After all, the hierarchy among cultivators, qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, and great ascension, has always been strictly delineated. Each advancement in realms signifies a qualitative transformation. Even the distinction between qi refinement and foundation establishment is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Many qi refinement cultivators cannot even ascertain the capabilities of those at the foundation establishment stage. How could such a feat be achieved? While it is true that there are instances of fighting above one's level, and some prodigies can accomplish such feats, every instance of doing so requires meticulous planning, the advantage of timing and location, and often, a touch of luck. There is no possibility of achieving such a swift and decisive victory with a single blow. Do not be deceived by that young man's current cultivation level. Although he is indeed at the 7th layer of qi refinement, he was merely at the 4th layer not long ago. Given such a short span of time, it would be an achievement in itself for him to stabilize his realm. How could he possibly master his powers so thoroughly, let alone defeat a foundation establishment cultivator so swiftly? Mu Xingsheng continued. This prompted others to ponder deeply as well. Indeed, the entire situation was imbued with an air of the fantastical, rendering it almost unbelievable. Even Su Rumei and the shadow beside her could not help but furrow their brows, exchanging glances filled with concern. If these individuals were not slain by Feng Bugui, then who could it be? Someone inquired, sparking curiosity among the others. Surely, with so many deceased, it cannot merely be a case of divine retribution, they mused. This group evidently had their sights set on the Wanbao Tower, and the only person who had just departed from there was Feng Bugui. If he did not strike, then who else could? The question struck at the heart of the matter. rendering Mao Xingxing momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. "Let us proceed," Su Rumei commanded, urging the convoy to move forward. Yet, she too felt a twinge of uncertainty, wishing to observe more closely. The path ahead remained far from tranquil. Gradually, they encountered a few corpses along the way, most belonging to Qi refinement stage cultivators, though two bodies of foundation establishment practitioners also emerged. As they advanced, Su Rumei's brow furrowed even tighter. The ambushers had evidently prepared thoroughly. With such a formidable force at play, she could not be certain whether she would emerge unscathed from the formation. "It's Ji Xiaoming, the renowned rogue cultivator from Yunshao City." A gasp echoed through the group as they traveled further, and they rushed forward to investigate, discovering yet another corpse, this one belonging to a young man clad in azure robes. This individual was indeed a figure of significance. It was truly Ji Xiaoming. Although Ji Xiaoming was merely at the early foundation establishment stage, his unpredictable prowess allowed him to contend even with those at the mid-foundation establishment stage, earning him the title of a prodigy in Yunshao City. How could such a remarkable talent meet his demise? Could it really be possible for such an exceptional individual to fall? This was inconceivable. How could a genius be slain so easily? Who possessed the power to sever his vital meridians? Surely, it could not have been Feng Bugui. You must be mad. Before, I might have entertained doubts, but now that Ji Xiaoming's body has been discovered, it is evidently beyond Feng Bugui's capabilities. No matter how strong he is, he cannot possibly slay a prodigy of this caliber. Who can say for certain? Ji Xiaoming is indeed a prodigy, yet there exists a disparity when compared to true geniuses. Moreover, Feng Bugui, even at the fourth layer of Qi refinement, has achieved enlightenment. Who can guarantee that he is incapable of such feats? A heated debate ensued among the group. Some asserted that Gu Xiu was the one responsible, while others contended that Gu Xiu lacked the strength to accomplish such acts. Both sides held firm in their beliefs, attempting to persuade one another. However, this dispute did not last long, for soon after, not far from the corpse of the prodigy Ji Xiaoming, they stumbled upon another body. Chapter 41, Undeniable. A contest of gifts. It was a snow-white bear, its flesh lifeless, its inner core extracted. Yet, the group immediately recognized the prowess of this creature. A third-tier spirit beast. In comparison, it was formidable enough to rival a mid-foundation establishment practitioner. The discovery of this corpse gradually silenced the previously quarreling parties, particularly those who suspected Gu Xiu's involvement, who now closed their mouths one by one. For a prodigy like Ji Xiaoming, accompanied by a third-tier spirit beast, the traces at the scene clearly indicated a collaboration between the human and the beast. Such power would undoubtedly spell doom for an average mid-foundation cultivator, and even a late foundation cultivator would find themselves overwhelmed. No matter how formidable Feng Bugui might be, it was inconceivable that he could reach such heights. Being merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement, there must be limits to his capabilities. He could not possibly achieve this. It seemed evident that the assailant could not have been Feng Bugui, a conclusion that was the most reasonable to draw. After all, while this world is never devoid of prodigies, even the mightiest among them must have their limitations. Surviving in the face of such a situation at the 7th level of Qi refinement would be considered an extraordinary stroke of luck. To imagine a counterattack would be sheer folly. Even Su Rumei and the shadowy figure began to waver at this moment. They wished to maintain their hopes for Feng Bugui. Yet harboring hope does not equate to believing in fairy tales. This scene was simply too absurd. However, just as the two entertained these thoughts, a cultivator at the back of the group suddenly displayed a face of astonishment, producing a pearl. Behold, this is the inner core of the spirit beast, drained of all its spiritual energy. Curious, the crowd turned their heads. The speaker was a modest cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, who had kept a low profile and joined the caravan solely to accompany them to Yunshao City. Until now, he had remained silent, lurking at the back. Yet at this moment, he held a round, transparent pearl in his hand. This, a spirit beast's inner core, devoid of spiritual power, held little value and would not typically be desired by ordinary cultivators. However, the individual displayed a naivety, cradling it carefully as if fearing any damage. What should have been a trivial matter now captivated the attention of everyone present. Where did this inner core come from? Su Rumei immediately inquired. Others followed suit, turning their gazes toward the small cultivator. The inner core bore a lingering aura identical to that of the white bear corpse lying on the ground. It was undeniably the inner core of this third-tier spirit beast. Just moments ago, they had been debating who had slain the third-tier spirit beast and the prodigy Ji Xiaoming. And now, here was a third-level cultivator holding the very demon core of that beast. This revelation was utterly astonishing. The small cultivator, under the scrutiny of the crowd, felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he stammered, This was thrown by Senior Feng. I have never seen such an object before, so I picked it up." As he spoke, his demeanor turned exceedingly awkward. Fortunately, at that moment, no one was concerned about his embarrassment, for all were rendered speechless by his startling revelation. Could it truly be that Feng Bugui was the one who had killed it? How could this be possible? And yet, if it were not Feng Bugui, where would this inner core have come from? How could he possibly possess such strength? Regardless of how he achieved it, the fact remains that this incident was indeed orchestrated by him, beyond dispute. The astonishment was etched on everyone's faces. Even the leader of the Guangxing gang, Mao Xingxing, appeared incredulous, unable to articulate or refute the undeniable truth laid bare before them. All of this truly stems from Feng Bugui. The formation was shattered by him. The adversaries were vanquished by him, with a single staff in hand. He silently aided the entire convoy, averting an impending catastrophe. And here I was, doubting whether this was indeed the work of Feng Bugui. What a grave error. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my fellow cultivator for intervening and assisting Wan Balu in overcoming this crisis. Su Rumei expressed her thanks to her esteemed friend. While the crowd remained momentarily stunned, Su Rumei was the first to approach Gu Xiu's carriage, bowing respectfully. As a golden core cultivator, she ought not to demean herself in such a manner, yet she humbly lowered her stature at this moment. No one could voice dissent now. Others soon followed suit. Senior Feng, I was blind to your prowess, and I dared to question you. I previously spoke with arrogance, and I beseech your forgiveness. Those who had once disparaged Gu Xiu now gathered before his carriage to offer their apologies, including Mao Xingxing, who stood before Gu Xiu, drenched in cold sweat, bowing deeply. None who had attained the path of cultivation were fools. Though Gu Xiu's entry into the realm may not be remarkable, and his cultivation level may not be particularly high, the dismantling of the Qingzhou Kunlong formation and the slaying of numerous formidable foes are feats that, if accomplished by Gu Xiu, signify that he is not to be trifled with or offended. While the means by which Feng Bugui achieved these feats remain a mystery at this juncture, such details are inconsequential. Even if he employed some arcane tactics, it merely underscores his extraordinary nature. It further implies that should he desire to end their lives, it would be as effortless as partaking in a meal. The members of the Guangxing gang trembled with trepidation, hearts racing. The Guangxing gang comprised a collective of Qi refinement stage cultivators, and their rise was not solely due to their ability to rally such practitioners, but also their comprehension of whom to provoke and whom to avoid. They dared to negotiate boldly before Wan Beilu, understanding that the establishment would not resort to violence over trivial matters. Yet, Feng Bugui was an entirely different entity, a rogue cultivator, with abilities that could only be described as enigmatic and formidable. Being a rogue means lacking a backing or support, but it also implies the absence of restraints and attachments. If he were inclined, he could tear the heavens asunder without a second thought. Naturally, he could easily execute them as one would slaughter fowl, eliminating all who dared to insult him. At this moment, the heart of Mu Xingxing was filled with regret. He merely sought to establish his authority by making an example of someone, yet his attempt had landed him on solid ground. Now fear gripped him, as he dreaded the wrath of Feng Bugui, as he observed others prostrating themselves in apology while the carriage remained unmoved. Mu Xingxing gritted his teeth and produced a pile of spirit stones from his storage ring, hoping to alleviate his misfortune with wealth. However, before he could advance, he noticed someone faster than himself. The Taoist Feng, previously ensnared by madness, had audaciously attempted to strike at him, but fortunately, Steward Su arrived just in time to redirect him from his misguided path. These were the savings accumulated over the years. I implore Taoist Feng to overlook past grievances and grant me the opportunity to make amends. This was Ren Qing, a foundation-building cultivator from Wanbao Tower, who had previously harbored ill intentions towards Gu Xiu's storage bag, but had lost a finger when Su Rumei intervened. While Mu Xingxing merely displayed disrespect through words, Ren Qing had brazenly sought to take life and treasure. Initially, he felt aggrieved, believing Su Rumei to be excessively stringent, but now he was utterly devoid of defiance. his complexion pale with fright, his legs trembling as if cramping. This individual had already slain several Foundation cultivators. How could he defend himself if targeted? An apology was imperative. Seeking forgiveness was essential. With the Foundation cultivators setting the precedent, the previously dismissive loose cultivators who had slighted Gu Xiu were quick to offer their resources, clamoring to appease this white-haired wanderer. Witnessing this scene rendered Su Rumei momentarily speechless. She had prepared a gift to forge a connection with Feng Bugui, but with this unexpected turn of events, she pondered if her offering would still be of value. It seemed that to win over Feng Bugui this time, she would have to make a significant sacrifice. Meanwhile, as Su Rumei contemplated what gift would surpass the others to successfully befriend Gu Xiu, in another location within the Tianqi mountain range, the figure of Nian Chaoshi had already emerged in a cavern. This was the very cave where Gu Xiu and Yi Hongling had once sought refuge, the site of Gu Xiu's victory beneath the moonlight. Chapter 42, A Stunning Sword. The Gathering of Qingxian. Days had passed, and the cave, previously cleared by Gu Xiu, was now cloaked in a thin layer of dust. The bodies of the 3 cultivators slain by Gu Xiu and Yi Hongling had vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, Nian Chaoshi could still discern the remnants of the cave's history and, through her divination skills, analyze the circumstances of that time. Her junior had fled here with a companion, seeking refuge in the cavern to recuperate. This individual appeared to be a wounded cultivator, likely at the initial stage of foundation building, yet their abilities were hindered, possibly due to injury or poison. 3 pursuers had tracked them to this location. Contemplating this, concern flickered in Nian Chaoshi's eyes as she hastened to the entrance of the cave, scrutinizing the surroundings. Suddenly, she made a discovery. Upon this stone wall, there exists a remarkably faint trace, a few droplets of blood splattered against it. Due to the passage of time, these marks have become exceedingly subtle, almost imperceptible to the casual observer. Yet, with a mind that recalls the past, one can discern a clue from these delicate traces. This is the very place where junior brother Gu intercepted a formidable foe. The adversary sought to enter the cave, but was thwarted by junior brother Gu's strike, which shattered their heart's pulse, extinguishing their life force. This technique is none other than the startling swan, an original swordplay created by junior brother Gu 5 centuries ago. Suddenly, an exhilaration surged within Nian Chaoshi. From this minuscule bloodstain, she uncovered the origin of this sword technique, confirming that Gu Xiu had indeed devised the startling swan 5 centuries prior. Graceful as a startled swan, and as fluid as a drifting dragon, the startling swan is a move Nian Chaoshi had witnessed Gu Xiu execute in the past. While it may appear straightforward, merely a sword strike against an enemy, this maneuver is profoundly challenging, requiring the wielder to condense their spiritual energy to a singular point, unleashing a force akin to thunder, enabling them to transcend their limits in battle. When Nian Chaoshi first beheld this swordplay, she was utterly captivated. It demanded not only skill but also a formidable combat experience, allowing the practitioner to anticipate the enemy's moves and accurately identify their vulnerabilities for a lethal strike. Reflecting on the initial awe she felt upon witnessing this technique, Nian Chaoshi couldn't help but feel a tinge of nostalgia. Junior brother Gu, in those days, was indeed a celestial being, a prodigy of unparalleled brilliance. Yet, soon her wonder transformed into joy, for the resurgence of the startling swan implied that her suspicions were correct. Her junior brother had embarked anew on the path of cultivation. Though he had not yet regained his former pinnacle, he had broken free from his shackles. Furthermore, compared to 5 centuries ago, the startling swan appeared to have reached an even greater level of refinement. It was powerful and controlled, striking through the enemy's heart without leaving a mark upon the stone wall. This was the realm of subtlety. The startling swan had attained great mastery. Nian Chaoshi could not suppress her clenched fists. There was no better news than this. Junior brother Gu had restored his cultivation, which meant that upon his return to the Qingshan Holy Land, neither master nor his fellow disciples would harbor the prejudices they once did. Even now, Nian Chaoshi's desire remains to bring Gu Xiu back to the Qingshan Holy Land, to restore everything to its former glory. Yet, could they truly return? Deep down, Nian Chaoshi sensed a premonition, yet she dared not dwell on it, nor did she wish to. Junior brother Gu was being hunted. The immediate priority was to locate him. She could not allow him to come to harm. Retrieving her thoughts, Nian Chaoshi resumed her divination. Moments later, she exited the cave, hastening toward a particular direction. However, As she stepped outside, a resonant hum emanated from the sect's jade pendant she wore, a summons from Master Guan Shuolan, urgently calling her back to the sect. The last time she was summoned, she had complied, but this time, Nian Chaoshi merely frowned, then with a flick of her finger, silenced the pendant once more. However, she harbored no intention of returning to the sect. Instead, she resolutely pursued the direction of her quest once more. Ever since watching the celestial cycle mirror with Qin Moran, Nian Chaoshi had made her decision to find Gu Xiu and bring him back. There was no time to delay. She could no longer bear to witness Gu Xiu's suffering, nor could she allow her own negligence or the sect's affairs to endanger him, leaving her with lifelong regret. As for the urgent summons from her master, Nian Chaoshi understood that this was likely not a significant matter for the sect. Calculating the time, it was probably that her junior brother Jiang Sun's sword had been completed and required her blessing. In the past, she might have hesitated, but now, it was merely a matter of bestowing power upon a sword. While it might grow stronger with her blessing, it would not truly become worthless without it. Moreover, junior brother Jiang was an understanding person. During their time in the sect, he had shared a close bond with Gu Xiu. If he were to learn that her quest was to find Gu Xiu and that she could not assist him with the sword, she was certain he would understand. With this thought, Nian Chaoshi finally cast aside all hesitation and quickened her pace, once again pursuing Gu Xiu's trail. Gu Xiu, wait for me. Please do not encounter any peril. Meanwhile, at the Qingxian sacred ground, within the great hall of the sect, Guan Shuolan, who had been awaiting a response from the communication jade tablet, suddenly darkened in countenance. The several elder sisters present, upon witnessing her expression, felt an immediate heaviness in their hearts. Only the fearless junior sister Lu Qingyao promptly inquired, "Master, what did the senior sister say? When will she return?" It was better not to mention it. Once she did, Guan Shuolan's expression grew increasingly grim. "Your senior sister has severed my urgent summons. She will not return." What? Seeing Guan Shuolan's expression, everyone sensed something was amiss, but they merely assumed that Nian Chaoshi was too far away to return. They never anticipated that she would resist the supreme summons. What could the senior sister be preoccupied with at such a critical time? The junior brother's divine weapon was on the verge of completion. Could anything be more important than this moment? Surely there must be some misunderstanding. The senior sister did not seem like someone who would act this way. I recall that the senior sister had a good relationship with the junior brother. If nothing had occurred, she would surely have returned by now. The disciples below spoke up, their brows furrowed in concern. At this moment, the Qingxian sacred ground had mobilized its entire core. Not only were the third sister Su Wanqing, the fifth sister Qin Moran, and junior sister Lu Qingyao present, but even the usually absent fourth sister Shi Xiling and sixth sister He Mingyun had arrived. Aside from Nian Chaoshi, who was out of reach, and the second sister, who was still forging the divine weapon, the core of the Qingxian sacred ground had gathered. Listening to the words of the gathered women, Guan Shuolan's expression darkened further. What else could it be? It is all because of Gu Xiu. Gu Xiu, Su Wanqing, Qin Moran, and Lu Qingyao seemed to grasp the situation. However, the fourth senior sister, Shi Xiling, and the sixth senior sister, He Mingyun, were utterly oblivious to the situation. Upon hearing Guan Shuolan mention Gu Xiu, they suddenly recalled that they had a junior brother named Gu. They inquired with curiosity, "What has happened to Gu Xiu? Has he committed another misdeed?" Yet, when Lu Qingyao revealed that Gu Xiu had departed from the sect and was no longer a disciple of the Qingxian sacred land, both women were momentarily taken aback. Gu Xiu has signed the abandonment contract and left the sect? He actually withdrew from the sect? When did this occur? Although Gu Xiu had been gone for over a month, to most cultivators, this span of time was insignificant, often less than the duration of a closed-door cultivation session. The two sisters had been in seclusion and were entirely unaware of such a monumental event occurring in the outside world. Their inquiries were directed towards Qin Mashuan, who was a talisman master and a well-read scholar, adept at clarifying many matters. However, this time, Qin Mashuan found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 43. The Crimson Sky Sword Shatters. The Seven Suns Thunder Tribulation. During this period, Qin Mashuan's condition was dismal. She found herself unable to enter a state of cultivation, struggling to concentrate on the path of talismans, as her mind was incessantly occupied with thoughts of Gu Xiu. She pondered over Gu Xiu's past and worried whether he might encounter misfortune after being away from the sect for so long. This feeling was one she despised, yet she could not shake it off. Even when she resolved to do nothing but sleep, Her dreams were haunted by visions of Gu Xiao, tormenting her further. She harbored a deep-seated resentment towards him, or so she believed. Yet, when faced with the inquiries of her two senior sisters, she was unsure how to respond. Fifth senior sister? Ma Xuan. The others inquired with curiosity, only to see Qin Ma Xuan shake her head. I have not been well lately. I shall let the junior sister explain. I'll take care of it. Lu Qingyao eagerly interjected. I am most informed on this matter. Let me explain it to you, senior sisters. She proceeded to recount the events leading up to this point. Naturally, her perception of Gu Xiao was quite unfavorable. Even though she had glimpsed many scenes of his past through the heavenly cycle mirror, there was a fleeting moment of compassion. However, after several days had passed, she had regained her composure. In her narration, Gu Xiao was depicted as a scheming and vengeful individual who, out of jealousy towards Jiang Qian and animosity towards them, had foolishly attempted to use the abandonment contract as leverage against their master and the sect. Consequently, he was summarily expelled by Guanxu Alan. Lu Qingyao concluded with a remark. In short, Gu Xiao deserves his fate, attempting to outsmart our master. His departure is indeed a blessing for us at the Qingxian sacred land. It is simply unexpected that even after his departure, he still employed deceitful tactics to confuse the eldest senior sister. It is utterly despicable. No one contested her words. Meanwhile, Shi Xiling and He Mingyun could not help but furrow their brows at the notion of Gu Xiao using the abandonment contract to leave the sect and the eldest sister's pursuit of him, even defying their master's orders. It left both of them in a state of disbelief. However, since Gu Xiao had chosen to leave, why would he still seek to harm the junior disciple? At such a critical moment, did the senior sister not understand the gravity of the situation? Without her support, what would happen if the junior disciple's sword of Dao were to falter? Since Gu Xiao had already severed ties with the sect, it was only fitting to part ways amicably, without further entanglements. If Gu Xiao's actions were to impede the junior disciple's progress, he would bear the blame. Neither of them expressed a hint of regret over Gu Xiao's departure. Instead, they conveyed their disdain with palpable contempt. After all, Gu Xiao was merely an inconsequential failure. Though his departure from the sect was surprising, this was not the time for astonishment. Currently, as the junior disciple Jiang Sun's sword of Dao was on the cusp of completion, they needed to exert every effort to assist in its enhancement. Wasn't it true? Gu Xiao was a menace, a substantial threat, and such a person deserved to vanish without leaving a trace. At that moment, Lu Qingyao expressed her indignation vehemently. Upon hearing this, Qin Muron's expression changed drastically. Yet, as she turned to look, she was startled to notice that the other sisters merely frowned slightly, remaining indifferent. Even their master, Guanxu Alan, bore an impassive countenance, as if they found nothing amiss with Lu Qingyao's words. What was happening? Qin Muron was momentarily taken aback, feeling that this was not how things should be. The individuals before her seemed somewhat unrecognizable. Just then, Master Guanxu Alan's gaze swept over. Muron, what troubles you? The disciple Qin Muron opened her mouth to respond. Lu Qingyao laughed heartily. The fifth junior sister must be pondering whether there exists any talisman to bring misfortune upon Gu Xiao, hastening his demise, right? Qin Muron pressed her lips together, wishing to deny it, but under the scrutinizing gazes of her sisters, she found herself at a loss for words, ultimately nodding. Indeed, I did have such thoughts. Forget about Gu Xiao, admonished Guanxu Alan, furrowing her brow. Since he has already departed from the sect, he will naturally endure his own hardships. If you were to take action against him, how would our Qingxian Holy Land stand? Though it was a reprimand, there was not an ounce of anger in her tone. Previously, Qin Muron might have regarded all this as normal, but now, for reasons unknown, everything felt awry to her. It seemed as though things should not be this way. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed, startling everyone in the hall. Stepping outside, they looked up to see dark storm clouds gathering ominously in the sky, converging rapidly upon a crimson spiritual peak of the Qingxian Holy Land. It was the instrument peak of the second senior sister. The divine weapon forged by the second senior sister had been completed, summoning the heavenly tribulation. This thunderstorm hinted that the item crafted by the second senior sister was likely at least a terrestrial-grade spiritual weapon. Given her strength, along with the abundance of resources we provided, it might be more than just a terrestrial-grade spiritual weapon. Everyone's spirits lifted as they eagerly made their way toward the instrument peak, excited to witness the marvel that the second senior sister had forged for Jiang Sun. In contrast to the frantic rush of others, Qin Muron lagged behind, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Beside her, the sixth sister, He Mengyun, known for her reclusive nature, also fell a step behind. Observing Qin Muron's distracted demeanor, she inquired with curiosity, "Sister, what are you pondering?" "Nothing. I'm not thinking of anything," Qin Muron replied, shaking her head repeatedly. However, as He Mengyun continued to gaze at her, Qin Muron bit her lip. Ultimately unable to suppress her thoughts, I suddenly recalled that 500 years ago, the second sister seemed to have forged a sword for Gu Xiao. "Are you referring to the Qishao sword?" He Mengyun asked, perplexed. "Indeed, that is true. Back then, the Qingxian sect was not as affluent as it is now, and the second sister's skills were not sufficiently refined. In the end, it was merely a yellow-grade magical artifact." "Yes, a yellow-grade artifact. I remember when Gu Xiao returned 3 years ago, that sword was already broken, wasn't it?" Qin Muron couldn't help but inquire. "That seems to be the case." He Mengyun nodded. "What is on your mind?" "Nothing. I just suddenly remembered that since the Qishao sword was damaged, it appears Gu Xiao has not acquired any new magical artifacts, has he?" Qin Muron murmured. He Mengyun was baffled. He is merely immortal. Why would he need a magical artifact? Investing effort in crafting one for him would be a waste, wouldn't it? Waste, a simple phrase. Yet it struck Qin Muron's heart like a tremor. "Junior brother. Junior brother." At that moment, shouts echoed from ahead. Turning her head, she saw several sisters had already reached Qiming Peak. Jiang Sun, who had been in seclusion to consolidate his realm, had also been drawn out by the thunderclouds. Seeing this junior brother, He Mengyun rarely displayed a smile, quickening her pace, and even Qin Muron momentarily cast aside her odd feelings toward Gu Xiao. Regardless of Gu Xiao's circumstances, he was still incomparable to junior brother Jiang. A rare scene of festivity unfolded at the Qingxian Holy Land. A group of sisters surrounded Jiang Sun, who remained gracious and utterly charming, eliciting a smile from Guan Xuelan. Yet, her joy was quickly overshadowed by thoughts of the rebellious eldest disciple, Nian Chaoshi, marring her good spirits. "This wretched girl. When she returns, I shall administer a proper punishment," she resolved. And as for Gu Xiao, if he truly finds himself at a dead end and returns to the sect, I must ensure he faces 3 years of solitary reflection at the thinking cliff. No, make it 30 years. As these thoughts occupied her mind, a series of thunderous tribulations began to descend, amidst which a magnificent sword, resplendent and resonating with the sound of a dragon's roar, emerged, soaring into the sky, exuding an overwhelming aura. This was the Seven Suns Thunder Tribulation. Indeed, it was the Seven Suns Thunder Tribulation, though it had not reached the legendary 9 suns. The artifact being forged by the second sister this time was already a heavenly grade treasure, likely a heavenly grade magical artifact. Astounding. This is truly remarkable. With such a heavenly grade artifact, junior brother, your combat prowess will ascend to new heights. If we all contribute our enhancements, this sword will become even stronger, the crowd exclaimed, with Jiang Sun's face glowing with undeniable joy. The divine artifacts are categorized into the realms of heaven and earth, as well as the ethereal treasures that cannot be forged by mere human endeavor. Within these several tiers, they are further divided into 4 lesser grades: divine, path, spirit, and law. The designation of heavenly grade alone attests to the formidable nature of this sword. Although it is merely a heavenly grade artifact, it is indeed a sword, further empowered by the blessings of my master and senior sister. This sword is destined to become an unparalleled weapon that will instill fear across the realms. As I pondered this, the 7 celestial thunder tribulations drew to a close, and a tremendous surge of spiritual energy converged upon the dragon roar sword. The tribulation had been successfully transcended. The heavenly grade artifact has been forged. At that moment, I saw my second senior sister, the artifact forger, launch the long sword towards me, exclaiming, "Junior brother, hurry and drop your blood to acknowledge your master." "Thank you, second senior sister," I replied, hastily accepting the sword. A sense of urgency enveloped me, and I immediately began the ritual of blood acknowledgement. Once I succeeded in recognizing this sword as my own, I would present it to my master and senior sisters for further empowerment, transforming it into my own extraordinary weapon. The process proceeded smoothly. After all, a newly forged weapon devoid of a master is remarkably easy to bond with. In mere moments, I established a connection with the dragon roar sword. However, just as the acknowledgement was completed and smiles graced the faces of my senior sisters, a terrifying bolt of black lightning descended from the previously dissipated tribulation clouds, striking towards me. Junior brother, Jiang Sun, my companions, including Guan Shuolan and my senior sisters, gasped in shock. I felt a chill run down my spine, and instinctively, I relinquished my grip on the dragon roar sword. In an instant, the black lightning, moving with astonishing speed, struck the freshly forged dragon roar sword. In the next moment, the sword erupted with a piercing wail. Chapter 44, The 7 Celestial Blessings? This is divine retribution. Jiang Sun, junior brother, are you alright? The status of Jiang Sun in the Azure Xian sacred land was indisputable. At this moment, the unexpected turmoil within the 7 celestial thunder tribulations prompted several senior sisters and Master Guan Shuolan to act immediately. They formed a protective barrier around me, each of them wielding considerable strength. Especially with the presence of Master Guan Shuolan, a supreme being in the ascendant stage, their power was truly formidable. However, their protection seemed unnecessary, as the black lightning showed no interest in me whatsoever. Instead, it fixated solely on the newly forged heavenly grade artifact, the Dragon Roar Sword. Waves of black lightning struck it repeatedly. Each strike unleashed an overwhelming force, and the Dragon Roar Sword could only emit a series of mournful cries, its blade trembling violently as if it were on the verge of shattering. This is disastrous. How could this be happening? If this continues, the Dragon Roar Sword is sure to meet calamity. What should we do next? Witnessing this scene, my companions were filled with uncertainty. The power of the black lightning was overwhelmingly destructive, threatening to annihilate everything in its path. Fear gripped us all, leaving us at a loss for what to do next. Even Guan Shuolan, a supreme being, felt a sense of unease in the face of this black lightning. The one bearing the most distressing countenance was Jiang Sun, who had just pledged his allegiance to the Dragon's Roar Sword. He could distinctly sense that the sword was now merely at the end of its tether. If this continued, the sword would surely be destroyed. He could only implore, Master, I feel the Dragon's Roar Sword is wailing. It can scarcely endure any longer. Guan Shuolan glanced at the terrifying black lightning and then at her most cherished disciple. Gritting her teeth, she readied herself to intervene. However, at that moment, her second disciple, Weiqi Chunlei, obstructed her, saying, Master, please do not intervene. This is a tremendous opportunity for our junior brother, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. What? As these words escaped her lips, all eyes turned toward Weiqi Chunlei. As the second disciple of the Qingxian sacred land, she was considered the least remarkable in appearance among her 7 sisters, tall and muscular. She resembled a living embodiment of a fierce beast despite being a woman. Yet, she was the most powerful among the 7, possessing formidable cultivation in the void refinement realm, and her prowess was unmatched. Furthermore, she boasted an extraordinary talent for artifact crafting, having already reached the pinnacle in that domain. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Weiqi Chunlei's eyes sparkled with fervor and excitement. Our junior brother is truly blessed. This is not the 7 luminaries thunder calamity. It is the rare 7 luminaries fortuitous calamity. 7 luminaries fortuitous calamity. What is that? The crowd was perplexed, but Weiqi Chunlei elaborated. The 7 luminaries thunder calamity is immensely formidable. Yet all things in the world possess yin and yang. Peril often accompanies opportunity. This 7 luminaries fortuitous calamity is the greatest fortune. This calamity occurs alongside the 7 luminaries thunder calamity, but it appears only in places of great fortune. Once it manifests, its might is irresistible, and no one may interfere. Otherwise, they will surely be tainted by the power of the thunder calamity. We need only observe its unfolding, and once the artifact transcends this fortuitous calamity, tremendous benefits will ensue. First and foremost, it will allow for the early birth of the spirit of the artifact, which requires extensive nurturing time, and it may even become even more powerful. More importantly, the grade of the artifact could ascend yet again. What? The crowd was astonished, their hearts racing with trepidation. Heavenly grade artifacts can already give rise to spirits, but this is an exceedingly lengthy process that necessitates various means of nurturing to enhance their strength and utility. Now, by merely overcoming this thunder calamity, one could bypass that arduous journey and directly birth the spirit, not to mention the potential for elevation in rank. The Dragon's Roar Sword, being a heavenly grade artifact, is already immensely powerful. Though it is considered the weakest among heavenly grade artifacts, it remains extraordinarily strong. Should it ascend even further, Would it not transform into a heavenly grade spiritual artifact or even a heavenly grade Tao artifact? If that were the case, this sword would become one of the most formidable treasures in existence, a true heirloom of the sect. This is indeed an unparalleled opportunity. Our junior brother is truly fortunate to encounter such a once-in-a-millennium chance. The name of the dragon's roar sword will surely resonate through the heavens. A chorus of approval arose from the sisters, their previously anxious expressions now replaced with joy. Yet, some still harbored concerns, asking, "Sister, what if it fails to transcend this calamity?" Fail to transcend this calamity? With a hearty laugh, Wei Qi Chunlei exclaimed, "That is utterly impossible. Our sect is blessed with profound fortunes. The 7 celestial calamities can only manifest when exceptional luck is bestowed upon us. Furthermore, whenever they do appear, barring any fluctuations in fortune, the likelihood of failure is nearly non-existent." Her words instilled a sense of relief among the crowd. With this reassurance, they settled in for a patient wait. However, as the moments passed, furrows began to form on their brows. "Sister, why does it seem that this thunderous tribulation is taking an eternity to conclude?" "That is a good sign," Wei Qi Chunlei replied with a smile. "The 7 celestial calamities are inherently auspicious. The longer they endure, the greater the benefits." The others nodded in agreement, resuming their wait. Yet, after the passage of a stick of incense, their brows knitted once more. "Sister, is this duration not excessively long? Moreover, I feel that the aura of the dragoness cry sword is waning. This time indeed feels prolonged, but the diminishing aura is to be expected," Wei Qi Chunlei explained. "The birth of a spirit artifact is inherently arduous, requiring it to be pushed to the brink of destruction before it can emerge. Let us muster a bit more patience." The group acquiesced, bracing themselves for the wait. However, as an hour turned into 2, and then 3, darkness enveloped the sky, deepening into night. The crowd could no longer contain their anxiety. The so-called 7 celestial calamities had not yet dissipated. Even Wei Qi Chunlei struggled to maintain her smile. Her brow furrowed in concern. "This cannot be. Why is it taking so long? The 7 celestial calamities are precisely that. Why the prolonged completion?" Her murmurs, laden with anxiety, stirred unease among the elder sisters, who frequently cast glances toward the dragon's cry sword. Unfortunately, the black lightning obscured all visibility, preventing anyone from discerning the state of the sword amidst the tribulation. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air. "Ah!" The group turned to find their junior disciple, Jiang Sun, in a frantic state, clutching his head and shaking violently. "Junior, what has happened?" The elder sisters were thrown into chaos, with Su Wanqing promptly producing a handful of pills to offer to Jiang Sun. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Sun, racked with agony, suddenly spat out blood, violently rejecting the pills that had been placed in his mouth. His aura diminished to a critical low, as if he might depart this world at any moment. "It's backlash from the artifact. Quick, seal his energy and sever the backlash," Wei Qi Chunlei shouted urgently. "Backlash from the artifact? How can that be?" Confusion swept through the group, but there was no time for contemplation. They noticed that as Wei Qi Chunlei spoke, the black lightning appeared to be converging towards Jiang Sun. Each of them, skilled in their own right, acted swiftly to sever the connection to his energy. Their master, Guan Xuelan, moved with remarkable speed, placing several precise strikes upon Jiang Sun, ultimately managing to tenuously sever the link between him and the dragon's cry sword. Although the speed was astonishing, a streak of black lightning struck Jiang Sun, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Once the power of the black lightning dissipated completely, the elegant gentleman, who had previously exuded grace, was now enveloped in darkness, his form charred and fragile. His aura had diminished to an alarming degree, leaving him gravely wounded and on the brink of death. The black lightning, having lost its target, began to vanish rapidly, dispersing in mere moments after having raged for several hours. Onlookers turned their gazes to the newly forged celestial artifact, the dragon's roar sword, which had now shattered into a heap of worthless debris, devoid of any spiritual essence. The newly birthed celestial artifact had perished before it even had the chance to thrive. The crowd was momentarily stunned, but on the other side, Wei Qi Chunlei's face was now filled with terror. I must have seen it wrong. This is not the 7 suns blessing calamity. It is the 7 malevolent thunder. This is divine retribution. Chapter 45. A crisis in our sacred land's source of fortune. Divine retribution? As Wei Qi Chunlei uttered these words, The core members of the Qing Xian sacred land froze in shock. The concept of divine retribution has existed since ancient times. After all, cultivators rely on the opportunities afforded by heaven and earth, seizing the fortune of the celestial path, just as they may receive blessings from the heavens. There exists the notion of being spurned by the celestial way, warning against misfortune. However, such ideas were dismissed as mere folly. Divine retribution was merely a curse uttered by the defeated. How could it possibly exist in this world? Before Wei Qi-chun Lei could finish her statement, Guan Shuolan immediately rebuked, "Hurry and save Jiang Sun." At this, the crowd snapped back to reality, and upon glancing at Jiang Sun, they were taken aback. Their junior brother was now in disarray, his life force waning. "Quick, save him. He has suffered a backlash from the blood-pledged treasure and has been struck by heavenly lightning. His meridians are severely damaged. Sister Su, please, save our junior brother. He must hold on. He cannot meet with misfortune." The ensuing night saw the Qing Xian sacred land in turmoil. A flurry of its core members scrambled about, delivering vast quantities of spiritual elixirs and resources to the Chuxian Peak. Third Sister Su Wanqing administered treatment throughout, while several other sisters, including the esteemed Guan Shuolan, exerted their energies, pouring forth immense spiritual power and effort to rescue him. Finally, after an entire night of dedicated effort and considerable resources, Jiang Sun emerged from peril. Fortunately, we acted in time, and with ample resources and your intervention, Master, our junior brother would have faced dire consequences otherwise. The backlash from the treasure was manageable, but that black thunderclap was terrifying. It seemed intent on devouring our junior brother's flesh and blood. Within the confines of Jiang Sun's quarters on Chuxian Peak, Su Wanqing wiped the sweat from her brow and spoke, her heart still racing with the remnants of fear. She had nearly failed. A thread of ominous black lightning surged into Jiang Sun's being, wielding a terrifying power that ruthlessly obliterated everything in its path. As if infused with an overwhelming sense of loathing directed towards him, there was an unmistakable malice aimed at Jiang Sun. Guan Shuolan, equally perturbed, recognized that had she not attained the pinnacle of the great ascension stage, Jiang Sun's life would surely have been forfeit that day. This realization cast a shadow over her countenance, as she fixed her gaze intensely upon Wei Qi-chun Lei, demanding, "What on earth is that?" Wei Qi-chun Lei, still somewhat dazed by the events, instinctively replied, "Master, that is the heavenly punishment. Cease your nonsensical chatter. Heavenly punishment is a mere figment of imagination. Furthermore, Jiang Sun is a person of great fortune. How could he possibly attract such a calamity?" Guan Shuolan admonished. Wei Qi-chun Lei regained her composure, yet her heart remained heavy with regret. She had intended to forge a sword for her junior disciple, bestowing upon him a divine weapon. Yet she could never have anticipated such dire consequences. Not only was the longing sword destroyed, but her junior disciple had also nearly perished on the spot. Even worse, the emergence of that black lightning signified that Jiang Sun's fortune had likely been exhausted. Witnessing Wei Qi-chun Lei's reprimand, the other senior sisters interjected, "Sister, please elaborate. You previously mentioned that it was the 7 calamity lightning. What precisely is that?" "Indeed, sister, what is the situation?" Their inquiries were fueled not only by a desire to alleviate tension, but also by genuine curiosity about the unfolding events. The 7 calamity lightning is a force that is born of and counters the 7 stellar fortunes. If the 7 stellar fortunes are the result of great auspiciousness, then the 7 calamity lightning is born of dire misfortune. Wei Qi-chun Lei pressed her lips together, sensing Guan Shuolan's growing ire, and quickly continued, "I understand, Master, that you do not believe in such notions of fortune. To be honest, had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would find it hard to accept as well. Yet, I am quite certain that this is indeed the 7 calamity lightning. The 7 stellar fortunes present an immense opportunity. Even in failure, one's life is seldom at risk. However, the 7 calamity lightning is markedly different. Although it bears resemblance to the 7 stellar fortunes, it is insidiously lethal. Once it manifests, it is a fight to the death. This is why the calamity could persist for several hours, and even a mere fraction of its power nearly claimed my junior disciple's life." With every word that Wei Qi-chun Lei spoke, Guan Shuolan's expression darkened further. "Why did you not discern this earlier?" Lowering her head, Wei Qi-chun Lei replied, "This disciple did not foresee that our esteemed Qingxian Holy Land, a sanctuary of fortune, could harbor such a phenomenon as the 7 calamity lightning. As the conversation progressed, Wei Chi Chunlei clenched her teeth. Master, this matter is of utmost significance and must be treated with gravity. Do you believe I do not take this seriously? Guan Shuolan retorted. No, what I mean is that it is not merely about my junior disciple's injuries, but rather why our Qingxian Holy Land is facing such heavenly retribution. Guan Shuolan's countenance grew increasingly severe, yet before her fury could erupt, Wei Chi Chunlei continued, I understand, Master, that you typically dismiss the notion of heavenly punishment. However, this situation is critical. It is better to err on the side of caution and believe in its existence than to dismiss it entirely. Our Qingxian Holy Land has always been protected by fortune, enabling us to achieve results with half the effort. Under ordinary circumstances, encountering the malevolent entity known as the 7 calamity thunder would be utterly improbable. However, the fact that it has manifested within our sacred sect and even targeted our disciples signifies a grave disruption to the fortunes of our Qingxian Holy Land. Where is the senior sister? Surely, she would possess the most profound understanding of this matter. At that moment, Wei Chi Chunlei realized that her senior sister, Nian Xiaoxi, was absent. It was only upon mentioning her name that Guan Shuolan and the other sisters immediately wore grim expressions. Regarding the issue of fortune, your senior sister has indeed broached the subject with me, Guan Shuolan remarked with a furrowed brow. Oh, Wei Chi Chunlei's eyes brightened. Did she offer a solution? None was provided. Guan Shuolan's face turned cold. She merely stated that the fortunes of our sect have dissipated and departed from us. What? Wei Chi Chunlei felt as though struck by lightning. Why is this so? Did she provide any further elaboration? Your senior sister indicated that it was due to Gu Xiu's use of the abandoned sect's spirit contract, which led to his departure from the sect. Guan Shuolan replied blandly. Gu Xiu? The abandoned sect's spirit contract? Departing from the sect? Wei Chi Chunlei's expression turned bewildered. Having been preoccupied with forging divine weapons for Jiang Sun, she was entirely unaware of these developments. The other sisters also exhibited significant changes in their countenance. Such a matter exists? Yet before they could fully comprehend the situation, Guan Shuolan sneered. As cultivators, we are inherently defiant against the heavens. The notion of fortune and divine retribution is sheer nonsense. Even if such a situation were true, do you genuinely believe that Gu Xiu's departure would result in the scattering of our Qingxian Holy Land's fortunes and provoke divine retribution upon us? This seems to hold some merit. Nevertheless, Guan Shuolan had already turned away. Disseminate the order. The Qingxian Holy Land shall continue to gather treasures from across the realm. Since this attempt at forging divine weapons has failed, we shall try again. Next time, we will utilize even more abundant resources and superior treasures. I refuse to believe in this so-called divine retribution. The next time, will it dare to come again? Meanwhile, as Jiang Sun's newly acquired heavenly grade artifact had barely warmed in his grasp before it was rendered useless, and he himself nearly met the same fate on the other side. Within the Wanbao Tower merchant caravan of the Tianqi mountain range, Gu Xiu was meticulously examining a long sword, entirely black as ink, devoid of any discernible aura. Su Rumei was smilingly introducing it to him. This sword is known as Shadow Sweep. Though it is merely of the earthly grade, it possesses extraordinary attributes, rivaling even the earthly-level Dao artifacts. Su Rumei's introduction was rather limited, as her understanding of this sword was not particularly profound. However, such details were unnecessary, for upon seeing the Shadow Sweep sword, Gu Xiu's heart was already overwhelmed with astonishment. In that dream that spanned a millennium, Gu Xiu had once beheld this sword, which is an unparalleled divine weapon transcending the heavenly grade, a celestial grade divine sword. Chapter 46, Celestial Artifact Shadow Sweep. The fortune has arrived. It is universally acknowledged that the realms of heaven and earth delineate the grades of various treasures. The higher one ascends, the more formidable the artifacts become. Among them, the most powerful is undoubtedly the heavenly grade divine artifacts, albeit they are exceedingly rare. Due to the celestial quality, what is required transcends merely the prowess of the artifact forger. It necessitates the grand fortune of heaven and earth, an abundance of auspicious blessings, and the intricate interplay of time, place, and human harmony. The celestial grade treasures are exceedingly rare, appearing only once in a millennium. Countless elite craftsmen devote their entire lives to the pursuit of forging such a treasure. Yet to succeed, even once in their lifetime, would immortalize their name throughout the realms. Naturally, these celestial-grade artifacts are revered as the most formidable divine weapons in existence. However, few are aware that above the celestial grade lies an even more powerful tier, the immortal grade. This is a creation beyond the capacity of any artisan to forge. It is a true manifestation of the primordial essence, a thing whose origins and destinations remain shrouded in mystery, even to the mightiest of craftsmen. Yet, one truth is indisputable. Any immortal-grade artifact possesses the power to annihilate heaven and earth, sever paths, and vanquish immortals. Before us lies the shadow sword presented by Tsurume. Indeed, it is an immortal-grade weapon. Gushio had glimpsed this very sword in a vision spanning eons, witnessing its might as it cleansed the world of impurities, slaying saints and vanquishing sovereigns. However, despite its classification as an immortal-grade divine sword, it appears to have suffered unimaginable damage, rendering it incapable of manifesting its full potential. Otherwise, it would not have been offered by the Wanbao Tower as a mere earthly treasure. Nevertheless, even in its diminished state, this sword is extraordinary. More importantly, it can be restored. Yet, it seems this sword, originally belonging to the Wanbao Tower, was not ultimately claimed by Jiang Kun. He spent thousands of years restoring it to its former glory, so why has it appeared so soon and found its way into my hands? Gushio felt a flicker of surprise. Though it was merely a fleeting thought, this object was destined to be his. And acquiring it ahead of time spared him considerable effort. He promptly expressed his gratitude to Tsurume. Thank you, Manager Su. Haha. I hope my friend Feng does not despise this sword. Tsurume chuckled heartily. The gratitude should be directed towards Wanbao Tower. Without your intervention, my friend Feng, the previous Qingzhou Kulong array would have inflicted severe losses upon us, perhaps even leading to our complete annihilation. I noticed that you seem to lack a suitable weapon, so I offer this sword to you, hoping it conveys the goodwill of Wanbao Tower. Since Ren Qing initiated apologies, Gushio had received numerous gifts from various individuals over the past few days, with spirit stones being the most common. Many magical artifacts and spiritual instruments were also among the offerings, presenting Tsurume with quite a dilemma. After all, the potential of Feng Bugue was undeniable. Both his strength and his skills as a formation master made him a valuable ally for Wanbao Tower. With so many gifts being offered, she wished to cultivate a relationship but could not simply respond with ordinary items. Ultimately, she resolved to bestow the Shadow Sword. Coincidentally, this sword was a recent acquisition by Wanbao Tower, originally a serendipitous find belonging to a destitute cultivator, intended for auction at the tower's upcoming event. At that moment, Tsurume sensed that the sword was somewhat extraordinary. Thus she refrained from taking it to the auction and instead offered something that the wandering cultivator could not refuse, intercepting the sword with the intention of studying it meticulously in the future. Now, fortuitously, she presented it to Feng Bugue. Moreover, her gift encompassed not only the Shadow Sword. In recent days, I observed that Taoist Feng was quite beloved, accumulating a considerable amount of spirit stones and elixirs. It seems that it is only a matter of time before his cultivation advances again, with a breakthrough to foundation establishment on the horizon. Coincidentally, I also possess a top-grade foundation establishment pill, which I shall bestow upon him, as a preemptive congratulation for his imminent success in establishing his foundation. The top-grade foundation establishment pill. This is a coveted elixir that countless Qi refining stage cultivators yearn for. When consumed during a breakthrough, it not only enhances the success rate of the transition, but also solidifies the foundation for the foundation establishment stage, raising future potential. Just this one pill alone is valued at 100,000 spirit stones. Tsurume's gift cannot be deemed insignificant. Gushio, not being a fool, clearly understood Tsurume's intentions and graciously accepted the goodwill without refusal, replying, "Thank you, Manager Su, for your generous gift. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to send word." Upon hearing this, the smile on Tsurume's face blossomed radiantly. In that case, I shall not disturb Taoist Feng further. We shall arrive at Yunxiao City in 3 days. After saying this, Tsurume took her leave. She was a perceptive individual, knowing when to advance and when to retreat. And there was no need to express herself too materially. Since Gushio was able to make a promise, her objective was already achieved. You are a golden core cultivator, and he is merely a Qi refining stage wanderer. Although he possesses some remarkable skills and strength, at present, He is as frail as an ant. There is no need for such formality, is there? Shadow inquired curiously. She was aware that Su Rumei had exerted considerable effort over the past few days to prepare a gift for Feng Bugui, yet she made no demands in return, which made Shadow feel that Su Rumei appeared overly vulnerable. However, Su Rumei shook her head. The golden scales are not meant for mere pawns. Once they encounter the winds and clouds, they transform into dragons. Such individuals may soon be those whom we must look up to. It is far better to treat them as friends than as foes. Look up to him. You hold him in such high regard. Shadow was taken aback. Not merely regard. Su Rumei replied, glancing back at the carriage. I have employed the fortuitous source insight technique on him. Shadow was momentarily stunned. Su Rumei possessed golden core strength and formidable cultivation. Yet her role as the manager of Wanbao Tower was not solely reliant on her cultivation, but rather on her capabilities. She was adept at forging friendships and connecting with powerful figures, never provoking those beyond her reach. Every individual she treated sincerely had an extraordinary background or potential. Many claim her success is due to luck, but Shadow, having followed Su Rumei for many years, understood well that her success stemmed not from luck, but from an extraordinary ability that ordinary people lack. She possessed a unique sensitivity to the enigmatic fortuitous source, and even had a technique to peer into the fortuitous sources of others. All those she befriended were individuals endowed with great fortuitous sources. Upon hearing her mention the use of this technique on Guxiu, Shadow could not contain her curiosity and inquired, "What do you think of this person's fortune?" "Remarkable." "Remarkable?" Still perplexed, Shadow listened as Su Rumei elaborated. "To put it simply, this individual's fortune is the most profound I have ever encountered in my lifetime." "What?" Shadow's eyes widened in astonishment, and what further astonished her was Su Rumei's additional remark. More importantly, this person not only possesses profound fortune, but what? But he is enveloped by this fortune, and I can vaguely perceive an immense and unparalleled force of fortune ceaselessly flowing towards him. At that moment, Shadow was utterly stunned. Just then, a gentle breeze stirred as Guxiu opened the car window and resumed his meditative posture within the vehicle, eyes closed and focusing intently on his cultivation. Although Shadow possessed no means to probe into fortune, she felt as if a faint rainbow glow was descending from the heavens, continuously approaching Guxiu. At that moment, she wondered, what does Mu Xingxing intend to do? Shadow was slightly taken aback, having noticed that Mu Xingxing of the Xingsheng gang was stealthily approaching Guxiu's carriage. Su Rumei also furrowed her brow slightly. Previously, Mu Xingxing had often taunted Feng Bugui, and thereafter, attempted to curry favor, yet Feng Bugui had not responded. Now, his furtive behavior suggested he might be plotting against Feng Bugui. However, just as the two were pondering, they observed Mu Xingxing had already knocked on Guxiu's carriage door. Subsequently, he produced one tome after another of cultivation manuals from his storage ring and handed them inside. Chapter 47. Mutual Benefit. All Laws Converge. Daoist Feng, look. These are the cultivation manuals I have prepared for you, all from our stock at the Guangxin gang. Of course, their quality is lacking. We cannot procure higher-tier manuals. But look at these manuals. Very well. Hee, Daoist Feng, you are too courteous. What transpired earlier was an oversight on our part at Guangxin gang. Your ability to overlook past grievances is already a tremendous honor for us. How could I possibly accept your spirit stones? Haha. Take your time to peruse. I shall take my leave now, and should any other manuals arise, I will gather them for you. Under the watchful eyes of Su Rumei and Shadow, Mu Xingxing nodded and bowed before Feng Bugui's carriage before turning to depart, a visage brimming with excitement and flushed with exhilaration. This spectacle piqued the curiosity of Su Rumei and Shadow, who then extended their consciousness to further probe. They found Mu Xingxing already rallying a group of loose cultivators from the Xingsheng gang, declaring, "Spread the word. Ascertain who has yet to submit their cultivation manuals, and ensure all are accounted for. None? Then go find some. Regardless of the type of manuals, bring them all to me, as long as they differ from one another. By the way, we are nearing Yunshao City. Relay the message down to our brothers to begin acquiring all manner of cultivation manuals in advance. Any manuals will suffice?" Someone inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, any will do." Mu Xingxing nodded, affirming that Feng Daoyu had stated that regardless of rank or status, they would accept all who approached them, striving to acquire as much as possible. At this moment, Su Rumei and the Shadow exchanged glances, both reflecting confusion in their eyes, struggling to comprehend the situation. Was Feng Bugue seeking the techniques and manuals of cultivation? This was somewhat understandable, for while the origins of Feng Bugue remained obscure as a rogue cultivator, he would find the techniques typically reserved for sects to be exceedingly rare. Yet, his insatiable desire for everything raised questions. Logically, shouldn't he simply seek a high-ranking technique to cultivate? Why this all-encompassing ambition? What was his true intention? In the carriage, Gu Xiu was acutely aware that Su Rumei was observing this scene, but he remained indifferent. Perhaps this was, in fact, his deliberate design. Gu Xiu had made considerable gains this time. Beyond acquiring numerous spiritual stones and the elixirs and shadow-slicing sword bestowed by Su Rumei, his most significant achievement lay within the realm of techniques. Having uncovered the secrets of the wordless ancient text, Gu Xiu comprehended his most pressing need, not merely the resources essential for cultivation, but also more formidable manuals of technique. The path of cultivation emphasizes innate aptitude and foundational strength, as well as the significance of resources, companions, techniques, and the environment. With the aid of the ancient tome, Gu Xiu had already attained the innate holy rhythm and supreme Dao bone, enabling him to cultivate at an accelerated pace, with immense potential for the future. However, possessing only aptitude was insufficient. It needed to be complemented by sufficiently powerful manuals of technique. After all, Gu Xiu's dantian was vast. While this was a symbol of strength, allowing him to slay foundation-building cultivators with his 7th level of qi refinement and 500 years of experience in forbidden lands, the sheer breadth of his dantian also hindered his advancement speed compared to others, regardless of his unparalleled aptitude. Thus, an alternative approach emerged to supplement his cultivation with higher-ranked, more potent techniques. For a rogue cultivator, this path was fraught with peril, as being a rogue implied a disconnection from the traditional legacies of established sects and families, and high-ranking manuals were not easily accessible to the average rogue. Yet, Gu Xiu was different. With the existence of the wordless ancient text, any manual could be enhanced under its influence, even allowing for integration. This meant he could continuously cultivate various techniques, merging and elevating them, ultimately growing ever more powerful. While excellent techniques were rare, mediocre ones were not hard to come by, especially with the assistance of someone like Mu Xingxing, the leader of a band of rogue cultivators. When Mu Xingxing came to offer apologies, Gu Xiu had mentioned his desire for some techniques, offering to purchase them with spiritual stones. That very day, Mu Xingxing presented him with 5 manuals, 3 commonly found techniques without rank and 2 yellow rank techniques. With the aid of these 5 manuals, Gu Xiu successfully transformed the technique Xianting Shujing within his dantian into Tianlu Xinxing, though its rank remained modest. Originally just a low-grade profound technique, it has merely transformed into a mid-grade profound technique. It is evident that the fusion of techniques is taking place. The progression becomes increasingly arduous as one advances. However, in comparison, the enhancement is substantial. At the very least, the Tianlu Heart Sutra offers a cultivation speed that surpasses the previous Xianting Void scripture by more than double. Moreover, just recently, Mao Xingxing has prepared more than 10 additional techniques for Gu Xiu. With these techniques merging once again, Gu Xiu is confident that his cultivation level will undoubtedly rise further. As for deliberately allowing Su Rumei to witness this, Gu Xiu naturally has his own considerations. The other party has shown a desire to befriend him due to his aptitude, even going so far as to think of gifting him treasures. Given this, it would be better to display his capabilities more openly. In terms of wealth, companions, techniques, and resources, the term companions does not merely refer to romantic partners, but also to friends and fellow practitioners. Gu Xiu, as a solitary cultivator, is reluctant to seek out kindred spirits or join any sects or factions. However, this does not imply that he desires to remain isolated from others throughout his life. At the very least, he needs to procure some basic resources for cultivation and materials for practice, not to mention the existence of ancient texts, which compels him to seek a multitude of technique manuals. He does not mind establishing a connection with the Wanbao Tower, as it is mutually beneficial. Yet, to forge such a connection, he must demonstrate his strength and the potential for fruitful cooperation. At this moment, Gu Xiu remains oblivious to the fact that Su Rumei is also probing the art of fortune, and he is unaware that his standing in her heart has already reached its zenith. Patiently, he begins to transcribe the newly acquired technique manuals from his unnamed ancient texts and continuously strives to fuse them. Unsurprisingly, this scene unfolds before the watchful eyes of Su Rumei and the shadow. Since witnessing Mao Xingxing bestowing so many technique manuals upon Gu Xiao, they have been observing him closely. When they see Gu Xiao perusing these manuals one after another, both are inevitably filled with curiosity. What is he doing? If I am not mistaken, he should be cultivating a profound level technique. Why then does he seek distant paths when he has such techniques at hand? It seems that his previous sect was merely a minor one, with techniques that are only of the profound level. Yet it should not have led him to cultivate inferior techniques, right? The shadow shakes her head in disbelief. She only sees Gu Xiao studying those commonplace techniques given by Mao Xingxing, perplexed by his intentions. However, after a while, noticing that Su Rumei beside her hasn't responded, the shadow can't help but be curious and turns to her. She finds Su Rumei with wide eyes, staring at Gu Xiao in astonishment. Her beautiful gaze is filled with shock. Suddenly, Su Rumei turns to the shadow and exclaims, "Did you notice that Feng Bugui's cultivation technique is changing? Changing techniques?" The shadow is baffled and re-evaluates Gu Xiao, but with Su Rumei's reminder, she too cannot suppress her astonishment. A high-grade profound technique? Was I mistaken? Or did he not activate that technique just now? No, that's not right. His technique has transformed. Although it remains of the high-tier mystic grade, it has gained a few more degrees of strength than before. Moreover, why does his new technique bear some resemblance to the several texts he had perused earlier? What could this mean? Suddenly, the shadow fell silent, struck by a shocking hypothesis that sent chills down her spine and raised the hairs on the back of her neck. Turning her head, she noticed Su Rumei observing her with a gaze that mirrored her own. "What have you realized?" Su Rumei inquired. The shadow swallowed hard. "I thought of a term that typically emerges only when describing immortals." "What is it?" "All methods return to the source." Chapter 48. He might be our greatest opportunity in this lifetime. All methods return to the source. The moment those 4 words escaped her lips, Su Rumei could not suppress her astonishment. Indeed, the shadow's thoughts mirrored her own precisely. The sages of old proclaimed that to return all methods to the source is to return all methods to the Dao. This represents the essence of the heavenly, earthly, and human Dao, a path that can lead one to immortality. This notion has long been subject to numerous interpretations. 4. The so-called return of all methods to the source has never been witnessed, regardless of how exceptional one's cultivation may be or how extraordinary their talents. No one has achieved this return. There are those of great ability who can create their own techniques, and even sages who can evolve existing methods, but invariably, such individuals are exceedingly rare, and they cannot rightfully be termed as having returned all methods to the source. Just look at Feng Bugui before us. He has managed to grasp the essence of techniques from newly acquired manuals in remarkably short time, quickly integrating them into his own practice, evolving them into even more powerful techniques. Su Rumei could not ascertain whether this truly constituted the return of all methods to the source. Yet she understood that this individual's future achievements would likely surpass all expectations. I may have erred in my previous assessments. This person may not be someone we can merely look up to. Su Rumei smiled bitterly. His future accomplishments might render us incapable of even glimpsing his shadow. In this rare instance, despite her previous reservations about Gu Xiao, the shadow refrained from voicing any dissent, merely nodding in quiet agreement. She found herself unable to counter any longer. With his entry into the Dao, mastery of formations, and ability to vanquish foes across realms, his profound potential was evident. Now, if one were to add the aspect of returning all methods to the source, Feng Bugui's potential could be deemed absolutely exceptional. This kind of potential, concentrated within a single individual, surely foretells an existence that will be beyond their reach in the future. What manner of prodigy is this? Judging by his appearance, he clearly hails from some prestigious sect or esteemed lineage. It is bewildering to think that such a figure could have been overlooked. Truly foolish. The shadow expressed her sentiments, to which Su Rumei replied with a smile, regardless of which sect or clan he has emerged from. One thing is certain. He must be at his most destitute at this moment. Oh, what do you mean? What I mean is... However, Su Rumei cast another deep glance at Gu Xiao within the carriage. Although I have often asserted that it is better to embellish a flourishing situation than to provide assistance in dire need, such sentiments stem merely from the inadequacy of returns from the latter. Yet, if it were a matter of Feng Bugui, my thoughts would be singular. What is that? The shadow inquired curiously. Su Rumei replied, wealth and glory are sought amidst peril. Without a hint of hesitation, Su Rumei promptly commanded her subordinates to begin gathering various martial arts manuals. In contrast to the scattered cultivators led by Mo Xingsheng, the endeavors of a force like Wanbao Tower were undoubtedly extraordinary. Su Rumei's demands were markedly elevated. Collect every martial art we can find. We require both the Xian and Huang tiers. As for the D tier, I shall confer with the Tower Master. And keep a keen eye on any possibility of the Tian tier. If it appears, we must seize it. The Shadow offered no objections. Yet upon hearing Su Rumei's aspirations towards the elusive Tian tier techniques, he could not suppress a wave of astonishment. Nevertheless, Su Rumei remarked, "Shadow, I possess an inkling." "What sort of inkling?" the Shadow asked. Su Rumei cast her gaze once more towards the carriage, which had its windows shut, her eyes gleaming with insight. "This Feng Bugue may represent the greatest opportunity of our lives." In the ensuing 2 days, the journey proved smooth, with less than a day's travel remaining to Yunxiao City, and the expressions of the caravan members gradually relaxed. During this time, they encountered a few unscrupulous bandits, primarily scattered cultivators seeking fortune, along with some rogues masquerading as cultivators who engaged in heinous acts of murder and theft. However, upon sighting the grand banner of Wanbao Tower and the formidable aura of Su Rumei's Golden Core, these brigands would promptly flee. Even if Golden Core experts attempted to obstruct their path, none dared to act recklessly. After all, they were nearing Yunxiao City, where Wanbao Tower wielded considerable influence. And without the confidence to strike decisively, no one wished to provoke this formidable caravan. The journey continued without incident. But just as the caravan was on the cusp of arriving at Yunxiao City, Su Rumei, who was occupied with arranging matters for their arrival, suddenly furrowed her brow. "There are powerful beings watching us," the Shadow conveyed telepathically. Su Rumei frowned in response. "Can you discern their cultivation level?" "Unknown, yet they undoubtedly surpass both of us," the Shadow replied, a hint of tension in his voice. "At least at the late stage of Golden Core, they could very well be nascent soul experts. Are they friend or foe? There has been a palpable killing intent, yet they have not acted. Given this, they likely wish for us to refrain from interference." Su Rumei promptly instructed, "Order the caravan to pass swiftly." Soon, the caravan resumed its course. Along the way, a group of cultivators engaged in lively discussions, sharing their plans for relaxation after the arduous journey. Their cultivation levels were insufficient, rendering them oblivious to the lurking presence. However, both Su Rumei and the Shadow remained on edge, drenched in cold sweat, as they essentially traversed past the adversaries, who could strike at any moment. Fortunately, the caravan soon reached its midpoint, and the hidden observers seemed to withdraw their gaze. It appeared they had successfully passed through. "I recently sensed a disturbance in the mountainous terrain, as if some arcane technique had been employed. It must be that formidable entity operating in the shadows." "Hush! Let us refrain from discussing irrelevant matters." "Very well." Su Rumei and the Shadow both quietly exhaled in relief, yet before they could fully relax, a soft exclamation pierced the air. Suddenly, a figure cloaked entirely in black appeared amidst the caravan. "Who dares? What audacity to intrude upon our procession!" 2 guards immediately noticed and were poised to act, but Su Rumei swiftly intervened, halting them. She then slightly bowed towards the figure in black, saying, "I am Su Rumei, the steward of Wanbao Pavilion. May I inquire what brings you to halt our caravan? If you have any needs, please do not hesitate to express them." Her smile remained intact, yet her heart raced with trepidation, for both she and the Shadow had discerned the individual's formidable cultivation level, an essence infant. This was a being of considerable prowess, especially given this essence infant's attire, which suggested a desire to conceal their identity. Her anxiety deepened. Fortunately, the essence infant did not strike immediately, but instead surveyed the caravan, inquiring, "Might there be anyone proficient in formations among you?" Everyone was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing towards Guxiu's carriage. However, Su Rumei, quick to respond, said, "Senior, you jest. We are merely an ordinary merchant group. How could we possibly be equipped with a formation master? However, if you require assistance, we could certainly seek out a skilled formation master upon our return to the city." The essence infant frowned, clearly dissatisfied with her response, and scrutinized the caravan for a while before shaking their head, preparing to depart. Just as they were about to leave, the essence infant suddenly gasped, their gaze fixating on a specific horse-drawn carriage, disbelief flickering in their eyes. There was even a hint of fear lurking therein. Upon realizing where the essence infant was staring, Su Rumei's heart tightened, for the focus of their attention was none other than the carriage belonging to Feng Bugue. Just as she feared the worst, the essence infant spoke. The person inside. Step out so I may see you. With those words, the atmosphere grew tense. Inside Gushio's carriage, not a sound was made. Chapter 49. After 500 years, do you still not dare to strike against me? At this very moment. Half an hour's journey from the Wanbao Pavilion caravan, Nian Chaoshi halted, her eyes filled with urgency as she pondered. According to the divination, my junior disciple should be nearby. Why have I not seen him for so long? Her face was etched with anxiety. For the past few days, she had been relying on divination techniques to trace Gushio's whereabouts, though it seemed that his presence was shrouded by the heavens, making it impossible to pinpoint his exact location. Nevertheless, Nian Chaoshi had not lost track of his position. Yet, this relentless pursuit had only deepened the weight upon her heart. She had witnessed numerous battlefields, countless severed limbs and remnants, and an array of lifeless bodies submerged in pools of blood, which heightened her anxiety for Gushio's safety. Although she had previously confirmed in that cave that Gushio had regained his cultivation and could even wield his self-created sword technique, the stunning swallow. How long had it been since his recovery? Without the support of spiritual stones and resources, even if he had begun to restore his power and tread the path of cultivation once more, he would undoubtedly remain weak. In such precarious circumstances, within the perilous Tianqi mountain range, unexpected calamities could strike at any moment. Gritting her teeth, she resolutely continued onward, whispering, "Little junior brother, wait for me. Please, please, please do not perish. Your senior sister will surely come to rescue you soon." On the other side, within the Wanbao Pavilion caravan, the sudden demand issued by the nascent soul cultivator caused the atmosphere to tense palpably. "Senior." Su Rumei hurriedly stepped forward. "Please, if you have any guidance, I implore you to share it with me." "You? Humph. Get lost." Before Su Rumei could utter another word, the nascent soul cultivator coldly snorted, his overwhelming power sending her reeling as if struck by lightning. She staggered back several steps, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. This was the might of the nascent soul. The disparity of a major realm was such that a mere grunt sufficed to inflict grievous harm. Yet, in this moment, how could Su Rumei retreat? Ignoring the blood staining her lips, she stepped forward once more, bowing respectfully. "Senior, I harbor no intentions of offense. However, Wanbao Pavilion has always refrained from engaging in conflicts among cultivators. The individuals within this carriage are esteemed guests of our pavilion. If you have any matters to discuss, please state them plainly. Should I be able to assist you, I will certainly do my utmost to aid you." Her words, though courteous, bore a tone of unwavering resolve. The nascent soul cultivator was not oblivious to the underlying meaning of her statement, yet at this moment, his gaze remained fixed intently on the carriage housing Gushio. Is it him? That person from 500 years ago? A fleeting sweep of his consciousness had revealed a familiar aura that sent shockwaves through him. But that individual had entered a perilous realm 5 centuries prior, with no chance of returning. Moreover, if he were truly alive, his cultivation should not be so feeble. Contemplating this, the nascent soul powerhouse stepped forward once more, declaring, "I command you to step out." The terrifying pressure of the nascent soul surged forth, descending upon the carriage, causing it, inscribed with array patterns, to tremble violently. In that instant, the entire caravan was engulfed in fear. The might of the nascent soul was not to be trifled with. Many lower-tier Qi refinement cultivators collapsed in sheer panic, while even foundation establishment cultivators turned ashen, scarcely daring to breathe. "Senior." Su Rumei gritted her teeth in determination, poised to speak again, but the nascent soul cultivator interrupted coldly, "If you utter another word, I shall slay you here." At this pronouncement, Su Rumei spat blood anew and staggered backward. Yet, she quickly regained her footing, determination flickering in her eyes as she stealthily probed into her storage ring. Within it lay a formidable weapon. Even a practitioner at the late stage of the Golden Core could be slain. However, she was uncertain whether this would be effective against the Yuaning cultivator before her. This individual was undoubtedly not an ordinary Yuaning. His power was formidable, and his aura was remarkably stable. Yet, despite her reservations, Su Rumei resolved to protect Feng Bugue, even if it meant incurring a substantial cost. At that moment, a calm voice emerged from within the carriage. "If you wish to see me, approach my vehicle." What? The onlookers were taken aback, unable to believe that Feng Bugue could be so audacious. A yawning master desires to meet you, yet you refuse to step out and instead expect the formidable being to come to you? What a jest! However, what astonished the crowd even more was that Feng Bugue, from within the carriage, further inquired, "Are you perhaps afraid?" Insanity. Madness. Everyone felt that Feng Bugue had lost his mind. This was a yawning master. Such a figure could establish their own sect and would be incomparable even among the esteemed families of the Holy Lands. Yet, Feng Bugue dared to provoke such an existence? To suggest that this powerful being was fearful? Surprisingly, the yawning master did not erupt in fury at this provocation. Instead, he regarded Feng Bugue with a wary suspicion, asking, "Is it truly you?" He did not advance, seemingly unwilling to lower himself. However, witnessing this scene, Surume could not help but feel an odd sensation. Could it be that this yawning master was genuinely afraid of the person inside the carriage? Inside the carriage, Gushio responded nonchalantly, "It is I. How did you come to be here?" The yawning master questioned, his skepticism apparent. "You may speculate," Gushio replied. "I speculate." The yawning master furrowed his brow, clearly filled with questions, yet he remained rooted in place, hesitant to approach. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence once more. In this tense environment, the onlookers dared not breathe, their hearts racing with shock. Feng Bugue knew a yawning master. Moreover, he could instill caution in such a powerful figure. Who then was this enigmatic yawning master, cloaked in mystery? And what was the true identity of Feng Bugue? At that moment, Gushio spoke again. "The young lady employed a secret technique of your sect, did she not?" Young lady? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. "Indeed." The yawning master nodded, unperturbed. "Do you know her?" "I do. We have traveled together." "You intend to rescue her?" The yawning master inquired, now on guard. "Not at all," Gushio replied calmly. "That is quite different from your usual meddlesome nature," the yawning master remarked, still suspicious, his gaze more vigilant than ever. Gushio responded simply, bowing my head, "I say, all is but fleeting clouds." Fleeting clouds? The yawning master pondered this for a moment, and the wariness in his eyes finally eased somewhat. He glanced at the caravan and then at Surume. A mere glance from Surume sent chills down her spine and made her scalp tingle. She realized that her preparations had been uncovered. This individual had discerned her desperate intentions with a single look, which served both as a warning and a mockery. The warning urged her to refrain from reckless actions, while the mockery ridiculed her futile struggle against a giant, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. "What about your senior sisters? They do not appear to be the type to part ways with you," inquired the nascent soul expert. Gushio merely raised an eyebrow, observing the nascent soul cultivator in silence. His gaze was clear and serene, yet it was precisely this calmness that made the nascent soul expert feel a twinge of discomfort, as if Gushio could see through his very essence. "What are you staring at?" He couldn't help but ask. However, Gushio merely shook his head, saying, "Let them leave first. You would not want others to discover your identity, would you?" "Very well," the nascent soul expert replied, turning his attention to Surume. She, however, was reluctant to depart. Yet, under the piercing gaze of the nascent soul expert, Surume ultimately sighed, bowing respectfully to the two. "You two seniors catch up. I shall not intrude further. We will await you ahead," she said, directing the latter part of her statement to Gushio. She refrained from mentioning the name Feng Bugue, knowing it to be an alias, lest it bring unnecessary complications to him. Gushio evidently took note of this, offering her a slight smile. This gesture provided Surume with a sense of reassurance, prompting her to lead the convoy onward, her mind already set on seeking assistance, swiftly and urgently. Although she remained unaware of Feng Bugue's background or the grievances between the two men, one thing was certain. They were far from amicable acquaintances. Once the convoy had traveled a distance, the nascent soul expert could no longer contain his curiosity. "So, you still haven't answered me. What of your senior sisters?" "El Dongshan." The nascent soul expert faltered. El Dongshan was indeed his true name. However, Gushio continued, "You wish to strike against me, but are uncertain if I am concealing my cultivation. There is no need for such testing. The true intentions of El Dongshan have been laid bare, leaving you momentarily flustered." At this, Gushio asked, "Has it been 500 years? And you still lack the courage to take action against me?" These words struck like a sharp blade, tearing away the veil of pretense that shrouded El Dongshan. His aura suddenly surged, fierce light gleaming in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Gushio. as if ready to transform into a beast poised to devour its prey. Chapter 50. The Celestial Support. Dongshan's Transformation. In that moment, a terrifying nascent soul aura erupted from El Dongshan. The nascent soul must not be insulted. Insulted, it shall be met with deadly retribution. El Dongshan had reached the nascent soul realm 500 years ago, and although he had yet to break through, he had already attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Moreover, he was once a prodigy. To him, common nascent soul cultivators were akin to mere weeds. At this instant, his overwhelming presence rose, seemingly able to shift mountains and sever rivers, freezing everything around him in place. Yet, this formidable aura surged swiftly, only to dissipate just as rapidly. Moments later, all traces of breath dissipated entirely, and Lu Dongshan's figure suddenly appeared somewhat desolate. The fierce battle intent in his eyes ultimately transformed into vexation and regret. With a bitter smile, he lamented, "I have truly become a coward." 500 years ago, Gu Xiutian, with his extraordinary talent, was hailed as a transcendent immortal. He paved his path with the bones of prodigies, ascending step by step towards the heavens. Along this journey, some were slain by his sword, others retreated in defeat, while there were those whose hearts quaked with fear even before they made a move. Ultimately lacking the courage to engage him at all, Lu Dongshan was among the latter. More than 5 centuries ago, he had confronted Gu Xiutian in battle. But witnessing the blood-stained azure robe and the brilliance in Gu's eyes, alongside the fallen prodigies at his feet, Lu Dongshan chose to retreat. He believed that it was a means of self-preservation, a strategic withdrawal that would allow for future opportunities. Yet he forgot that in the contest of the Great Path, a single step back forfeits the qualification to advance further, shattering his invincible resolve. For 500 years, Lu Dongshan made no progress whatsoever. He had sought to alter this predicament on numerous occasions and regretted his earlier timidity more than once. As the years passed, he thought he had rediscovered his resolve, especially upon hearing that Gu Xiutian had entered a perilous realm and had never returned. He believed he had liberated himself from that dreadful mindset. However, upon encountering Gu Xiutian once more, he found himself once again ensnared by the fear of the past, even though the Gu Xiutian before him had undergone a profound transformation. No longer the glaring sun of his youth, now seemingly cloaked in the frost of time, subdued and no longer daunting, he exuded an unsettling steadiness. Despite possessing merely the aura of a 7th-tier Qi refinement, he inexplicably emanated a sense of extreme danger to Lu Dongshan. In a vague sense, he felt that any careless movement on his part might invite unimaginable calamity, perhaps even leading to his utter annihilation. "I dare not make a move against you." Lu Dongshan sighed, his eyes filled with desolation. "Could you enlighten me regarding your current cultivation? Have you attained the Great Ascension, or perhaps become a legendary immortal?" "Neither," Gu Xiutian replied, shaking his head. "What then?" 7th-tier Qi refinement." "Really?" Lu Dongshan was momentarily taken aback. "Truly," Gu Xiutian affirmed, remaining unperturbed. Yet, Lu Dongshan struggled to maintain his composure, his face a mask of disbelief. "How is this possible?" Gu Xiutian merely shook his head in response. "How could this be?" "Indeed," Lu Dongshan mused, 500 years ago, he could hardly have conceived such a possibility. By answering so candidly, "Do you not fear that I might take advantage of your decline to end your life?" "Would you?" Gu Xiutian inquired. Lu Dongshan was rendered speechless. The sharpness in his gaze had finally vanished completely. Once more, he offered a self-deprecating smile and asked Gu Xiutian, "Do you find me laughable?" "It is lamentable," Gu Xiutian replied. "Lamentable?" Lu Dongshan murmured, then bitterly smiled and added, "In truth, it is tragic, indeed tragic, that a formidable nascent soul cultivator lacks even the courage to draw his sword. Even in the awareness that my greatest adversary in this life has met with misfortune and fallen from grace, I still dare not draw my sword." "Ha ha 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 ha." Lu Dongshan laughs maniacally, yet amidst his laughter, tears begin to stream from the corners of his eyes. He is filled with fury and resentment. Yet there is a profound sadness within him. Shaking his head, Lu Dongshan turns to depart. In that moment, his silhouette grows increasingly desolate. Whether it be the foe he has loathed for 5 centuries, the inner demons that have haunted him for just as long, or the schemes he has meticulously devised in this very place, he relinquishes them all. His entire being seemingly transforms in an instant, devoid of desires, ambitions, or plots. As he gazes upon Lu Dongshan's retreating figure, Gu Xiu, who has remained silent until now, suddenly speaks. Wait for me to challenge you. Eh. Lu Dongshan is taken aback and swiftly turns around, his expression one of astonishment as he looks at Gu Xiao. What did you say? When I feel my strength is sufficient, I shall confront you. At that time, I will demand a duel. Gu Xiao's tone is calm, his face betraying no fluctuations in emotion. Yet this declaration leaves Lu Dongshan momentarily speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. He implores himself to wait for him, and he too shall make himself wait. Before he can fully grasp the situation, Gu Xiao has already turned, leaving him with only the echo of his words. There are myriad paths to take. If one path proves impassable, simply choose another. Choose another? Lu Dongshan stands frozen in place. Boom. It feels as if a colossal hammer has struck a rusted chain. In an instant, the chain shatters into a myriad of fragments. Ensnared within the chains is a once vibrant green shoot, now lifeless and covered in dust. Yet, as the chains splinter, a fresh sprout emerges beside the lifeless stalk, bursting forth with renewed vigor. In an instant, it shoots skyward. The heavens rumble with ominous clouds, yet countless creatures do not flee. Instead, they peer curiously in this direction. Meanwhile, within Lu Dongshan, the once completed nascent soul stirs, rising towards the divine consciousness platform, ultimately merging into one. Transformation. He has entirely entered the realm of transformation. The state that has confined Lu Dongshan for 500 years begins to waver and ascend following Gu Xiao's words. The realm of transformation. Even the thunderclouds above, ominous and brooding, signify the impending descent of heavenly tribulation, indicating the extraordinary nature of Lu Dongshan's breakthrough, unmatched in strength. Yet, as the tempest gathers, Lu Dongshan does not preoccupy himself with the looming calamity. Rather, he bows deeply towards Gu Xiao and exclaims, Gu Xiao, your awakening grace is a debt I shall never forget. Gu Xiao's single utterance is akin to an immortal's gentle touch, awakening him to clarity and enlightenment. He is acutely aware that Gu Xiao need not have spoken those words. After all, they were foes 5 centuries ago. Had Gu Xiao remained silent, he would have faded into dust, ultimately perishing in some forgotten corner. Even in death, he would remain a figure of ridicule. The so-called gratitude is but a fleeting wisp, dispersed by the winds. Gu Xiao did not turn back. He merely waved his hand and, after uttering these words, completely vanished from Lu Dongshan's sight. Nevertheless, Lu Dongshan continued to gaze in the direction where Gu Xiao had disappeared, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. He could not comprehend what had transpired with Gu Xiao, yet he surmised that Gu Xiao must have encountered an unimaginable upheaval. Regardless of one's perceptions, to me, gratitude remains gratitude, everlasting and unforgettable. Lu Dongshan bowed once more, then suddenly chuckled bitterly, reflecting, this fellow has endured 5 centuries, his cultivation reduced to mere qi refinement. Yet his state of mind surpasses mine. Such a person, how could I possibly compete with him? At that moment, a bolt of heavenly tribulation struck down. Yet Lu Dongshan appeared wholly unconcerned. With a mere flick of his finger, the first lightning bolt dissipated in an instant. Subsequently came the second and third. As the thunderclouds completely dispersed and his nascent soul cultivation was firmly established, Lu Dongshan experienced only slight fatigue, his body unscathed. He, too, was once a prodigy. He had almost qualified to stand against Gu Xiao, a prodigy in his own right. However, just as Lu Dongshan completed his tribulation and solidified his cultivation, a figure, brimming with tears, finally arrived, albeit tardily. Chapter 51. Deceiving the heavens to reach the skies. Is it you, Nian Chaoshi? Upon sensing the newcomer, Lu Dongshan raised an eyebrow. But when he beheld Nian Chaoshi's frost-white hair, he could not help but frown. Do the people of the Qingxian sacred land have some peculiar inclination towards whitening their hair? Yet, as soon as he spoke, Nian Chaoshi fixed him with a penetrating gaze. You have seen Gu Xiao, haven't you? Indeed, Lu Dongshan replied. Nian Chaoshi hastily pressed on. Where is he? Just as Lu Dongshan was about to respond, he suddenly recalled Gu Xiao's earlier oddity and observed the urgency etched on Nian Chaoshi's face. A sudden suspicion arose within him. Nian Chaoshi continued to implore. You must tell me, where is my junior brother Gu? Yes, Lu Dongshan shrugged, remembering that Gu Xiao had posed the same question to him earlier. In a way, this could be considered a form of retaliation, a small victory reclaimed. However, just as Lu Dongshan entertained this thought, he felt a terrifying force erupt from Nian Chaoshi. who then raised her right hand and reached toward him. Instinctively, Lu Dongshan considered fleeing. Yet, despite having just broken through to the nascent soul realm, his strength surged, but in the presence of Nian Chaoshi, he found himself utterly powerless. As if an invisible hand had seized his throat, lifting him off the ground. With a frosty glare, Nian Chaoshi demanded, "I seek an answer. Tell me, where is my junior brother Gu?" Though he was at her mercy, one would expect him to beg for leniency, yet Lu Dongshan, undeterred, retorted coldly, "You think you can extract words from me, you insolent woman?" Humph. Nian Chaoshi, channeling her spiritual power, began to torment Lu Dongshan. "Will you speak or not?" She was deeply concerned about Gu Xiao, her patience wearing thin, and even a murderous intent began to rise within her. She yearned to extract Gu Xiao's whereabouts through the simplest of means. Yet, the more anxious she became, the more arrogant LV Dongshan appeared. Though he had resolved his inner turmoil and reconstructed his Dao heart, it did not mean he had forsaken the pride that came with being a prodigy. He remained silent, enduring the torment from Nian Chaoshi. Desperate to uncover Gu Xiao's trail, she could not truly resort to violence against him and thus relaxed her coercive approach. "Speak quickly. Where is Gu Xiao? Where is he? Where do you think he could be?" LV Dongshan retorted with a cold sneer. The speaker may be dismissive, but the listener was acutely aware. Upon hearing his words, a disquieting thought took root in Nian Chaoshi's heart. The animosity between LV Dongshan and Gu Xiao was evident, and the latter had once suffered a blow to his Dao heart because of him. 5 centuries without a shred of progress. Now, upon seeing Gu Xiao again, what would he do? Moreover, your cultivation has already breached the transformation stage. Nian Chaoshi was thrown into disarray, her eyes brimming with regret and despair. Gu Xiao, Gu Xiao. Could it be? Observing her expression, LV Dongshan, already sensing something amiss, became increasingly convinced of his suspicions. The Qinxian sacred land had encountered a crisis. Gu Xiao was likely ensnared by his sect. No wonder he spoke as he did. No wonder his demeanor was so flat when discussing his beloved master and senior sister, devoid of any fluctuation. This wretched sect, having benefited from sheer luck, must have wronged Gu Xiao. Upon realizing this, LV Dongshan let out a cold laugh. "You are not mistaken. Gu Xiao is my greatest enemy in this lifetime. Because of him, I have stagnated for 500 years. Now that his cultivation has declined, if I do not take this opportunity to slay him, when shall I wait? It would be a delight indeed. Killing him would enable my own breakthrough. How exhilarating. How delightful. Ha ha." His raucous laughter echoed with unabashed triumph and joy. Ascending to the heavens. Achieving the transformation stage. Such elation. Yet, each peal of his laughter pierced Nian Chaoshi's ears like a knife, gradually slicing through her heart. It was a profound agony, wrenching her insides, leaving her in unbearable pain. Even her strong grip on LV Dongshan faltered in that moment. LV Dongshan, undeterred, seized the opportunity created by her tumultuous state of mind, hastily breaking free from her grasp. Without delay, he stepped into the void, employing a method of escape, and instantly vanished. By the time Nian Chaoshi regained her senses, it was too late. She could only strike out with her palm. Alas, she ultimately failed to retain LV Dongshan. Having fled, LV Dongshan found himself over 100 miles away, and upon revealing himself once more, he could not suppress a mouthful of blood. Just from a single strike, he was severely injured. Such was Nian Chaoshi's formidable strength. Without concern for his own state, LV Dongshan swiftly produced a wooden effigy and began to weave intricate hand seals, channeling an enigmatic power towards the effigy. "Gu Xiao, this wretched woman possesses immense strength. Even I cannot withstand her. Should you encounter her now, you would undoubtedly find yourself in a perilous position. I owe you a debt of gratitude, and shall not repay kindness with malice. Though I am unaware of the grievances you harbor against that wretched sect, since you are reluctant to encounter the members of the Qinxian sect, I shall lend you my assistance." Lu Dongshan muttered to himself. At last, the incantation in his hand was completed. Gazing at the figure before him, imbued with a faint aura of Gu Xiao, Lu Dongshan chuckled. "You foul woman. Are you not adept in the art of celestial divination? I shall see whether your prophetic skills surpass my own art of subterfuge." With determination, he shattered the effigy with a decisive strike. Having accomplished his task, a triumphant expression adorned Lu Dongshan's face. The art of divination was indeed formidable, but a strong celestial technique does not imply that concealment is impossible. He had his own methods for daring to act against the people of the Celestial Strategy House. However, his smile was short-lived as a sudden pallor washed over him. By the heavens, that little girl from the Celestial Strategy House is still present. Guxiao, you scoundrel. You have ensnared me once more. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nian Chaoshi, who had just employed the celestial divination technique to ascertain Guxiao's safety, was suddenly struck with alarm. As she sought omens for Guxiao, she discovered that the augury revealed, Guxiao is dead. No, this cannot be. My junior brother cannot have perished so easily. It must be false. It is merely a deception. Unwilling to accept this grim fate, Nian Chaoshi repeated the celestial divination several times, yet the outcome remained unequivocal. Guxiao was truly gone. Guxiao! Nian Chaoshi cried out in anguish, hastily retrieving her celestial reincarnation mirror. This mirror, though perilous, was also immensely powerful. My junior brother, you shall not die? You must not perish. As she formed the incantation, memories flooded her mind, and Nian Chaoshi felt as though a sharp needle were incessantly pricking her heart, filling her with unbearable torment, driving her to the brink of madness. Had she truly arrived too late? With a cough, she expelled a mouthful of blood, her lifespan diminishing further. Yet the celestial reincarnation mirror offered no insight into Guxiao's fate. Instead, it displayed the image of a female general. What is this? I saw Guxiao. Yet the mirror shows me this person instead. Who is she? Could it be that my junior brother truly has perished? Nian Chaoshi was perplexed, compelled to stow away the celestial reincarnation mirror. At that moment, it felt as though all strength had been sapped from her body, leaving her in a state of utter desolation. Her gaze wandered aimlessly, yearning to find Guxiao, even if only a trace remained. Little junior brother, whether in life or death, your elder sister shall find you. If you still live, regardless of where you may be, I will surely seek you out. If you have departed this world, I will bring you back to the sect, rectify your grievances, and erect a monument in your honor. As for Lu Dongshan, no matter where he flees, I shall ensure that his flesh and blood are offered as a tribute in your name. However, after a thorough search, Nian Chaoshi found no trace of Guxiao. Instead, within a small formation, she discovered a female general, seated in meditation, harmonizing with the mountains. Is this the steadfast guardian of the Celestial Strategy House? As the soul essence melds with the mountains and rivers, to utterly obliterate it, one must extinguish all life within this land. Is this life-preserving technique designed to thwart El Dongshan? Yet she is merely at the foundation stage. This technique requires at least the golden core to be executed. To withstand El Dongshan's formidable defenses, one might need to sacrifice a golden core in exchange. Nian Chaoshi felt a flicker of confusion, yet it was merely a fleeting thought, for at this moment, she could only dwell on the tragic news of Guxiao's demise, leaving no room for anything else. Just as she was about to turn away, a sudden realization struck her. Was she the woman in the mirror? Moreover, did she carry the aura of her junior brother Gu? Meanwhile, as Nian Chaoshi sought ways to aid Yi Hongling of the Tiansifu, on the other side, the Wanbeilu caravan, eagerly awaiting Guxiao's return, had resumed its journey but had now come to a gradual halt. Guxiao remained within the carriage, continuing to assimilate his techniques, while outside, Su Rumei's voice resonated. Friend Feng, we have arrived at Yunxiao City. Chapter 52. I ponder how to eradicate Guxiao. The name Yunxiao City derives from an ancient poem. Now the river and sea are home to a traveler. Tomorrow the clouds soar high with men. This city is a haven for scattered cultivators. Yet contrary to its name, it does not rest upon the clouds. On the contrary, it is a fortified city nestled within a valley. Surrounded by towering, ominous cliffs, the area is steeped in a formidable aura of prohibition, instilling a sense of dread in all who gaze upon it. Were it not for its name, many first-time visitors might well believe they had encountered the gates of Yama. Within Yunxiao City, the majority are scattered cultivators, including some who have betrayed their sects and families, now pursued mercilessly. As long as they adhere to the rules, scattered cultivators can receive protection from the city lord and the local practitioners. Naturally, Yunxiao City is heavily guarded. Flight and the use of cultivation techniques are strictly forbidden, at least not to be detected, and there are no teleportation arrays within the city. Entry is solely through the city gates, accompanied by a curfew. While the caravan awaited entry, Su Rumei began to explain the city's regulations to Guxiao, but in the midst of her discourse, she abruptly halted. She had noticed that Guxiao's gaze held a moment of complexity as he looked at Yunxiao City. However, before Su Rume could inquire further. Gu Xiu seemed to regain his composure, the intricate emotions in his eyes dissipating, replaced by an unchanging calmness, as serene as a gentle breeze, devoid of sorrow or joy. "Let us proceed," Gu Xiu declared, then unexpectedly descended from the carriage, standing with his hands clasped behind him as he walked slowly forward into the city. Su Rume, taken aback, quickly called out, "Friend Feng, wait. This is Yunxiao City. If it is your first visit, you need an escort to enter, lest you trigger the city's prohibitions." Yet before she could finish her warning, Gu Xiu had already taken a light step forward, crossing into Yunxiao City. In that moment, Su Rume was left stunned. Had Gu Xiu truly entered, without triggering the prohibitions? Is it not perplexing that even the most rudimentary of restrictions and checks have not been implemented? The allure of Yunxiao City, which captivates numerous wandering cultivators, stems not only from its esteemed lord, but primarily from the formidable array of protective barriers that encircle it. For an ordinary individual, the initial entry necessitates the acquisition of a guiding token at the city gate. Only upon successful procurement can one gain admittance. Any attempt to force one's way in would trigger a lethal mechanism within the city's defenses. Moreover, even with a guiding token, one must still undergo a verification process to gain entry. At this very moment, as Su Rume took a few steps forward, she was abruptly halted by an invisible barrier, only dissipating when the jade token at her waist began to emit a gentle warmth, a stark contrast to the ease experienced by Gu Xiu. Beside her, the shadow evidently shared her sentiments. It was rumored that a few individuals were eternally regarded as friends of Yunxiao City, granted the privilege of bypassing the verification process. Could it be that Feng Bugue was one of them? What was his true identity? While Su Rume and the shadow speculated wildly about Gu Xiu's background, far away atop the Qingxian sacred land Qiming Peak, someone was lost in thought, gazing at a jade token. "Senior sister, what are you doing? You seem to be daydreaming despite your usual demeanor," inquired the curious junior sister, Lu Qingyao, tilting her head. "What is this?" Snapped back to reality, the second sister, Weiqi Chunlei, replied with a simple smile, "This is the entry token for Yunxiao City." "Yunxiao City? The haven for wandering cultivators?" Lu Qingyao pondered. "Have you been there, senior sister?" "Indeed," Weiqi Chunlei responded. "When was that?" "About 500 years ago, I believe." 500 years ago, I went there with Gu Xiu," Weiqi Chunlei stated candidly. However, the mere mention of Gu Xiu caused Lu Qingyao's previously playful expression to morph into one of disdain. "Senior sister, you're not thinking of him, are you?" "Indeed, I was," Weiqi Chunlei admitted, scratching her head. Lu Qingyao scoffed. "What is so noteworthy about him? He is a hopeless case, and moreover, a cunning individual. Just mentioning him sullies my own tongue." "You misunderstand," Weiqi Chunlei countered with a gentle smile. "My thoughts of Gu Xiu do not stem from concern for him." "Then what is it?" "I was contemplating whether the Sect's fortunes were truly taken by him." "Again with the Sect's fortunes?" Lu Qingyao furrowed her brow. "Sister, you don't actually believe in that notion, do you? It's pure nonsense. And only the eldest sister subscribes to that belief. How could you? Little junior sister, you fail to comprehend." Weiqi Chunlei shook her head. Lu Qingyao, dissatisfied, was about to retort when Weiqi Chunlei continued. "Though the existence of fortunes cannot be substantiated, the concept of heavenly fortunes is certainly not without merit. I firmly believe that such fortunes may indeed exist. Consider this. Over the past 5 centuries, our sect has faced numerous crises, yet we have repeatedly emerged unscathed. Several times, it was sheer luck that saved us. How can one attribute such fortune to mere chance? It is because our sect is united as one. With our sisters and master working together, their synergy as strong as steel," Lu Qingyao stated. Weiqi Chunlei inquired. "There must be a reason for this. What then is the matter with our junior brother's dragon's roar sword breaking?" Lu Qingyao found herself at a loss for a retort. After all, the second sister was a grandmaster of weapon forging, possessing knowledge far beyond her own. Yet, she couldn't help but respond. "But Master has said that the theory of fortune is a fallacy. She is a supreme in the ascendant stage. Surely she cannot be mistaken?" "True. Master is indeed a supreme, and whether the theory of fortune holds truth or not, have you considered, dear junior sister, what if it were indeed true? What if the fortune of our Qingxian sacred ground has truly been taken away by Gu Xiu? He would dare." Lu Qingyao gritted her teeth, her face twisted with resentment. "If he truly dares to do so, I shall flay his skin, tear his tendons, and bind his soul to a dog." making him live his life as a mere beast. Wei Chunlei laughed heartily. That simply will not do. Second sister, you wouldn't be defending Guxiao, would you? Lu Qingyao expressed her dissatisfaction. Not at all. Wei Chunlei shook her head. I merely think that if such a thing were to happen, it would be better to bind him to another creature. For I quite enjoy eating dog meat, and do not wish for my perception of dogs to be tainted by Guxiao. Lu Qingyao could not suppress her laughter. Second sister, Master often says you are too blunt. I never imagined you could be so indirect. Indeed, one cannot always be subjected to Master's scolding. Wei Chunlei chuckled with innocence. Lu Qingyao patted her chest. With your reassurance, I feel at ease. I feared you had been ensnared by that treacherous villain Guxiao, just like the eldest sister, and were unable to forget him. How could that be possible? Wei Chunlei immediately shook her head, glancing at the jade token of the route to Yunshao City in her hand. Without lingering, she crushed it and tossed it into the forging furnace. With him? How could he be worthy? What I was contemplating was something entirely different. What were you thinking, second sister? Lu Qingyao asked with curiosity. Wei Chunlei gazed into the furnace, where the spirit energy from the jade token ignited a more vigorous flame, her eyes glimmering with intensity. I was pondering how I might kill Guxiao. Chapter 53, Thunder Shatters Rock, Mystical Taoist Arts. To utter the words kill Guxiao left even Lu Qingyao momentarily stunned. Instinctively, she reached out to cover Wei Chunlei's mouth. Second sister, how dare you speak such words? If others were to hear this, it would spell disaster for our Qingxian sacred ground. Even if we think the same, we cannot voice it. She felt a surge of fear. As the youngest sister, she was accustomed to the indulgence of her elder sisters, and Master was especially reluctant to scold her, allowing her to act without restraint within the sect. Yet, she could not openly articulate such thoughts. Indeed, the second sister remained true to her nature, blunt and unable to conceal her thoughts. Fear not, just let go. But you must refrain from such declarations henceforth. There are restrictions here. Others cannot hear us. It is safe to speak. Really? Of course it is true. Upon witnessing Wei Chunlei's resolute response and observing the apparent emergence of restrictions in their surroundings, Lu Qingyao finally ceased to cling to her second senior sister. However, her eyes ignited with fervor. I have always believed that my favorite senior sister is indeed you. Now, I am convinced that I have not misjudged my affections. Allow me to confide in you. I share your sentiments entirely. I have long desired to eliminate Guxiao. Had it not been for his extraordinary luck, he would have perished long ago. They say disasters last for 1,000 years, and a person like him is indeed a calamity that endures across the ages. As Lu Qingyao spoke, her tone was filled with indignation, lamenting that Guxiao's survival was the greatest regret of her existence. A year prior, she had attempted to employ her beast-taming abilities to orchestrate Guxiao's demise at the jaws of a spirit beast, but her scheme ultimately failed. At that time, no one had noticed, though their master, Guan Shuolan, discerned her intentions. She refrained from disclosing it to others, but reprimanded Lu Qingyao sternly upon bringing her back, instilling a sense of caution in her regarding any future declarations of wanting to kill Guxiao. What surprised Lu Qingyao was that she had thought she discovered a kindred spirit, yet Wei Chunlei immediately shook her head without hesitation. I am not like you. What do you mean? Lu Qingyao inquired, puzzled. Wei Chunlei explained. I act for the sake of the sect, to refine weapons for our junior brother. Excuse me? For the sect? To forge weapons for our junior brother? So, you intend to kill Guxiao? Lu Qingyao was perplexed, struggling to comprehend. Do you plan to transform Guxiao into a weapon to present to our junior brother? What are you thinking? Wei Chunlei rolled her eyes. Setting aside the notion of refining a living being into a weapon, which requires consent and is inherently flawed. Consider Guxiao's current state, his cultivation utterly wasted, his meridians and bones completely ruined. Even if he were truly refined, he would only be a liability. Lu Qingyao instinctively nodded, conceding that there was a semblance of logic in her words. I was referring to the blessings mentioned by our senior sister, Wei Chunlei clarified. Lu Qingyao remained bewildered until Wei Chunlei continued. Regardless of the veracity of our senior sister's words or the existence of these blessings, the appearance of the 7 fiend thunder indicates that there is undoubtedly something amiss here. If it is indeed Guxiao who has absconded with the blessings, then tell me, if we eliminate Guxiao, can the blessings not return? At that moment, Lu Qingyao experienced a sudden epiphany. Indeed, whether the blessings are real or not, as long as Guxiao is dead, 1T the blessings return? If only we knew where that wretched Gu Xiu has vanished to. Otherwise, we could truly give it a try, Lu Qingyao lamented. Her words implied a willingness to attempt the act of killing Gu Xiu. The existence of the blessings and their potential return remained uncertain, yet the only loss would be Gu Xiu's life, a trivial sacrifice. However, as soon as these words left her lips, a thunderous bolt suddenly descended from the heavens. In the next instant, Lu Qingyao coughed up a mouthful of blood. Junior sister, what has happened to you? Wei Qi Chunlei exclaimed in alarm, hastily supporting her. Yet, Lu Qingyao shook her head, swiftly rising to her feet and hastening towards her spirit beast peak. Upon arriving at the spirit beast peak, the meticulously nurtured fragmented snow lion lay before Lu Qingyao, its body completely black and sprawled in a lifeless position, smoke gently rising from it. This sight caused her heart to ache profoundly, as if it were being mercilessly cleaved in two. At this very moment, while Lu Qingyao mourned the death of her beloved fragmented snow lion, struck down by lightning, in the southern part of Yunxiao City, at the quaint courtyard of Tingyu residence, Gu Xiu sat cross-legged in his training chamber. Before him lay a multitude of martial arts manuals, all personally delivered by Mao Xingxing since his arrival in Yunxiao City. He was indeed a man of great ambition. Upon discovering that Gu Xiu's true strength surpassed his expectations, especially after learning that even Su Rumei from Wanbao Building sought to win his favor, Mao Xingxing devised various schemes to cultivate Gu Xiu's goodwill. His intentions were far from pure. However, for Gu Xiu, such motives bore little significance. Although the manuals were not of high rank, their sheer number was advantageous. At that moment, he was diligently transcribing each manual into the depths of his dantians. This may have seemed a tedious endeavor, yet only Gu Xiu understood that this process was akin to a profound enlightenment. With each manual he penned, he experienced an overwhelming sense of clarity, deepening his understanding of the Dao. This sensation was ineffable. If one were to articulate it, it might be akin to the sudden resolution of a particularly complex problem, and the clarity he felt was incessant. His pace was swift. 1 manual, 2 manuals, 3 manuals. After nearly 100 various rudimentary techniques were inscribed in the nameless ancient tome, he began the process of their fusion. Concurrently, the martial arts he practiced evolved continuously. Finally, when the last manual was thoroughly comprehended, a surge of insights erupted within him, and the already peak-level Xian-Tier technique unleashed a brilliant beam of golden light. In the next moment, the fusion of techniques was complete. A brand new martial art, titled Mysterious Dao Techniques, emerged beside the nameless ancient tome in Gu Xiu's dantian. This was a terrestrial tier technique. Almost instantaneously, as Gu Xiu began to comprehend this new technique, he could distinctly sense a marked increase in the speed at which he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, enhancing it by several-fold. Without hesitation, he grasped a nearby spirit stone. A powerful suction manifested instantly, and what would have taken considerable time to exhaust was reduced to powder in Gu Xiu's hands. Following the complete absorption of the long-accumulated spiritual energy, Gu Xiu's cultivation level ascended once more, reaching the 8th layer of qi refinement. Though it was merely a minor elevation, it still illuminated his gaze with surprise and delight. The nameless ancient tome indeed possessed the ability to fuse techniques. Furthermore, his cultivation could continually progress. Gu Xiu felt a surge of anticipation. If his martial arts could ascend from terrestrial to heavenly, and perhaps even scale to the highest echelon, what manner of martial arts shall it be? The future is indeed promising. Meanwhile, at the Tianqi mountain range, Nian Chaoshi anxiously gazes at Yi Hongling, who is ensconced in the defensive technique known as guardian like a mountain. The brows of Yi Hongling tremble slightly. Chapter 54. The Cruelty of the World. The Malice of Humanity. Rain heralds dusk, flowers fall easily. Guardian like a mountain is one of the defensive techniques of the Tiansu manner. It harnesses the surrounding mountains and rivers to provide protection. To attack one shielded by this art is akin to assaulting the very mountains themselves. It is said that those of profound cultivation within the Tiansu manner can even invoke the power of an entire continent for defense. This technique is exceedingly formidable, yet it bears a significant flaw. The gravest issue is that once this technique is employed, the practitioner becomes one with the mountains and rivers. At this moment, Yi Hongling is akin to a mountain, immobile and voiceless, shielded from harm. However, if no one comes to her aid, she shall remain eternally suppressed until the essence of her life dissipates entirely. This is a perilous secret art that should never be invoked lightly until the final moment. A cultivator at the golden core stage expending their life force to execute this technique would find even the once invincible El Dongshan at the peak of the nascent soul stage, unable to break it. Fortunately, Nian Chaoxi's strength is formidable enough. With her meticulous and delicate method, Yi Hongling begins to gradually extricate herself from the guardian like a mountain state. Finally, at the moment the last trace of spiritual energy enters Yi Hongling's body, the previously motionless, mountain-bound general suddenly spits forth a mouthful of blood. In that instant, her aura weakens to its nadir. She was already gravely injured. Her life preserved solely by her fellow cultivator's invocation of guardian like a mountain, merely sustaining her existence by a hair's breadth. Thankfully, Nian Chaoxi had prepared in advance. A medicinal pill was promptly placed into Yi Hongling's mouth, followed by a surge of spiritual energy flooding into her body to aid in her recuperation. At that moment, Nian Chaoxi's eyes were filled with anxiety. Her sole purpose in this endeavor was for Gu Xiu. Gu Xiu is dead, whether through divination or El Dongshan's words. It is clear that Gu Xiu has perished. Yet Nian Chaoxi refuses to believe it. A person like Gu Shidi could not so easily succumb. He possesses great fortune, and even if he were truly dead, it would not be so quietly. Such faith in his fortune leaves her uncertain, compelling her to place her hopes upon Yi Hongling. Though Yi Hongling was previously voiceless and immobile, perhaps her awareness of her surroundings still lingers. Nian Chaoxi hopes to extract the truth from her lips. Wake up, awaken. Under Nian Chaoxi's assistance, Yi Hongling's condition begins to improve, and upon hearing her call, Yi Hongling finally opens her eyes anew. Rising to bow, Yi Hongling of Tian's Manor pays respects to the esteemed senior. I am grateful for your timely rescue. Yi Hongling, you say? Nian Chaoxi nods and immediately inquires. Tell me, while you were trapped here, were you able to perceive the circumstances around you? No. Yi Hongling shook her head in response. When she was sealed within the mountain-like barrier, she was on the brink of death, completely oblivious to the outside world. Is that true? Absolutely. Yi Hongling hastily replied. Unable to suppress her curiosity, might I inquire your esteemed name? Hongling shall surely repay the kindness you have shown today. However, the notion of repayment held no intrigue for Nian Chaoxi, whose brow was already furrowed in concern. Yi Hongling's situation was indeed dire. Her lack of awareness of the outside world was no mere fabrication. What should we do next? Little junior brother, could it be that he truly perished? Senior? Yi Hongling's inquiries jolted Nian Chaoxi back to reality, prompting her to ask, have you encountered a white-haired cultivator? A white-haired cultivator? Yi Hongling was taken aback, and her thoughts immediately drifted to Gu Xiu. Is the senior you refer to the one wielding a wooden staff, exuding an aura as steady as a mountain? A chi-refining cultivator of the 3rd level? Wielding a wooden staff? A chi-refining 3rd level cultivator? Nian Chaoxi's interest piqued. Please elaborate. That friend is also a benefactor of Hongling. We previously crossed paths due to a wolf demon. Yi Hongling felt somewhat perplexed. Yet given the life-saving act of the individual before her, whose cultivation was unfathomably profound, she decided to recount her tale honestly. She spoke of her encounter with Gu Xiu, her perilous situation, their subsequent reunion, and their eventual parting of ways. However, as she spoke, Nian Chaoxi could not help but feel a growing sense of disappointment. She had harbored a glimmer of hope, as this girl seemed faintly imbued with the essence of her little junior brother. But it now appeared that they had merely traveled together in the past. That friend possesses remarkable strength, though merely at the 3rd level of chi refining. He showed no fear in the face of the wolf demon upon their first meeting, which struck me as extraordinary. Later, while concealed in a cave, that friend's prowess was indeed astonishing, effortlessly slaying foes as if quenching thirst. Yi Hongling, unaware of Nian Chaoxi's disheartenment, spoke of Gu Xiu with a hint of awe in her eyes. Nian Chaoxi could not help but straighten her back. She was speaking of her esteemed junior brother. She felt a surge of pride. It was only natural, for 500 years ago, before Gu Xiu entered the forbidden grounds, he shone like a meteor, garnering admiration and reverence wherever he went. Now, as he resumed his cultivation, it was only fitting that a mere foundation establishment cultivator would be in awe of him. It was a pity, however, that despite my recognition of that friend's strength back then, I failed to heed his warnings. Otherwise, my 3 senior brothers would not have met such tragic fates. Yi Hongling felt a pang of sorrow. Gu Xiu had once warned that the Qi and Wuji would become a tool for enemies, yet no one took it seriously. The ultimate outcome was that all three senior brothers perished, and had it not been for that golden core senior brother who sacrificed himself to cast the mountain-like barrier, I, too, would have long since become a wisp of a lost soul. Can you tell me more about him? Nian Chaoshi inquired, her mood equally somber. She was consumed by regret, for with all leads severed, it seemed Gu Xiu might truly be dead, which filled her with immense frustration. She lamented her tardiness. More details? Yi Hongling found it strange. Truth be told, I do not know that friend well either. You must have stayed for many days, haven't you? How could you remain oblivious to everything in such a short span? Nian Chaoshi inquired. Yi Hongling appeared somewhat perplexed, responding, that particular companion seldom speaks. And since we are neither in a hurry nor engaged in cultivation, our conversations have indeed been rather limited. Seldom speaks? Nian Chaoshi was taken aback, wondering how that could be possible. Gu Xiu had never been a taciturn individual. Whenever they were together, he was quite talkative. Even now, Nian Chaoshi vividly recalled how, 5 centuries ago, Gu Xiu would always visit her at the Wentiang Pavilion upon returning from his travels. They would spend entire nights at the stargazing platform, gazing at the stars together. He not only admired the celestial bodies, but also delighted in sharing tales of the various adventures he encountered during his journeys, sometimes speaking for 3 days and nights without pause. How could someone so loquacious possibly become disinclined to speak? Yi Hongling interjected, indeed, that companion rarely initiates conversation, and from his demeanor, it seems he has grown accustomed to solitude. Nian Chaoshi wished to refute this claim, but as she opened her mouth, a sudden pang of pain gripped her heart. She realized that her memories of Gu Xiu were largely anchored in the period prior to their entry into the Forbidden Grounds 5 centuries ago. Back then, Gu Xiu was adored by all in the sect. His master cherished him, his senior sisters cared for him, and everyone was a confidant, even akin to family. However, in the 3 years since his return from the Forbidden Grounds, no one had spoken to him. Gradually, he transformed from someone who relished conversation and engaged with every senior sister into a man who preferred silence, tranquility, and solitude. All of this stemmed from the ordeals he faced upon his return from the Forbidden Grounds. At that moment, Nian Chaoshi's complexion turned ashen. Yi Hongling, sensing her distress, inquired, Senior, are you all right? I am fine, Nian Chaoshi replied, shaking her head. Please continue. I wish to hear more about him. Yi Hongling pressed her lips together, unsure about Gu Xiu's name and origins, as well as the background of the formidable senior before her. Yet, she sensed a connection between this person and the benefactor from her past. Contemplating this, Yi Hongling hesitated, ultimately stating, Senior, perhaps it is best not to ask further? Why? Nian Chaoshi questioned, puzzled. Yi Hongling hesitated, articulating, I fear that if I speak too much, you may find it difficult to accept. Nian Chaoshi was momentarily stunned, quickly grasping Yi Hongling's implication. Had he spoken of his past? No, Yi Hongling shook her head. However, that companion did once share a phrase with me. What was it? Nian Chaoshi inquired with curiosity, only to see Yi Hongling take a deep breath. He once remarked, the world is indifferent, human emotions are cruel, rain ushers in dusk, and flowers easily fall. Upon the utterance of these words, the heart of Nian Chaoshi, already tormented beyond measure, was suddenly pierced with an excruciating pain, as if 1,000 needles were relentlessly thrusting into her. It felt as though her heart was being utterly torn asunder. How could Gu Xiu speak such words? It is essential to remember that the former Gu Xiu, brimming with vigor, despite encountering countless formidable foes, had formed friendships across the vast expanse of the world. He never judged his companions by their cultivation, but rather by the resonance of their spirits, their ability to engage in meaningful conversation, and their worthiness of companionship. Regardless of whether one was a lowly tradesman or a noble lord, if Gu Xiu acknowledged them, he would treat them with genuine sincerity. Once, Nian Chaoshi had inquired of Gu Xiu why he cherished friendship so dearly and why his circle encompassed individuals from all walks of life. His response had been a poetic line, a true friend is a treasure, no matter the distance. This sentiment had filled Nian Chaoshi with admiration and envy, as she believed her junior brother truly deserved the title of an extraordinary celestial being. Yet, this very paragon of camaraderie, who championed the notion of cherishing friendships across the world, one day uttered the words, the rain heralds the dusk, and the flowers fall easily. What could this mean? What transformation had led him to such a state of mind? In truth, Nian Chaoshi understood the reason, which only deepened her anguish. rendering her breath laborious. Her eyes brimmed with sorrow and heartache. "Junior brother, I am so sorry," she lamented, tears cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. Seeing her in such distress, Yi Hongling could not help but be taken aback. Though unaware of why this formidable elder appeared so devastated, she speculated whether there existed a connection between them. "Elder, is the friend I encountered your companion?" Yi Hongling inquired. "Not merely a friend," Nian Chaoshi replied firmly, shaking her head. "He is my brother, closer than a biological brother." "What?" Yi Hongling was momentarily stunned, then expressed incredulity. "Surely you jest, elder? While that individual was indeed remarkable, it is improbable he could be your brother. Could there be a mistake or a misunderstanding?" Nian Chaoshi, puzzled, did not comprehend Yi Hongling's assertions. Yet, she heard Yi Hongling continue. "That individual possesses extraordinary qualities, but he does not seem to hail from any prestigious sect, nor does he have any notable background." "Why do you say that?" Nian Chaoshi inquired, intrigued. "It's quite simple," Yi Hongling responded without hesitation. "That individual doesn't he even possess a suitable weapon." These words struck Nian Chaoshi like a thunderbolt, leaving her frozen in place. From the very first moment she laid eyes upon that individual, he wielded nothing but a broken stick picked up from the roadside. If he had any affiliation with a powerful sect, even the most ordinary of third-rate schools would have provided him with at least a mundane weapon, would they not? The senior possesses an abundance of treasures. If that esteemed friend truly is the younger brother of the senior, then it stands to reason that his weaponry would not be subpar, certainly not a mere broken wooden stick. Thus, I surmise that the individual you have in mind differs from the one I am referring to, Yi Hongling asserted with conviction. She firmly believed that a misunderstanding had occurred. The one who had rescued her, Gu Xiao, though undeniably impressive and awe-inspiring, could not possibly be the sibling of such a formidable figure. How could it be that a sister possesses so many treasures, yet her brother is destitute, lacking even a weapon? Her certainty, however, rendered Nian Chaoshi's expression somewhat awkward. She stammered an explanation. His weapon suffered an unfortunate mishap, and he did not have the chance to repair or replace it. A damaged weapon? Yi Hongling replied with a dismissive smile. That can only be deemed a coincidence. It could not possibly pertain to the individual you describe. Why is that? Nian Chaoshi inquired. Consider the spirit stones, Yi Hongling answered. Though that esteemed friend may only possess a cultivation level of the third layer of qi refinement, his aura is stable and refined, clearly indicative of exceptional talent. Such individuals, within any sect, would be afforded substantial resources for their cultivation. The esteemed friend lacks any notable skills, with minimal spirit stones, and certainly no storage artifacts. To say he has little is a polite understatement. Yi Hongling recalled Gu Xiao's manner of extracting spirit stones from her, immediately utilizing them for his cultivation, revealing his utter lack of resources. If he were truly a prodigy of the sect, how could he possibly resort to extorting her meager spirit stones? He would be above such trivialities. However, her words only served to deepen Nian Chaoshi's discomfort. What could she say? That Gu Xiao's monthly stipend within the sect was even less than that of the miscellaneous disciples? That as her brother, he possessed neither a single spirit stone nor a storage artifact? He had some disagreements with the family and left without taking anything. Nian Chaoshi could only stammer in response. She was already embarrassed to speak of the matter with outsiders, let alone reveal her origins from the Qingxian Holy Land. Such information was not to be disseminated lightly. Yet Yi Hongling shook her head once more, asserting, "That is also impossible. You must have mistaken the person." "Why is that?" Nian Chaoshi felt a twinge of fear. She had visited the cave in question, and the details Yi Hongling spoke of aligned perfectly with her own findings. Not to mention that some of Gu Xiao's aura lingered on Yi Hongling. There was clearly no mistake. However, while one could argue that the absence of weapons and artifacts stemmed from misfortune, there remained one undeniable truth. Yi Hongling spoke with certainty, as Nian Chaoshi felt a mix of resignation and curiosity. "What is it?" "Simply put, it is the cultivation technique," Yi Hongling declared. "When that esteemed friend cultivates, the surrounding spiritual energy flows to him as if in reverent homage, a truly astonishing sight. Yet, all of this is attributable to his cultivation aptitude. I have closely observed his practice, and his cultivation technique is rather ordinary. Certainly, the remarks made by the younger generation are typically relative to their seniors. The cultivation technique practiced by that esteemed fellow cultivator is unlikely to exceed the lower tier of the profound grade. For an ordinary loose cultivator, This technique might be deemed exceptional. However, for someone of your esteemed prowess, it is utterly inconceivable. Yi Hongling spoke with unwavering conviction, which is also the reason she believed Nian Chaoshi had erred in her judgment. After all, a profound grade technique is not insignificant. For most loose cultivators and average third-rate sects, it represents the pinnacle of accessible cultivation methods. Yet, comparison is key. The illustrious senior before her possesses numerous treasures, and even the robe she wears is undoubtedly of considerable value. A person of such stature would not practice anything less than a technique of at least the earthly grade. Being the sibling of such a formidable elder and possessing outstanding talent, how could one choose to cultivate a low-tier technique instead of their sister's superior methods? It is a reversal of priorities, an implausibility. Who would believe such a tale? If that were indeed the case, how malevolent must this sister be? Thus, in this moment, Yi Hongling was almost entirely convinced that her benefactor, the one who saved her, and the esteemed figure before her could not possibly be connected in any way. Yet, as these thoughts filled her mind, she noticed Nian Chaoshi remained silent for an extended period, prompting her curiosity. Esteemed elder, why do you not speak? Chapter 56. Chaoshi's Inquiry and the Bounty of Treasures. Esteemed elder, why do you not speak? Yi Hongling's question struck like a lethal blade piercing through the heart. Its precision and ferocity were nothing short of lethal. At least, this was true for Nian Chaoshi, who found herself utterly flustered. Confronted with Yi Hongling's inquiry, she could only stammer, I. After a lengthy pause, Nian Chaoshi remained at a loss for words, her once imposing image of a sage crumbling, tears cascading down her cheeks. This was not solely due to her inability to explain. More so, it was the realization of why Gu Xiu's technique appeared so commonplace. 5 centuries ago, the Qingxian sacred ground was merely known as the Qingxian Sect, a modest third-rate sect at best. During that time, the highest-level technique was a profound grade method known as the Qingxian Sutra. Gu Xiu had relied upon that very sutra to cultivate himself into an unparalleled prodigy of his age. Subsequently, he willingly confined himself within a forbidden zone to partake in that contest for fortune. Following Gu Xiu's entry into the forbidden zone, the Qingxian sect began to receive boundless blessings, transforming from an ordinary third-rate sect into a formidable power within a mere 500 years, achieving the status of a sacred ground. Although it was merely a basic sacred ground sect without profound foundations or accumulations, the blessings significantly elevated many aspects. This included the treasures and weapons previously bestowed upon disciples, as well as the cultivation techniques taught to them. Remarkably, they had fortuitously acquired a heavenly grade technique. Though it may not be universally attainable, at the very least, all direct disciples have adopted this particular technique. As for the profound method from 5 centuries past, it has been relegated to the rudimentary cultivation practice for the lowest-ranking inner disciples. 3 years prior, when Gu Xiu returned from the forbidden area, he was gravely injured, burdened by the wounds of his path, and even the sect leader had decreed that he would never again have the chance to cultivate. Naturally, the esteemed method of the sect was not available for Gu Xiu to learn. Or rather, it was not a matter of learning at all. The entire sect was unwilling to grant him even a fleeting glance. For the collective sentiment was unanimous. Gu Xiu was beyond redemption. What was there left to observe? What if he were to divulge this technique to the outside world? Upon hearing this sentiment, Nian Chaoshi initially thought her master and fellow disciples were perhaps overly zealous. But upon reflection, it seemed that the entire sect, upon encountering Gu Xiu once more, had not merely grown distant. There was a palpable sense of wariness. Further contemplation revealed that over the past 3 years, no one had truly regarded Gu Xiu as one of their own. Otherwise, why would the master assert that Gu Xiu could never cultivate again? Why, after resuming cultivation, was he relegated to the most ordinary of techniques? This cascade of thoughts left Nian Chaoshi enveloped in silence in response to Yi Hongling's inquiry. She found herself at a loss for words, unable to articulate her thoughts. How could she possibly convey that the approach of the Qingxian sacred land towards its once heroic disciple was to relentlessly torment him upon his return, treating him as an outsider? This was the harsh truth, yet one that could not be spoken aloud. In this moment, Nian Chaoshi's heart was suddenly struck by a question she had never considered before. She had always pursued the hope of bringing Gu Xiu back to the sect, wishing for everything to return to its former glory, longing for the past to be resurrected. But was that truly the right path? Even if Gu Xiu were to return with her, Could they ever truly revert to the way things were 5 centuries ago? As tears welled up uncontrollably in Yunxiaoxi. Elsewhere in Yunxiao City, within the small courtyard of Tingyu residence, Gu Xiu ceased his cultivation and stepped outside. A petite maid clad in a jade-green dress, with a sweet demeanor, promptly approached him. "Immortal master, the meal is ready. Xiao He has prepared your rice." "Thank you, but I can serve myself," Gu Xiu replied graciously, taking the bowl and chopsticks to serve himself. As he turned and inquired, "Have you eaten?" The maid quickly shook her head. "You have yet to eat." How could Xiao He dare to? Before she could finish, Gu Xiu interjected with a gentle shake of his head. "In the future, you need not wait for me. If you are hungry, feel free to eat first. Come, let us dine together." As he spoke, he offered her a bowl of rice. To Gu Xiu, this was merely a simple gesture, yet it left Xiao He rooted to the spot in disbelief. Could it be that this esteemed master wished for her to join him at the table, even serving a humble maid like herself? "Esteemed sir, it is utterly inappropriate for you to serve me, a mere servant, with your own hands, and I certainly lack the standing to share a table with you," Xiao He exclaimed, startled. Gu Xiu merely shook his head. "I have previously stated that I only require your assistance with laundry, cooking, and tidying the courtyard. There is no need for such formality between us." However, observing the fright etched on Xiao He's face, Gu Xiu discerned the futility of his reassurances and chose to remain silent, quietly resuming his meal. Having spent 2 days in the city, Gu Xiu had finally settled into a sense of stability. The quaint listening rain courtyard he resided in had cost him 800 spirit stones, acquired at a remarkably low price from Wanbao Building. It was more akin to a gift than a purchase, given the stringent curfews and exorbitant real estate prices in Yunxiao City. 800 spirit stones for a tranquil and elegant courtyard was an impossibility. As for the maid named Xiao He, she was a mortal girl gifted by Wanbao Building. Her father had once been a loose cultivator at the 8th level of qi refining, but after being slain by enemies, she found herself orphaned and had to sell herself into servitude at Wanbao Building. Gu Xiu did not refuse her assistance, for although he was a cultivator, he had yet to reach the golden core stage, and with his daily commitments to cultivation, it was essential to have someone to help with the chores. While they were dining, a sudden knock echoed from outside, accompanied by a boisterous shout. "Open the door. Hurry up, this month's tribute is due. Listen well. The South Market is now under the control of our Qingyu gang. Come out quickly with your offerings, or if there is any misfortune that befalls your courtyard, it will not concern us." This raucous outcry left Xiao He, who had initially intended to open the door, frozen in fear. It must be noted that Yunxiao City, known as a sanctuary for loose cultivators, is often perceived as a dreamland where many believe they can live comfortably. However, the reality is that youth is often spent in turmoil, with even the most ordinary sects engaging in various conflicts behind closed doors, let alone in a city bustling with numerous loose cultivators. Yunxiao City may lack established sects, yet it is rife with gangs. Many loose cultivators, filled with hope upon arriving in Yunxiao City, quickly learn a harsh truth. The ideal exists only in dreams. This moment exemplifies that, for even after purchasing a courtyard, remaining indoors does not shield one from strife. Each year, countless gangs emerge while many others are obliterated, leaving ordinary cultivators to navigate a precarious existence. Bang, bang, bang. I know there are people inside. I advise you to open the door quickly, or you will be opposing the Qingyu gang. As the door remained silent, the individual outside grew impatient, banging once more, clearly intent on breaking through. Xiao He turned pale with fear, casting a pleading glance at Gu Xiu, who, without even setting down his bowl, calmly reassured her, "Do not be afraid." However, as Xiao He was about to speak, she heard a powerful reprimand from outside the door. "What insignificant fish dares to provoke our esteemed Feng? Feng is a distinguished guest of our Quanxing gang. If you seek trouble again, you shall be dealt with." The Qingyu gang, however, clearly disregarded the Quanxing gang's authority and immediately retaliated with insults. But as the exchange continued, it devolved into cries of anguish. Soon after, a chilling voice interjected. "Feng Daoist is a guest of my Wanbao Tower. No ordinary individuals should provoke or offend him. Those who dare to defy this will be considered enemies of Wanbao Tower." At this, the commotion outside subsided once more. Xiao He, trembling with fear, eavesdropped at the door until she was assured the crisis had passed. She sighed in relief and turned around, only to see Gu Xiu had just finished his meal, setting down his bowl and chopsticks before rising to leave. Xiao He hurried to tidy up, only to discover that much of the food Gu Xiu had eaten remained unfinished, clearly left for someone else. She suddenly looked up, gazing at Gu Xiu's retreating figure with a hint of gratitude. However, recalling the earlier commotion outside, her gratitude was swiftly replaced by astonishment. Although Xiao He had come to serve Gu Xiu as a maid at the behest of Wanbao Tower, she had only been instructed to serve dutifully, with no information provided regarding his true identity or any special tasks she needed to undertake. This led her to believe she was merely assisting an ordinary guest of Wanbao Tower. Though Gu Xiu was somewhat extraordinary, she had not thought much of it. Yet, it now seemed that his status was far more formidable than she had imagined. After all, the fact that Wanbao Tower had dispatched someone to protect him and prevent any disturbances was not something just anyone could warrant. Unbeknownst to Gu Xiu, Xiao He's astonishment was of little concern to him. Even if he were aware, he would not be bothered. At that moment, he had returned to his meditation chamber, and upon activating the protective barrier, he prepared to cultivate once more. However, before he could begin, a sudden, excruciating pain surged from his soul, causing his complexion to turn pale instantly. The injury to his Dao had flared up again. Fortunately, this was not the first recurrence of such an injury. Gu Xiu merely sat cross-legged, gritting his teeth to endure the torment, persisting until the sky had completely darkened, at which point the pain finally subsided. At that moment, he was drenched in sweat, his white hair disheveled, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Yet, Gu Xiu paid it no mind, not uttering a single complaint. He simply washed up briefly, changed into clean attire, and resumed his meditation. The matter of his Dao injury needed resolution, and the reason Gu Xiu had come to Yunxiao City was to find a way to address it. However, before that opportunity arose, he needed to continue enhancing his own capabilities. The night passed without incident. The following morning, as Gu Xiu stepped out of his room, he encountered Su Rumei, who had come to pay a visit. Having arrived in Yunxiao City 2 days prior, this manager Su had been busily occupied, ensuring everything was meticulously arranged for Gu Xiu. Yet she had not yet visited Tingyu residence. This rare moment of free time allowed her to come and see Gu Xiu, and she did not arrive empty-handed. On the contrary, dear friend Feng, I have heard that you recently sought the assistance of Xing Shang in gathering cultivation manuals. Coincidentally, I, from Wanbao Tower, possess a considerable collection of such manuals, which I have brought for you. Although their quality may not be remarkable, they might prove beneficial to you. Furthermore, while the Tingyu residence is indeed elegant, it has not been tended to for quite some time. Thus, I have brought several spiritual plants and some Taihu stones to place in the courtyard. Not only will they enhance the aesthetics, but they will also aid in the gathering of spiritual energy. Additionally, I am aware that you have been diligently immersed in your cultivation. However, perseverance and spirit stones alone are insufficient on the path of cultivation. Therefore, I have also brought some talismans that possess the ability to gather spiritual energy, which I shall present to you as well. Chapter 57, 8th Rank Offering. Preparing talismans. Su Rumei is indeed a skilled manager. From the moment Gu Xiu first encountered her, this unassuming steward of Wanbao Tower has consistently treated him with respect. The gifts she has offered, while not particularly valuable, clearly reflect her thoughtfulness. Manuals, garden scenery, and talismans for cultivation. These items resonate deeply with Gu Xiu's aspirations. Naturally, Gu Xiu expressed his heartfelt gratitude and reiterated his willingness to assist Wanbao Tower whenever needed. Speaking of assistance, there is indeed a matter at hand. Oh, what is it? We have 2 formations at Wanbao Tower that frequently encounter minor issues. As you are well-versed in formations, I hope you might spare some time to take a look. Understanding the nuances of human relationships is an art. Gifting without expectation of return does not necessarily foster deeper connections. It can sometimes lead to pressure and suspicion. Mutual assistance, on the other hand, cultivates a habit of reciprocity and strengthens relationships, ensuring they endure over time. Both Su Rumei and Gu Xiu comprehend this well. The so-called formation issue is trivial, and he did not hesitate to respond. Since that is the case, shall we go now? Right now? Yes, I would be grateful for your help. Thus, Gu Xiu and Su Rumei exited the courtyard and climbed aboard her carriage. Before they departed, Gu Xiu noticed numerous probing gazes directed towards him. However, as soon as these gazes approached, Su Rumei let out a cold snort, effectively warding off the onlookers. This was her way of signaling that Feng Bugue is a valued guest of Wanbao Tower, deserving of respect. On the way to Wanbao Tower, Gu Xiu picked up the gathering talisman that Su Rumei had given him and examined it closely. Curious, Su Rumei inquired, "Does Senior Feng have knowledge of talismans?" "I possess a slight understanding," Gu Xiu replied. This revelation left Su Rumei astonished. Goodness, who exactly is this Feng Bugue? Capable of entering the Dao, proficient in formation techniques, effortlessly defeating enemies beyond his rank, and even acquainted with Yuanying experts. And now, he also comprehends the path of talismans. While formations and talismans share certain connections, they are fundamentally distinct. Mastery of one does not inherently imply mastery of the other. The breadth of knowledge possessed by Daoist Feng is truly astonishing, eliciting a sense of admiration from Su Rumei. However, to prevent Gu Xiu from feeling that she was probing into his past, she added, "Speaking of which, our Wanbao Tower has quite a number of talisman masters here in Yunxiao City, including several fifth-tier talisman masters. If Daoist Feng has any uncertainties regarding talismans, I would be more than happy to facilitate an introduction." This statement was rather sincere, nearly suggesting that should Gu Xiu wish to learn about talismans, she could readily provide him with an introduction. It was not that she underestimated Gu Xiu. Rather, it was primarily due to the fact that throughout their journey, he had not employed a single talisman, completely unlike a true talisman master. Although he claimed to have some understanding, Su Rumei believed it was likely only a superficial grasp, perhaps merely at the entry level. However, with the existence of the Celestial Book Talisman and Gu Xiu's complete comprehension of it, he certainly had no need to seek knowledge from a fifth-tier talisman master. After a few casual remarks, he inquired, "Manager Su, does Wanbao Tower accept talismans?" "Of course we do," Su Rumei replied with a smile. To be frank, Yunxiao City is a hub for loose cultivators, and the demand for talismans is substantial. Selling talismans is one of the main businesses of Wanbao Tower here. Therefore, in addition to employing a considerable number of talisman masters ourselves, we also accept talismans from external sources, and the volume we acquire is quite significant. Many loose cultivator talisman masters in the city collaborate with us. So, Daoist Feng, are you interested in this? Indeed, Gu Xiu nodded, expressing his interest. He further inquired about which categories of talismans had a high demand and the respective purchasing prices. Any formidable cultivator is built upon a vast accumulation of resources. The reason for Gu Xiu's relatively slow cultivation speed is partly due to the vastness of his Dantian's Qi Si and the lower grade of his cultivation techniques. However, the most pressing issue at present is that his cultivation resources have not been particularly abundant. Previously, he had garnered resources from Yi Hongling and collected spoils from vanquished foes along the way, followed by contributions from the group led by Mao Xingxing. In addition to resources lost from a Wanbao box, it appeared that his resources were quite ample, enough for an ordinary Qi refining cultivator to advance to foundation establishment without issue. Yet, in reality, for Gu Xiu, this was hardly sufficient. His Dantian's Qi Si was exponentially larger than that of an ordinary individual, necessitating an enormous amount of resources. Therefore, to maintain an accelerated cultivation pace, the issue of spirit stones needed to be resolved swiftly. Unaware of these intricacies, Su Rumei nonetheless sensed Gu Xiu's intent to collaborate and smiled, saying, "If Daoist Feng is capable of crafting talismans, that would indeed be splendid. How about this? I will inform the people below, and should Daoist Feng produce talismans, we will gladly accept them at a fair price." Regarding the pricing, Gu Xiu shook his head, harboring some concerns. "It's just that." "Just what?" "What I produce may be in large quantities." "Large quantities?" Su Rumei paused for a moment, then smiled. "In that case, do not underestimate Wind Daoist. Even if you were to summon dozens or even hundreds of talisman masters to tirelessly inscribe talismans day and night, there is no guarantee that it would suffice for the sales at Wanbao Tower," Su Rumei proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Such confidence was well-founded. For Wanbao Tower was a substantial enterprise, spanning hundreds of cities, and the market for talismans was notoriously demanding. She was assured that no matter the quantity of talismans, she could effortlessly absorb them all. However, at this moment, Su Rumei remained oblivious to the fact that sometimes words could be spoken too boastfully. In the subsequent 2 hours, Gu Xiu and Su Rumei inspected several formations at Wanbao Tower. Indeed, they encountered only minor issues. Even a novice with a basic understanding of formations could resolve them. Yet, Su Rumei's intentions were not solely focused on the repairs. She had brought Gu Xiu to Wanbao Tower not only to rectify the formations, but primarily to showcase the prowess of Wanbao Tower and to facilitate introductions between Gu Xiu and the manager of Yunxiao City, along with other officials. It was evident that both the manager and the official had been prepped by Tsurume beforehand. Regardless of their true sentiments towards Tsurume, they all maintained an outward air of courtesy in her presence. It was at this juncture that Gushio learned that although Tsurume was referred to as a manager, her true identity was that of the chief steward of the Tianqi mountain range, overseeing 10 large cities within that domain. Her status was extraordinarily elevated, surpassing even that of the manager of Yunyao City. This revelation left Gushio somewhat astonished. Wanbao Tower was indeed a formidable force, yet there were only 9 chief stewards, most of whom were experts at the nascent soul level. Tsurume's ability to hold the position of chief steward despite being at the golden core stage spoke volumes of her capabilities. Upon reflection, Gushio acknowledged that Tsurume's accomplishments justified her esteemed title. With the formations successfully repaired and all necessary introductions made, Gushio was the first to suggest taking his leave. He, however, declined Tsurume's offer to escort him, opting instead to remain within Wanbao Tower to consult with the miscellaneous steward regarding an order for materials. Tsurume chose not to accompany him, instead enjoying tea with the manager. "Manager Jean, what are your thoughts on Wind Daoist?" Tsurume inquired. "Certainly, a person whom Manager Su regards highly must possess exceptional qualities." "Indeed," Manager Jean replied with a sheepish grin, "to be honest, my old eyes fail me. Aside from Wind Daoist's ethereal demeanor, I have not discerned much else." "If you cannot perceive it, then that is indeed the case," Tsurume responded, unperturbed, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. To her, Wind Daoist was a true hidden gem. The more inconspicuous he appeared, the better it was for her. This would afford her more time to engage with him and greater opportunities to cultivate their relationship. At this point, Manager Jean found it peculiar. Why does Manager Su hold Wind Daoist in such high regard? It is not merely admiration. It is something deeper. It should be said that not only do I hold him in high regard, but I also intend to recommend him to the host, elevating him to the esteemed position of an 8th rank offering. What? Manager Jean was taken aback, his face a mask of astonishment. The Wanbao Tower, adhering to the path of commerce, naturally established positions for offerings, most of whom were individuals courted by the establishment. However, offerings are categorized into different ranks. According to the rules of Wanbao Tower, the treatment and level of collaboration vary among the different types of offerings. The offerings are ranked from 1st to 9th, and there are only a little over 30 individuals holding the 8th rank offering title within the Wanbao Tower. To qualify for this rank, based on strength, one must at least reach the nascent soul realm. If assessed by the 6 paths technique, one must attain a level akin to a 6th rank talisman master. Manager Jean understood that Tsurume valued Feng Bugue, yet he was genuinely astonished that her first utterance was so audacious. Regardless of Feng Bugue's extraordinary nature, he was ultimately just a chi refinement cultivator at the 8th layer, and recommending him directly for the 8th rank offering seemed rather hasty. However, Tsurume shook her head. "In truth, if possible, I would prefer the host to elevate Feng Bugue to the 9th rank offering, granting him the highest honors of Wanbao Tower." "Hiss, are you out of your mind?" Manager Jean gasped, finding Tsurume's suggestion utterly absurd. Yet before their conversation could further unfold, a portly middle-aged man rushed in with urgency. Manager, please notify the surrounding cities to prepare some materials. We are in dire need." "Cheng Fusho, you are in charge of miscellaneous affairs. What is lacking that you are in such a hurry?" Manager Jean reprimanded with some dissatisfaction. The individual responsible for the miscellaneous matters at Wanbao Tower replied, "We are short on many items, including Spirit Awakening Talisman paper and Silicon Vermilion." Manager Jean was puzzled. "Aren't these all materials for crafting talismans? Shouldn't we have plenty?" "Not enough." Cheng Fusho shook his head. The esteemed friend Feng just ordered 8,000 sets. Feng Daoist, ordering 8,000 sets of talisman materials? Are you out of your mind? Manager Jean was utterly bewildered, and Tsurume beside him looked equally astonished. She was aware that Gushio had an interest in talisman crafting and intended to sell talismans to Wanbao Tower. However, there was no need to order so many at once. A typical talisman master, no matter how skilled, could at most produce 30 to 50 talismans a day with relentless effort, which would be considered impressive. Producing 8,000 talismans continuously would take at least half a year or even a year or two. Who makes such a purchase? The miscellaneous affairs manager seemed unconcerned by their shocked expressions and urgently stated, "Manager Jean, we must expedite the delivery. There has been a surge in gang conflicts lately, significantly increasing the demand for talismans, and our crafting materials are nearing depletion. 8,000 may seem excessive, but our Yunshao city is resource-rich. Is it truly impossible to gather 8,000 sets of talisman materials? Manager Jean remained confused. However, the manager could only offer a bitter smile, saying that while it was indeed possible to gather the required materials, the esteemed Taoist Feng had not only requested 8,000 pieces, but had also placed a special order for an additional 50,000. At this moment, we truly cannot provide such a quantity. What? Meanwhile, as Su Rumei and the others were left bewildered, Gu Xiao, who had already acquired the 8,000 pieces of materials and departed from the Wanbao Tower, was now brimming with vitality, hastily making his way toward his residence, Tindiju. Today, he had spent all his spirit stones, and he intended to make a significant impact with these 8,000 pieces of materials. Moreover, he was eager to see how well he could apply the knowledge he had gleaned from the heavenly texts of talismans. Chapter 58. Has Qingxian truly been abandoned by the heavenly path? In the sacred land of Qingxian, at Imoshu Peak, under the watchful eyes of several disciples of the Talisman Division, Qin Moran was diligently wielding her 7 treasures glazed pen, her expression one of utmost concentration. She was inscribing talismans. Though she had previously failed to ascend to the 7th level of talisman mastery, she undeniably possessed a solid foundation as a 6th-level talisman master. This was evident from the speed at which she crafted talismans. With a deft flick of her wrist, she inscribed the essence of heaven and earth onto the talisman paper, each stroke executed with impeccable precision. In mere moments, 3 talismans soared into the air, landing gracefully nearby. The ability to produce 3 talismans simultaneously left her fellow disciples in awe. Incredible. Truly incredible. The master is simply unmatched. I fear I may never catch up to such speed in my lifetime. Elder Qin was channeling the rhythms of the universe to inscribe upon the talisman paper, a level of control that was certainly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary 6th-level talisman master. Stability was paramount. Elder Qin had written talismans for 3 consecutive days without pause or error. This achievement alone was enough to render them envious. As the disciples gasped in astonishment, a sudden cold snort interrupted the admiration. Turning to look, they beheld a stunningly beautiful woman, exuding the charm of a sweet neighborly girl. However, upon recognizing her, the disciples of Imoshu Peak immediately bowed in respect, exclaiming, "Greetings, 7th Master Aunt." "Greetings, Elder Lu." This enchanting figure was none other than Gu Xiao's 7th senior sister, Lu Qingyao. Many disciples were aware that despite her seemingly innocent and charming demeanor, she was a person who acted solely based on her whims. She could grant immense opportunities when in good spirits, yet could just as easily seek out reasons to punish those who displeased her when in a foul mood. At this moment, her fierce and cold demeanor made it evident to anyone with sight that Master Shu's mood was rather dismal today, causing everyone to refrain from provoking her. Indeed, as soon as Lu Qingyao arrived, she began to berate them, exclaiming, "You bunch of worthless individuals. How can you still have the audacity to praise my 5th senior sister's talisman-making skills? Shouldn't you be reflecting on yourselves as to why she has been laboring tirelessly for 3 consecutive days to create talismans?" Her words caused the disciples of Mo Shufeng to lower their heads in shame, filled with guilt. Qin Muron's relentless efforts in talisman crafting were undoubtedly hampered by their own shortcomings. It was quite peculiar, for during this period, they had encountered a series of misfortunes in talisman crafting. Their once impressive success rate of 70 to 80% had plummeted to merely 20 to 30%. Except for a few disciples with solid foundations, the rest faced similar challenges. Talisman inscriptions that were once effortless to produce now required immense effort, yet they still fell short. Not only had the success rate diminished, but the efficacy of the talismans they produced had also waned. It was truly baffling. One must understand that the Qingxian sacred ground was a legitimate sacred sect, and the daily consumption of talismans constituted a significant portion of their operations. Moreover, the talismans they crafted were frequently sold to generate revenue for the sect. However, lately, they found themselves struggling even to meet their own needs, let alone engage in external sales. This filled them with profound guilt and remorse. Some disciples even began to doubt whether the recent calamity that befell their junior master, Long Yingjian, was a sign that the heavenly Dao had forsaken the Qingxian sacred ground. How else could such bizarre events transpire? Or perhaps it is your lack of skill and effort. If you were diligent, how could this be the case? I assert that my fifth senior sister has been too lenient with you. Otherwise, why would you all be so listless? Lu Qingyao chastised the group of disciples vehemently. No one dared to refute her, and the atmosphere was thick with tension as they felt aggrieved, yet questioned whether their lack of diligence was indeed the root cause. Fortunately, just as Lu Qingyao's reprimands escalated, Qin Muran paused her talisman crafting and approached, providing a reprieve for the disciples who were too ashamed to lift their heads. Sister, why does your face appear so pale? She inquired. It's nothing, perhaps just a bit fatigued. Sister, as the leader of the peak, how can you take on everything yourself? These disciples should be held accountable. Rest assured, I will, Qin Muran replied, glancing back at the group of disciples. All right, you may all disperse. Though Lu Shu's words may be harsh, they carry truth. Return and reflect thoroughly, practice diligently. The disciples, feeling as if they had been granted a pardon, hurriedly departed, eager to avoid further scolding from Lu Qingyao. Sister, I believe you are too soft-hearted. With them behaving like this, if it were me, I would have to impose some severe discipline, Lu Qingyao remarked. Qin Mai smiled gently, saying, all right. As the sage has proclaimed, a teacher's negligence leads to the student's laxity. If we are to punish them, then I, as their mentor, would be the first deserving of chastisement. How could that be? I have heard that you, senior sister, have not taken a moment's rest over the past 3 days for the sake of the sect's talismans. If it were not for them, would you have worked so tirelessly? Qin Mai's expression dimmed slightly. This is not their concern. It is my own desire for tranquility. Desire for tranquility? Lu Qingyao queried, puzzled. Are you perhaps worried about the matters concerning junior brother's longing sword? In a manner of speaking, Qin Mai replied casually. However, her true thoughts were occupied with Guxiao. The images she had witnessed in the Wheel of Destiny haunted her heart like a persistent nail, and whenever she found a moment of stillness, her mind would inevitably drift to that troubling matter. Rest assured, senior sister, Master has already prepared a significant amount of materials. It won't be long before we forge a new sword for junior brother, and this time, the resources utilized will surpass those of the previous longing sword, making it even more formidable. Indeed, senior sister, the beast enclosure on Zhua Peak has been completed. I intend to gift him several spirit beasts and teach him the art of beast taming. Yes, senior sister, what is it? Why do I feel as though your thoughts are elsewhere? Lu Qingyao remarked, noticing Qin Mai's distracted demeanor. Qin Mai pressed her lips together, unable to suppress her thoughts any longer. I am wondering, where is Guxiao now? Guxiao? Lu Qingyao was taken aback, her brows furrowing in disapproval. How can you still think of that wretched scoundrel? Is it because of the revelations from senior sister's Wheel of Destiny that you find yourself pondering such nonsense? Qin Mai hesitated. Do not forget, Guxiao was the one who severed your path. He is the true culprit. Do not speak of the suffering he endured. That was of his own making. Otherwise, you would have long since found the great way. Lu Qingyao responded indignantly. Yet, Qin Mai remained unfazed by this reasoning. Instead, she bit her lip and took a deep breath. Junior sister, if I were to say that even before I forcibly drew upon divine power, Guxiao had once told me he had other ways to assist me, urging me not to force it, then what would that mean? As Qin Mai's voice grew increasingly faint, Lu Qingyao, unable to catch her words, inquired, Senior sister, what did you say? I said, Qin Mai's face displayed indecision. Ultimately, a glimmer of resolve flickered in her eyes, and she took a deep breath, preparing to speak. I said that back then, even before I forcibly drew upon divine power. Guxiao had said, yet, before she could finish her sentence, Qin Mai suddenly froze. She sensed a rapid fluctuation in the rhythm of the heavens and earth at that moment, followed by a series of formless rhythms weaving through the cosmos. Suddenly, one after another, manifestations began to materialize. This caused her to swallow the remainder of her words, her gaze filled with incredulity as she beheld the scene before her. This sight was familiar to her. The reverence of 10,000 rhythms. It was the reverence of 10,000 rhythms. Why had the reverence of 10,000 rhythms appeared once more? What could possibly be happening? A chorus of startled exclamations erupted as countless disciples of the Mo Shu Peak rushed out of their chambers, their faces etched with terror, utterly astonished by the scene before them. Previously, there had been a similar occurrence during the 10,000 rhythms worship, but on that occasion, many of the less skilled talisman masters had failed to perceive the unfolding spectacle due to their insufficient strength to investigate. Only those who had attained a profound level of mastery and possessed a deeper understanding of the Dao rhythms were capable of discerning the truth. However, this time, even the ordinary talisman masters were acutely aware of the event. The magnitude of this revelation was so staggering that all were engulfed in shock and fear. I cannot inscribe talismans. My faint connection to the heavenly Dao rhythms has severed. The Dao rhythms seem to await a particular individual's summons. Yet no matter how fervently I attempted to call upon them, I was met with an impenetrable void. I found myself utterly incapable of inscribing even the simplest talisman. What was the nature of this phenomenon? Had the heavens indeed undergone a transformation, or was some dreadful existence manifesting in our realm? Was it possible that the tale of my junior master's heavenly grade sword suffering divine retribution was true? Had our esteemed Qing Xian sacred land truly been forsaken by the celestial order? At this moment, countless talisman masters from the Qing Xian sacred land were overwhelmed with an unprecedented dread. Their greatest strength lay in their ability to commune with the Dao rhythms of the heavens, harnessing that power to inscribe talismans and become masters of their craft. Yet now, they found themselves unable to inscribe even a single talisman. The Dao rhythms of heaven and earth had seemingly turned their backs on them. Even Qin Mo Ran wore a look of horror as she attempted to inscribe talismans. The Qing Lei talisman eluded her grasp. The Fire Dragon talisman remained unwritten. The Divine Motion talisman was beyond her reach. After trying dozens of talismans, Qin Mo Ran was horrified to discover that not only the ordinary talisman masters were affected, but even she, a 6th-tier talisman master, was incapable of inscribing a single talisman. Her prior suspicions had materialized. The 10,000 rhythms worship truly rendered talisman masters unable to produce even the slightest trace of a talisman. This matter demanded thorough investigation. It must be scrutinized with utmost diligence. If this phenomenon was the result of some celestial artifact descending to our realm, then it was imperative for the Qing Xian sacred land to seize it. Conversely, if this occurrence was instigated by a person, that individual must be swiftly courted or eliminated. As the Qing Xian sacred land languished in fear, myriad talisman masters from outside also bore witness to the alarming spectacle of the 10,000 rhythms worship. The scene was so astonishing that all talisman masters in the world found it nearly impossible to maintain their composure. However, in contrast to the Qing Xian sacred land's inability to inscribe even a single talisman, some talisman masters experienced a different sensation amidst the 10,000 rhythms worship. During this worship, the act of inscribing talismans became increasingly challenging, yet each attempt yielded profound insights. This was a celestial opportunity, a divine revelation. I discovered that the 10,000 rhythms worship presented a unique chance to enhance my mastery of the talisman path. Through observing the worship, I could gain deeper insights and elevate my understanding of talismans. Has the supreme path of talismans descended upon the world? Or is it merely on the verge of a grand revival? How else could one explain such a momentum? It is foreseeable that the future of talismanic arts shall flourish, and we, the practitioners of talismans, shall ascend once more to the pinnacle of the 6 realms. It is often said that the joys and sorrows of individuals vary greatly. While a group of talisman masters in the sacred land of Qingxian trembles in terror, many others are filled with elation. This matter is ineffable beyond description, yet possesses a unique charm of its own. However, for Guxiu, it seems to bear no relevance whatsoever. At this moment, he sits cross-legged with closed eyes in his chamber, engaged in the creation of talismans. In truth, he has not inscribed a single talisman. Since his return, he has made no movements, merely sitting quietly in place. Onlookers might suspect he has no interest in crafting talismans, but is solely devoted to meditation. Yet, if one were to observe Guxiu's surroundings, they would witness an extraordinary spectacle unfolding. Sheets of spirit-activating talisman paper, designed specifically for inscribing talismans, are now floating before him. One after another, the myriad of celestial harmonies, summoned forth from the very essence of heaven and earth, eagerly descends upon the talisman paper. Even more astonishing is the revelation that these celestial harmonies seem to recognize the futility of their actions. Unable to truly manifest as talismans, they swirl around, rolling amidst the crimson cinnabar nearby before once again settling upon the talisman paper. Should a talisman master behold this scene, their jaw would surely drop in astonishment. Or perhaps they would weep uncontrollably. After all, as talisman masters themselves, they must laboriously appease the celestial harmonies. humbly beseeching their mercy to allow the imprinting of their artistry upon the talisman paper. It would not be an exaggeration to say they plead in desperation. Yet, what of Guxiu? Remarkably, he is not merely inscribing talismans. It is the celestial harmonies themselves that actively seek to be inscribed by him. They appear almost anxious, eager to be scribed, offering themselves willingly without the need for Guxiu to lift a finger, nor requiring even a talisman brush. They rush forward to assist in the creation of talismans. What on earth is this? The disparity is truly staggering. Fortunately, this scene remains unnoticed for the time being. Otherwise, Guxiu might find himself branded as a public enemy, regardless of whether this extraordinary occurrence has transpired. One fact remains clear. Guxiu's speed in crafting talismans is nothing short of divine. Qin Moran, capable of simultaneously forging 3 talismans, has already left countless talisman masters in awe of his remarkable talent. But what of Guxiu? 30 talismans? No, 300 talismans. Those densely packed 300 talismans require no effort from Guxiu. They begin to be inscribed in mass production autonomously. What is more, this is not even the extent of Guxiu's capabilities. The reason for crafting only 300 talismans concurrently lies solely in Guxiu's desire to keep this scene hidden from prying eyes. This room, after all, can accommodate only a limited number of talismans. Chapter 60, The Perfect Talisman. Yet another instance of Jiangjun? The resonance of the heavenly and earthly laws is a manifestation of the cosmic principles. These energies permeate the realms, concealed beyond the 3 realms. Theoretically, the essence of these cosmic laws is inexhaustible and perpetually available. However, these celestial resonances cannot be utilized directly. They must be transformed into talismans through specialized materials, relying on these talismans for practical application. Due to the vast variety of celestial resonances, the effects of the talismans also exhibit considerable diversity. If one were to categorize them, they could be broadly divided into 3 types: supportive, offensive, and special. The supportive category includes talismans such as the swift movement talisman, which accelerates speed, the concealment talisman, which masks one's presence, and the spirit gathering talisman, which attracts spiritual energy, all designed to assist cultivators. In contrast, the offensive category comprises talismans that can be employed against foes without the need to channel celestial energy, with the lightning attraction talisman and fire dragon talisman being the most prevalent examples. The special category is more intricate and cannot be subdivided easily. It encompasses exceedingly rare talismans, such as those that enhance the success rate of artifact recognition, accelerate the growth of spiritual plants, or even instill courage in warriors on the battlefield through bloodthirsty talismans. Beyond these categories, talismans are also classified by strict ranks, ranging from 1 to 9. Each advancement represents a significant qualitative leap. Correspondingly, the materials required for crafting talismans of the same rank and category differ greatly, imposing high demands on the talisman master. The primary requirement is spiritual awareness. Ordinary talisman masters can produce talismans up to the 3rd rank, but beyond that, they must possess formidable spiritual power, and by the 6th rank, they require specialized guiding cosmic resonance. This constitutes an exceedingly complex system. Each rank enhancement undeniably strengthens the talisman's effects. Yet this does not imply that higher-ranked talismans are more coveted. Quite the opposite. The most sought-after talismans have consistently been the lower-ranked ones. The higher the rank, the rarer the materials needed and the greater the demands on the talisman master. Although powerful, such talismans are often beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. For the majority, cost-effective lower-ranked talismans, when utilized correctly, can prove even more effective. Of course, it cannot be dismissed that Guxiu's objective is to earn spirit stones and resources, which explains his lack of interest in crafting high-ranked talismans, or even 2nd or 3rd ranked ones. Instead, he focuses solely on crafting 1st-ranked talismans. These are the most marketable, as their prices remain reasonable, making them accessible even to less affluent cultivators. Moreover, the time required for their production is minimal. With the momentum generated by the heavenly book talisman, Guxiu operates like an unsparing overseer, rapidly producing a multitude of 1st-ranked talismans. 300 talismans constitute a single batch. Remarkably, it took merely the span of an hour to complete 8,000 talismans. Even more astonishing was that, upon finishing this monumental task, Guxiu felt only a slight tinge of fatigue. It is well known that talismans of the 3rd tier and above impose stringent demands on one's spiritual consciousness. Yet this does not imply that lower-tier talismans do not deplete one's soul energy. The creation of 8,000 talismans would undoubtedly exhaust even a master of talismanic arts like Qin Moran, not to mention the considerable time required for such an endeavor. However, Gu Xiu did not revel in his rapid production. Rather, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Is my talisman making causing such a commotion? It was only at this moment that he realized he had inadvertently summoned the homage of myriad rhythms. The first time he elicited such reverence, he was engrossed in comprehending the heavenly book talismans. During the second, he had been wholly focused on crafting talismans, oblivious to the significant disturbance he had generated in the external world. Retreating without hesitation, Gu Xiu commanded in a low voice. Instantly, the previously manifest rhythms of heaven and earth vanished entirely. Strangely, he sensed a reluctance from these vibrant energies to depart. It is said that those recognized by the rhythms of heaven and earth can, in theory, receive homage from myriad rhythms. While the heavenly book talismans are formidable, it seems improbable that they could invoke such veneration. Gu Xiu murmured to himself, pondering this perplexity. However, dwelling on this question proved fruitless. His focus now shifted to another matter. Let me test the efficacy of the talismans I have crafted. As he mused, Gu Xiu picked up a gathering spirit talisman, designed for use during meditation to rapidly accumulate spiritual energy, thus enhancing the efficacy of his practice. Its effect mirrors that of a gathering spirit array, but with a significantly lower consumption rate and no diminishment in potency. Notably, this talisman can synergistically amplify the effects when paired with a gathering spirit array. Without hesitation, Gu Xiu activated the gathering spirit talisman in his hand. In an instant, this first-tier talisman ignited into flames, and immediately, a torrent of spiritual energy surged towards him, forming a subtle vortex of energy before him, rapidly absorbing the spiritual essence already enhanced by the gathering spirit array. Witnessing this scene, Gu Xiu's eyelids fluttered. The airflow is tumultuous, the spirit energy swirling. Is this not an effect characteristic of at least a second-tier gathering spirit talisman? He scrutinized another gathering spirit talisman closely and was unequivocally certain that it was indeed a first-tier talisman. Both in terms of materials and the talisman's trajectory, undeniably a first-tier talisman. If one were to insist on any extraordinary aspect, it would be the talisman drawn upon the paper, which appeared remarkably vibrant and ethereal, almost as if it were a natural creation. After all, these talismans were not inscribed by Gu Xiu's hand, but rather transcribed autonomously by the rhythms of heaven and earth, an endeavor far beyond what an ordinary person could replicate. I have heard that when talismans are crafted, the talisman masters often enter a state akin to enlightenment. In this state, a talisman master may transcend boundaries and even invoke deities, resulting in talismans that exceed the capabilities of their current phase. Such talismans can be deemed as divine talismans. Thus, could my creations be regarded as perfect divine talismans? Gu Xiu then experimented with two other talismans. As anticipated, all the talismans he produced attained the level of divine talismans. And not merely that, in terms of potency, they surpassed ordinary divine talismans by a considerable margin. Perfect divine talismans. This is no jest. This revelation illuminated Gu Xiu's eyes with unparalleled brilliance. His purpose in crafting talismans has always been to amass spirit stones and resources for cultivation. His proficiency in talisman crafting already eclipsed that of all other masters, and now, each of his creations rivals the status of perfect divine talismans. What does this signify? It signifies both quality and quantity. However, amidst his elation, Gu Xiu could not help but furrow his brow. His mastery of talisman crafting was so formidable that, provided the materials were sufficient, he could ensure both quality and quantity, with each talisman reaching a level of perfection. Yet, the spectacle of the Wanyun worship was so grand that Gu Xiu instinctively knew it would attract the attention of numerous talisman masters. If he were to suddenly unveil a large batch of perfect divine talismans at that moment, it might inadvertently draw unwanted scrutiny. This was not what Gu Xiu desired. Being a wandering cultivator, he understood the importance of discretion. His previous display of value before Surume was to establish a relatively equitable exchange. However, if that value became overwhelmingly astonishing, it could lead to adverse consequences. Yet, with so many talismans in hand, it would be unwise to allow them to languish unsold merely to maintain a low profile. If necessary, he would release them in batches. If that proved unfeasible, He would await an opportunity in Yunshao City and depart swiftly thereafter. After a period of contemplation, Gu Xiu reached a resolution. The renown of the Wan Yun worship was too significant. He did not wish to bear that title. Nevertheless, to possess talismans, yet refrain from selling them, was not his intention. Therefore, he resolved to sell them. While striving to remain inconspicuous and avoid any association with the Wan Yun worship, such musings were futile. Instead, he looked forward to what the green bamboo rod might bring him this time. Shaking his head, Gu Xiu refocused his thoughts and retrieved the green bamboo rod. It had been 10 days since he last used the rod to fish for the 7 stars pendant, and compared to selling talismans for spirit stones, the rod's ability to draw forth treasures from the heavens was evidently more significant. Gently stroking the spiritual threads on the green bamboo rod, Gu Xiu hesitated no longer and cast the line. Almost instantaneously upon using the green bamboo rod, he felt a sudden tug. So soon? Gu Xiu was somewhat bewildered. The last time he fished for the 7 stars pendant, it was remarkably swift, but this time seemed even more so. More importantly, he could sense that whatever lay at the end of the spiritual thread was eagerly yearning to be reeled in by him. Uncontrollably, a conjecture sprang forth in Gu Xiu's mind. Could it be that this time, it is indeed Jiang Jin's fortune? With this thought in mind, Gu Xiu pulled upward. Upon discerning the object before him, his expression transformed into one of astonishment. Chapter 61. The 3 Bodies of the Buddha, the Supreme Strikes. Before Gu Xiu, resting upon the green bamboo pole, was a mask of extraordinary design, resembling pure white jade. Shaped akin to a fearsome Rakshasa, yet also reminiscent of a Vajra from the Buddhist realm, adorned with flickering lights. It was dreamlike, ethereal, and yet palpably real. Holding it in his hands, Gu Xiu felt its weightlessness, as delicate as a cicada's wing, with an elusive Dao rhythm circulating subtly, infused with Zen essence. Is this the 3 Bodies mask? Could it truly be Jiang Jin's fortune? Gu Xiu's face revealed a hint of surprise, momentarily taken aback. He recognized this mask. It was the very object he had glimpsed in that dreamlike vision, indeed connected to Jiang Jin's destiny. This mask was known as the 3 Bodies mask. Steeped in Buddhist Zen, its origins intertwined with the Buddhist teachings, and most notably, it possessed a unique ability. The 3 Bodies of the Buddha. The term refers to a Buddhist doctrine, positing that the Buddha embodies 3 forms, the Dharmakaya, the Sambhogakaya, and the Nirmanakaya. As the scriptures state, the pure Dharmakaya is your essence, the complete Sambhogakaya is your wisdom, and the innumerable Nirmanakas are your actions. The mask of fleeting existence encapsulated the powers of these 3 bodies. At that moment, when Gu Xiu donned the mask, his entire presence underwent a remarkable transformation. His stature appeared slightly elevated, his white hair unchanged, yet his visage and aura experienced a profound metamorphosis. His features became otherworldly, strikingly perfect to the point of surrealism. More crucially, his supreme Dao bone and innate Dao rhythm were now unmasked, enveloped by an infinite Dao resonance that radiated brilliance, such that merely gazing upon him evoked an overwhelming sense of awe. In that instant, he seemed as if born solely for the Dharma, each gesture imbued with ethereal Dao energy, as if one wave of his hand could manifest the law itself. Gu Xiu gently concentrated his spiritual energy to experiment, discovering that the already fluid essence of Qi now flowed even more effortlessly, with his simplest techniques gaining unprecedented strength. This was the embodiment of the Dharmakaya, heart encompassing the void, measuring the sands of the world. Soon after, Gu Xiu's countenance shifted once more. From his previously flawless appearance, it became unremarkable. His stature diminished slightly. His white hair transformed into dark tresses, rendering him utterly inconspicuous, a mere speck of dust in the grand tapestry of the Dao. No longer striking, no longer unique. Even the supreme Dao bone and innate sacred aura, which he had once strived to conceal, seemed to vanish entirely. This was the Nirmanakaya. A moment later, Gu Xiu revealed his true self. With the mask still affixed, it appeared as if nothing had changed. Yet at that instant, his aura of cultivation vanished completely, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary mortal, even to those of unparalleled cultivation who could not discern his essence. This, too, was one of the 3 bodies, the Sambhogakaya. The Sambhogakaya represents the body that bears the fruits of karma, the essence of one's worldly self. Yet, this true self is not the self. Until Gu Xiu removed the mask, everything returned to its original state, and he resumed his normal demeanor. Yet, as he gazed upon the three masks before him, his eyes brimmed with astonishment. These three masks, while seemingly akin to the false visage talismans and transformation artifacts, were, in truth, entirely distinct. For both talismans and artifacts merely alter appearances. However, the three masks were different. They represented the authentic three bodies of Buddhism. All three bodies were illusory, yet simultaneously genuine. Impossible to discern or unravel, as they were all manifestations of the true self. Regardless of the celestial secrets or the profound masters, none could penetrate their essence. This Buddhist treasure was formidable. Nevertheless, Gushio could not help but furrow his brow, sensing an underlying disquiet. It was not solely because this artifact was originally destined for Jiang Xin within the dreamscape of 1,000 years. More importantly, he had just been pondering how to discreetly sell these talismans without drawing attention to himself as a solitary cultivator, only to suddenly acquire these three masks. Was this coincidence somewhat too fortuitous? Gushio murmured to himself, a flicker of doubt stirring within. The more one comprehends the path, the less one believes in mere coincidence. Every occurrence has its cause. What is termed coincidence is merely a convergence of circumstances. This notion resonates with both Buddhism and Taoism alike. And now, where did this connection originate? Shaking his head, unable to fathom it further, Gushio decided to dismiss the thought. He took out a spirit-gathering talisman and activated it. Sitting cross-legged with closed eyes, resuming his cultivation. Causes arise and cease. The cycle of life unfolds. Flowers bloom and wither, returning to dust. It is better to remain unperturbed by praise or blame, quietly observing the flowers in the courtyard as they bloom and fall. It is preferable to be indifferent to gain or loss, leisurely watching the clouds roll and disperse in the sky. Cultivation is the essence. Meanwhile, as Gushio diligently immersed himself in his practice, at a certain ancient temple within the Tianqi mountain range, a group of disciples from the Qingxian sacred land, well-versed in formations, were laboriously attempting to dismantle the temple's prohibitions. Scattered around the ancient temple were numerous nameless corpses. A few individuals, battered and bruised, looked at the formation masters with glimmers of resentment and hatred concealed within their gazes, well hidden to avoid inciting deadly retribution. 2 days prior, someone had approached this ancient temple, initially believing it to be an abandoned shrine. Yet, upon closer proximity, they discovered the temple radiated with Buddha's light, and the prohibitive forces were exceptionally fierce. Countless speculated that immense opportunities lay within. Unfortunately, the first group to discover it could not even dispel the formation prohibitions outside the temple despite exhausting all efforts, ultimately leading them to seek assistance. Little did they anticipate that seeking aid would herald the onset of a nightmare. Somehow, word leaked out about the hidden Buddhist opportunity within the Tianqi mountain range, and in less than half a day, a multitude of cultivators converged upon the site. After a series of cunning negotiations, a collective agreement was reached to first dismantle the prohibitions and ascertain the treasures contained within before deciding their fates. Yet, unexpectedly, the Qingxian sacred land arrived. In the esteemed sacred land, the matter at hand bore no relation to those of lesser stature. At that moment, there were indeed dissenters eager to reason, yet they ultimately became mere remnants, mere bones before the gate of opportunity. As the crowd turned their gaze toward the young man clad in azure, a palpable fear etched upon their faces. This individual was none other than Jiang Qin, the holy son of Qingxian, whose cultivation was merely at the foundation stage. Yet his prowess was remarkable. Even those at the pinnacle of foundation establishment appeared as mere fledglings before him. He could contend with those in the early stages of the golden core. A true paragon among prodigies. Even more daunting was the presence of a transcendent being from the Qingxian Holy Land accompanying him on this excursion. Such intimidation. Jiang Qin, however, wore an expression of humility as he addressed his master, Guan Shuolan, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, master, for bringing your disciple here. Had it not been for your intervention, I fear this opportunity would have eluded me. You are my disciple. It is my duty to protect you. Should an adversary of equal rank arise, I shall refrain from intervening. However, if anyone dares to exploit their superiority to bully the weak, how could I stand idly by and allow my student to be wronged?" Guan Shuolan replied with a slight smile, as if the words protective of one's own were inscribed upon her countenance. Jiang Qin expressed his profound gratitude, offering thanks repeatedly. Nearby, Several severely injured cultivators could only sigh in resignation, recognizing their misfortune. After all, what could they do against such an overwhelming background of power and the protection of a revered master? At that moment, a sudden roar erupted from the ancient temple, accompanied by a chorus of alarmed exclamations from a throng of Qingxian disciples. It was revealed that the temple's prohibitive spells had backfired, inflicting significant damage even upon those of the Golden Core stage. Fortunately, with Guan Xuelan present, she swiftly extended her hand, providing shelter to several Qingxian disciples. Though they bore injuries, their lives were spared. Master, within this ancient temple lie not only perilous formations, but also profound Buddhist powers. With our current capabilities, we cannot unravel the prohibitions here. This is clearly a Buddhist restriction, yet it is perplexingly strange. We fear only the intervention of the fourth or fifth uncle could suffice to dispel it. Even if we manage to break the seals, it would be of little use. For the temple's defenses are formidable, seemingly imbued with karmic retribution from the Buddhist realm. Only a transcendent being could breach it. We implore you, Master, to act. The surviving Qingxian disciples urged. Guan Xuelan furrowed her brow. She had not anticipated the ancient temple, which had existed for countless years, to possess such formidable strength. However, being present, she would not merely observe. With a frown, she regarded the ancient temple and, with a flick of her finger, unleashed her immense power. Boom! The might of a transcendent's finger collided with the terrifying Buddhist radiance emanating from the temple, resulting in a brilliant explosion of light, blinding to behold. When the onlookers regained their vision, they found the terrifying prohibitions of the temple had vanished, while Guan Xuelan, with her right hand resting behind her, concealed her fingers within her sleeve, wearing an air of indifference. This left the injured cultivators gasping in awe, recognizing the unmatched strength of the transcendent being. Simultaneously, they understood that even if this opportunity were to be granted to them, they lacked the ability to dismantle the temple's prohibitions. What lay within that required the personal intervention of a supreme being was undoubtedly extraordinary. The Buddhist sect seldom engages in activities in the eastern wilderness, and the origins of this ancient temple remain shrouded in mystery. Its concealed nature and formidable restrictions suggest that whatever lies within is indeed extraordinary. Regrettably, such an opportunity appears to be beyond our reach. The gathered practitioners lament their fate, resigned to the reality that in the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Now that a supreme being of the great ascension stage has intervened, this opportunity is evidently not meant for them. To simply survive is already a stroke of unparalleled fortune. In stark contrast to their disappointment, the members of the Qingxian sacred land are ablaze with excitement. With the temple's defenses breached, they waste no time and rush inside, eager to discover the treasures hidden within. Jiang Jin, in particular, is fervently enthusiastic. This opportunity is destined for him, although he recently lost a heavenly great sword. Acquiring this treasure would still be a significant gain. However, just as a smile begins to bloom on his face, a group of Qingxian disciples emerges from the temple, their expressions filled with dismay. Bah! Aside from the corpse of a bald monk, there are merely a few tattered Buddhist scriptures, nothing of value. Jiang Jin's smile falters instantly. What? Just a corpse and a few scriptures? The words of the Qingxian disciple leave the crowd outside the temple in stunned silence. How is this possible? The temple, carefully concealed and fortified with powerful restrictions, not to mention the Buddhist magical barriers at play, should logically conceal a priceless treasure. Nothing at all. Even Guan Xuelan raises an eyebrow in skepticism. Did you search thoroughly? Reporting to the sect leader, we searched with utmost diligence. The temple is not large, in fact. There isn't even a statue of Buddha inside. Aside from a few scriptures and that bald monk's corpse, there is nothing else. The scriptures, too, are mere relics of the past. The moment we touched them, they crumbled to dust. Several Qingxian disciples respond, their expressions calm and evidently truthful. Yet, such composure only serves to agitate Jiang Jin further. This is impossible. There must be something of value inside. The others exchange puzzled glances as Jiang Jin strides forward, determined to enter the temple. Guan Xuelan furrows her brow slightly, but follows closely behind him, instantly appearing within the ancient structure. A glance around reveals the disciples' claims to be accurate. The temple, though seemingly impressive from the outside, is devoid of contents. Even the expected Buddha statues are absent, replaced instead by the corpse of a monk, seated with closed eyes and a serene demeanor. This individual must have possessed considerable strength in life, though long devoid of vitality. The physical form remains intact. In addition to the corpse, fragments litter the ground, unmistakably the remnants that the Qingxian disciples had encountered. This cannot be. The guidance cannot be mistaken. There must be a priceless treasure here. What is going on? What went wrong? Damn it, damn it. Beside him, Jiang Sun was murmuring softly, his gaze incessantly searching within the ancient temple, even rummaging through the remains of the high monk. There was a hint of resentment in his eyes. However, Guan Yuelan could only feel a pang of sympathy at this scene. Ever since the day the treasured sword was destroyed, her beloved disciple had been somewhat disheartened. Thus, when he called upon her to assist him, Guan Yuelan readily agreed without hesitation, believing that there must be opportunities here. Yet now, it seemed all this was the fault of that bald monk, causing her disciple such sorrow. Suddenly turning her head, Guan Yuelan's eyes were filled with ire as she gazed upon the remains of the high monk. She raised her right hand and struck down towards the corpse. This time, she poured considerable strength into her attack. After all, when she had breached this place, a peculiar force had attached itself, albeit weakly, which she had temporarily suppressed. Concerned that the remains might harbor some hidden danger, she was reluctant to hold back. To her astonishment, the anticipated resistance did not materialize. Under her strike, the high monk's remains crumbled to ashes as if made of paper. Had that bald monk expended all his strength in fending off external threats? Was his physical power utterly depleted? Guan Yuelan quickly deduced the outcome, yet was soon engulfed by confusion. Had that bald monk truly lost his senses, exerting such effort to guard nothing but air? While pondering this, she felt a sudden pain in her finger. That strange power had entwined itself around her once more, causing a glint of cold light to flicker in her eyes. Without further hesitation, she unleashed her full might to obliterate that peculiar force. However, just as that power was completely extinguished, a magnificent hall in the western desert began to tremble violently. Following this, a voice resonated, profound enough to shake the soul. The three bodies have appeared in the eastern wilderness, and karmic consequences have entwined with that individual. Dharma aspect. Go and retrieve the treasured item. As the words fell, a certain Buddha statue within the hall, which had been bowing its head with closed eyes, slowly opened them. It then stepped down from the lotus platform, walking out of the hall step by step, heading eastward. A radiant light enveloped its form, causing all who encountered it to kneel before it. The revered one had emerged to vanquish demons and eradicate evil. Unbeknownst to Guan Yuelan, a commotion was stirring in the western desert, nor could she anticipate that a Buddha statue was approaching her. At this moment, she had just returned to the Qingxian sacred land with her beloved disciple. The fact that they returned empty-handed left her countenance exceedingly grim. Especially upon seeing her dear student's despondent expression, her mood grew increasingly agitated. Yet, despite her frustration, Guan Yuelan still offered words of solace. Jiang Sun, do not lose heart. Your second elder sister has already begun to forge a new weapon for you. This time, she is utilizing even more rare materials. I believe it will be successfully crafted soon and will undoubtedly surpass the previous Dragon Roar sword. Thank you for your concern, Master, Jiang Sun replied, quickly bowing, though his expression remained somewhat melancholic. But, what do you mean by but? The disciple merely expressed concern, wondering if that thunder would return. Rest assured, I shall establish a grand formation to personally guard you. Should that thunder dare to come again, I will shatter its storm. With such reassuring words from her esteemed master in the great ascension stage, Jiang Sun finally exhaled in relief. Remembering his earlier display of distress, he hastily expressed his gratitude and then volunteered, Master, I have heard that our sect is currently facing a severe shortage of low-tier talismans. Even senior sister Wu has been tirelessly crafting them for days on end. I intend to assist her at Mo Peak during this time to alleviate the urgent needs of our Qingxian Holy Land. I hope for your approval. You should prioritize your cultivation. Guan Yuelan hesitated. Master, cultivation can be pursued at any time, but the needs of the sect are paramount. His words were filled with genuine emotion. Guan Yuelan, upon hearing this, smiled. Very well. Coincidentally, you have reached a state of great perfection. Thus, breaking through next will not require arduous training. Perhaps your visit to Mo Peak will facilitate your breakthrough more swiftly, especially since you possess extraordinary talent in talisman crafting. With your assistance, I shall have no worries. Thank you for your consent, Master. I will not fail you. Go ahead. Soon, Jiang Sun took to the skies on his flying sword. Watching his departing figure, Guan Shuolan couldn't help but nod in approval. This little disciple of hers not only possessed unparalleled talent and solid skills in the six paths, but most importantly, he was kind-hearted and exceptionally well-behaved. In a fleeting thought, Guan Shuolan's mind wandered to her silent disciple, Gu Xiu, who had even threatened her with the abandonment of the sect's spirit contract. She felt that his departure was, in fact, a blessing. It would spare her from his irritating presence. Yet, as these thoughts occupied her mind, Guan Shuolan suddenly furrowed her brow and, with a swift movement, found herself in a shadowy valley filled with ominous energy. This was the Wan Gui Valley of the Qing Xian Holy Land, the residence of her sixth disciple, He Mingyun. He Mingyun was a source of considerable vexation for Guan Shuolan. Since childhood, she had been taciturn and disinclined to converse, preferring the company of various puppets. In recent years, she had seldom ventured outside, and even her master could only catch a glimpse of her occasionally. Guan Shuolan had long grown accustomed to this behavior. However, this past year, her sixth disciple had developed some troubling tendencies. At this moment, He Mingyun appeared to have been refining a puppet, but suddenly her soul surged out of her body. Hurtling towards the shattered soul stone meant to erase the souls of the puppets. If she collided with it, it would not merely result in severe injury, but rather the scattering of her very essence. Rebellious disciple, halt. Guan Shuolan swiftly intervened, employing her grand ascendant power to block He Mingyun. Yet, to her astonishment, He Mingyun seemed resolute this time. Although her soul was obstructed, she continued to struggle fiercely. Even more alarmingly, her soul turned with overwhelming malice, glaring at Guan Shuolan. Let me go, let me go? Guan Shuolan, you wretched woman, you deserve to die? No. We all deserve to die? We should all perish. Chapter 63. Qing Xian wretches, you all deserve to die. He Mingyun's words were laden with boundless resentment. She appeared like a malevolent spirit that had escaped from the depths of hell, her gaze directed at Guan Shuolan devoid of any trace of the former respect and courtesy. Instead, it was replaced by a tide of resentment and malice. Even Guan Shuolan, a supreme being of the Great Ascension, felt a shiver run down her spine in the face of that penetrating look. However, she quickly dismissed these troubling thoughts and bellowed with fury, rebellious disciple, awaken. This fierce reprimand rendered He Mingyun's previously wrathful spirit momentarily frozen in place. In the blink of an eye, her spirit retreated hastily back into her body. Guan Shuolan, not daring to delay, seized a soul-binding talisman and affixed it to He Mingyun. In the next moment, He Mingyun blinked in confusion, as if she had only just noticed Guan Shuolan, startled by her presence. She immediately rose and stammered, Master, I was lost in thought and did not realize you had arrived. I beg your forgiveness for failing to pay my respects. At that moment, He Mingyun lowered her head timidly, gazing at her toes, presenting herself as a frightened child afraid of reprimand from her elders. A stark contrast to the fearsome spirit she had exhibited moments before. Observing her demeanor, Guan Shuolan couldn't help but sigh. Master? He Mingyun queried, her expression shifting as a sudden realization struck her. Her eyes widened in terror as she asked, could it be that the disciple has once again? Indeed. You have succumbed to darkness once more, Guan Shuolan affirmed, her brows knitted in concern. He Mingyun had previously fallen into madness. A prodigy skilled in the art of puppetry, her creations had once alleviated the sect's manpower shortages. Yet, a year ago, this exceptionally gifted disciple had inexplicably succumbed to madness. At that time, she was attempting a soul puppetry technique when her spirit was unexpectedly damaged, leading her to the sect's entrance, where she unleashed a torrent of curses upon her fellow disciples, denouncing them as ungrateful wretches. She even cursed the Qing Xian Holy Land, wishing misfortune upon its denizens, proclaiming that they would meet an untimely end. Subsequently, she verbally assaulted each member of the sect. First, she condemned her master, Guan Shuolan, as a vile and malicious woman. Then, she berated her senior sister as a cowardly and inept individual who only sought to evade responsibility. Following that, she lambasted her second senior sister as a foolish and treacherous person who was oblivious to her own exploitation. The third senior sister was criticized as a hypocrite, outwardly benevolent yet inwardly venomous, while the fourth was labeled as a conceited and deluded woman, mistakenly believing herself invincible despite being utterly incompetent. As for the fifth senior sister, Qin Moran, He Mingyun refrained from cursing her, merely remarking that if the ancient sages knew Qin Moran had read their works, they would feel such shame that they would take their own lives. This statement had left Qin Moran utterly shaken. However, the most unfortunate were the junior sister, Lu Qingyao, and the junior brother, Jiang Sun, who had attempted to dissuade He Mingyun. To their horror, upon seeing them, He Mingyun had summoned a divine puppet to pursue them, nearly reducing Lu Qingyao and Jiang Sun to ashes. As for herself, she had not spared any curses, instead retreating to the gates of Zhua Peak, where she took her own life. Had it not been for Guan Shuolan's timely intervention, it is feared that the esteemed Qingxian Holy Lands Wankai Valley would no longer have the presence of He Mingyun. This incident caused a considerable uproar throughout the entire Qingxian Holy Land, yet it was Guan Shuolan who ultimately issued a gag order, instructing all disciples to refrain from mentioning the matter, thereby minimizing its repercussions. However, the silence surrounding it does not imply that the events did not transpire. Subsequently, Guan Shuolan and her senior sister, Su Wanqing, conducted an investigation into He Mingyun, only to discover that half of her soul had suffered immense trauma. Should this portion of her soul gain dominance, it would plunge her into madness, even leading to self-destructive tendencies. The soul is not merely a form of consciousness. Such damage is fundamentally irreversible. Ultimately, it was Guan Shuolan, wielding her advanced cultivation, who forcefully split He Mingyun's soul into two. The frenzied segment required constant suppression through a soul-stabilizing talisman to maintain He Mingyun's normalcy. I acknowledge my error. At this moment, upon seeing Guan Shuolan nod, He Mingyun was taken aback, immediately dropping to her knees, her face awash with trepidation. I did not offend my master, did I? What do you think? Guan Shuolan inquired. He Mingyun swallowed hard, overcome with guilt. I sought to advance my understanding of the puppet arts today, but my impaired soul hindered my progress, leading me to rashly tear the soul-stabilizing talisman. I am guilty. Please punish me, master. Observing her timid sixth disciple, Guan Shuolan felt an inner turmoil of anger. Yet it ultimately transformed into a resigned sigh. Very well, very well. Your injuries are beyond my capacity to heal. What purpose would it serve to blame you? He Mingyun had always been an introverted individual, tending to conceal her thoughts. Even speaking aloud was a challenge for her. Among her sisters, she was the one with the least presence and brilliance, often serving as a mere backdrop to their radiance, akin to a speck of dust in the vast sky. Hardly noticeable. Nevertheless, she was still a disciple, and her pursuit of the puppet arts led to her soul's impairment. Such circumstances are indeed lamentable. Remember this. Under no circumstances should you recklessly unseal the soul-stabilizing talisman, for it will lead you to ruin. Yes, master. The intricacies of the soul puppetry are perilous. Focus on your corporeal puppetry. As long as you are sufficiently powerful, even without the strength of the soul, you can overcome myriad challenges. Yes, master. Guan Shuolan furrowed her brow at He Mingyun's submissive demeanor and contemplated before speaking. By the way, I recall that you recently forged several tracking puppets, correct? Yes. He Mingyun replied, puzzled. Who are you looking for? We seek Guxiao. He Mingyun exclaimed, astonished, never expecting her master would wish to find Guxiao. After all, during this period, her master had prohibited the mention of his name, rendering it almost a taboo within the sect. Guan Shuolan remarked coolly, your senior sister has yet to return, which undoubtedly indicates she is searching for Guxiao. I believe that if we locate Guxiao and bring him back to the sect, your senior sister will surely follow. Is there an issue with that? Did not the master instruct us to cease our pursuit of Guxiao? After all, he has already signed the abandonment agreement, severing his ties with the sect. What shall we do upon bringing him back? Is this even a question worth pondering? Guan Shuolan furrowed her brow, asserting, all I desire is the return of your senior sister. As for Guxiao, once she is back, we can simply expel him from the sect. It is that simple. He Mingyun pursed her lips, ultimately nodding in silence. Guan Shuolan did not linger any longer, reiterating the importance of not unsealing the soul-binding talismans before departing swiftly. There was no other choice. Guan Shuolan's most detested disciple was Guxiao, and her second least favored was none other than He Mingyun. Since childhood, He Mingyun had been reclusive, shunning the company of the living and instead engaging in the manipulation of various puppets and corpses, transforming Wanqi Valley into a realm reminiscent of the underworld, teeming with puppets and cadavers. The pervasive aura of death was palpable. Even though Guan Shuolan was a master of the highest order, Prolonged exposure to such an atmosphere left her feeling uncomfortable. As she watched her master leave, He Mingyun, who had been anxiously fidgeting, finally exhaled in relief. She had little inclination to interact with others, especially the living. Although she did not entirely shun her sisters, she always felt a sense of trepidation when in the presence of her master, Guan Xuelan. How could I fall into darkness again? What on earth is happening? He Mingyun sighed in despair, but soon felt a sharp pain in her arm. Rolling up her sleeve, she discovered, to her dismay, 3 large characters carved into her alabaster-like arm. White-eyed wolf. Chapter 64. The talisman merchandise is severed. All are Dao talismans. At this moment, Gu Xiu sat by the window in a tavern within the city, savoring the culinary delights while eavesdropping on the conversations around him. Have you heard about the Wanyun worship yesterday? Of course I heard. It is said that the talisman masters went mad, with many kneeling and weeping, proclaiming the arrival of the talisman Dao Supreme. The talisman path shall ascend to the pinnacle of the 6 paths once more. What do you think this Wanyun worship signifies? Could it really be the arrival of the talisman Dao Supreme? Who can say for certain? However, I've heard that during the Wanyun worship, the directions of the Dao rhythms all pointed towards our Yunxiao city. What? Could it be that the talisman Dao Supreme has descended upon our Yunxiao city? Uncertain. Only those versed in the talisman path can discern the Dao rhythms, and even fewer can fully comprehend them. Who knows what the truth is? Nonetheless, it seems that the coming days in Yunxiao city will be quite lively. Upon hearing these discussions, Gu Xiu could not help but raise an eyebrow. When he discovered yesterday that he could summon the Wanyun worship, he had already anticipated that it would become a monumental event. As it turns out, he was not mistaken. At least in Yunxiao city, everyone was engrossed in discussions about this matter today, with a mix of truths and fabrications being circulated. Esteemed Taoist, I hear you have a substantial number of talismans for sale. At that moment, a corpulent steward from Wanbao Tower, adorned in resplendent attire, approached Gu Xiu. The individual in question, Gu Xiu, had encountered Cheng Fusho yesterday, the steward responsible for various affairs at Wanbao Tower. Cheng Fusho was the one Gu Xiu had approached for materials from Wanbao Tower. However, at this moment, Cheng Fusho was unable to associate this seemingly ordinary individual with Feng Bugue, who had received special attention from Su Rumei. This was due to Gu Xiu's use of 3 masks, which had drastically altered his appearance. Upon receiving Gu Xiu's confirmation, Cheng Fusho eagerly inquired, "What quantity of talismans do you refer to as a large number?" 7,000. How much? Cheng Fusho had only just taken a seat when he abruptly stood up again, astonishment etched across his face as he gazed at Gu Xiu. Gu Xiu reiterated, 7,000 talismans. Is there truly such a quantity? Cheng Fusho's reaction did not surprise Gu Xiu. He simply retrieved several hundred talismans from his storage ring and placed them on the table, limited by the available space. Witnessing this scene, Cheng Fusho instinctively swallowed. 7,000 talismans, while perhaps not excessive, were nonetheless significant. Wanbao Tower's sales of talismans in Yunxiao City reached thousands daily, with 7,000 potentially selling out within a day or two. However, the crux of the matter lay not in the sales potential, but in the availability of the product. After all, the creation of talismans is a laborious process. Even first-tier talismans require considerable time to produce. Despite Wanbao Tower maintaining a team of talisman artisans, they consistently struggled to meet demand, necessitating long-term procurement from external sources. However, most individuals selling talismans at the store were mere small-scale cultivators, often possessing only a handful of talismans. Those with a modicum of acumen might manage to collect 100 or so. The true bulk of supply, however, came from partnerships with certain sects and even sacred places. Wanbao Tower had its own supply channels, but unfortunately, the primary supplier, Qingxian Sacred Ground, had recently encountered difficulties that hindered the supply of talismans, leaving Wanbao Tower with insufficient stock. This was no trivial issue. While low-tier talismans might not fetch a high price in spirit stones, a steady supply could bolster the sales of other items at Wanbao Tower. The recent shortage of talismans had led to a noticeable decline in foot traffic at the establishment, which was the most critical concern. Thus, when Cheng Fusho heard of someone possessing a substantial quantity of talismans and was invited to this meeting, he wasted no time in coming. He had anticipated perhaps a few hundred at most, but it now appeared that his perspective had been too narrow. How about it, Steward Cheng? Can Wanbao Tower accommodate such a quantity? Gu Xiu inquired at that moment. Absolutely. Cheng Fusho nodded vigorously. Not only can we handle 7,000 talismans, but if you possess the capability, 70,000 would be no challenge at all. This was not mere boastfulness. The demand for low-tier talismans in Yunjiao City was immense, and numerous merchants similar to Wanbao Tower had come to understand one fundamental truth. Whichever merchant could provide a greater supply of low-tier talismans would ascend to the forefront in Yunjiao City. The individual before me, though seemingly unremarkable, possesses an astonishing collection of 7,000 talismans, indicating that he is no ordinary person, perhaps even one with access to unique channels. Gu Xiao nodded. In that case, Elder Cheng, what price do you propose? Cheng Fushou glanced at Gu Xiao and cautiously suggested. According to the fixed pricing of our Wanbao Pavilion, it is 6 spirit stones per talisman. Typically, a first-tier talisman sells for around 8 to 10 spirit stones, with a uniform buyback price consistently set at 6 inferior spirit stones. However, Gu Xiao shook his head decisively. That won't do. 7 stones. Cheng Fushou hesitated, biting his lip. Gu Xiao responded, I require 10 stones. That's impossible. Cheng Fushou exclaimed without hesitation. Our Wanbao Pavilion sells first-tier talismans for only 10 inferior spirit stones, some even for 8 stones. If we adhere to your price, we would be in vain. There is, indeed, a distinction between first-tier talismans. Gu Xiao shook his head, asserting, our talismans are not ordinary. He emphasized the word our, further solidifying Cheng Fushou's earlier suspicions. This individual undoubtedly has some formidable backing. Nevertheless, Cheng Fushou shook his head again. A first-tier talisman is simply a first-tier talisman. Unless it is an exceptionally rare Dao talisman, the price disparity cannot be justified. As they spoke, Cheng Fushou suddenly widened his eyes. He observed Gu Xiao casually flipping through a talisman. This particular talisman, a first-tier spirit-gathering talisman, was known to Cheng Fushou. Yet its intricate markings exuded an unusual aura. Is this a Dao talisman? Cheng Fushou marveled, but then he shook his head again. While Dao talismans indeed hold greater value, they are rare and elusive. Surely, not all of these are Dao talismans. Once more, his thoughts were interrupted as he beheld Gu Xiao sifting through hundreds of talismans, each radiating that distinctive aura. Are they all Dao talismans? Cheng Fushou's expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment, a hint of trepidation creeping into his gaze. How is this possible? Dao talismans are exceedingly rare, with talisman masters possessing only a slim chance of crafting them. Yet here stands a person who has produced such a multitude of Dao talismans. How could this be? Cheng Fushou couldn't help but recall the astonishing event of yesterday that left all talisman masters in awe, the Wan Yun pilgrimage. It was hard not to draw parallels. These are not merely Dao talismans, they are flawless Dao talismans. 10 inferior spirit stones would be a bargain for your Wanbao Pavilion, Gu Xiao stated. This was the truth. According to market value, a standard first-tier Dao talisman retails for approximately 8 to 10 spirit stones, while a Dao talisman can fetch up to 15 spirit stones. Wanbao Pavilion would profit at least 5 spirit stones for each talisman sold at the price of 10 spirit stones. Gu Xiao's pricing, while generous, was partly a gesture of goodwill, a return of favor for the warm reception he received from Su Rumei of Wanbao Pavilion. However, more importantly, the first-order talismans are, for Gu Xiao, astonishingly simple to create. As long as he possesses sufficient materials, he can produce as many talismans as desired. Instead of engaging in speculative trading, it is far more prudent to adopt a strategy of modest profits and high volume, swiftly amassing resources. Moreover, the cost of the materials for these talismans is merely 2 spirit stones each, allowing Gu Xiao to net a profit of 8 spirit stones per talisman. With 7,000 talismans, he stands to gain a staggering 56,000 spirit stones. While this may not seem excessive at first glance, what if sales were to flourish? He could potentially sell 70,000, 700,000, or even 7 million talismans in the future. After all, crafting these items is undeniably straightforward. Clearly, at this price point, Cheng Fushou had no hesitation, immediately nodding in affirmation. My friend, we at Wanbao will take all of your talismans. Whatever quantity you have, we will purchase. As he spoke, Cheng Fushou's voice trembled with excitement. Recently, Wanbao had been in dire need of talismans, and these 7,000 would alleviate their immediate concerns. Furthermore, these talismans are all Dao talismans. This not only addresses their urgent needs, but also presents a lucrative opportunity for Wanbao. With one party eager to buy and the other ready to sell, the subsequent proceedings were straightforward. Cheng Fushou began inspecting each talisman, and during this process, He attempted to inquire about Gu Xiu's background. However, Gu Xiu deftly sidestepped the questions with a few vague responses. Cheng Fuxiu, displaying a sense of propriety, recognized Gu Xiu's reluctance to elaborate and wisely refrained from further probing, especially regarding the recent uproar surrounding the Wanyan pilgrimage. Once the transaction was complete, Cheng Fuxiu informed Gu Xiu that should he acquire more talismans in the future, he could always reach out to him, as Wan Beilu would gladly purchase them all. To this, Gu Xiu offered no definitive response, merely suggesting that Cheng Fuxiu keep a supply of talisman materials on hand, indicating that he might seek him out again if fate allowed. He then took his leave and exited the tavern. As he stepped outside, Gu Xiu quickly noticed two individuals trailing him from a distance. They were evidently from Wan Beilu, intent on uncovering his background. In the past, this might have posed a dilemma for Gu Xiu. However, equipped with the three-faced mask, he effortlessly transformed his appearance and passed by the two pursuers in the blink of an eye. Inwardly, he could not help but marvel at the formidable power of the three-faced mask. In truth, Gu Xiu had long been aware of the ancient temple nestled within the Tianqi mountain range, having gleaned knowledge of it from the dream of 1,000 years. Yet, he had never coveted it, fully cognizant that the temple was beyond his current capabilities to breach. He also understood that the three-faced mask was a treasured artifact of the Western Desert's Buddhist sect, making it utterly impossible to quietly obtain it without becoming entangled in the consequences of the Buddhist path. This was an opportunity that Gu Xiu was aware of yet could not seize. To his surprise, however, he had managed to acquire this item so silently with the aid of the green bamboo staff. Even the principles of karma within the Buddhist realm remained untouched by him. Once again finding himself in a desolate area, Gu Xiu restored his original appearance and began to stroll leisurely towards the Wanbao building. He had amassed a considerable sum of spirit stones and deemed it prudent to procure some essential resources for his cultivation. Additionally, Gu Xiu intended to inquire about the current situation at the Wanbao building. Upon arrival, he noticed that Cheng Fuxiu was already reporting the recent events to Su Rumei. Given his unique status, no one obstructed him, allowing him to eavesdrop. His subordinates had repeatedly probed the individual in question, yet he remained tight-lipped. The only information gleaned was that the person appeared to belong to a significant force with a considerable following, for it was inconceivable that such a plethora of talismans could be produced otherwise. Although it remained uncertain whether the Wanyan worship was linked to this group, it was highly probable, as they certainly possessed secrets unbeknownst to others. Observing Cheng Fuxiu's earnest analysis, Gu Xiu found himself in complete agreement. After exchanging pleasantries with Su Rumei, he prepared to take his leave without further eavesdropping. However, Su Rumei suddenly inquired, "Friend Feng, how has the talisman you crafted yesterday fared? My aptitude in the talisman path is somewhat limited. It may take me some time." Gu Xiu shook his head with a hint of regret. Su Rumei expressed some doubts, but ultimately refrained from suspicion, reassuring Gu Xiu that everyone has their own specialties and encouraging him to visit the Wanbao building should he require anything. She even offered to arrange for someone to explain the intricacies of talismans to him, to which Gu Xiu simply nodded in gratitude. Afterwards, he returned directly to his residence, Tingyuju, to focus on his cultivation. For the next 2 days, Gu Xiu immersed himself in his training, occasionally gathering information. The rumor that the object of the Wanyan worship was suspected to be in Yunshao City had indeed attracted some attention. Although only a small fraction of people speculated on this, for the majority of sects and factions, it was better to err on the side of caution. They deemed it prudent to investigate further. In the brief span of 2 days, a multitude of unfamiliar faces began to flood into Yunshao City. With their arrival, the most notable change was a deterioration in public order. Daily occurrences of vendettas, disturbances, and even public homicides became commonplace. It was said that even the city lord of Yunshao City was alarmed, personally intervening on one occasion to quell the unruly forces, thereby instilling a semblance of order. This news spread widely, with Xiao He vividly recounting how the formidable city lord dispatched a group of skilled fighters with a mere slap. Simultaneously, she informed Gu Xiu that many individuals remained unwilling to abandon their quest for the truth behind the Wanyan worship, continuing to linger within the city. Gu Xiu, however, felt no anxiety. After all, they were seeking the supreme being of Wanyan worship, which had no bearing on him, Feng Bugui. Yet, while Gu Xiu diligently observed the shifting tides and devoted himself to his arduous training, the Wanbao building found itself in a quandary. Particularly Cheng Fuxiu, who frequented the tavern every few days, eagerly anticipating the return of the mysterious faction to acquire another batch of talismans. There was simply no other option. The talismans crafted by Gu Xiu exhibited astonishing efficacy. Initially, when they were brought back for sale, some casual practitioners deemed the price exorbitant. However, after the first individual experienced the effects of Gu Xiu's talismans firsthand, they were left utterly astonished and promptly returned with a throng of others eager to purchase. This caused quite a stir that day. Remarkably, within just 2 hours, all 7,000 talismans crafted by Gu Xiu were sold out. This exhilarated Cheng Fusho, who eagerly anticipated the opportunity to see that person again to place another order for talismans. Unfortunately, after 5 consecutive days of fruitless searching, he returned to Wanbao Tower despondent, only to be met by Su Rume. "Have you still not found them?" Cheng Fusho replied, "No, I have not." What could be the reason? Have those people departed? His subordinate was equally perplexed. Cheng Fusho sighed. It seems there are too many individuals in Yunxiao City seeking information, and they prefer to remain incognito. Su Rume furrowed her brow, understanding the rationale. Based on Wanbao Tower's analysis during this period, she was nearly certain that the mysterious individual was indeed linked to the Wan Yun pilgrimage. Given the current commotion, it was entirely reasonable for them to wish to remain concealed. However, news had reached the main tower that the Qingxian sacred land had recently increased its talisman crafting speed. But for the time being, it would only suffice for their own use. Other trading firms had also caught wind of this development and were now intervening in our collaborations with several sects, placing us in a precarious position. If we are unable to meet the demand for talismans, it is feared that Wanbao Tower may not only lose this crucial bargaining chip, but could also face far-reaching repercussions that might affect the entire establishment. This was indeed grim news. No one had anticipated that the once formidable Qingxian sacred land would falter so significantly, which was a misfortune for Wanbao Tower as their partner. Su Rume's expression turned grave. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, "While we can afford to wait for the clandestine individual, we cannot afford to remain idle. If they are unwilling to reveal themselves, we must take decisive action." Decisive action? The members of Wanbao Tower were puzzled, yet they listened as Su Rume continued. "Arrange for someone to disseminate a message." "What message?" the crowd queried, intrigued. "Inform them that Wanbao Tower has mastered a secret method to elevate the rank of talismans, and consequently, our inventory of talismans will significantly increase." What? Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd was left in utter bewilderment. Wanbao Tower was a commercial entity, and with so many powers converging in Yunxiao City, would broadcasting this message not deliberately attract scrutiny and suspicion? What was Su Rume's intention? This astute manager was indeed clever. This was a declaration of intent, a means to convey that Wanbao Tower would remain tight-lipped and loyal to its allies. The following day, upon hearing this news, Gu Xiu immediately grasped Su Rume's strategy. It must be said, Su Rume possessed considerable audacity. At least for the present, Wanbao Tower appeared to be a trustworthy establishment. With the other party displaying such boldness, Gu Xiu decided to act without hesitation. Setting out early that morning to seek out Cheng Fusho, who was once again lingering in the restaurant. However, this time, Gu Xiu donned a different visage. As anticipated, upon hearing Gu Xiu declare himself a member of the mysterious faction, Cheng Fusho was filled with astonishment, yet his curiosity intensified. This was a force capable of invoking the veneration of Wan Yun. Indeed, their numbers were considerable. Cheng Fusho relayed to Gu Xiu that Wanbao Building had raised the price of each talisman by 3 spirit stones, increasing it from 10 to 13 spirit stones apiece. Gu Xiu did not decline the offer. After all, with his vast dantian, he was akin to a beast that devours gold, and would naturally not disdain an abundance of spirit stones. Nevertheless, Gu Xiu chose not to engage in further conversation with Cheng Fusho. He merely presented the prepared 800 talismans to him, and subsequently took back the extensive materials for talismans that Cheng Fusho had been carrying. Cheng Fusho persistently invited Gu Xiu to discuss matters in detail at Wanbao Building, but was met with Gu Xiu's polite refusals. Trust must be cultivated gradually. His approach to Wanbao Building, employing a 3-faced mask, was intended to gauge their stance regarding Wan Yun's veneration. For now, he intended to observe further. However, it seemed that Wanbao Building indeed exhibited sincerity, not only increasing the price for talisman acquisition, but also ensuring that Gu Xiu was not followed upon his departure from the tavern. As Gu Xiu retraced his steps, contemplating how to avoid inciting Wan Yun's talisman crafting and how to thoroughly open avenues for selling his talismans. A familiar voice suddenly called out from behind. "Junior brother." The voice was particularly recognizable, causing Gu Xiu to instinctively furrow his brow. Turning around, he beheld two familiar figures standing not far behind him. At this moment, the two women behind Gu Xiu were none other than Yi Hongling and Nian Chaoshi, who had just arrived in Yunqiao City. Throughout these days, Nian Chaoshi had been in the company of Yi Hongling. Although Yi Hongling consistently asserted that the junior brother Nian Chaoshi spoke of was not the same person she had encountered previously, her efforts bore little fruit. Meanwhile, Nian Chaoshi remained taciturn, resembling a soulless specter. Yi Hongling, despite her confusion regarding the events that had transpired, could only cautiously guide Nian Chaoshi into Yunqiao City. Noting her dismal state, upon hearing the call of junior brother, Yi Hongling merely cast a casual glance ahead. After a moment's hesitation, she softly advised, "Senior, do not call out. If your junior brother sees you, he will undoubtedly come to find you at once." Since entering the city, Nian Chaoshi had repeatedly uttered the words junior brother. Initially, Yi Hongling had thought that Nian Chaoshi had indeed spotted her junior brother. However, she soon realized it was merely a manifestation of her desolation, a murmured invocation in an attempt to summon back her lost junior brother. This scene unfolded before them. With a heavy heart, Yi Hongling sighed, while beside her, Nian Chaoshi faced her counsel with a bitter smile, uttering, "He will not return, he will not meet me." Yi Hongling, perplexed and unable to comprehend the underlying reasons, could only offer words of comfort. "How could that be? Senior, your concern for him is profound. If he were to know, he would surely be moved and would not shy away from meeting you. Perhaps we should first find a place to stay, as I also need to contact my sect." Seeing Nian Chaoshi remain unresponsive, Yi Hongling, feeling helpless, continued onward with her. Neither Yi Hongling nor the despondent Nian Chaoshi noticed the middle-aged cultivator clad in a crane cloak, wielding a feather fan, who brushed past them. Throughout the encounter, he was merely an ordinary passerby. Yet, in truth, he was none other than Gu Xiu. As he observed Nian Chaoshi, who occasionally called out for her junior brother, and the accompanying Yi Hongling, Gu Xiu furrowed his brow slightly. However, it was merely a fleeting gesture. Moments later, he withdrew his thoughts and leisurely returned to his listening abode. Encountering the Qing Xian sacred ground was not unexpected for Gu Xiu. After all, it was a prestigious sect with numerous disciples, and meeting them in this remote corner of the eastern wilderness was hardly surprising. As for Nian Chaoshi's call for her junior brother, Gu Xiu paid it no mind. Not to mention that she was likely calling for Zhang's son. Even if she were indeed calling for him, what of it? To Gu Xiu, the ties with Qing Xian sacred ground had long been severed. Rather than dwell on such matters, it was far more prudent to contemplate how he could craft talismans without triggering significant disturbances. This was the pressing concern at hand. After all, if every time he crafted a talisman, it invoked the worship of myriad resonances, his discovery would be inevitable, a scenario Gu Xiu wished to avoid. The battles in the Forbidden Lands for 500 years and the tribulations faced by the sect for 3 years, though arduous, had granted Gu Xiu clarity. Instead of striving to be a dazzling prodigy aiming to rival the heavens, he preferred to remain an unnoticed solitary cultivator, quietly amassing spirit stones and resources while discreetly enhancing his cultivation. Upon returning to the listening abode, he tossed the packaged meals he had acquired to Xiaohe. Disregarding the gratitude of the unfortunate young maid, Gu Xiu retreated directly into his room. Once he activated the isolation array, he retrieved the talisman materials he had just received from Cheng Fusho and began his attempts. The worship of myriad resonances stemmed from the overwhelming affinity the heavenly and earthly Dao rhythms had for him, yearning to flow into him for expression. This affinity could not be eradicated, yet he pondered whether it might be possible to mitigate the influence of the distant Dao rhythms, at least to contain this affinity within a certain range. Gu Xiu murmured to himself as he slowly began to manifest the heavenly script talisman, cautiously attempting to communicate with the heavenly and earthly Dao rhythms. However, after a brief endeavor, he promptly severed the connection, realizing he could not obstruct it. The essence of the Dao of heaven and earth is inherently the power of rules. Unless Gu Xiu possesses the means to alter or shield the laws of nature, he cannot conceal the affinity of the Dao of heaven and earth. In fact, even narrowing the scope is beyond his capabilities. However, Gu Xiu remained undeterred and pondered anew. Since isolating the probing of the Tao of heaven and earth is unfeasible, perhaps I can endeavor to soothe these celestial rhythms, rendering them less active. With this thought, he took action once more. This attempt ignited a spark of clarity in Gu Xiu's eyes. It proved fruitful. Under his influence, the Tao of heaven and earth still manifested swiftly, still welcoming myriad rhythms, yet it began to adopt a more tranquil demeanor compared to its previous fervor. Though the impact seemed minimal, at least the direction was promising. Consequently, Gu Xiu continued his explorations. Crafting talismans presented a swift opportunity to amass spiritual stones and resources, thus meriting the investment of time. Meanwhile, within an inn in the city, a conversation unfolded. "Senior, I truly apologize. It is said that the myriad rhythms have been frequently worshipped of late, with the suspected direction being Yunxiao City. This influx of forces has resulted in a scarcity of rooms, compelling me to share my quarters with you." Yi Hongling spoke politely to Nian Chaoshi, who remained utterly unresponsive, sitting by the window, lost in thought as she gazed outside. Yi Hongling sighed. Despite possessing remarkable cultivation, this senior, who ought to be carefree, appeared anything but. Instead, she seemed ensnared by her own heart, descending into inner turmoil. After some contemplation, Yi Hongling's curiosity got the better of her. "Could you tell me about your junior disciple?" "My junior disciple?" Nian Chaoshi snapped back to reality. Observing her reaction, Yi Hongling couldn't help but sigh again. It was evident that only when mentioning the aforementioned junior did this senior display any semblance of life. "Indeed, senior, you possess a kind heart and show great care for your junior disciple. He must be a remarkable person, worthy of your concern, correct?" "My junior disciple is indeed a wonderful person, but I cannot claim to be kind-hearted," Nian Chaoshi replied, her tone tinged with melancholy. Yi Hongling, puzzled, responded, "How could that be? You seem profoundly affected by your junior disciple's plight. Only a person of deep loyalty and affection would feel such sorrow." "Deep loyalty and affection?" Nian Chaoshi smiled bitterly. "I am unworthy." "What do you mean?" Yi Hongling asked, bewildered, as Nian Chaoshi continued. "I once believed that all of this had no connection to me, but over these past few days, I have reflected deeply and realized that I am, in fact, the true architect of this turmoil. I am the genuine villain." Chapter 67, Nian Chaoshi, I am the true villain. What? Yi Hongling was perplexed. As of now, she did not even know Nian Chaoshi's identity, nor did she comprehend the grievances between her and the junior disciple she spoke of. Just as she was lost in thought, Nian Chaoshi inquired, "Are you familiar with the way of heavenly mechanisms?" "I am." Yi Hongling nodded, stating that the path of heavenly secrets involves divination, probing the past, glimpsing the future, and is the most enigmatic of all paths beyond the 6 realms. "Do you know why practitioners of the path of heavenly secrets are so few?" Nian Chaoshi inquired again. Yi Hongling pondered for a moment, then replied, "The path of heavenly secrets requires recognition from the heavenly Tao, and it is also the path most susceptible to divine retribution. The consequences can be dire, leading to the depletion of one's lifespan or, in the gravest instances, lifelong torment, rendering one unable to attain liberation." Nian Chaoshi shook her head with a smile. "Surely you have heard that encountering the path of heavenly secrets is often ominous?" Yi Hongling fell silent, but eventually nodded. "The path of heavenly secrets is notorious for its entanglement with karma and divine retribution. Many renowned practitioners ultimately meet tragic fates. Moreover, it is not only the practitioners who suffer. Numerous disciples of the path often bear the mark of celestial calamities, inadvertently bringing misfortune upon their loved ones. Up to this point, there has been no account of a practitioner of the path of heavenly secrets enjoying a peaceful old age." Suddenly, Yi Hongling seemed to recall something. Looking at Nian Chaoshi with astonishment, only to see her nod in affirmation, "I am a practitioner of heavenly secrets." Yi Hongling was momentarily taken aback, instinctively desiring to distance herself. This was only natural, a reaction beyond her control. Fortunately, Nian Chaoshi appeared unfazed. Continuing to speak, "The greatest taboo of the path of heavenly secrets is the revelation of its mysteries. Once disclosed, it invites the entanglement of karma. However, if a practitioner can truly maintain discretion, the impact on those around them would be minimal. Yet, such practitioners are exceedingly rare." Yi Hongling nodded, understanding this principle. As long as one refrains from revealing celestial secrets, divine retribution would not descend without cause, nor would it indiscriminately implicate others. Yet, knowing the truth is one thing. Achieving it is quite another. A simple example illustrates this. A practitioner may foresee impending calamity should they proceed, yet if their loved ones are intent on advancing, who can adhere to the rules and watch helplessly as they plunge into the abyss? You must have received considerable affection from your sect, Nian Chaoshi suddenly asked. Yi Hongling, somewhat perplexed, nodded in response. As a cherished prodigy of the Tiansong manor, she indeed enjoyed the care of her senior brothers and sisters, despite facing numerous dangers due to the sect's stringent trials. Nevertheless, she had always been the favored younger sister among the disciples. Nian Chaoshi sighed softly, murmuring to herself, I am the esteemed senior sister of my sect, revered and adored. My younger siblings regard me as an idol and treat me as an elder. Yet, upon embracing the path of heavenly secrets, that reverence gradually transformed into isolation and estrangement. I was merely 10 years old at the time. Yi Hongling was momentarily stunned. Although she had not experienced such hardship, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Nian Chaoshi. For a child of merely 10 years, it was indeed heart-wrenching. From a beloved and esteemed elder sister to a figure shunned by all, the transformation was swift and heartbreaking. One can only imagine the cruelty of such a fate for a mere child of 10. During that time, everyone within the sect deliberately distanced themselves from me. And over time, I became the most forsaken individual within our community. In truth, I am not one who revels in solitude. Rather, I cherish the warmth of my junior sisters and the concern of my master. I dread isolation, fear the wary glances of others, and am terrified of becoming the most reclusive person in the sect. Yet, this is a reality I cannot alter, for upon entering the path of destiny, I was fated to endure this plight. As these words escaped my lips, Yi Hongling pressed her lips together, attempting several times to offer solace, but ultimately refrained. For what Nian Chaoshi had articulated was indeed true. The path of destiny is fraught with ominous portents. Such a saying is widely known, yet remains an insurmountable mountain of prejudice, unchangeable and inexplicable. Fortunately, I have a wonderful junior brother. Nian Chaoshi smiled softly, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes as she spoke. My junior brother, cherished by all in the sect, is a thoughtful and considerate child. Yet, paradoxically, the only rule he disobeyed was to disregard my warnings and my master's admonitions, choosing instead to forge a bond with me, becoming my confidant. In his youth, he would often visit my cold attic, sharing his dreams and anecdotes of his adventures. He even took it upon himself to mend the rift between me and the junior sisters, as well as my master. Even as he matured and gained wisdom, his affections remained unchanged. He frequently embarked on journeys of training, yet each time he returned, he would bring me small tokens of his travels, just as in our childhood. Lying beside me on the star platform, recounting tales of his encounters, foes, friends, and delightful experiences. As Nian Chaoshi recounted these memories, her gaze softened with warmth. Even Yi Hongling listened with delight, exclaiming, Your junior brother truly sounds remarkable. Indeed, he was exceptional. Nian Chaoshi smiled, reflecting, those were the happiest moments of my life. And then, a shadow crossed Nian Chaoshi's face. Then, I failed him. How so? My junior brother ventured into a perilous land, and his absence extended for many years, surpassing the lifespans of many. Yi Hongling's smile faded, as she began to grasp the gravity of Nian Chaoshi's tale. Indeed, with the departure of my junior brother, the one person closest to me within the sect vanished, and those junior sisters who had cautiously begun to approach me again retreated once more due to his absence. Despite my subsequent efforts to prove my worth and contribute to the sect, I found myself unable to displace that heavy mountain, forever bound to the fate of the Destiny Master. Yi Hongling furrowed her brow in disbelief. How could this be? You are their senior sister, a fellow disciple. In response, Nian Chaoshi simply smiled, a complex expression gracing her features. So, has your junior brother returned? Yi Hongling could not resist pressing further. Yes, he has returned, Nian Chaoshi replied. But upon his return, he became another version of myself. Yi Hongling was taken aback, somewhat perplexed. In fact, he is even less favored than I am. Nian Chaoshi said bitterly. He encountered certain events that transformed him into another me, or rather, into someone even more unappreciated than I. What? Yi Hongling was astonished, struggling to comprehend. After all, according to Nian Chaoshi, this junior brother should have been quite the focus of attention. How could he have been met with disdain and isolation instead? But what happened next? Yi Hongling's curiosity was piqued by the events that followed. Your junior brother returned. Yet he is not well liked. Surely, the two of you could support one another? That would have been the ideal outcome, Nian Chaoshi lamented. Siblings supporting each other, helping one another, and forging a path together. That is the beautiful conclusion found in all tales. Yet, I have failed him. Yi Hongling was bewildered. Nian Chaoshi continued, her voice tinged with sorrow. Upon his return, he faced numerous challenges, encountered much injustice, and endured relentless targeting and humiliation. All this time, I used my secluded training as an excuse to ignore these issues, even pretending they did not exist. However, despite my dedication to the path of celestial secrets, my isolation from the masses, and my solitary existence, I am, at heart, one who yearns for warmth. How could I truly remain oblivious? What? Yi Hongling's eyes widened in shock as she gazed at the individual before her. Nian Chaoshi spoke with a heavy heart. I am truly sorry to my junior brother. It is I who betrayed him. I am like an ostrich hiding in the shadows, burying my head in the sand. When faced with problems, I feigned ignorance. When witnessing injustices, I hoped the conflicts would not escalate, all the while remaining indifferent. I even wished, more than once, for my junior brother to endure as I did, to consider the bigger picture. Yet, in truth, at this point, tears flowed from Nian Chaoshi's eyes. I am the true villain. Chapter 68. Arrogant Qin Xian. Crisis of 10,000 treasures. It has begun. In the listening rain residence, within the room, Gu Xiao, who had been sitting cross-legged with closed eyes, suddenly opened his gaze. Brilliance sparkling within. After a full day of relentless experimentation, he had finally discovered the solution to the problem of the myriad rhythms of reverence. At this moment, he slightly raised his hand, and several blank talismans immediately floated upward. Following this, Gu Xiao gently waved his hand, and the rhythms of heaven and earth began to manifest before him. Just like before, they autonomously assisted Gu Xiao in the creation of talismans. However, what differed this time was that the myriad rhythms of reverence did not rush toward Gu Xiao as they had previously. However, this does not imply that the resonance of heaven and earth has ceased to be amicable towards Gu Xiao. On the contrary, it appears that the essence of the cosmos has been swayed by Gu Xiao, transforming from an unrefined child into a meticulously trained legion. They remain harmonious with Gu Xiao, yet no longer exhibit the previous lack of restraint. Instead, they advance towards him with a methodical and unified composure. The apparent transformation is subtle, yet it alleviates Gu Xiao's concerns that this extraordinary phenomenon might attract unwanted attention to him. With the most pressing issue resolved, it is time to devote himself to the creation of talismans. The opportunities within Yunxiao City still have some time ahead. Thus, he must gather sufficient resources during this interval. He is still in dire need of spirit stones. Now that it has been established that the resonance of heaven and earth will not expose itself any longer, Gu Xiao is finally free from hesitation. He commences the crafting of talismans. This time, he possesses an abundance of materials, no less than 50,000 sets for talisman creation. Such a quantity is certainly substantial for any sect or force engaged in talisman crafting. However, for Gu Xiao, it merely provides an opportunity for experimentation. He yearns to discover how many talismans he can produce simultaneously. Previously, confined to his chamber, he managed to create a maximum of 300 talismans at once. Although it was evident that this was not his limit, he now seeks to ascertain the boundaries of his capabilities. This time, he expands the talisman crafting area to encompass the entire backyard, for which he has meticulously established a shielding array, enveloping the entire space. Following this, he begins his endeavor. As he sits cross-legged in meditation, blank talismans are inscribed with flawless runes in perfect harmony. Soon, he reaches 10, then 100, and in no time, the simultaneous production of talismans escalates to 300, swiftly surpassing 400. The quantity continues to rise. 500 talismans. 600. Finally, when Gu Xiao's simultaneous crafting reaches 1,000 talismans, the growth ceases. It is not that he cannot continue. Rather, surpassing this number demands a toll on his spiritual consciousness, which he currently finds challenging to sustain. Otherwise, his talisman crafting speed would be astonishingly formidable. Gu Xiao murmurs to himself, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. To simultaneously craft 1,000 talismans is a pace that satisfies him immensely. Moreover, in the future, this production speed could potentially increase further. The prospects are promising. Meanwhile, as Gu Xiao begins to create 1,000 talismans at once, the disciples of various factions gathering in Yunxiao City furrow their brows in unison. In recent days, all have been investigating the truth behind the myriad resonances of worship. Countless individuals speculate about the monumental opportunities within talisman crafting. Yet, despite their arrival in Yunxiao City, they have encountered no substantial gains. Yesterday was spent in vain, as the manifestations of myriad resonances, though frequent, were abruptly interrupted before fully materializing. This has been a source of considerable frustration. After enduring this torment for an entire day, the myriad resonances finally re-emerged. Yet this time, the resonance of heaven and earth did not engage in worship. This left many talisman masters with a sense of being played, particularly at this moment before the Wanbao building, where the two talisman masters gazing skyward could not help but furrow their brows. Why has everything changed so suddenly? We tracked them all the way to Yunxiao City. Yet at this crucial moment, we have received no news. It is truly infuriating. What shall we do next? How can we return and explain this? We can only speak the truth. If necessary, we shall linger in Yunxiao City for a few more days. I have heard that our junior master is currently assisting at Moshifeng. Perhaps the difficulties in crafting talismans have already been resolved. With our junior master lending a hand, there should be no issue. His talents are exceptional, and his aptitude in the art of talismans rivals even that of the peak master. It appears we need not worry. These two, hailing from the Qingxian Holy Land, were among the first disciples sent by their sect to investigate the unusual phenomena during the Wanyun ceremony. As they discussed these matters, the golden manager of Wanbao Building, who accompanied them, suddenly brightened. Daoist Zhou, Daoist Liu, has your esteemed junior master commenced talisman crafting? Does this imply that the production of talismans will soon stabilize? Naturally. With our junior master involved, can there be any problems? One of the talisman masters, surnamed Zhou, confidently asserted. The golden manager became increasingly excited. Then you must not expect any talismans from us. What? We must prioritize our own people. Others will have to wait. At least for the time being, it is absolutely impossible for us to provide any talismans to Wanbao Building. But, esteemed Taoists, we at Wanbao Building currently have no talismans for sale. We merely wish for a modest batch of talismans to help us through this crisis. What does your lack of talismans have to do with us? The golden manager, somewhat annoyed, managed to suppress his ire, saying hesitantly, esteemed Taoists, our collaboration with your Qingxian Holy Land has always been quite pleasant, be it in terms of repurchase prices or resource allocation. Even Elder Qin of your sect previously stated that they would ensure a stable supply of talismans every month. Given the current situation, might your sect consider providing us with a batch of talismans to stabilize matters? We do not require much, just 10,000 talismans to alleviate our pressing needs. What do you think? Regrettably, the words of the golden manager were met with mere disdain from the two talisman masters of Qingxian Holy Land. No matter how he tried to persuade them, their attitude remained surprisingly consistent. If you want talismans, you will have to wait. As for how long, that is uncertain. Do you expect us to divert our internal talisman supplies to accommodate you? Dream on. It is essential to recognize that you are merely a commercial association, while we are a holy land. This declaration made the golden manager grit his teeth in frustration, yet he could do nothing but serve the two masters with utmost hospitality. Even before their departure, he presented each of them with 1,000 spirit stones as a token for their journey. There was no other choice. These were individuals from the Qingxian Holy Land, and given the vast enterprise of Wanbao Building, it was impossible to challenge such an entity, especially since they still relied on the talismans from Qingxian Holy Land. The implication of this was, despite harboring intense hatred for the two individuals, he could not reveal even the slightest indication of his feelings, leaving Manager Jean in a state of profound frustration. Upon returning to Wanbao Tower, he discovered that there were significant issues on Su Rumei's end as well. Manager Su, our talismans have been completely sold out. We cannot produce even a single additional talisman. Several of our talisman artisans have recently left Wanbao Tower to join Lingbo Atai, which has severely impacted our talisman production. Lingbo Atai had strategically positioned themselves from the outset, and with the sudden upheaval surrounding the Wanyun pilgrimage, they caught us off guard. They are not only undermining our business and poaching our talisman artisans, but many of the sects that previously collaborated with us have also announced their intention to partner with Lingbo Atai. We have been ensnared. If we do not replenish our talisman stock, Wanbao Tower will face a substantial decline in clientele, leading to a vicious cycle that could precipitate a catastrophic downturn in our business. These alarming tidings came in rapid succession, causing Manager Jean to frown deeply, while Su Rumei, seated at the head of the table, wore a furrowed brow as she absorbed the reports. The situation was indeed dire. As a long-standing rival of Wanbao Tower, Ling Baotai's sudden aggression indicated they had been meticulously preparing for this moment. Should we fail to break through this predicament, the future of Wanbao Tower remains uncertain, particularly for our branch in Yunxiao City, which will undoubtedly suffer greatly. Su Rumei inquired. Manager Jean, what of the 2 talisman artisans from the Qingxian Holy Land? Are they willing to support us with a batch of talismans? With a sigh, Manager Jean conveyed the attitude of the 2 artisans from Qingxian Holy Land. The room fell into a chorus of furrowed brows. How can Qingxian Holy Land be so ungrateful? We have provided them with countless materials free of charge each year. Yet in our time of need, they refuse to lend their support? Indeed, this was rather excessive, given our current crisis, even if they felt powerless. They should not utter such callous words. The arrogance of Qingxian Holy Land was palpable. Even other holy lands would not behave in such a manner. A sect that had ascended from a third-rate holy land to a recognized holy land in a mere 500 years inherently lacked perspective. As the discussion grew increasingly harsh, Su Rumei furrowed her brow and interjected sharply. While she too was incensed by Qingxian Holy Land's stance, voicing such sentiments openly would spell disaster for Wanbao Tower. Moreover, the present issue could not be resolved through mere condemnation of Qingxian Holy Land. They needed to rely on their own resources. Cheng Fushou, have you received any news from that mysterious force? Su Rumei asked. Cheng Fushou offered a wry smile. I met with them yesterday, but they only provided 800 talismans. Upon hearing this, a collective sigh swept through the room. 800 talismans were far too few. Even if all were Dao talismans, it would not suffice. Previously, Su Rumei had taken a risk by publicly declaring that Wanbao Tower possessed a method to enhance the probability of producing Dao talismans, all in an effort to forge a connection with this force and convey goodwill. The other party quickly contacted Cheng Fushou, clearly having acknowledged Wanbao Tower's overture. However, if this faction can only provide 800 to 1,000 talismans at a time, it would be a sheer waste of effort. The crisis at Wanbao Tower remains unresolved. Let us all return for now, raise our talisman acquisition prices, and engage more extensively with the talisman masters and allied forces posted by Lingbao Pavilion to see if we can negotiate a resolution. As for the Qingxian Sacred Land, I have already contacted the main tower, and the Vice Tower Master has relayed that he will be heading to Qingxian Sacred Land in the next couple of days to discuss talismans, so let us wait patiently. Ultimately, Su Rumei could only wave her hand, dismissing her subordinates. However, after everyone departed, Su Rumei took out 2 volumes of cultivation techniques and left Wanbao Tower, heading straight to Tingyu residence. At such times, do you still have the heart to seek out Feng Bugui? The shadow inquired curiously. I cannot alter the situation regarding the talismans. If this continues, it signifies that I am unable to seize the present. Su Rumei shook her head. Then, I must strive to grasp the future. Moreover, I have a persistent feeling that Feng Bugui is a person of hidden depths, and I intend to seek him out to inquire how I might resolve my current predicament. Perhaps he possesses some method. What could a loose cultivator in the Qi refinement stage possibly offer? The shadow frowned, eager to retort, but recalling Feng Bugui's various peculiarities, she ultimately refrained from speaking. Soon, the 2 arrived at the entrance of Tingyu residence. However, they were met with disappointment. The response came from Xiaohe. I have met with Manager Su. It is unfortunate that you 2 have arrived as Feng Xianzhong just departed. Departed? Su Rumei inquired, puzzled. Did Feng Xianzhong mention where he was headed? He did not specify. Su Rumei frowned, and the shadow beside her asked, Does Feng Xianzhong often go out? Xiaohe hesitated before shaking her head in silence. The shadow, growing impatient, pressed. I am asking you a question. Xiaohe knelt on the ground. I beg for the immortal's forgiveness. I am but a maidservant to Feng Xianzhong, and without his permission, I cannot speak on matters concerning my master. The shadow was amused by her audacity. Just as she was about to teach this mortal maid a lesson, Su Rumei intervened, praising Xiaohe. You did well. One should treat Feng Xianzhong in such a manner. Having said that, Su Rumei left with the shadow, still smiling. The shadow remained somewhat indignant. This little maid has seemingly forgotten that she was once part of Wanbao Tower. In just a few days, she dares to confront us for Feng Bugui. I see her as nothing but an ungrateful wolf raised in the house. I, on the other hand, find this quite favorable. Su Rumei's words irked the shadow. How so? Xiaohe has only been serving Feng Bugui for a few days, and she can already go to such lengths for him. Do you not think this rather indicates something? What might that be? It suggests that Feng Bugui treats those around him well. He must be a person of deep affection and loyalty. Su Rumei remarked. Such individuals are precisely those worthy of our alliance, are they not? The shadow pondered for a moment, unable to suppress a smirk. This is precisely why I am reluctant to take charge. I prefer to be a mere enforcer who acts rather than thinks. Engaging in mental games with you convoluted individuals is utterly exhausting. All right, no need to be upset. Su Rumei smiled. The shadow inquired. Upset is not quite the word. I simply wonder where you intend to search for Feng Bugui, now that he is absent. Fear not. I shall employ the technique of probing fortunes to glean some insights. Given Feng Bugui's profound fortune, I am certain some clues will emerge. Su Rumei replied, silently reciting incantations, then bringing her fingers together and gently brushing them across her eyes. In an instant, a green gleam flickered within her gaze. This technique of fortune probing, while a skill in its own right, is predominantly enhanced by Su Rumei's exceptionally rare dual pupils. At this moment, she raised her gaze to the heavens, sweeping her surroundings with a glance. However, mere moments later, her eyes widened in disbelief, and she hastily dispelled the probing technique, her expression one of sheer astonishment. What happened? Did you find Feng Bugui? The shadow queried, puzzled. I didn't have the chance to search. Su Rumei's face grew grave. I witnessed something far more alarming. What is it? The shadow pressed, intrigued. Su Rumei replied, I just saw that in the eastern part of the city, someone is practicing the method of bestowing fortune upon oneself to the point of self-destruction. Bestowing fortune upon oneself to the point of self-destruction? What does that entail? The shadow asked, bewildered. Su Rumei explained, although many are reluctant to believe in the concept of fortune, in reality, every individual possesses their own fortune, and many can perceive it from the moment of birth. However, the depth of one's fortune varies. Those without fortune often perish at birth. And even if they survive against the odds, their lives will be fraught with adversity and misfortune. The shadow pursed her lips. Skeptical, yet curious. What exactly is this method of bestowing fortune upon oneself to the point of self-destruction? Does it involve giving one's fortune to another? Indeed. Su Rumei nodded. Fortune is predetermined by the heavens. For most, it is established at birth, yet this does not imply it cannot change. Within the realm of fortune, there exists a unique technique known as the method of bestowing fortune to the point of self-destruction. A practitioner of this method, endowed with great will and determination, can entirely transfer their fortune to someone they deem worthy. Is it truly possible? If one gives away their fortune, why is it termed self-destruction? The shadow inquired, perplexed. After a brief silence, Su Rumei responded, I previously mentioned that for the majority, their fortune is predetermined from birth. To employ the method of bestowing fortune means to relinquish all personal fortune to another. Consequently, the one who bestows their fortune will no longer be under its protection. An infant without the guidance of fortune is destined for early demise. Similarly, a practitioner devoid of fortune's protection may not perish immediately, but barring unforeseen circumstances, their life will be riddled with calamities and they may find themselves facing peril and death at any moment. Tell me, what else could this be but self-destruction? The shadow's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed towards the eastern city, her heart gripped by fear. If what Su Rumei said is true, the individual who has employed the method of self-imposed deprivation of blessings must possess immense resolve. After all, what they relinquish is the very source of their fortune. While ordinary folk may dismiss the notion of a fortune source, those who can wield such arcane arts undoubtedly have a profound understanding of it, perhaps even to an extraordinary degree. Such individuals are acutely aware of the significance of this source, and they must fully comprehend what it means to lose it. This is akin to knowingly stepping forward into uncertainty, yet still choosing to take that step. A moment later, within the eastern inn of Yunxiao City, the door creaked open. Senior, what has happened to you? Upon seeing Nian Xiaoxi emerge, Yi Hongling was immediately engulfed with concern. Since early this morning, Nian Xiaoxi had abruptly declared an intention to enter seclusion, subsequently locking herself away, seemingly engaged in some form of spellcasting. What she was conjuring remained a mystery to Yi Hongling, yet an unsettling premonition lingered in her heart, for she recognized the brilliance in Nian Xiaoxi's eyes, reminiscent of the gaze her fellow disciples had worn when they faced death for her sake. She feared for her senior's well-being. Yet, Nian Xiaoxi, unusually radiant, smiled. Do not worry, I am well. In fact, I am quite elated. Elated? Yi Hongling was puzzled. Just the day before, her senior had been in tears, appearing like a mere shell of herself, and now she seemed suddenly joyous. I have received the answer I sought. What answer? My junior brother is still alive, Nian Chaoshi declared, her spirit soaring. This left Yi Hongling in bewilderment. She could not fathom that Nian Chaoshi had successfully executed the method of self-deprivation of blessings, which had allowed her to discern a piece of news that brought her such joy. Gu Xiao is alive. Although she was uncertain why her divination had failed, the ability to offer her fortune implied that Gu Xiao must indeed be living. Yi Hongling rejoiced for Nian Chaoshi. Will you continue to search for your junior brother? No. Nian Chaoshi shook her head. To seek him out would only bring him harm. What? Yi Hongling was taken aback. Yet Nian Chaoshi offered no reply. But senior, if you miss your junior brother so dearly, do you not wish to see him once more? I do. Then, meeting is not as precious as not meeting. What is love when it lacks longing? Yi Hongling grasped the sentiment only partially, noticing Nian Chaoshi gaze out at the drifting clouds. My junior brother once told me 500 years ago, if one wishes to see him, they should look up at the sky. He will be among the clouds, the stars at night, and the passing wind. Moreover, I sense a connection in the unseen realms. I may have already encountered him. Yi Hongling remained confounded, while Nian Chaoshi turned, stepping out of the inn and heading toward the city gates. Yi Hongling hurried to catch up. Senior, where are you going? Back to the sect. Back to the sect? Yes, Nian Chaoshi nodded. I feel my time is short. I wish to accomplish what I once desired but lacked the courage to pursue, and what I ought to have done but could not. For reasons unknown, a sudden heaviness settled in Yi Hongling's heart. Senior, but if you go, it may ultimately be a futile endeavor, like trying to catch the moon reflected in water. This time, Nian Chaoshi did not pause. A gentle whisper drifted into her ears. At least that was what she perceived. Within the bustling tavern of Cloud City, Gu Xiao, adorned with 3 masks, seemed to sense something and suddenly cast his gaze towards the city gates. At that very moment, Nian Zhaoxi, with his flowing white hair, emerged from the city and turned to glance back at the interior. He beheld only the thronging crowd, while she observed the forbidding city shrouded in restrictions. In the next instant, both averted their eyes simultaneously. Chapter 70. Old Friends of the Celestial Strategy, Soul Refining Materials? Cheng Fushou, standing before Gu Xiao, remained oblivious to the undercurrents of the moment. He rubbed his hands together, his face alight with anticipation as he inquired, my friend, how many talismans have you brought this time? Did you bring the materials for crafting? Indeed, I brought the materials. Cheng Fushou nodded vigorously, promptly retrieving a storage bag from his bosom. Inside, just like last time, there are materials sufficient for 50,000 talismans. Last time, you asked me to bring materials, so I kept an eye on it and carried them with me. 50,000 seems a bit insufficient, Gu Xiao remarked. What? Cheng Fushou was taken aback, only to hear Gu Xiao continue. Next time, please bring more. Otherwise, it will be rather bothersome to seek you out every few days. What? Cheng Fushou was bewildered. This is a quantity for 50,000 talismans. 50,000? Did you think it was just 5? You handed me 800 talismans yesterday. At a daily rate of 800, this amount should suffice for at least half a month, right? However, Gu Xiao paid no mind to the dazed Cheng Fushou and simply handed over his storage bag. Here are the talismans we crafted this time. Cheng Fushou's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he accepted it. But after peeking inside, his eyes widened in astonishment. How many are there? 50,000. 50,000. Cheng Fushou gasped sharply. Gu Xiao queried, what, is it too much? Of course not. Cheng Fushou shook his head repeatedly, his voice brimming with excitement. My friend, you are truly a benefactor to our Wanbao Tower. Right now, we are in desperate need of talismans. Just this morning, we were fretting over it. And now you present us with 50,000 talismans. It's like a timely rain. My friend, may I inquire how many talismans you can produce daily? Cheng Fushou asked with curiosity, then added, sensing the potential for impropriety in his question. It's just that our Wanbao Tower has recently been targeted by our rivals and is in urgent need of a large quantity of talismans. If we could know how many you can supply each day, it would greatly assist our planning. Targeted by rivals and in urgent need of talismans? Gu Xiao nodded, contemplating for a moment before responding. About 50,000 talismans per day. 50,000 per day? Cheng Fushou was struck with shock. Although Gu Xiao had just presented 50,000 talismans, no one could ascertain if this was a result of long-term accumulation. Was this amount produced in just one day? Isn't it enough? Gu Xiu added, "At most, we can manage 80,000, but no more." His speed in crafting talismans was indeed swift, under sufficient resources. Producing 100,000 daily would not pose a significant challenge. Yet, time remained a crucial factor in this endeavor. The crafting of talismans to accumulate spiritual stones is undoubtedly essential, yet the true priority lies in one's own cultivation. Therefore, he always allocates time daily for training and enhancement. However, this statement left Cheng Fusho utterly astonished. 80,000 talismans daily, even in a populated sacred ground like the Qingxian Holy Land. It would require a considerable amount of time for them to produce such a quantity. The prospect of producing 80,000 talismans each day is simply unfathomable. Just how formidable is the force behind this individual? Are there more talisman masters than in the sacred grounds? Could it be another sacred ground altogether? In that moment, Cheng Fusho pondered extensively, and his thoughts were not mere flights of fancy. In fact, during this period, the Wanbao Tower had engaged in numerous discussions regarding this mysterious force. This was evidently a superpower reluctant to reveal its identity, and very likely, it was a vast entity comprised entirely of talisman masters, with a considerable number of individuals. They possess profound expertise in the art of talismans. At the very least, in terms of talisman mastery, they would not be inferior to certain sacred grounds, and the number of talisman masters could undoubtedly rival that of the sacred grounds. At this moment, Cheng Fusho could never have imagined that the grand force he envisioned was, in reality, a solitary rogue cultivator. A single individual capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with a sacred ground. I am immensely grateful, dear friend. I shall take my leave now, and next time, I will bring sufficient materials. After settling the transaction, Cheng Fusho promptly stood to bid farewell. Today's encounter has reshaped his understanding of this formidable force, and it has also enlightened him that Wanbao Tower should perhaps prepare for a counteroffensive. What they lack is talismans. Due to the schemes of Lingbao Zhai and the ruthlessness of the Qingxian Holy Land, they have encountered a significant crisis. However, it seems that the challenges now facing Wanbao Tower may no longer be crises. On the contrary, with proper planning, they could transform into tremendous opportunities. Before Cheng Fusho departed, Gu Xiu handed him another list. "What is this?" Cheng Fusho inquired, puzzled. Gu Xiu replied, "In addition to the talisman materials tomorrow, I will also require some other materials, which I believe your Wanbao Tower should have." "Materials?" Cheng Fusho chuckled and nodded affirmatively. "Rest assured, I will procure the materials you require." After exchanging a few more words, Cheng Fusho took his leave. However, after his departure, Gu Xiu did not rise to leave. Instead, he remained seated, sipping his wine while casting a glance towards the city gate. There, he spotted Yi Hongling clad in red and black armor, and in front of her stood a man in dark robes and armor, leading a war horse. At first glance, the man appeared to be an ordinary mortal general, with his cultivation indiscernible. Yet to Gu Xiu, this man exuded an overwhelming aura of battle intent, dormant yet potent, and the spear resting upon the horse's back shimmered with radiant light. As if sensing a gaze upon him, the man lifted his head to look towards the tavern. Yet regrettably, he saw nothing. "Second brother, what is it?" Yi Hongling inquired curiously. "I feel as though an old acquaintance has returned," the man replied softly. "An old acquaintance?" Yi Hongling expressed her confusion. Although Yunshao City is renowned as a haven for rogue cultivators, it remains a mere corner of the world. Surely, individuals whom you, second senior brother, regard as acquaintances would not venture to such a trivial locale, would they? It hardly seems to matter. Second senior brother shook his head, his gaze drifting toward the direction of the Qingxian sacred land, murmuring to himself, "I shall inevitably confront him." Meanwhile, at Wanbao Building, when Cheng Fusho returned and recounted his conversation with Gu Xiu, everyone present was left in utter astonishment. 80,000 talismans crafted in a single day. What sect or sacred land could boast such prowess? What manner of force is this? Is it truly genuine? An ordinary talisman master can only produce a limited number of talismans in a day. Could it be that this power has gathered nearly 10,000 talisman masters? This is not merely a question of numbers. The most terrifying aspect lies in the fact that all 50,000 talismans are Dao talismans. Even 100,000 talisman masters could not guarantee the production of such a vast quantity of Dao talismans. The mysterious force had indeed instilled fear among all. While they had suspected that this power was formidable, they had not anticipated its magnitude. Yet, amidst their shock, a wave of exhilaration surged within them. Such a plethora of talismans, all of which are Dao talismans, if managed adeptly, could herald an unprecedented rise for Wanbao building. Lingbao Pavilion would never dream that we could forge a connection with such an enigmatic force. With so many Dao talismans at hand, there is no room for hesitation. We must act swiftly, and we shall undoubtedly overshadow Lingbao Pavilion. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their spirits lifted. In recent days, the members of Wanbao building had been somewhat oppressed, enduring provocations and taunts from Lingbao Pavilion with little recourse. However, now, with this abundance of talismans, they had found the courage to retaliate, bolstering their confidence. The talismans had been replenished, and it seemed they need not worry about them any longer. What then should be their next course of action? Let us deliver a small yet impactful shock to those who have betrayed us, particularly to the antagonistic Lingbao Pavilion. Instantly, Su Rumei began organizing their plans. With the talismans now plentiful, their previous shortcomings had been addressed. What Su Rumei sought was not merely to regain lost ground, but to utterly crush their opponents. After deliberating for half a day and clarifying their subsequent actions, the group finally dispersed. Su Rumei then took up the list that Gu Xiu had entrusted to Qing Fushou, examining the various materials listed and unable to suppress a slight frown. The shadow of the materials seemed to manifest beside her, peering closely with a hint of surprise. Do these all pertain to the essence of soul transformation? Are they perhaps concocting some nefarious substance to refine divine souls? Chapter 71. Sister, you do not harbor regrets, do you? At this moment, the materials in Su Rumei's hands numbered in the hundreds, and the quantity required for each was anything but trivial. This, however, was not particularly unusual. After all, this mysterious force evidently possesses a significant number of individuals, and given their intent to procure materials, it is certain that their requirements are considerable. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that most of these materials are intrinsically linked to the soul, and they are not the conventional items used for soul refinement. On the contrary, items such as soul-refining liquid, soul-transforming stones, in-spirit wood, soul-capture stones, and soul-summoning grass are all sinister materials, are they not? Could it be that this enigmatic force intends to concoct something akin to a soul-refining banner? Otherwise, why would they require such a plethora of soul-related materials? At this moment, Shadow remarked with an air of trepidation, his gaze reflecting a hint of wariness. Even Su Rumei furrowed her brow, feeling uncertain. There was no way around it. This mysterious force had always been elusive and within the Wanbao building. They had only been willing to engage with Qing Fushou. Initially, Su Rumei harbored a trifling suspicion, a modicum of apprehension, and a fair share of anticipation regarding this force. However, the list of required materials they presented only deepened her unease. The items they sought appeared far from the ordinary requisites of a cultivator. They seemed more akin to the possessions of a nefarious practitioner. Nevertheless, Su Rumei ultimately shook her head, acknowledging that regardless of the nature of this force, its strength was beyond question. Since they were willing to collaborate with them, it posed no detriment to their interests, thus cooperation it shall be. She decided not to dwell excessively on it. Regardless of the origins or identities of this mysterious force, Wanbao building indeed hoped to rely on them in the short term. The immediate priority was to restore the Wanbao building to its former glory. In the ensuing 2 days, Wanbao building diligently prepared, refraining from hastily selling talismans or publicly announcing their replenished stock. On the contrary, they concealed their strength. Even while engaging in overpriced purchases of talismans and continuing to persuade other previously allied forces. It was not until the 3rd day, when Wanbao building's talisman reserves surpassed 200,000, that they finally revealed their formidable fangs. 200,000 first-tier talismans, all talismans of the Dao, now available for sale. Meanwhile, at Qingxian's sacred land, on Mashu Peak, everyone gazed in astonishment at Jiang Sun, clad in azure robes. Just a few days had passed, and the junior master had already mastered the technique of crafting 3 talismans simultaneously. Such talent was truly astounding. Not only 3, but look at how effortlessly 3rd master was managing. 3 talismans were certainly not his limit. Remarkable, simply remarkable. Previously, they had only known of Jiang Sun's exceptional cultivation aptitude, but they had not anticipated his profound expertise in talisman crafting as well. The talisman craft of Qingxian's sacred land was poised for great advancement. A group of disciples from Mashu Peak watched with vibrant expressions as Jiang Sun diligently crafted talismans. A few days prior, Jiang Sun had arrived at Mashu Peak to assist in resolving the recent plummet in the success rate of talisman creation within the sect. Although he had not pinpointed the core issue, he had nonetheless instilled hope in everyone through his own prowess. In a mere few days, Jiang Sun transformed from having only a superficial understanding of talismans to being capable of simultaneously crafting 3 talismans with remarkable ease. This progression is not merely surprising, but profoundly exhilarating. Fifth senior sister, did you witness this? This is the mastery of tri-talisman crafting, truly. Junior brother's innate talent is extraordinarily formidable. Not only were the ordinary disciples invigorated, but even Lu Qingyao, who had come for a visit, was now animatedly gesticulating with excitement. Qin Moran also expressed her admiration, remarking that junior brother's talent indeed commands respect, and if he chooses to delve deeper into the art of talismans, his future accomplishments may surpass even mine. This praise brought a radiant smile to Lu Qingyao's face. She cherished and trusted junior brother deeply, and her affectionate, straightforward nature could not help but feel elated. I have long asserted that Jiang Sun is exceptionally gifted. Both his aptitude and his comprehension of the 6 paths are exceedingly rare. Fifth senior sister, you may not be aware, but I previously taught Jiang Sun some basic beast repelling techniques, and guess what? In just 3 days, Jiang Sun progressed from complete ignorance to a competent beginner, an advancement that typically requires months or even years from many disciples. Oh, fifth senior sister, what are you pondering? While Lu Qingyao exuberantly boasted, she suddenly noticed that Qin Moran seemed somewhat distracted by her praise, which left her feeling slightly displeased. It's not that. I was merely thinking. Qin Moran replied, hesitatingly, that 500 years ago, Guxiu displayed a similar remarkable talent when he first began studying the art of talismans. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyao's face contorted with disdain. Senior sister, why bring up that traitor? I was just feeling nostalgic, Qin Moran explained, shaking her head. Nostalgia should not lead you to think of such a person, Lu Qingyao countered, shaking her head. Have you forgotten how, 2 years ago, when Guxiu visited your Mashu Peak, you were too ashamed to even mention he was your junior brother? You even discussed how the other disciples mocked him at that time. At this, Qin Moran fell silent, a heavy sensation settling in her heart as she recalled Lu Qingyao's words. She remembered the events of 3 years prior when Guxiu returned from the Forbidden Grounds. Although his cultivation was entirely depleted, their master, Guan Xuelan, had not completely forsaken him. Instead, she endeavored to teach him the 6 paths techniques, at least providing him with some tasks to occupy himself. During that time, Guxiu had followed 6 other senior sisters, aside from Yin Chaoshi. He had spent a period at Mashu Peak, yet her attitude toward him back then was far from kind. It was downright abysmal. When Guxiu first arrived at Mashu Peak to learn, Qin Moran had used the pretext that he needed to conceal his identity, warning him that revealing himself as the 8th direct disciple of the Qingxian sacred land would hinder his learning. She had sternly instructed him not to disclose the fact that she, the Peak Master, was his senior sister. Guxiu had acquiesced to her demands. Commencing his journey as an ordinary disciple at Mashu Peak, he steadfastly upheld his promise, never revealing his connection with Qin Moran until his departure from the sect. However, the realm of cultivation is far from an idyllic world. The sect is not perpetually harmonious. In this harsh environment, the law of the jungle prevails. Those with greater talent, more profound backgrounds, and stronger fists dominate. This immutable truth has persisted through the ages. It is evident what fate awaited Guxiu, a man devoid of background, cultivation, or notable talent, at Mashu Peak. He endured relentless bullying from the disciples, often subjected to torment through talismans. Although his life was spared, for a direct disciple, such humiliation was a significant affront. Sister Wu, if my memory serves me right, Guxiu has suffered this humiliation at the hands of Mashu Peak's disciples on more than one occasion, a fact you have long been aware of. You once mentioned to me that Guxiu was nothing but a worthless individual, destined to endure hardship before realizing he was merely an insignificant speck of dust in this world, ultimately abandoning his unrealistic fantasies. I have always regarded these words as guiding principles. At this juncture, Lu Qingyao turned her gaze toward Qin Moran, her expression imbued with innocent curiosity, and inquired, Sister Wu, you do not, by any chance, harbor regrets, do you? The notion of regret stirred within Qin Moran, causing her to involuntarily shudder. Meeting Lu Qingyao's gaze brimming with naivety. She pressed her lips together, but ultimately replied, "Of course, I do not regret it." Chapter 72. Lu Qingyao's plan falls through. I do not regret it. The declaration escaped Qin Mo Rant's lips, nearly ground out between clenched teeth, imbued with unwavering determination. Deep within her heart, she reassured herself that her intention was merely to allow Gu Xiu to experience hardship and comprehend the cruelty of this world. Perhaps her methods were somewhat extreme, yet what was wrong with that? What was there to regret? Upon hearing Qin Mo Rant's words, a fresh glimmer of surprise illuminated Lu Qingyao's innocent eyes. "I knew it. Sister Wu. You would never allow a fleeting glimpse of the Grand Master's wheel of reincarnation to disturb your peace of mind. You truly are a person of great erudition, and I must learn much from you in the future. Has the Grand Master not returned yet?" Qin Mo Rand seamlessly shifted the conversation. "She has returned. She has returned," Lu Qingyao exclaimed. "I heard from Master that the Grand Master seems to have reactivated the communication token and is on her way back. I believe she will arrive in a few days, just in time for our junior brother's new sword technique to be perfected." Qin Mo Rand nodded, her expression tinged with concern. "I wonder if the Grand Master has engaged in self-reflection this time. If not, Master might impose a punishment. Indeed, Master has yet to calm his anger. Once the Grand Master returns, she will certainly face consequences," Lu Qingyao remarked, then continued with indignation. "It is all Gu Xiu's fault. If he had not somehow manipulated the Grand Master, how could she possibly defy Master's orders? If he were before me now, I would truly wish to." Her words abruptly halted, as if a sudden realization struck her. Stealing a glance at the vast sky, I observed the brilliant sun shining without a hint of cloud, which finally brought me some relief, though I dared not utter further curses or threats. Qin Rn also cast her gaze skyward, somewhat puzzled, unsure of the source of the apprehension. As they conversed, a group of disciples nearby began to offer their praises. "Our esteemed junior uncle truly lives up to his reputation. With just a slight exertion, he has swiftly resolved our issues with the talismans. Thank you for your hard work. This exemplifies the disparity in talent. The moment our junior uncle intervenes, he immediately alleviates our pressing concerns. He is truly formidable. If anyone is destined to emerge as a supreme figure in the future realm of talisman crafting, it must be him." Turning to look, I beheld Jiang Sun, clad in azure, with a countenance as refined as jade. Having paused his talisman-making efforts to engage humbly with the other disciples, he displayed neither arrogance nor excessive modesty, a true gentleman, akin to jade. In stark contrast to the humiliation he once endured at the hands of these very disciples, culminating in the intervention of the fiercely determined Gu Xiu, he now stood on an entirely different plane. Our two senior sisters and junior brothers, it seemed, had not failed their mission. I believed it would not be long before the talisman deficit of our Qingxian sacred land would be entirely resolved. Jiang Sun approached the two women, bowed respectfully, and spoke courteously. Naturally, this elicited a round of compliments from them. Lu Qingyao praised the junior brother for his thoughtfulness and skill, while Qin Rn admired Jiang Sun's gentlemanly demeanor. However, amidst this flourishing moment, a core disciple from Mo Shu Peak stepped forward. "Peak Master," he began, "may I have a word?" "Yes, what is it?" Qin Rn inquired. "There has been a significant influx of requests for talismans lately. Should I consider releasing a portion of our stock to appease the demand? The talisman crafting success rate had markedly declined recently, leaving us with insufficient supplies for our own needs. Thus, all external sales had ceased. Yet with Jiang Sun's arrival, not only had his own success rate soared, but it appeared that the talisman production at Qingxian Sacred Land had also accelerated somewhat, though it had not yet reached its peak. The relentless crafting over the past few days had indeed filled a considerable gap, and there remained a surplus that could allow for potential collaborations. Many individuals had come seeking talismans, particularly from Wanbao Tower, where visitors arrived daily. "It seems they are quite urgent," the disciple remarked. "Wanbao Tower, you say?" Qin Rn pondered, recalling that the collaboration with Wanbao Tower had been quite agreeable in the past. They were generous with their dealings. She had heard of their requests for talismans, but had not had the surplus to accommodate them until now. Since we had a bit of a surplus, it would be prudent to assist them. Inform Wanbao Tower that we can allocate 3,000 talismans to alleviate their immediate needs. Wouldn't 3,000 be too few? The disciple hesitated. Too few? If they think that's insufficient, let them seek elsewhere. Lu Qingyao interjected. Many of these talismans were crafted personally by our junior brother and fifth senior sister. making them exceedingly precious. Providing them with 3,000 is already quite generous. How dare they complain? The disciple hesitantly directed his gaze towards Qin Morden, and upon noticing her silence, which seemed to indicate acquiescence, he could only nod in agreement. I shall inform the people of Wanbao Tower immediately. Wait. Lu Qingyao interjected. There is no need to notify them. The disciple was taken aback. And even Qin Morden could not help but remind her, Qingyao, Wanbao Tower has always had a commendable partnership with our sacred land of Qingxian. It is unlikely that we would truly refuse to provide them with talismans. I never said we would refuse, Lu Qingyao replied with a smile. Then what do you mean? I simply do not wish to allow Wanbao Tower to underestimate the talismans crafted by my senior sister and junior brother. What do you mean by that? The crowd was puzzled, yet they listened as Lu Qingyao continued. Isn't Wanbao Tower in desperate need of talismans lately? Shouldn't we leverage this to our advantage? Leverage it? Her junior sister retorted. Wanbao Tower has consistently collaborated well with us, and they have shown genuine sincerity. There is no need for such tactics. Yet Lu Qingyao shook her head. Sister, you are far too kind-hearted. Regardless of our standing as a sacred land, Wanbao Tower is merely a commercial entity. Their sincerity is expected. But sister, while you possess much wisdom, you lack an understanding of human nature. Lu Qingyao smiled and added, at present, it is Wanbao Tower that is anxious, continually seeking our talismans. It is evident that they are in dire straits. Shouldn't we then assist them promptly? Why should we? We are a sacred land. Why should we rush to assist them? Moreover, if we were to summon Wanbao Tower now and inform them that we would provide them with 3,000 talismans, what would they think? Qin Morden appeared somewhat perplexed. But Lu Qingyao continued. They would undoubtedly consider that 3,000 is insufficient. However, if we wait for them to approach us once more, pleading for talismans, and then present them with these 3,000, they will not only be grateful, but will also appreciate our generosity. This is what is known as understanding human nature. Qin Morden was astonished by this perspective, feeling that such an approach might not be entirely appropriate, yet she found herself at a loss for a counterargument. Junior sister, this is my first large-scale production of talismans, and their quality may not be high. Would it not be inappropriate to proceed in this manner? Jiang Sun voiced his concerns from the side. Lu Qingyao smiled reassuringly. Dear junior brother, you are far too modest. Even if your talismans are not perfect, they would still outperform the majority of ordinary talismans available on the market. Really? Jiang Sun's eyes sparkled with hope. Absolutely. Lu Qingyao nodded emphatically. If we follow my plan, Wanbao Tower will not only overlook any minor imperfections in the quality of the talismans, but will likely commend you for your craftsmanship. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun's face lit up with joy and newfound confidence. However, Qin Morden still felt uneasy about the course of action. Yet upon reflection, she realized that Lu Qingyao's reasoning held merit, and it would indeed bolster Jiang Sun's confidence. Furthermore, waiting just a day would not be a significant delay, especially given Wanbao Tower's urgency. They would undoubtedly return the next day, resulting in merely a half-day's delay. The matter seemed manageable. 3 individuals, harboring a particular thought, waited an entire day in vain for the representatives of Wanbao Pavilion to arrive. Do not fret, let us await tomorrow. The following day brought yet another lengthy vigil, during which the trio even devised a plan on how to showcase the formidable prestige of their sacred land before the pavilion's personnel. Yet, as dusk fell once more, not a single soul from Wanbao Pavilion appeared. I perceive that Wanbao Pavilion is deliberately exhibiting obstinacy. Our patience shall be tested for 3 days. They will surely falter. With this notion in mind, the trio embarked on yet another round of waiting. However, by the 3rd day, their composure began to wane, particularly that of Qin Morden. Although Wanbao Pavilion was merely a commercial entity, it had been generous in its dealings, providing substantial resources to the Qingxian sacred land over the years of collaboration. It was unacceptable to allow such a trivial matter to jeopardize the partnership. Nevertheless, Qin Morden found it difficult to concede. Thus, she sent someone to discreetly investigate the situation at Wanbao Pavilion. Yet, upon receiving the news, Qin Morden was utterly astonished. Wanbao Pavilion had already secured a new partner, and their supply of talismans had become so abundant that they could not sell them all. Chapter 73. Apologies, we do not accept rubbish. What? Wanbao Pavilion has found a new partner? Their talismans are in such surplus they cannot sell them all. Is this some kind of jest? As the news spread, everyone could not help but exclaim in disbelief. This revelation took them all by surprise. Even Qin Moran's brows furrowed in immediate concern. Is this information confirmed? Indeed. It is quite certain. A disciple hurriedly replied. This news just arrived from Yunxiao City, where Wanbao Pavilion has been selling talismans for 3 consecutive days, attracting throngs of people. Yet they have still not sold out. The disciple had contacted individuals from Yunxiao City, who reported that Wanbao Pavilion could guarantee a daily supply of at least 50,000 first-tier talismans. What? 50,000 talismans a day? Is this a joke? At that moment, a singular thought resonated in everyone's mind. Absurdity. Their esteemed sacred land sect was already formidable in the realm of talismans. And even if every disciple from Mashu Peak worked tirelessly, they could not claim to produce 50,000 in a single day. Did they truly believe talismans were as common as cabbages, merely needing to be stuffed into pockets? Was this news genuine? Is it truly possible to supply 50,000 talismans daily? Qin Moran inquired with a slight frown. The disciple shook his head. The information was disseminated by Wanbao Pavilion themselves. As for its veracity, we cannot be certain. However, they indeed provided at least 50,000 talismans daily for the past 3 days. Beyond that, I am currently unaware. Do you know where their talismans are sourced from? Qin Moran pressed further. I do not know, he replied. Has any sacred land claimed to have partnered with Wanbao Pavilion? She continued. After a moment of contemplation, the disciple, realizing Qin Moran's concerns, shook his head. Not that I am aware of. Wanbao Pavilion had numerous allied sects, yet previously, Qingxian Sacred Land was the sole sacred land in partnership with them. Now, Wanbao Tower has suddenly produced such a multitude of talismans without the assistance of the Qingxian Sacred Land, raising considerable suspicion. Lu Qingyao, standing nearby, shared this sentiment and immediately began to curse. It has long been said that merchants are profit-driven and ungrateful. This notion proves to be true. This detestable group of mercenary scoundrels at Wanbao Tower. We merely intended to teach them a lesson, yet they dare to betray us and seek cooperation with other sacred lands. Sacred lands have their dignity. For a trading guild to suddenly partner with another sacred land while in collaboration with one is, in essence, a slap in the face to the former. This matter must be taken seriously. First, we must contact Wanbao Tower to ascertain their situation and inquire about the origins of those talismans. Qin Moran promptly issued the order. Her concerns extended beyond the reputation of their sect. She was equally curious about the entity capable of providing 50,000 talismans daily. After all, the existence of a sacred land capable of such production was unprecedented, and the entire affair reeked of strangeness. The disciple promptly took his leave to convey the message. This time, the news returned swiftly, and soon the disciple was back. Wanbao Tower stated that they have gathered all the talismans from their main establishment to launch a counterattack against that Lingbao studio. They have not established cooperation with any other sacred land and assured us not to worry. This revelation brought a sigh of relief from Qin Moran. Lu Qingyao scoffed. They wouldn't dare to act so recklessly. Let us send the 3,000 talismans we prepared to Wanbao Tower, allowing them to receive our support. Qin Moran suggested after a moment of contemplation. Although they had pretended to be unaware of Wanbao Tower's predicament, now that the truth was known, they could not simply stand by. However, the disciple hesitated. What troubles you? The disciple had already taken the initiative to communicate this news to Wanbao Tower. But they responded that they do not require our assistance. Do not require our assistance? Yes, they mentioned that their reserves of talismans are currently sufficient. And since our sacred land is in need, they suggested we hold off on sending our talismans for the time being. What? Are they holding a grudge against us? Lu Qingyao's fury erupted. Does Wanbao Tower fail to recognize its own identity and status, daring to show us such disregard? While Wanbao Tower's response was ostensibly courteous, those present were not fools. It was evident that the reply bore traces of vengeance for prior encounters where Wanbao Tower had repeatedly faced setbacks. It was a subtle, yet sharp affront. Qin Moran's expression darkened. Since they do not want our talismans, we shall utilize them ourselves. Our Qingxian sacred land does not require others' aid. Merely doing this is insufficient. Lu Qingyao interjected. If we take no action, what becomes of our sacred land's reputation? Qin Moran furrowed her brow. Junior sister, what do you propose we do? We must teach Wanbao Tower a lesson. Lu Qingyao asserted. We need to make them understand that sulking and throwing tantrums will ultimately lead to their own downfall. Curious, Qin Moran inquired, only to see Lu Qingyao smirking coldly. Isn't Wanbao Tower competing with Lingbao Studio? while Wanbao Tower can guarantee a daily supply of 50,000 talismans. The quality of such a vast quantity is certainly questionable. On the other hand, the talismans we are capable of producing boast a quality that is undeniably superior to that of any minor faction or lesser talisman master. Imagine if our batch of talismans were to appear at Lingbao Studio, leveraging our quality advantage. The 50,000 talismans from Wanbao Tower would surely fail to sell. What then? The Qingxian Holy Land is, after all, a holy ground. Not only is it populous, but its talisman quality is also unparalleled. Although first-tier talismans are generally of the same level, there exists a distinction in strength. The talismans produced by our Qingxian Holy Land, while not on par with Dao talismans, can at least be classified as quality talismans, far surpassing those crafted by ordinary loose cultivators. Is this not a bit concerning? Qin Moran hesitated. Yet, Lu Qingyao shrugged dismissively. What is there to be concerned about? We are a holy land and must exhibit our stance as such. If we retreat and show leniency this time, won't we be ridiculed for being too accommodating? Anyone may then dare to look down upon us. Moreover, we can initially conceal our identities, not revealing that we are from Qingxian Holy Land. When the quality of our talismans is displayed, Wanbao Tower will naturally understand that we are sending them a message. There was merit in her words, and many disciples present readily endorsed Lu Qingyao's proposal. Without hesitation, the Qingxian Holy Land promptly dispatched individuals to make contact with Lingbao Studio, Wanbao Tower's rival. After a brief concealment of their identities, they met with the manager of Lingbao Studio. Upon hearing about a batch of superior talismans, the manager was initially eager and personally met the Qingxian disciple. However, once he assessed the talismans presented by the disciple, his demeanor shifted dramatically. I am sorry, but we at Lingbao Studio do not accept trash. This response left the concealed Qingxian disciple utterly bewildered, unsure of how to report back. The Sect's talismans were dismissed as garbage? While the disciple grappled with how to relay this news back to the Sect, Gu Xiu, who was in seclusion at Tingyu residence, suddenly opened his eyes. A flash of brilliance glimmered within them, and his aura grew increasingly profound in that moment. He had finally broken through once more to the 9th level of Qi refinement. This achievement was the result of extensive resource expenditure and the utilization of vast amounts of spirit stones since entering the city. His boundless sea of Qi was now filled to 90%. However, this was merely a minor elevation in realm. After briefly savoring the enhancement of his cultivation, Gu Xiu tucked away his thoughts and retrieved his bamboo staff. Yet, as soon as he grasped the staff, he hesitated and returned it. Exiting his room, Gu Xiu gazed towards the northwest corner of the courtyard, where the moonlight illuminated the scene. 3 tracking puppets were scaling the wall, emerging into the courtyard. Following these 3 puppets, 2 shadowy figures materialized. The tracking puppet is an exceptionally rare creation within the realm of puppetry, known for its immense difficulty in fabrication. The required precious materials and the low success rate have led countless puppeteers to exhaust their efforts in vain. However, once successfully crafted, the tracking puppet is regarded as the most formidable treasure of its kind. Unlike the ordinary adept practitioners who pursue traces or the celestial mechanics that follow heavenly signs, this tracking puppet pursues the essence of the soul. This implies that once targeted by the tracking puppet, regardless of distance, be it far or near, even in the depths of the underworld, escape is futile, and even reincarnation would not evade its pursuit. Upon sighting these 3 puppets, which bore a semblance to both spider and hound, Gu Xiu raised an eyebrow. Nevertheless, he merely cast a fleeting glance at them before directing his attention to the shadows behind. There, 2 figures cloaked in dark garb were grinning as they fixated on Gu Xiu. "Eighth uncle, you've hidden remarkably well. It took us quite some time to track you down," one of them remarked. "Indeed, had we not followed Elder He's tracking puppet, we would have been utterly unable to locate you." These 2 individuals, clad in black and lurking in the shadows, referred to Gu Xiu as 8th uncle, making their identities unmistakable. In response to their words, Gu Xiu remained silent, merely surveying his surroundings with a calm demeanor. "8th uncle, we were sent by the Sect to find you. Please come with us," one of the taller figures urged. "The Sect master and the elders are quite eager to see you." "Eager for me to die quickly, perhaps?" Gu Xiu replied flatly. The 2 men were momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "Oh, uncle, you jest. You are a hero of the Qingxian sacred land, a living legend. Who would dare to harm you?" "Yes, uncle, the The sect master mentioned that we must ensure your safe return to the sect to clear your name, the other chimed in. Indeed, several of our seniors expressed concern for your safety. Please come with us. Gu Xiu felt a twinge of anticipation at the mention of clearing his name, a sentiment he might have embraced in the past. Yet, the current Gu Xiu felt no excitement. Instead, he grew instantly vigilant. A more careful examination of the two revealed their attempts to persuade him while remaining shrouded in darkness. Their attire not bearing the insignia of the Qingxian sacred land, clearly an effort to conceal their identities. Moreover, a subtle aura of menace flickered in their eyes. It seemed they were not intent on escorting him back to the sect, but rather on taking his life. The question lingered. Who had sent them? Uncle. Let us depart swiftly. If we leave now before the city gates fully close, we can return to the Qingxian sacred land in a matter of days. Master Uncle. Let us not delay any longer. We must set forth quickly. The sect master and the other elders are eagerly awaiting your presence, and I trust you, Master Uncle, are equally eager to return to the sect. The two disciples urged Gu Xiu to hasten his departure, exchanging words in a flurry. Gu Xiu cast a deep glance at them before nodding. Very well, then let us be on our way. In no time, the two disciples stowed away the 3 tracking puppets, and the trio made their way toward the city gates. Tonight, the moon hung high, and the curfew was fast approaching, leaving the streets eerily deserted. Yet, the two disciples guided Gu Xiu toward the more secluded paths. Observing this, Gu Xiu inquired softly, "It seems you are quite apprehensive about being discovered. Do you fear recognition could bring misfortune?" To this, they simply replied that returning their master uncle to the sect was of utmost importance, and they wished to avoid any unnecessary troubles. Gu Xiu, being considerate, refrained from probing into questions that might cause discomfort and instead was particularly cooperative, even exercising greater caution than the two disciples when encountering others. This left the disciples somewhat bewildered. As they hurried along, they finally reached the city gates just before the curfew. One of the disciples then produced a flight artifact. "Master Uncle, please." "Good." Gu Xiu nodded, stepping aboard with an air of calm, showing no hint of doubt. The two disciples exchanged glances filled with derision as they embarked on their flight. During their journey, the two began to inquire about Gu Xiu's cultivation. After all, he had been declared by Guan Shuilan as incapable of cultivating again in this lifetime, yet in a mere few months. Gu Xiu had not only resumed his practices, but had also reached the 9th level of qi refinement. Such a pace was nothing short of astonishing. However, when confronted with their inquiries, Gu Xiu merely attributed his progress to certain fortunate encounters and turned the conversation toward the identities of the two disciples. Indeed, they were disciples of the Qingxian Holy Land. One hailed from Imo Shu Peak and the other from Qiming Peak. This revelation made Gu Xiu raise an eyebrow as he discreetly retrieved the bone of a deity and demon, idly toying with it in his hand. Over the past few days, he had infused it with considerable spirit stones, and while its appearance remained unchanged, the power it contained could likely deal with a peak master of the Qingxian Holy Land without much difficulty. "Master Uncle, let us rest here for a moment. I must send a message to the sect." Within a short while, the three arrived in a picturesque valley, adorned with blooming flowers. Gu Xiu surveyed the valley deeply before agreeing to pause, only to witness the two Qingxian disciples promptly begin to set up a formation around them. "Is this a barrier formation?" Gu Xiu inquired. "Did you not intend to send a message?" "Master Uncle, you may not be aware, but a large number of cultivators have congregated in Yunshao City recently, many of whom harbor ill intentions. It is wise to exercise caution." "Very well. Then I shall assist you," Gu Xiu replied. "Excellent." The two disciples immediately beamed with smiles, though their gazes toward Gu Xiu bore an undercurrent of mockery and scorn. "This man is a fool. He deserves whatever fate befalls him." Yet, the two individuals remained oblivious to the fact that Gu Xiu, who stood with his back to them, was also harboring a glimmer of profound significance in his eyes. As inner disciples of the Qingxian sacred land, they understood that recklessly committing murder could leave traces, ultimately leading back to themselves. However, with the establishment of this isolation array, the situation had changed favorably. They took their time to complete the formation, effectively severing all ties with the outside world. After casting a final glance around, Gu Xiu felt a tinge of disappointment. "Why do you sigh, Master Uncle?" one of them inquired. "I ponder why no one else has arrived," Gu Xiu replied. "Who does Master Uncle wish to see?" "Perhaps Su Wanqing." At the utterance of this name, both disciples were momentarily taken aback before exchanging surprised glances with Gu Xiu. Gu Xiu continued. One of you hails from Ma Shifeng, and the other from Kaimingfeng. Both indeed have motives to kill me. These two peaks serve as excellent scapegoats. However, upon closer reflection, it is characteristic of Qin Moran to first peruse her sacred texts, meticulously contemplate, and subsequently concoct a heinous reputation for me before proceeding with any murderous intent. As for Wei Qi Chunlei, she lacks the cunning to orchestrate others to act. Rather, she is more inclined to take matters into her own hands. Of course, others may also choose to strike. While ensuring absolute success in the act of murder, they might also strive to avoid implicating themselves. Many individuals could indeed be deemed suspicious. Yet, the meticulous selection of this picturesque valley bears the hallmark of Su Wanqing, the self-proclaimed healer of the benevolent heart, who is renowned for her compassion and rescue efforts. The moment these words left Gu Xiu's lips, the pupils of the two Qingxian disciples dilated in astonishment. When did you discern this, Gu Xiu? One asked. However, the disciple from Ma Shifeng sneered. Surely you do not intend to frighten us with your so-called murderous intent, which is only effective for intimidation. His gaze was filled with malice. He was Jing Yiwei, who had once ridiculed Gu Xiu during his time concealed within Ma Shifeng while studying the art of talismans, when Gu Xiu's cultivation had waned. Initially, Gu Xiu had chosen to endure and dismiss the mockery, but Jing Yiwei had subsequently overstepped. Unexpectedly, Gu Xiu had merely cast a glance at him, a glance imbued with palpable killing intent that had left Jing Yiwei paralyzed with fear, to the point of soiling himself in public, rendering him utterly humiliated. This incident had lingered in his mind, fueling his desire for revenge. Now, the opportunity had finally presented itself. Although Gu Xiu had inexplicably resumed his cultivation and even reached the 9th level of qi refinement, what did it matter? Jing Yiwei boasted a late-stage foundation establishment cultivation. His prowess was sufficient to crush Gu Xiu beneath his heel and compel him to kneel and plead for mercy. Meanwhile, the other disciple from Kaimingfeng cast a cold sneer at Gu Xiu, refraining from any taunting remarks, merely stating, "Master Uncle, today you shall surely perish. If you wish to preserve your dignity, why not take your own life here?" As he spoke, he stepped forward, unleashing his late-stage foundation establishment aura, and proclaimed loudly, "I implore you, Master Uncle, to meet your demise. The matter has been laid bare, and there is no need for further pretense. They intend to kill Gu Xiu. Even the arrival of immortals cannot hinder this." However, in the face of such overwhelming momentum, Gu Xiu's expression remains unruffled. He casually draws a pitch-black longsword. Its tip slightly raised and softly declares, "I possess the Shadow's sword, and the inked edge can cleave the clouds. Who among you shall take the first step?" Chapter 75. The Tomb of Gu Xiu. Thunder extinguishes the azure. At this moment, Gu Xiu's demeanor is calm, his breath even, yet his words are undeniably audacious. "Humph. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, Master Uncle, who stirred the world 5 centuries ago, revered throughout the martial realm. As a mere disciple in my youth, I have not witnessed your former might." A disciple from the Qi Ming Peak scoffs, stepping forward with resolve. "Today, allow me to experience it firsthand." He too is at the late stage of foundation establishment and harbors no fear of this mere scattered cultivator at the 9th level of qi refinement. Even if he must call him Master Uncle. In the cultivation world, strength reigns supreme. Without power, any title is but a fleeting illusion, a mere reflection in water. As his vigorous aura surged, he launched an attack toward Gu Xiu, determined to crush him under the weight of his late-stage foundation establishment prowess. Meanwhile, the gaze of Jing Yiwei beside him was filled with boundless anticipation. He had once been terrified by Gu Xiu, ensnared by his inner demons. Now, as Gu Xiu stood with sword in hand, Jing Yiwei felt a twinge of trepidation. Yet, it mattered not. Once Gu Xiu is dead, he would thoroughly dismantle the corpse, and all fear and inner turmoil would surely dissipate. Jing Yiwei was impatient, yearning for his companion to slay Gu Xiu. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the disciple charging at Gu Xiu suddenly found his grand aura stilled, his form frozen in place. Jing Yiwei's heart skipped a beat. He had not perceived what Gu Xiu had done. It appeared as though a shadow had flashed by, leaving his companion motionless. In the next moment, Jing Yiwei's pupils widened in shock as he beheld a thin crimson thread suddenly manifest on his comrade's body. No, that is not a thread. That is a sword wound. In the next instant, blood gushed forth, and the disciple from Qi Ming Peak was abruptly cleaved in two, silently, and without warning. Dead. A late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, slain. Just like that, by a mere scattered cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement, with an unfathomable technique. A single stroke of the sword. At that moment, Gu Xiao's indifferent gaze turned toward him, still as apathetic and tranquil as ever. Yet, such a gaze ignited the fear that had been lingering in Jing Yiwei's heart, causing it to surge uncontrollably. Flee. Without hesitation, Jing Yiwei immediately turned to escape, abandoning any thoughts of avenging his companion or fulfilling the elder's desire to eliminate Gu Xiao. All he yearned for was to escape. In that instant, he recalled the rumors circulating within the sect about Gu Xiao. 500 years ago, Gu Xiao was a peerless genius, a banished immortal, treading upon the bones of the world's prodigies as he ascended to the pinnacle of greatness. Afterward, he confined himself for 5 centuries, and though the events of those 500 years remain a mystery, many have speculated. Throughout this half-millennium, he was relentlessly engaged in acts of slaughter. If it were otherwise, how could such terrifying malevolence emanate from him? How could he instill such profound fear within himself? And now, as he embarks once more on the path of cultivation, what will transpire? Jing Yiwei could not comprehend, nor could he afford to ponder. He merely wished to flee, to escape far away, out of the valley, out of Qingxian, out of the eastern wilderness. A profound terror propelled him to seek refuge. Even though he had attained the late stage of Foundation establishment, he found no courage to retaliate. Suddenly, a piercing sword intent surged forth, causing Jing Yiwei, who was desperately fleeing, to feel as though his vision spun wildly. He beheld the flowers of the valley, the stars in the sky, and his own headless corpse, alongside the ever-aloof Gu Xiao. In the final moments of his life, ensnared by fear, Jing Yiwei found himself unexpectedly devoid of dread. In fact, he felt a tinge of exhilaration, for he recalled the various injustices inflicted upon Gu Xiao by the Qingxian sacred land, and the disdainful gazes of those within the sect who had never regarded Gu Xiao with respect. Perhaps soon, Gu Xiao would take those individuals along with him to the grave. Would this not signify that my path is not solitary? With a soft sound, Gu Xiao effortlessly obliterated the runic marks emerging from the corpses of 2 Qingxian disciples. This was a unique technique of the Qingxian sect. Even when an ordinary disciple is slain, runes materialize, allowing the sect to glimpse the circumstances surrounding the disciple's death and thereby track the assailant. He was a loose cultivator, wishing to remain untraceable. The thoughts of the slain disciples held no significance for Gu Xiao. Those who seek to kill me shall be met with death. This is Gu Xiao's doctrine. As for the slain, whether they felt fear or regret, what concern is it of mine? However, not long after the shadowy blade shattered the marks, those 2 runes surprisingly reformed. Such was the power of the sacred land's techniques, inscrutable to ordinary individuals. Fortunately, Gu Xiao had once been a disciple of the sacred land and was well acquainted with these runes. They were indeed obstinate, yet with persistent wear and refinement, one could ultimately extinguish them. Given that a shielding formation had been established here, Gu Xiao was in no hurry. He simply settled into a cross-legged position, unleashing a barrage of talismans upon the runes. Simultaneously, Gu Xiao's gaze turned towards the direction of the Qingxian sacred land. Su Wanqing, I have signed the vow to forsake the sect, and our grievances should have been severed. Yet, since you dare to strike at me once more, I shall assuredly hunt you down in this lifetime. Meanwhile, at the Qingxian sacred land, amidst countless spiritual herbs and fragrant elixirs on the Jade Elixir Peak, today the 3rd senior sister Su Wanqing, unusually not engaged in alchemical refinement, sat silently before a small mound on the mountain's rear, diligently carving a wooden tablet. She inscribed with great seriousness, her eyes reflecting a hint of resolve. At last, upon completing the carving, Su Wanqing scrutinized the characters etched upon it. In that moment, her countenance revealed a struggle, her eyes filled with compassion, seemingly engulfed in profound anguish and torment. Yet ultimately, she inhaled deeply, grasping the wooden plank and erecting it before the mound. To her astonishment, it was a gravestone. Upon it were inscribed 8 formidable characters, the grave of Gu Xiao, a disciple who abandoned his sect. Yet, the moment the gravestone was set in place, an oppressive aura began to gather in the heavens above, accompanied by the sight of thunderous dragons weaving through the clouds, heralding ominous murmurs of thunder. It seemed as though the very next moment, these thunderous dragons would descend, obliterating the Qingxian. Confronted by the overwhelming might of the stormy clouds, Su Wanqing's complexion turned ashen. But the compassion and reluctance in her eyes swiftly transformed into cold resolve as she declared, "What I have done is not wrong. His death is the best possible outcome." However, the instant her words left her lips, the thunderous dragons in the sky appeared utterly provoked, no longer concealed by the dense clouds. They morphed into countless bolts of lightning, hurtling directly towards Su Wanqing. This bolt of lightning bore the weight of 1,000 mountains, infused with the power to annihilate the world. It was not the first time the Qingxian sacred land had been struck by lightning, but never before had such terrifying thunderous wrath been unleashed upon it. Each of these colossal lightning dragons was robust and exuded an overwhelming pressure that sent chills down the spines of all who beheld them. The mere appearance of such terrors instilled dread throughout the entire Qingxian sacred land. Is the heavens intent on extinguishing our Qingxian? Why, when we have done no wrong? Is such a dreadful calamity descending upon us? What is happening? What is truly occurring? In that moment, countless disciples of the Qingxian sacred land fell to their knees, trembling in abject fear. Suddenly, a radiant beam of light shot forth within the sect, dazzling and blinding. It could only belong to the mightiest among them, Guan Shuolan. Yet, upon witnessing the myriad of thunderbolts, Guan Shuolan's expression turned to one of sheer horror. That was the Yudon Peak. Without hesitation, she swiftly made her way to Yudon Peak. But just as she was about to take a step forward, a stray bolt of lightning surged toward her. Guan Shuolan instinctively retreated, severing her connection with the celestial thunder. She stood aside, her face betraying her astonishment. This celestial might was truly terrifying. She sensed that if she were to become too deeply entangled, her own tribulation would soon follow, and if that were to occur, it would not only claim her life, but potentially lead to the utter annihilation of the entire Qingxian sacred land. What had summoned such a thunderous tribulation? And what of Su Wanqing, ensnared within this tempest? Guan Shuolan was unaware of the answers, yet fear burgeoned within her heart at that moment. For just as the thunderous tribulation had enveloped them, she momentarily grasped a harrowing truth. The Qingxian sacred land would ultimately meet its demise at her hands. Chapter 76. The Punishing Millstone. The Sect's grave. Master. Sect leader. A few radiant figures hastened towards her, and upon seeing her fellow disciples arrive, Guan Shuolan forced herself to regain her composure. At this moment, no one noticed the terror that gripped Guan Shuolan. A throng of disciples were, instead, captivated by the ominous thunderclouds, their faces etched with fear. What could be happening? Could it be that the third senior sister had concocted a pill so potent that it defied the heavens? What grade of pill could elicit such dread? This was dire. The third senior sister was still inside. Would she be all right? A few